The Rebirth of the Malicious Empress of Military Lineage Chapter 239 to Chapter 375. Xianxia was left alone in the room. He pointed the hairpin in his hand at the flickering flame in the lamp and looked at it thoughtfully. After a moment, the scene of the young female's eyes widening and crying silently appeared in his mind. He was not one who had tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex and did not have any other thoughts towards Xianxia. It was just that in that instant, he inexplicably could not bear it. This kind of unbearable emotion finally broke his usual calm approach, and now thinking about it, he was somewhat regretful. The wound on his arm was somewhat numb and even more painful. When the other party attacked, she did not show any mercy at all, and if he did not dodge fast enough, the hairpin might have landed on his face. In fact, Xianxia's tears were perhaps a kind of method. Xianxia was well aware that that young female was incomparably cunning and her mind was sensitive and intelligent. The method that she used when she was caught off guard had a wonderful ability. The sudden show of weakness was most likely because she wanted to survive. Xianxia opened his hand and the silver hairpin flashed a small brilliance in his palm, but it made one think of the moment when this hand covered a pair of eyes, the fluttering feeling in his palm, like a fluttering butterfly that was about to dance in his palm. It was that moment of fragility that made his heart give birth to some strange feelings and sympathy that should not belong to him. Little poisonous woman. Xianxia suddenly smiled. Under the lamp, the youth's handsome brows were oppressively eye-catching and the smile on his lips was playful as he muttered, "One should not be soft-hearted." In the eastern courtyard of the Shen residence, flowers were blooming at this moment. In Rongjingtang, old Xianforan's face was gloomy as she looked at Xingui and said, "So to say, there is no way for that Qing girl to come out?" Xingui shook his head. Prince residence was exterminated in one night and only Qing'er was left. No matter what one said, one cannot escape responsibility and the case still has to be retried. Other than such a big matter, one do not know if His Majesty will blame us. Old Xianforan said worriedly, "What is going on with Qing'er, that girl? Is this matter really unrelated to her?" Her words were filled with suspicion towards Xianqing. Ren Wanyan exploded when she heard it. She threw herself in front of old Xianforan and knelt down, scaring old Xianforan. Ren Wanyan cried, "Old Foran, you have watched Qing'er grow up and you do not know what kind of temperament she has. How could she do such a thing? Moreover, what ability does Qing'er have to be able to have a relationship with such a powerful person? It is clear that Prince Yu residence had made enemies and Qing'er was just lucky to keep her life. We have already let her down and must not leave her alone." Ren Wanyan and old Xianforan had been mother-in-law and daughter-in-law for so many years, and was very clear about old Xianforan's temperament. Old Xianforan was extremely selfish in her bones and would change the direction of the wind. Even if he had some feelings for Xianqing, he would not hesitate to abandon Xianqing when it was time to put his own safety first. Ren Wanyan sometimes felt that Xingui was such a heartless person, but it was only because old Xianforan's blood flowed in his bones that his selfish temperament was exactly the same. After old Xianforan heard Ren Wanyan's words, she became angrier and said, "Eldest daughter-in-law, your words are strange. How have we wronged Qing lass? It was I who forced her to have an affair with Prince Yu of the first rank. It was I who forced her to shamelessly bear a child. I didn't teach her any of these rules." Old Xianforan was a female singer and a person who came out from the marketplace. Naturally, the words that she said were not pleasant to hear. Even if Ren Wanyan was shrewd to the bones, she was also angered by old Xianforan's merciless words. She said, "Mother, how can you say that about Qing'er? She is your granddaughter." Qiao opened her mouth to persuade, second saw, "Speak less." Mother is also worried about Qing'er, which made her angry. Everyone knows that among the 3D young ladies, Mother likes Qing'er the most. She was originally the young lady that she liked the most, but now she did not hesitate to abandon her. Old Xianforan's selfish nature was really despicable. Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan revealed a look of disdain but did not say a word and treated it as a show. Xinyuan glanced at Qiao. His gaze was also very gloomy, which made Qiao's words pause as she was somewhat fearful. Xinyuan walked over to Ren Wanyan's side and helped her up before looking at old Xianforan. "Grandmother need not be anxious, the matter has not reached the worst stage. Currently younger sister is only suspected and has not been convicted. His sister had nothing to do with this matter, and the truth would come to light after some time." I will investigate this matter seriously and won't let my sister be wrongly accused. When old Xianxia heard it, her gaze eased up a little. Among her sons and grandsons, the one she liked the most was her youngest grandson, Xianyuan, and the one she was most proud of was this extremely capable Xianyuan at such a young age. Moreover, Xianyuan had always been good at making her happy, so she immediately nodded her head and said, "If that's the case, then go and investigate properly. If Qing Lass is really innocent, I naturally don't wish for her to be wrongly accused." After a pause, she looked at Ren Wanyan and sneered, "But I see that your mother is possessed. If her mind is not clear, then do not go out and stay in the residence. Do not find trouble for me." Ren Wanyan was angry and hateful as her face flushed red. She did not know when it started, but old Xianxia's dissatisfaction with her had increased, and now she was wantonly humiliating her in front of all her children. Even Shen Roqiao looked at her with ridicule. It was only when Xianyuan supported her back to Kai Yunyuan did Ren Wanyan catch her breath. She pulled Xianyuan's arm and said, "Yuaner, think of a way to save your younger sister. How would Qing'er have such a great ability? How could she be the murderer?" "Mother, don't worry." Xianyuan comforted her, "Since younger sister was wrongly accused, there is no need to be afraid of people investigating. Now that she's being suspected, it's only because the real culprit hasn't come to light. Since that's the case, if we find the real culprit, sister's injustice will naturally be resolved." When Ren Wanyan heard this, it was as if she had found a life-saving straw and her eyes immediately lit up. She asked happily, "When will the murderer be found? How long will your sister be locked up for? When will you find the murderer?" Xianyuan looked at Ren Wanyan. Ren Wanyan's complexion was very haggard and it had been a long time since she put on makeup. Her skin looked old and dull and her hair was very disheveled. There was no trace of her previous meticulous and exquisite appearance. She had always been a person who was particular about her appearance and wealth. Now that she was so sloppy, it was as if she was a completely different person. And the cause of all this was because of a young girl who had been called an idiot in the past. Xianyuan felt a headache coming on. He had always prided himself on his intelligence and did not expect that upon returning to the capital, he would be given such a big mess upon returning to the Fu. Ren Wanyan's position in the residence had plummeted. It was fine that Xinqing was pregnant out of wedlock, but now she was involved in the massacre of Prince Yu residents. Without knowing why, Xianyuan suddenly remembered the day of Xinqing's marriage when he was talking to Xin Miao. At that time Xin Miao said, "No one can say for sure about the matters of the world. Everyone has their own fortunes and misfortunes, and it is possible that there is no road ahead." Now there was really no road in front of Xinqing, and even if there was a road, the road would be extremely difficult. She was the only survivor in the entire Prince Yu residence, and at this point, Xianyuan could clearly see that the culprit did not leave Xinqing's life because of soft-heartedness or sympathy. To leave her life, it was the talisman that hastened Xinqing's death. At the very least, there was a huge difference between being implicated in the massacre of a family and dying with the crime of murder in mind. The culprit clearly deliberately let Xinqing fall into such a difficult situation, but Xinqing was just a young lady. Who would be so ruthless to a young lady? Was it Xin Miao? How would Xin Miao order so many killers to kill the people of Prince Yu residence for her? It would be difficult to do it with that kind of manpower. Xianyuan's gaze was heavy. No matter if the person behind the scenes was Xin Miao or not, he must investigate this matter to the end. Since that person was targeting Xinqing, it might not necessarily be targeting the second household of the Xin family. Even though Xinqing's future was difficult, it was not to the point where she was at a dead end. He must uncover the person behind the scenes and return it 1,000 times over. Xianyuan thought like this, but he did not expect that just like Xin Miao's words, no one could say for sure about the matters of the world. Everyone has their fortunes and misfortunes, and it was possible that there was no road ahead. On the second day, his path was sealed into a dead end. With such a big matter happening in the Ding capital, the entire city was talking about the tragedy of Prince Yu's family being exterminated. The rumors were like a snowball rolling bigger and bigger, and the more it spread, the more outrageous it became. There were all kinds of guesses, and some even suspected that the one who exterminated the entire Prince Yu residence was the lover of the newly married Prince Yu's consort, who flew into a rage for her beauty and let the entire Prince Yu residence be buried with her. Such a rumor was much more alluring, as if there was suddenly a trace of charming color in the cruel truth. Such rumors could be found everywhere, and the person who heard them probably didn't think much of it. However, in the vast river of rumors, there was one that was extremely shocking. The meaning of this rumor was that the extermination of the entire Prince residence in one night was actually the intention of the Shin family. As for why the general residence would do that, the water was too deep, and one would have to see the officials themselves to think about it. If one were to say that the previous rumors only brought ridicule to Xianxia and her family, then this conjecture with the color of conspiracy had really pushed the Shin residence to the front of everyone. Prince residence of the first rank was exterminated and not even a beast was left in the residence, but a bride that just married into the family was left behind. What capabilities did this bride have to make the other party spare her life, unless she had some relation with her? If it was the Shin family, then all of this naturally made sense. But why did the Shin family have to go against the Prince residence? On the surface, perhaps it was because they were dissatisfied with the marriage, but if one were to probe deeper, now that there was a turbulent undercurrent in the court, who knew if the Shin family had been incited by others, or if it was to express something? These things were not seen by the common people, but the old foxes in the officialdom would not let it go. In a short period of time, the Shin family was placed in the teeth of the storm. Early in the morning, Bai Lu and Xianxia came over to invite Xianxia to eat snacks. The Shin residents did not have the mood to take care of other matters, and even the 3 meals in the small kitchen were sloppy. Other than Rong Jingtang's side, most of the matters were dealt with by themselves, so Bai Lu and Xianxia simply went out to buy snacks and let Xianxia eat some sweet soup to warm her body. After eating breakfast, Xianxia also finished grooming and looked at her appearance before slightly frowning. She then said to Guyu, "Go and bring the fox skin scarf that eldest brother sent over." Hey, the girl remembered to wear that scarf. Guyu dug out the scarf from the box and wanted to help Xianxia put it on but was stopped by Xianxia. "I will do it myself." That scarf was made from a fox skin that was snow white and there was not a single strand of mixed fur. It was also hunted by Xianxiu in the northwest mountain forest, and at the beginning he saw that the fur was precious, so he got the tailor to make an exquisite scarf for Xianxiu. It was just that Xianxiu did not like to wear it and was placed under the box. She did not know what happened today, but she suddenly thought of it, which made Guyu somewhat happy. After all, it was such a good-looking leather, but it was placed at the bottom of the box all day and did not see the light of day. It was a pity. Xianxiu wrapped the scarf around her neck, and when Guyu saw it, she exclaimed in admiration, "Young lady looks really good with this scarf around your neck, it makes you look even fairer. It also looks warm. It's so nice." Xianxiu's eyes hung down and her fingers gently brushed the soft fur, but she thought of the bruise on her neck in the mirror. That was the mark left by Xianxia when he choked her throat yesterday. At that time this person was not lenient and she did not notice it yesterday, but today it was exceptionally obvious. Even though the collars of the clothes worn in the cold winter were high, but if one was not careful and was seen by others, one feared that Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan would not take it lying down. It was better to have less trouble than more trouble, and it was better to wrap it tighter. Putting down the bronze mirror in her hands, Xianxiu opened the door and walked out. Coincidentally, she saw Xianxiu standing under the tree in the courtyard and giving instructions to the soldier beside him. Xianxiu's guards were all from the army and were different from the ordinary guards, as they had a kind of brave and iron-blooded bearing. Seeing Xianxiu spoke to the soldier before turning around and smiled. "Younger sister." "What happened?" Xianxiu asked. Normally in the early morning, Xianxiu would always stand in the courtyard and practice his sword and spear. The best place in the western courtyard was the spacious courtyard, and Xianxiu and Xianxia loved to spar in this courtyard. Occasionally when they were in the mood, Luo Shuiyan would also join in. These days Xianxiu was already used to seeing Xianxiu's figure practicing martial arts when she opened the door. Today there was no movement, so naturally something happened. Xianxiu laughed twice and said, "Nothing much." "Why did younger sister come out so early? Not sleeping a little more?" Xianxiu did not even blink when he changed the topic. "It is because of eldest sister and the Shin family's matter." Xianxiu quickly coughed and pulled Xianxiu into the room. After entering the room, he chased the servants out and closed the door before looking at Xianxiu. "Younger sister, do not say these words outside." "What exactly happened?" Xianxia scratched his head, it is not a big matter. Just leave it to father, mother, and me. Do not go out these days and do not bother about this matter. He spoke vaguely, most likely wanting to fool Shen Miao. But if even Shen Qiu could fool Shen Miao, then Shen Miao would not be able to continue living in the Shen family. She stared at Shen Qiu without blinking, all right. Eldest brother, you do not need to hide from me. It is the matter of Prince Yu Residence's extermination. Others suspected eldest sister and now suspect the Shen family. Shen Qiu was surprised for a moment and looked at Shen Miao. Suddenly there was a sense of powerlessness in his heart. He increasingly felt that he could not have the feeling of being an elder brother in front of Shen Miao. Shen Miao knew everything. Previously when she was stupid, one was afraid that she would be bullied, but now that she was smart, one could not do anything. Seeing that Shen Qiu did not speak, Shen Miao continued, eldest brother is worried about this matter? Younger sister. Shen Qiu said seriously, you are still young and do not understand the matters of the court. Even though this matter looks simple, the slandering person's ambition is not here. If one is not careful, the Shen family will be implicated. He looked at Shen Miao and hesitated for a moment before asking hesitantly, younger sister, do you know about the case of Prince Yu Residence? As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately answered himself, I think younger sister doesn't know. Younger sister is an unmarried girl, how could I have such great ability? Ever since Shen Miao told Shen Qiu about how the second household and Prince Yu schemed against her, Shen Qiu had not been able to swallow this anger. If it was not that Shen Miao did not allow Shen Qiu to tell her parents and also forced him not to act blindly without thinking, one feared that Shen Qiu would have long gone to take revenge for Shen Miao. From the beginning to the end, Shen Miao had explained to Shen Qiu that she had ways to handle everything. What happened after that was that the second branch seemed to be unlucky and had bad luck. If Shen Qing's pregnancy was discovered during the returning banquet and Shen Miao was the one who facilitated Shen Qing's marriage to Prince Yu Residence, Shen Qiu would already be very surprised. But this time, the entire residence of Prince Yu was exterminated, and if Shen Miao had a part in it, Shen Qiu only felt a chill in his heart. One had to know that to make a residence of a prince disappear silently from this world, even if Shen Xian were to take action, one feared that it would take a lot of effort. Shen Miao was a delicate young lady, how could it be possible? But the more he felt that it was impossible, the more Shen Qiu had an intuition that there was enmity between the residents of Prince Yu and Shen Miao. Now that it had fallen to this stage, what if Shen Miao added fuel to the fire? Shen Miao glanced at Shen Qiu and sighed, eldest brother suspects that I did it. No, no, no. Younger sister, how would I suspect you? You are just a young lady, if you really have this kind of ability, others would laugh their teeth off if it was set out. Shen Qiu quickly retorted, fearing that he would annoy Shen Miao. When Shen Miao saw his cautious look, Shen Miao sighed in her heart. She could not tell the truth to Shen Qiu. The first household of the Shen family were upright and kind and loyal people. If one knew that such a vicious thing was done by her hands, one's heart would definitely be very painful. She could only lie to Shen Qiu. Shen Miao gently smiled, I indeed do not have this kind of ability. Eldest brother need not doubt me. It is just that the matter that eldest brother is worried about, in fact one need not worry too much. Shen Qiu looked at Shen Miao. Unknowingly, when he faced Shen Miao, there was an additional meaning of inquiry in his conversation. He asked, why does younger sister think so? The people of the world are not fools. How can one be convicted based on a few rumors? If one were to be convicted, one would naturally take out 120,000 evidence. Moreover, what relationship does eldest sister have with our first household? Father and mother are not in the residence all year round, so no matter how dirty water is splashed, it would not reach us. Even if there were 100 chaos in the current situation, it would not be our turn to worry. Naturally there would be smart and capable people to solve all these problems together. Smart and capable people? Shen Qiu was puzzled, who is that? Before his voice landed, he heard Bai Lu's loud voice from outside, second young master, why are you here? You see. Shen Miao turned back and a smile flashed in her eyes, a smart and capable person is here. Shen Qiu's eyes turned and in 3 steps he walked to the door and opened it. As expected, he saw Shen Yuan standing at the door. Xin Yuan had always paid attention to his appearance and most likely he was travel-worn after a busy night. He looked somewhat haggard. Compared to the pretense he had in the past few days, the way he looked at Xin Miao and sister was undisguised gloominess. He said, "Fifth younger sister, I have something to speak to you alone." "My younger sister has nothing to say to you." Xianxia blocked in front of Xin Miao and deliberately emphasized the three words "my younger sister." "No harm, eldest brother." Xin Miao said, "Coincidentally, I also have a few words to say to second older brother." "Younger sister." Xianxia said anxiously and almost said that thing is not a good person. Xin Miao patted Xianxia's arm, "Do not worry. If you are not assured, then guard at the door." "Then I'll guard the door," Xianxia quickly said. The actions of the brother and sister pair made Xin Yuan's face turn even more green. In the past, no matter how much Xianxia did not like him, he would always put on a friendly front. This time when he came back, it was a tit for tat. Xin Yuan's gaze fell on Xin Miao. Many things would have been fine as long as they followed the established path, but they had deviated from the path to a point where there was no way to end it. It was all because of Xin Miao. She was the biggest variable in the Xin family. "Fifth younger sister, follow me in." Xin Yuan looked coldly at Xianxia, "Eldest brother, please guard the door." Finishing, he took the lead to step into the room. Under everyone's worried gaze, Xin Miao also walked in. The door was slowly closed and when Xin Miao turned back, she saw Xin Yuan's gloomy expression. "You did it." His tone was very certain and did not even probe. Xin Miao gently smiled, "What matter is second older brother talking about? The matter of the extermination of the entire prince of first-rank residents or the matter of rumors? Which of those were not done by you?" Xin Yuan sneered, "I have finally underestimated you. One fear that second older brother has overestimated me." Xin Miao did not care at all. "I still do not have such great ability to escape unscathed after doing such a disaster." "Oh?" Xin Yuan looked her up and down before saying, "You're not very happy now." "The mouth is on other people's body and I do not care what other people say. Since second older brother insists that it is so, I am too lazy to explain as you will not believe it." "Could it be that second older brother came over to denounce me?" Xin Yuan endured and endured. The young female in front of him had a light smile and her lips hooked up into a ridiculing smile. Her eyes were as clear as water and reflected him in a slightly embarrassed state. He was proud and conceited and now that he was tricked by a girl, his heart was naturally not reconciled. However, since the matter had reached such a stage, he had indeed underestimated the enemy. "Are you not afraid of implicating the Xin family by doing this? In this way, eldest Bo's family would not be able to gain any benefits," Xin Yuan said fiercely. Hearing that, Xin Miao seemed to have heard a funny joke as she looked at Xin Yuan with a smile for a moment until Xin Yuan could no longer endure his anger before she lightly said, "I did not do anything. Moreover, second older brother's words are too strange. Even if this matter is related to the Xin family, what does it have to do with our first household?" She lightly said, "My father, mother, and older brother are all in the northwestern region all year round. You cannot say that I, a young lady, can make the decision for the first household. Even if the Xin family is really implicated, second older brother, at least the first household can be pulled out of it." Xin Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. It was not that he did not think of this later, but when he brought up these words, it was nothing more than seeing that Xin Miao did not understand the matters of the court. No matter how smart and cunning Xin Miao was, she would only be able to be tyrannical in the inner courtyard. But the court was the world of men and Xin Miao was in the Xin residence, so who would analyze the situation of the court? Xin Gui? Xin Wan? Don't make me laugh. But with Xin Miao's sarcastic words, it clearly showed that she understood the situation better than anyone else. "So you already have a move?" Xin Yuan's expression changed and he sneered, "It seems that your first household is not prepared to take action? We never have the leisure to worry about other families' matters." Xin Miao looked at him unruffled. "It is second Shu and third Shu that have to explain properly. But the one who is most worried should be second older brother." She shook her head and said with some regret, "You just returned to the Ding capital and then encounter such a thing. This is really blocking second older brother's future." She deliberately said it in a cadence. It was probably because she had been with Xianxia for a long time that she had learned how to infuriate people without batting an eyelid. This made Xin Yuan so angry that he clenched his fists tighter. Xin Miao suddenly turned her head and touched her soft fur and said with a smile, "But seeing that everyone is surnamed Xin, I have an idea that can solve the urgent situation." "I don't dare to use fifth younger sister's idea." Xin Yuan stared at her. "If I'm not careful, I won't even know it when I lose my life." Second brother must be joking. "I'm not that scary. I came up with this idea with all my sincerity." However, with second brother's intelligence, he must have thought of this long ago. Since the Shin family had been implicated, as long as the Shin family could extricate themselves from it, everything would be fine. Actually, second brother also knew that the rumors could not be true, but after a long time, it would inevitably cause suspicion in people's hearts. So at the moment when the rumors just started, it would be better to treat it as a rumor. But to make it become a rumor, one need to let eldest sister clarify it. Xin Miao looked out of the window and saw Xianxia hugging his spear nervously as he squatted under the tree, looking into the room from afar. She smiled faintly. "I think that the most powerful clarification in this world is to use one's life as the price." "You." Xin Yuan suddenly stretched out his fist but stopped at the top of Xin Miao's head. He stared at Xin Miao and said, "At your age, to have such a heart of a snake and scorpion. Fifth younger sister, you are the first person that I have seen in my life." "Likewise, likewise." There was a flash of pride in Xin Miao's eyes as she asked, "Do you think that eldest sister will be willing to clarify for second older brother's future?" She smiled gently, "One think that she will be willing, after all you are blood related." After pausing, Xin Miao suddenly shook her head, "Wrong, one think that eldest sister would also not be willing. Eldest sister is a person who treasures herself the most. Second older brother only need to lose his future, but eldest sister would have to pay with her life. Xin Miao, you will not be lucky every time." Xin Yuan gritted his teeth and his tone seemed to be itching to skin Xin Miao alive. He suddenly understood why Ren Wanyin would hate Xin Miao so crazily when she mentioned about her. It was because the other party was indeed a person that one hated to the bones. "I do not know if I will be lucky every time." Xin Miao looked at him, "But second older brother, there is no way out now." With a bang, Xin Yuan kicked the door open and left without even turning his head back. His action made Xianxia's heart tighten and he rushed into the room without a second word. Seeing that Xin Miao was safe and sound, he then felt relieved. He asked curiously, "What did you say to him? Why was he angered to that extent?" "Oh, most likely because he felt remorseful seeing his younger sister suffering in prison and was unable to do anything." Xin Miao picked up the cloak from the side without turning her head back. When Xianxia saw it, he asked, "Younger sister is going out?" "Eldest sister is in prison and as a sister, one must go and take a look." Xin Miao smiled gently, "After all, we are siblings." With such a big movement in the Ding capital, it would be strange if the Fengxian pawnshop did not know about it at all. One feared that if the founder of Bai Shaoshan knew about it, he would come out from his coffin to lecture people. In the Xianxia pavilion, Hong Ling placed the exquisite pastries on the table and set the teacups before silently retreating. Ji Yushu picked up a piece of pastry and took a bite before spitting it all out. "What is this thing? It tastes terrible." Finishing, he looked at Xianxia, "Third Xia older brother, just lend me your chef for a few days." Xianxia gave him a concise scram word. Dao Yang said as he sipped his tea, "Now that the whole capital is talking about the prince's residence, you still have the mood to eat dessert? Ji Yushu, you are really admirable. There is no need to admire me too much." Ji Yushu smartly straightened his collar, "I have always been so outstanding. However, what does the affairs of the prince's mansion have to do with me? Why can't I eat snacks? Don't forget, the premise for the Chen brothers to take action was the news that your Fengxian pawnshop spread out." Dao Yang reminded, "What assassin, rebellion, the news that you created is not small." Ji Yushu exploded when he heard it, "The person who created the news is still Xin Miao. One did not see her not eating snacks or sitting restlessly. I heard that she got up early this morning and went to the prison to see Xianxia. Look, this is what it means to face things calmly with a heart like colored glass. If I were Xianxia, I would have directly died of anger." Xianxia smiled and picked up a snack to eat. Most likely the taste was not to his liking as he slightly frowned and put down the remaining half and did not take another bite. How can you compare with her? Dao Yang said coldly, one fear that the courage of the fifth Xin young lady is not afraid of anything that can pierce the heavens. One must know that to be able to stab our third Xia older brother's hairpin and still be able to retreat unscathed, this is the first one that I have met. What? Ji Yushu exclaimed and looked at Xia Jingxing, third older brother, you were actually stabbed? Xia Jingxing glanced at Gao Yang, do you want to go back? Gao Yang immediately sat upright, just now I was speaking nonsense. But Ji Yushu apparently discovered a new interesting matter and kept asking Xia Jingxing, how did she stab you? With a sword? Third older brother, you did not evade, so her actions must be very fast. Finally she escaped unscathed. Heavens! Third older brother, you cannot beat her? Xia Jingxing finally could not bear it any longer, shut up. Her skills are so good and her looks are also not bad. I suddenly feel that young lady Xiaoyao cannot be compared to her. Ah. Third older brother Xia, can you help me think of a way to please her? I feel that it is better to settle this kind of young lady at home. Ji Yushu continued to nag. One more sentence and you and Gao Yang will go back together. Xia Jingxing said expressionlessly. Ji Yushu finally bitterly shut his mouth. Gao Yang waved his fan and diverted the topic, but with such a big move, why do I feel that the matter of the Prince of First-Rank residence is not over yet? Not over yet. Ji Yushu said, the people are all dead, why is it not over yet? But speaking of this, I also feel that it is a little strange. Why would young lady Shen let people spread such rumors without rhyme or reason? Is she not afraid of implicating the entire Shen family? Others are rushing to draw a clear line of relations, so why would she still find trouble for herself? Have you seen a fisherman who would not fish after catching a big fish? Xia Jingxing swept a glance at him and smiled with some interest. It was originally one ring after another. Her plans were never to end in the residence of the Prince of First Rank. At the other end in Kai Yun Yuan of the Shen residence, Shen Yuan dragged his heavy footsteps back to the room. When Ren Wanyan saw him, she pounced over and asked hopefully, Yuaner, how is it? Shen Yuan shook his head, it is somewhat difficult. Yuaner, you must save Qing'er. Ren Wanyan's tears suddenly flowed down. These days she had been washing her face with tears every day and her eyes were so swollen that it was somewhat scary. She did not even tidy herself up and there was a strange smell coming from her body. Shen Yuan quietly moved away a little and was caught off guard by Ren Wanyan's hand. Ren Wanyan said, she is your younger sister, you must save her. Qing'er is very pitiful. She is innocent and she must be very scared when she was caught. We are not by her side so only you as an older brother can save her. As she spoke, her tears mixed with saliva sprayed onto Shen Yuan's body. Shen Yuan's heart was already vexed and seeing Ren Wanyan's attitude, it deepened the frustration in his heart. He said, I know. He turned around and was about to return to his room. Ren Wanyan became anxious when she saw this and pulled Shen Yuan, Yuaner, why did you return to the room? Shouldn't you be going to the yamen to make arrangements? If that doesn't work, then beg the emperor? You're so smart and know many people in court. I'm sure you'll be able to speak up for your sister. Do you need money? Mother will go get it for you. Mother, Shen Yuan suppressed the irritation in his heart and said, at the moment, I cannot help with the yamen. Do not mess around. I am messing around? Ren Wanyan was surprised for a moment before she screamed, I am saving your younger sister. There was not a single good person in this matter. Your father has no conscience. He only knows how to fool around with that vixen all day long. How could he care about the life and death of us mother and daughter? Are you going to ignore your sister now? Are you going to learn from your father? I have endured hardships to raise you up and this is how you repay me. Shen Yuan, your father has no conscience. You are a little heartless. The more Ren Wanyan spoke, the louder her voice became. Now she was a little crazy and could not withstand the stimulation. One did not know where did Shen Yuan's words touched her that she started to act like a lunatic. Not only scolding, Ren Wanyan even pushed Shen Yuan. She was scolding and there was no trace of the dignified and wealthy foreign that she used to have. She looked like a crazy woman from a small family. Shen Yuan suddenly felt somewhat tired. Shen Miao's words reverberated in his ears. He originally had a great future and now that he was back in the capital. It was the beginning of his meteoric rise. He would choose a wise ruler to assist and eventually become a famous prime minister of a generation and trample everyone under his feet. Everyone would look up to him. But now what was this? His mother had become a shrew, his father was a yes-man and could not be of much use. Even his younger sister, who could have added flowers to the brocade of his career, had become a prisoner. All of these had become his stumbling blocks. Although blood and flesh were important, wasn't his bright future also important? He had secretly become Fu Xiuyi's person for many years and took up posts outside just to make plans for his return to the capital. Who knew that such a thing would happen? What Xianxia said was right. Rumors were rumors in the past and should not be taken seriously, but if it was spread too ferociously and was heard by the Tian family's ears and heart, no matter how much Fu Xiuyi valued him, he would not dare to touch him because of fear. Xianxia had placed two roads in front of him. One was blood and the other was his future. However, from a certain point of view, he really had nowhere to go. Xing Yuan looked at Ren Wanyan and calmly said, "Even if mother does not care about me, could it be that she would not care about younger brother's life? Even if mother does not care about me, could it be that one would not care about younger brother's life?" When the calm words sounded, Ren Wanyan's scolding suddenly stopped. She looked blankly at Xing Yuan. "What did you say? Now that the entire Shen residence is implicated, the first to bear the brunt is our second household. Younger sister's matter has many implications, and even if father and I lose our official positions, mother would not care. But if it implicates younger brother, could it be that mother would not care?" Xing Yuan said. Ren Wanyan looked at him and for a moment her expression was somewhat flustered. What does this have to do with Boer? Boer is still so young, how could he be involved in these matters? No one is more innocent than Boer. Mother, everyone is innocent in this matter. Xing Yuan sneered. Could it be that I am not innocent? Enduring it, he continued, "Mother, when the rumors are getting more and more intense, if the Shen family were to go and provoke things at this time, one fear that the entire residence would suffer." He looked at Ren Wanyan and said in a deep voice, "Even if mother has the thought of perishing together with others, could it be that younger brother would be thrown in for nothing?" Ren Wanyan's body trembled and started to tremble uncontrollably. One had to know that she indeed harbored such thoughts. Even though she hated Shen Miao, but the coldness of the entire Shen residence, Shen Gui's heartlessness, old Shen Foreign's sway with the wind and the third household's cold eyes had already made Ren Wanyan bear a huge grievance against the Shen residence. She even thought that it did not matter even if the entire Shen residence was implicated because of Shen Qing. If she could drag the first household to die together, it would be considered as revenge. But Xing Yuan had pointed out one thing, and that was if the Shen residence really suffered a calamity, even Xing Yuan Bo would not be able to avoid it. Since ancient times, the emperor loved the eldest son and the commoners loved the youngest. Xing Yuan was intelligent since young, so Ren Wanyan did not worry much about him, but it was Xing Yuan Bo who was young and mischievous that Ren Wanyan doted on him. If Xing Yuan Bo were to lose his life, she would not be willing to see it no matter what. Then, "Yuaner, what should we do?" Ren Wanyan looked at Xing Yuan and there was no trace of the craziness left, as if Xing Yuan was her life-saving straw and her backbone. "Mother, one cannot be greedy." Xing Yuan looked at her with a cruel gaze. "You can only protect one of younger sister and younger brother." In the prison near the Ding capital's Yamen, there were prison guards standing outside. In the case of the extermination of Prince Yu's household, Shen Qing was in a very awkward position. On the surface, she seemed to be a pitiful person. As soon as she married into the Wang Fu, her family encountered a massacre. Fortunately, she was lucky enough to keep her life. However, if one delved deeper into the case, there were many doubtful points. Perhaps it was related to Shen Qing. Even if it had nothing to do with her, there were all kinds of erotic conjectures and rumors about Shen Qing cursing her husband. It was enough to make her name the focus of everyone's discussion on the streets and alleys. From this point of view, it would have been better for them to have died cleanly in that case. Emperor Wen Hui's attitude towards the case of Prince Yu residence was also thought-provoking. He said that he wanted people to investigate immediately but threw the matter to the administrator of the capital and the Yamen, and did not even ask about it. With Emperor Wen Hui's brotherly affection towards Prince Yu of the first rank, it was not possible to let it go so easily. The Son of Heaven's mind had always been hard to guess, and the officials below were also unable to guess what Emperor Wen Hui wanted to do, so they could only put Xianxia in prison to await trial. This was actually a little comical. The only woman who survived the massacre was unarmed, yet she was treated as the main culprit. The matters of the world were sometimes so strange. When Shen Miao came to the prison door, the head jailer was surprised for a moment when he saw her and went forward. "Who is it?" "My young lady is the fifth young lady of the general residence's Shen family." Xianxia took a step forward and stuffed the sachet containing the silver anklets into the hands of the head jailer. One specially came over to take a look at eldest young lady. Shen Miao took out the token that Xianxia gave her from her sleeves and waved it in front of the head jailer. When that person saw it, he quickly bowed respectfully. "So it is fifth Shen young lady." Xianxia's name was well known in the Ding capital, not to mention the head jailer, even the officials would have to give some face to her. "I want to go and take a look at eldest sister." "Troubled Aaron to lead the way," Shen Miao said. That head jailer smiled. "Originally these few days no one is allowed to visit, but since fifth Shen young lady has spoken, then follow this lowly one." Finishing, he gave a few instructions to the jailer outside. Xianxia and Gu stayed outside and brought Shen Miao in. Now Xianxing's identity was very awkward and no one knew if there would be a chance to get rid of her crimes in the future. But even if she really got rid of her crimes, it would be extremely difficult for Xianxing to live with that kind of reputation. Actually, fifth young lady need not be too worried. The head jailer smiled. Even though eldest Shen young lady is still in prison, once the matter comes to light, eldest Shen young lady would not be implicated. He thought that since Shen Miao came to visit Xianxing, the two sisters should have a very close relationship. No matter what, if Shen Miao was comfortable, it would be considered as selling a favor to Xianxia. Shen Miao nodded her head, many thanks to Darren's guidance. When a stone staircase appeared in front, the head jailer stopped and said, "Eldest Shen young lady is imprisoned below. Fifth young lady, go down and talk to her. My subordinates and I will wait outside. Do not speak for too long." Shen Miao thanked him again, and after the head jailer and the few jailers deliberately avoided her, she then walked down the stairs. Walking down the long stairs, at the end was a prison cell. There was an iron fence surrounding it and there was only a small fist-sized window in the cell. This was the place where major criminals were locked up. There was a row of torches on the stone wall, but the torches were swaying in the gloomy prison cell, making it look somewhat strange. The cell was covered with straw, and on top of it was a dirty quilt. The quilt was probably infested with lice, and some small black material could be vaguely seen. The person wrapped in the quilt was sitting on the straw with his head buried in his knees. It was unknown whether he was asleep or not. Shen Miao quietly looked for a long time before walking over and stretched out her hand to knock a few times on the iron fence. The man who buried his head in his knees jerked his head up, revealing a slightly frightened face. When he saw clearly that it was Shen Miao, his frightened expression turned into anger as he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Shen Miao! It's me!" Shen Miao took a step back to avoid Xianxing pouncing on her and scratching her. Her guess was right. The next moment, Xianxing pounced on Shen Miao. Her hands reached over the iron fence in an attempt to catch Shen Miao, but she could only wave her arms in vain because of the fence. "Looks like you still haven't learned your lesson." Shen Miao laughed and looked at her calmly. "Don't waste your energy. It is useless." Xianxing hatefully put down her hand and suddenly burst into laughter. "Shen Miao, are you here to demonstrate to me? Are you here to see how miserable I am? Let me tell you, there will be a day when you will be 100 times more miserable than me." "What a pity." Shen Miao looked at her pitifully. "Even if there is such a day, you will not be able to see it." Xianxing was surprised for a moment and a trace of fear suddenly appeared in her eyes. She had been locked up in this prison for a few days and even she herself did not know what was going on. She had always been pampered and thought that the night in the Long Temple with Prince Yu was the most painful moment in her life. She did not expect that the grievous news that followed was more and more frightening. Pregnancy, returning banquet, marriage and the bloody massacre on the night of marriage. Now she was actually a prisoner. She resisted the uneasiness in her heart and stubbornly said, "Don't think of lying to me. This matter has nothing to do with me at all. Don't tell me that it will implicate me. Why can't you understand?" Shen Miao squatted down and looked at Xianxing who was in the cell. She was like an adult looking at an ignorant child and gently shook her head. The entire Princhu residence was exterminated and only you survived. No matter if it was a conspiracy or not, no matter if you have any relation with the murderer, as long as you are alive, you will become a great sin. What relation can I have with the murderer? Xianxia retorted, why would I want to exterminate the entire Princhu residence? I have no grievances or hatred with him, even if there is, it is you. Her words suddenly stopped halfway as she looked at Shen Miao in disbelief. It was you who did it? Shen Miao's lips slightly curled up. It was you who did it? Xianxia suddenly grabbed the railing of the iron fence and looked at Shen Miao. It is you. You and Princhu of the first rank have a deep enmity, and it was you who let people exterminate his entire family. You deliberately left me alive so that I would be the scapegoat for you. Shen Miao, you have a good scheme. She looked at Shen Miao and her heart was shocked and angry. She was shocked that Shen Miao was so sinister and angry that she had fallen to such a state, and it was all because of Shen Miao. Eldest sister, one must produce evidence for everything. Shen Miao smiled gently, but from your words just now, it seems that you have become smarter after staying in prison for 2 days. Even though she denied Xianxia's words, but in Xianxia's eyes, Shen Miao had admitted to the crimes that she committed. Xianxia was furious. What do you want to do? Shen Miao, you will not succeed. My father and older brother will definitely save me. They will find evidence, and at the end the one sitting in prison will be you and not me. At that time I will definitely think of ways to hack you into 1,000 pieces. You are still counting on Second Shu and Xin Yuan? Shen Miao ridiculed. Second Shu is now afraid of being implicated and did not even come to see you. As for Xin Yuan, Shen Miao smiled. He could have a good career and a limitless future, but because of you, there are endless troubles. Do you really think that he would want to save you? Xianxia glared at Shen Miao, but in her heart she knew that what Shen Miao said was not wrong at all. How would she not know what kind of character Shen Gui had? As early as when Shen Gui married her to Princhu of the first rank, Xianxia could see clearly that Shen Gui was the same as old Shen Foreign and would only seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. As for her second brother, who had been somewhat unpredictable since young, although he had helped her solve many problems in the past, this time, it affected Xin Yuan's career. Would Xin Yuan really help her? Shen Miao, stop talking nonsense. Despite the uneasiness in her heart, Xianxia still forced herself to say, my mother won't just stand by and watch. My mother will definitely find a way to save me. As long as my mother appears, with second brother's ability, it won't be difficult to find out the truth. At that time, the unlucky ones will be you. Second aunt? Shen Miao sighed. I know that Second Shen treats you very well and you are Second Shen's eyes. If anything bad happens to you, Second Shen will definitely risk her life to protect you, just like how she treated me in the beginning. Only then did Xianxia's restless mood ease a little, and she also felt somewhat pleased with herself. Ren Wanyan had always indulged her, and among the 3D daughters in the Shen residence, Chen Roqiu was slightly stricter towards Shen Yu, and Luo Shuiyan was rarely together with Shen Miao. Only Ren Wanyan was 100 times more indulgent towards Xianxia. It was because when Xianxia was born, Ren Wanyan had a difficult birth and it was not easy for both mother and daughter to be safe, thus Ren Wanyan was very attentive towards this daughter. Even when Xianxia wanted to fight for Prince Ding, Fu Xiuyi, Ren Wanyan did not say anything bad about it. Now even if others were indifferent to her, as long as Ren Wanyan was around, she would definitely not allow her to be wronged. Xianxia's proud smile had yet to rise when she heard Shen Miao's laughing voice, but eldest sister, make a guess. Between you and seventh younger brother, who is better in Second Shen's heart? Xianxia was startled and stared at Shen Miao without speaking. Shen Miao looked at her gently. Everyone in the residence knows how much Second Shen dotes on seventh younger brother. If seventh younger brother is to be lost because of you, do you think Second Shen would be willing to take this risk? In fact, I am also looking forward to know the answer. One do not know if eldest sister can answer it for me. Xianxia's body started to tremble violently. She was clearer than anyone else about Xin Yuanbo's position in Ren Wanyan's heart. With Ren Wanyan's current age, Xin Yuanbo was naturally very precious. In addition, even though Xin Yuanbo was mischievous, he was also very likable. The most important thing was that Xin Yuanbo was a son. In this world, it was not easy for females, and in Ren Wanyan's heart, she was always more biased towards her youngest son. If Xingyuanbo was to be sacrificed for her, Shenqing was well aware of the answer. She would be the one to be abandoned. But no matter how fearful her heart was, facing Shen Miao, Shenqing was not willing to show any weakness. She looked at Shen Miao and sneered, "What do you want to say? Could it be that you want to say that no matter what I will die? Shen Miao, do not forget that I still have the imperial flesh and blood in my stomach. The child in my stomach has the blood of the imperial family. Even if it is for him, I will definitely not make any mistakes." After saying this, Shenqing stroked her stomach and showed a loving smile. This really made one somewhat stunned. After all, a few days ago, she was still beating her stomach and wished that this illegitimate child was not there. "Eldest sister, do you really think that he is your life-saving talisman?" Shen Miao's fluttering eyes landed on Shenqing's slightly bulging stomach and lightly said, "If it was in the past, with His Majesty's importance to Prince Yu, naturally one would want to keep this child. But now, one fear that it will become your life-saving talisman." "What do you mean?" Shenqing did not understand what Shen Miao was saying, but from Shen Miao's determined gaze, there was a sudden fear in her heart. Her intuition told her that Shen Miao was not biased towards her, but why would the child in her stomach become her life-saving talisman? Naturally, Shenqing did not know that some rumors were circulating in the palace and had reached the emperor's ears, thus some things had quietly changed. If it was in the past, in order to protect Prince Yu's flesh and blood, Emperor Wenhui naturally would not let Shenqing be buried with him so early. But now, once the seed of doubt arose, the emperor would be cruel and merciless. It was likely that he wished he could cut the weeds and eliminate the roots, so that he could send Shenqing and the vile spawn in her belly to hell as soon as possible. Seeing Shen Miao smiling without saying a word, Shenqing became even more flustered. She snapped, "Shen Miao, I have no enmity with you. Why are you trying to harm me? No grudges?" Shen Miao seemed to have heard a funny joke as she looked at Shenqing. "When you mother and daughter schemed against me, did you ever think that there was no grievance or hatred? You." Shenqing was unwilling in her heart. She looked at Shen Miao as if she was looking at a terrifying person. She said, "You have harmed me. You will not have a good death. One day, your first branch will also become stray dogs, trampled by others, and all of you will die a horrible death." At the end, her voice suddenly became sharp, as if she could only use such a method to hide the fear in her heart. But in the midst of her abuse, Shen Miao's expression did not change. She whispered, "The saying one's fortune will change is not false, but to wait for the heavens to change, one fear that it would be too difficult. In this world, the plan lies with the people." Fortunately, everything was not in vain. Shenqing's so-called horrible death was something that she had already tasted in her previous life. At that time, Luo Shuiyan had already passed away, Xianxia was drowned, and in the first branch of the Shen family, Xianxia and all the servants were thrown into prison. Listening to the rumors from the little eunuchs in the cold palace, Xianxia was squatting in the most terrifying prison. Iron chains were pierced through his shoulder blades to prevent him from escaping, and his cheeks were branded with the word prisoner. For a general who was decisive in killing on the battlefield, this was undoubtedly the most unacceptable. If one were to say that the physical torture was still bearable, then the mental humiliation was the most painful part for Xianxia. And at that time, she was locked in the cold palace and watched as Fu Ming was pushed down from the crown prince position, and Mei Foran was immensely pleased with herself. Shenqing was already somewhat confused. She was after all young and had not experienced much, and Ren Wanyan had always pampered her as she grew up. Once something happened, the way to bear it would be very, very low. She screamed, "Shen Miao, you are not a human. You will not die a good death." Shen Miao quietly looked at her. "Shenqing, how does it feel to see one's hopes being shattered one by one?" Shenqing stared at Shen Miao with hatred. "When I was at the end of my road, you once sent me off, so this time, I will send you off the last road," she said with a smile, but there was no trace of a smile in her eyes. Her clear as water eyes were rippling like black clouds that shrouded the other party. In the previous life, before she died, she saw Shenqing and Shen Yu standing behind Mei Foran with a charming smile. The second and third households' contributions could not go unnoticed for the first household of the Shen family to end up with a miserable ending. She walked this difficult life again so that she could pull out the fangs of the poisonous snake one by one and then slowly torture them. Xianxia did not understand her words and only bitterly gritted her teeth. Shen Miao, you will not die a good death. Shen Miao stood up and looked down at Xianxia from above. That slightly immature face in the gloomy prison showed a kind of majesty and magnificence that could not be looked at directly. And in that majesty, there was a faint black storm that eventually turned into a sneer on her lips. The purple skirt fluttered in front of the prison and that figure gradually disappeared. The last sentence that Xianxia heard was, Shen Miao said, Xianxia, you are the first. In the eastern courtyard of the Shen residence, there was an unusual silence on this day. Shen Gui stayed in the room with a gloomy expression on his face. Today he heard from the eunuch in the palace that Xianxia's matter was really not easy to handle. Most likely there was a problem between Emperor Wenhui and Prince Yu, and this problem was obviously more serious than what the courtiers guessed. At the moment it was a dilemma. If he were to manage Xianxia's matter, one feared that Emperor Wenhui would be unhappy, and if he did not care about Xianxia, the rumors would spread more and more, and when there was trouble, the first person to look for would be him. He was sighing here, and Wan Yinyang walked over to his side and gently massaged his shoulders. Shen Gui was lustful and had many concubines in his residence, but Ren Wanyan was strict, and those concubines were not able to give birth to any sons or daughters for him. Even if they were lucky enough to give birth, they would die very quickly. It was this Wan Yinyang who gave birth to a daughter, Shen Dongling, under Ren Wanyan's eyelids, and even raised her up to this age, which was enough to see her ability. At the beginning the servants in the residence all spread that if Wan Yinyang did not give birth to a daughter but a son, one feared that her status would be able to compete with Ren Wanyan. Wan Yinyang and old Shen Foren were both singers, and Ren Wanyan looked down on her, and old Shen Foren also felt that this identity was somewhat irritating. But Wan Yinyang was indeed a famous actress and was the pillar of the troupe. She was also charming and affectionate, and when she acted as a Huadan, there was no need to mention how beautiful she was. Ever since Shen Dongling was born, Wan Yinyang had been staying in her own small courtyard, as if she had disappeared from everyone's eyes. Even that weak and sickly Shen Dongling also did not leave the courtyard all year round and only came out to meet people during the new year, and was almost thrown to the back of people's minds. Now that something happened to Xianxia and old Shen Foren was not happy, Ren Wanyan and Shen Gui would quarrel whenever they meet, and this Wan Yinyang made a comeback. These days, she had served Shen Gui comfortably, and when she looked at Ren Wanyan and her daughter again, there was an unspeakable disgust. Master is still worried about eldest young lady's matter. Wan Yinyang was massaging Shen Gui's shoulders as she persuaded, Master need not be too worried. Since eldest young lady did not do that matter, there will be a day when the truth will come to light. Ai. Shen Gui sighed, no matter if she does it or not, this matter is not that simple. This time Qing'er will implicate everyone. When Wan Yinyang heard it, she said worriedly, even so, there is always a black and white principle in this world. She said, this concubine and third young lady do not have anything as long as they follow master, life and death do not matter. But second young master's career is good, and there is also seventh young master who is still so young. If he is implicated, what can be done? Shen Gui's expression changed and his heart was somewhat irritated. Even though he was selfish, greedy, and lustful in his bones, but towards his two sons, he still had great hopes. One did not know what was going on, but when it came to their generation in the Shen residence, there were not many children. And they had two sons in one household, which was something that made Shen Gui extremely proud. To a daughter, in Shen Gui's eyes, it was just an item that could be exchanged for benefits, but to a son, it was a treasure that could carry on the ancestral line. Now because of Xianxia's daughter, he had to compensate his own pair of sons. Shen Gui felt stuffy when he thought about it. This concubine heard that Foren is currently running around for eldest young lady. It is really pitiful for a parent's heart. If it was not that this concubine is small and weak, one really hope that I can be of some help. Wan Yinyang continued. What help? When Shen Gui heard Wan Yinyang mention Ren Wanyan, he felt even more annoyed and said, it is all because of that crazy woman who taught such a shameless good daughter and now even implicate everyone. Don't know what it means. Wan Yinyang seemed to be frightened as she abruptly shrank back, and the hand that was pressing on his shoulder also stopped. After pausing for a moment, she then said softly, Master must not blame Foren. Such a big matter had happened, and Foren's heart is also not feeling well. If eldest young lady were to think wrongly in prison and do something irrational, how sad would Foren be? Xingui said impatiently, what can she do? His voice suddenly paused and Xingui slowly said, irrational things? Wan Yinyang's eyes flashed but her voice was filled with worry, a young lady who just married over and such a thing happened and was locked up in prison. Eldest young lady has been pampered since young, so it is very possible that she would not be able to think it through. It's better to send someone to persuade him not to do anything stupid. Xingui suddenly stood up and looked outside. The sun was about to set in the west. The sky darkened especially early in winter. He said, I'm going out for a while. It is so late, where is master going? Wan Yinyang asked. I have something to do. You can have dinner by yourself. Xingui strode out. When Xingui's figure could no longer be seen, Wan Yinyang then closed the door and walked to the table to sit down. There was a dazzling array of dishes on the table. When the east courtyard was filled with gloom, her food was exquisite. But who knew that a few years ago when she was eating moldy steamed buns and rotten porridge, she was harmed by Ren Wanyan to the point that she could not even gather money for Shen Dongling's medical fees. What was she thinking at that time? In the past she was unlucky, but now it was Ren Wanyan and her daughter's turn to be unlucky. Ren Wanyan caused her daughter to be so careful even though she was a Shu daughter for so many years and did not even have the chance to leave the courtyard. Now that Shen Qing was in prison, one feared that she would be more miserable than Shen Dongling in the past for the rest of her life. Go and call third young lady over to eat. She instructed the maid by her side and the maid left. Yinyang, will master really take action against eldest young lady? Another maid asked carefully. Of course. Wan Yinyang smiled charmingly, he definitely will. After being husband and wife with Xingui for so many years, she knew better than anyone what Xingui was thinking in his heart. Just now she deliberately reminded him just to remind Xingui of some things. If Ren Wanyan knew that her own daughter was finally settled by her own husband, one did not know how carefree it would be. She scooped up a spoonful of soup and slowly tasted it. At the same time, Xin Yuan, who was in Kaiyun Yuan, also put on a cloak and without greeting anyone, he walked out of the Shen residence's main doors. The night gradually darkened and the winter nights were always exceptionally cold. If one were to walk outside, the north wind seemed to be able to blow into the seams of one's bones, making one feel pain even if one moved. In the gloomy prison, the wind blew in through the narrow window, making the people in the prison to shrink into a ball. She wrapped the tattered quilt tightly around her body and only her head was exposed. She got up with great effort and tried to close the window that the wind blew in. However, she could not reach it even when she tiptoed. After a moment, she gave up this idea, fearing that if she used too much strength, it would only make herself weaker. When the patrolling jailer saw this scene, he only smiled at this scene and did not step forward to help. After staying in this kind of gloomy place for a long time, one would more or less be somewhat distorted. Most likely it was a kind of pleasure to watch the prisoners suffer, at least for now. Shen Qing glanced at the jailer and quickly lowered her head to hide the trace of hatred in her eyes. After being here for a few days, she had suffered all the hardships that she should have suffered. She did not know if it was because Xing Yuan and Xingui did not manage to bribe them, but these jailers did not treat her any different from others and also made fun of her suffering. If there was anything that was deliberately taken care of, it would be that she was not like the other female prisoners who had her innocence destroyed by these jailers. However, perhaps this was not the credit of the Shen family, after all she was still carrying Prince Yu's flesh and blood in her stomach. No matter if her background was glorious or not, she was after all stained with a little royal blood. Shen Qing carefully touched her lower abdomen. Now this was the only thing that she could rely on. She did not know why, but the words that Shen Miao said to her in the afternoon made her feel an extreme fear. This was something that she had never had before. Even when she was first brought to the prison, she did not have such thoughts because she knew that there would always be someone who would come to save her and her loved ones would not let her suffer in vain. But Shen Miao had analyzed it word by word for her, shattering her hopes one by one, allowing Shen Qing to see clearly how weak she was. It also made Shen Qing doubt if she could escape unscathed this time. The jailer glanced at her and was about to walk out again when Shen Qing suddenly called out, "Big brother." The other party stopped and walked over to her. Probably because he couldn't stand the strange smell on Shen Qing's body, he waved his hand in disgust and asked, "What's the matter? In the past few days, has my family come to see me? Or did you pass a message to me? She held back her anger. A little jailer actually dared to look at her with such a look of disdain. If it was in the past, she was afraid that he wouldn't even have enough time to curry favor with her. These despicable people who fawn on those in power, the jailer laughed. What are you thinking, Miss Shin? The case hasn't been solved yet, who would dare to see you? Besides, apart from that younger sister of yours, no one else in your family has asked about you, the jailer said in a mocking tone. After all, such a thing happened to Xianxia. Even if she was able to clear her name in the future, she would still have to bear the burden of many gossips. Moreover, the Shin family would also fall into such a predicament and it would be very difficult for them to pass their days. Presumably the Shin family had decided to give up this daughter. Thinking of this, the jailer's attitude towards Xianxia became even more impolite. Xianxia's heart did not know if she was disappointed or relaxed. After hesitating for a moment, she then looked at the jailer and said, Big brother, if my older brother comes to see me, you can say that I have heavy thoughts and do not wish to see others. How about not letting him see me? As she spoke, she took off a bracelet from her wrist and handed it over through the iron bars. When she was in prison, most of the jewelry on her body had been taken away. This bracelet was worn by Ren Wanyun on the day of her marriage and was also very precious. Xianxia kept a selfish motive and did not take this thing out. Thinking about it, she was forced to give the bracelet out today. When the jailer saw the bracelet, his eyes lit up and he snatched the bracelet away and looked at it carefully under the light. Seeing that the color was not bad, he then said with a smile, Since you said so, I will help you. But it is a good thing that your older brother came to see you. Why do you still push him out? Xianxia forced a smile and said, Because of me, the residence is in trouble. One really feel apologetic and do not have the face to see them. The jailer nodded his head but there was some contempt in his eyes. If she was really such a self-respecting female, how would she commit adultery behind her family's back and even get pregnant before marriage? Now saying that she felt apologetic and did not have the face to see others was really putting on an act. But the jailer did not have any reason to refuse and left after accepting the matter. After the jailer walked far away, Xianxia then squatted down and helplessly hugged her shoulders and buried her head in her knees. Now she often did this action because she did not know if what she was doing was right or wrong and did not know where the road ahead was. She could only not look or think, as if when she opened her eyes again, she would be able to return to the time when she was the eldest young lady of the Shin family. She did not know how long she slept in a daze until she heard someone knocking on the iron bars. She then raised her head in a daze. In the flickering light, a familiar face was reflected. If it was in the past, she would have been overjoyed to see this face, but after Shin Miao's words, Xianxia was so scared that she fell to the ground and looked at the person in front of her in a panic. Xin Yuan said, Is younger sister doing well? Second older brother, why are you here? Xianxia asked as she quietly took a step back. Xin Yuan saw her action and frowned slightly but did not say anything. He took out a key from his sleeves and opened the cell door. Xianxia was surprised for a moment when she saw it and immediately stood up with joy. Second older brother, are you here to save me out? Xin Yuan shook his head, temporarily unable to save you. He took out a bag of snacks and handed it to Xianxia. Come over to see you and get you something to eat. Xianxia was somewhat disappointed. Xin Yuan had already walked in and seemed to feel that the prison was somewhat dirty. He had a somewhat disgusted look on his face. When Xianxia saw this, she felt somewhat sad in her heart. She subconsciously took the oiled paper bag from Xin Yuan's hands and opened it. In the oiled paper bag, there was a fragrant pastry that was still steaming. It was her favorite chestnut cake in the past. You have suffered these days, Xin Yuan said with a rare gentleness. I know you love to eat this, so I brought it to you to satisfy your craving. Xianxia's nose turned sour and she almost shed tears. These days, she had been eating spoiled food in the prison and was still not full. Every day, she lived in fear and anxiety. Now that she saw her old love and Xin Yuan was coincidentally by her side, all the grievances in her heart gushed out. Don't cry. After you finish eating, wait a few days and I'll save you, Xin Yuan said gently. Xianxia somewhat awkwardly took out a piece of pastry and was about to send it to her mouth when she saw Xin Yuan's gentle smile. Her hand suddenly trembled, as if a basin of cold water was poured over her head. Inexplicably, Shen Miao's words from the afternoon reverberated in her ears. He could have a good career and a limitless future, but because of you, there were endless troubles. Do you really think that he would want to come and save you? The pastry was close to her mouth, but Shenqing could not bite it no matter what. The most important thing in the relationship between people was trust. If it was in the past, Shenqing would definitely choose to trust Shen Yuan without hesitation. But ever since the matter of Prince Yu, Shenqing had personally witnessed the coldness of the Shen family. Was this second older brother really willing to give up his good career and take such a big risk to save her? If it was Shenqing herself, she would also be somewhat hesitant. Shenqing suddenly remembered the jade bracelet that she used to beat the jailer. At that time, she said that if Shen Yuan came over to see her, she must stop him. But what was the matter with Shen Yuan appearing now? Was it that jailer who took her things but did not do anything, or Shen Yuan simply used other ways to come in? At this time, Shenqing suddenly discovered that none of the prison guards who were patrolling in the prison had appeared. And there were no other prisoners in the cell that she was locked up in. That was to say, there was only her and Shen Yuan here at the moment. They were originally the most intimate siblings, but it made her feel a chill down her spine. Why are you not eating? Shen Yuan asked her. Shenqing forced a smile and was quick-witted. I cannot bear to. Leave it for later. It will not taste good when it is cold. Shen Yuan smiled. I will send it to you again in a few days. No. Shenqing declined. I do not want to eat now. Were you not very hungry just now? Shen Yuan looked at her. Why do you suddenly not want to eat? Shenqing waved her hands in panic. I just do not want to eat. Suddenly, I feel somewhat uncomfortable. Most likely it is because of my body that the things I eat are occasionally strange. She wrapped the pastry in a paper bag and placed it at the side. Wait till I feel comfortable and will definitely eat it. Shen Yuan silently looked at her actions and his eyes were dark, but he finally sneered. Younger sister seemed to have become smarter after staying in prison for a few days. His voice no longer had the gentleness from before, but instead there was an inexplicable cruelty. Shen Yuan said, it seems that you already know. It is a pity, as one originally wanted to let younger sister go more easily. Shenqing's body suddenly started to tremble as she looked at Shen Yuan. Second older brother, what do you mean by this? Younger sister is so guarded against me, and I thought that you already understood my meaning. Even if you are not willing to eat the pastry, then forget it. Even though you have let down older brother's painstaking efforts, but seeing that you are pregnant now, second older brother will not haggle with you. Shen Yuan's words were very calm and matched with his slightly refined face. There was a kind of power that made one fearful. Shenqing seemed to be aware of something and suddenly shook her head frantically and wanted to shout, but before she could make a sound, her throat was grabbed by someone. How could a person who usually looked so refined have such great strength? What was even more frightening was that his subordinate was his own twin sister, yet he did not hesitate or pity her at all. It was as if he was looking at a passerby. Shenqing's eyes widened from being strangled as she stared fixedly at the person in front of her. Shen Yuan chuckled softly and said, younger sister must not blame second older brother for being ruthless. Now that you have caused such a big disaster, you will implicate the entire Shen family if you are not careful. Could it be that for the sake of his younger sister, his parents, and even Yuan Bo would have to pay with their lives? Sister, you can't be too selfish. Shenqing struggled with all her might. However, she was a woman, and a pregnant woman at that. Moreover, she had been tortured to the point of being on the verge of death. How could her strength surpass that of a man of his age? She could only kick her legs in vain, and even the straw on the ground was kicked everywhere. I know you're not satisfied. Shen Yuan said softly. Younger sister originally had nothing to do with this matter, but now she has to pay with her life because of this. I am your second brother. I will definitely avenge you. Second older brother will guarantee you that the first household of the Shen family and Shen Miao's ending will be thousands of times more miserable than yours. So younger sister must not hate second older brother. Only when you die, the second household will not be implicated and second older brother's career will be proud. Only then can I help you take revenge. Do you understand? Shenqing's body gradually went limp and her eyes started to lose their spirit. It was as if she was a dying fish that was gradually drying up on the dry shore. Xing Yuan released his hand and the body under his hand fell to the ground with a plop sound. In just a short period of time, he had turned from a lively dragon and a lively tiger to a completely silent one. Shenqing's life was now in prison. Xing Yuan said faintly as he looked at Shenqing's body. After a moment, he used a needle to prick Shenqing's fingertip and grabbed Shenqing's hand to write a line of blood words on the stone wall of the prison cell. Following that, he pulled out Shenqing's belt and tied a knot on the bars before putting it on Shenqing's head. After everything was done, he then stood up and picked up the oiled paper bag that Xianxia placed on the ground before taking one last look at the slightly swaying figure on the iron bars. Younger sister, you will not die in vain. Second older brother will definitely take revenge for you, he said softly. This winter in the Ding capital seemed to be a really eventful period as storms came one after another. The massacre of Prince Yu's entire household was known by everyone, and even though the commoners were secretly clapping their hands in joy, they also knew of the dangers involved. And the only surviving new bride, the eldest young lady of the Shen family, was sent to prison. Because she was inextricably linked to this case, everyone stuck their heads out to inquire about the results. In the end, on this day, there was suddenly news that the eldest young lady of the Shen family had hanged herself in prison using her belt. Before she died, she left a blood letter saying that she had nothing to do with this matter, and with her husband's family dead, she was unwilling to live in this world and could only die to show her will. People were very strange as they were much more tolerant towards the dead. If it was previously because Shenqing got pregnant out of wedlock and married to Prince Yu, she would be called a loose woman who did not abide by the ways of a woman, but now that she died, it attracted a lot of sighs. Everyone praised her for having integrity and strength of character, but she was harmed by Prince Yu for a lifetime. The previous rumors seemed to have collapsed overnight. Thinking about it, to be able to make a pregnant female die to show her will, one would think that there must be a huge grievance. Moreover, those rumors were without any basis. Shenqing and Prince Yu had no grievances, and with Prince Yu's death, she still had to be a widow, so it was not worthwhile. Thus it seemed that with Shenqing's death, Shen residents and Shenqing's suspicions were washed clean. Even Emperor Wen Hui in the palace did not say anything, but they were still unable to find out who the murderer was, and the case would most likely become an unsolved case. In the Shen residence, everything seemed to be no different from the past. Shenqing had already married into Prince Yu residence, and her corpse would be buried together with Prince Yu in the name of Prince Yu's consort. Old Shen Foreign felt slightly comforted because of this. No matter if it was dead or alive, the Shen family finally had a Wang Fei, and at least the reputation was not bad. Shen Wan and Shen Rouqiu appeared to be very sad, and Shen Yu was crying uncontrollably, but even though they were so sad, they did not even go to the prison to visit Shenqing, thus no one knew if they were acting or sincere. In comparison, Shen Gui, as a father, was much colder. He did his work as usual, and there was no sign of sorrow on his face. Occasionally, when one looked at him, one could even see a flash of joy in his eyes. Perhaps to Shen Gui, Shenqing's suicide had saved him a lot of trouble. Naturally, he was happy in his heart. As for Xing Yuan, the entire burden of the second household of the Shen family had fallen onto his shoulders. Every day he would be running around outside, and there was almost no one in the residence, so one did not know what the situation was. If one were to talk about the person that made people sigh the most, it would be Ren Wanyun. After Ren Wanyun got to know the news of Shenqing committing suicide in the prison, she fainted on the spot. After she woke up, she was somewhat delirious and pulled Xiang Lan's hand, saying that she wanted to see Shenqing return to her home. It was obvious that this matter was a huge blow to Ren Wanyun, and in such a delirious situation, naturally she was unable to be the master of the second household. Shen Gui let Wan Yinyang temporarily take charge of the second household's matters, and everyone in Kaiyun Yuan were secretly whispering that at the end of the Shen family's second household, Wan Yinyang would most likely be able to make a comeback, and even that sick and weak Shen Dongling would most likely be able to make a comeback in one fell swoop. Fortunately, old Shen Foreign's heart ached for Shen Yuan Bo, and in the end did not let Wan Yinyang take care of her grandson, but brought Shen Yuan Bo to Rong Jing Tang and personally raised him. The second and third household of the Shen family were in a mess, but it had nothing to do with the first household at all. When Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan came back this time, they already had some complaints about the other two households, so naturally they would not rush to help. Every day they would practice swordplay in the residence or go out to visit old friends, and it was considered to be a comfortable life. Xianxia was also brought along by Xianxia to gradually come into contact with the officials. As Xianxia's military merits became more and more abundant, there would be a day when Xianxia's position would be Xianxia's turn to sit. As for Xin Miao, after resting for a while, she once again went to Guangwentang. As it was nearing the end of the year, the teachers in Guangwentang had slacked off a lot in their lessons. The teachers also knew that at this time, the students were not in the mood to study, so they conveniently gave a good impression. Xin Miao did not go for many days but did not fall behind in her homework. On the contrary, when those students saw her, they started to discuss spiritedly. Xin Qing's matter was in an uproar, but no one in the Xin family had any opinion on it. Early on after the incident in Prince Yu residence, Xin Yu was ordered by Chen Roqiu to stay in the residence and not go to the academy, so as to avoid any mistakes. Thus when Xin Miao came, everyone had the interest to inquire. Yi Peilan said, "Oh, Xin Miao. You actually came? Why are you not wearing plain clothes?" She deliberately raised her voice. "Ai, it is no wonder. At the beginning Xin Qing and you two sisters also had many frictions, but one fear that you were not that upset." Yi Peilan and Xin Qing were good friends and wanted to help Xin Qing vent her anger, thus the words that she said were naturally filled with 120% malicious intent. Everyone looked towards the door and saw Xin Miao wearing a dark black long dress with a simple jade bracelet as her jewelry, making her look somewhat cold. In fact, it was not too much to dress up like this, but compared to Xin Yu's plain white long dress with a small white flower on her head, it was slightly inferior. Ming Qi's law states that when there is a funeral in the family, one must wear white clothes when the elder has passed away. Could it be that young Lady Yi does not know how to calculate seniority? "Eldest sister is my sister but not my elder," Xin Miao answered without even turning her head and walked to her own seat to sit down. When Feng Ning saw her, she seemed to be very excited, as if she had a stomach full of questions to ask her. When Yi Peilan was stabbed by Xin Miao, she was unable to restrain her anger and said without thinking, "Xin Miao, do not try to be a good person. Initially it was you and Xin Qing who did not get along, and when Xin Qing was in trouble, you were secretly happy in your heart. Otherwise why would your father and mother, who are Xin Qing's uncle and auntie, not lend a helping hand when Xin Qing was imprisoned?" When the words were spoken, everyone's eyes immediately looked towards Xin Miao, as if waiting for her to answer this thorny question. That's right, when Xin Qing was imprisoned, Xianxia indeed did not lend a helping hand. Otherwise, with Xianxia's meritorious service, he would still be able to speak in front of the emperor. At the very least, he would be able to help Xin Qing fight for some time. At the very least, Xin Qing would not have felt so hopeless and helpless in prison that she hung herself. Xin Miao's eyes turned cold and suddenly turned to stare at Yi Peilan. When Yi Peilan was stared at by her, she unconsciously felt a chill. Before she could speak again, she heard Xin Miao's mocking voice ringing, "Young Lady Yi and my eldest sister have always had a deep sisterly relationship, and one think that young Lady Yi would be very upset for eldest sister. But at the beginning my second Shen hoped to rescue eldest sister and came to the Yi residence to invite Yi Foreign for a chat, hoping that Yi Foreign would be able to persuade Yi Darin to help, but I remember that at that time Yi Foreign claimed to be sick and refused to meet." Yi Peilan was surprised for a moment before her face flushed red. The surrounding students looked at her with deep meaning in their eyes. She stuttered, that is because my mother is indeed sick. Since Yi Foreign could claim to be sick at this juncture, why can't my father and mother claim to be sick at this juncture? Shen Miao did not care. Her words did not contain a single dirty word, but she ruthlessly humiliated Yi Peilan. Shen Miao continued speaking, "Since it is something that Yi Foreign is unable to do, why would young Lady Yi force others to do it? My eldest sister is in prison and even her closest relatives, second Shu and second older brother, are unable to do anything. You think that it is easy to rescue her? Young Lady Yi, one's mouth only has two pieces and it is easier said than done. Do not do to others what you do not want others to do to you. If next time you want to teach others a lesson, please do it yourself first before saying anything." Pei Lang just entered the hall and heard Xin Miao's words. He looked towards the middle of the hall and saw Xin Miao standing ramrod straight. Her clear and light words had completely humiliated Yi Peilan and the entire Yi residence. Lan was speechless and could only bite her lower lips as she stared at Shen Miao. That's right. Do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself. The residence was a master that changed the direction of the wind and still stood on the moral high ground to criticize others. It was really laughable. Shen Miao. Feeling more and more annoyed, Lan was about to rush up and fight with Shen Miao when she heard a light cough and Pei Lang walked in from outside. Seeing teacher, everyone immediately kept quiet. Lan's anger had not dissipated when she heard Pei Lang lightly saying, "One cannot quarrel in the academy." Finishing, he gave Pei Lang a warning look. Everyone knew that in Guangwen Tang, even though Pei Lang was a scholar and had a gentle temperament, he was respected by others. Even with Pei Lan's arrogant and willful character, she did not dare to argue with him. Shen Miao sat down on her seat and Feng Yinming nudged her arm and whispered, "Teacher Pei is helping you out." Pei Lan is too much that even Teacher Pei could not stand it. Shen Miao looked up and met Pei Lang's gaze. In that gentle expression, there was a little more probing, as if he wanted to see what exactly she was thinking. She met Pei Lang's gaze and her lips hooked up imperceptibly as she slowly smiled. Pei Lang was slightly startled. The young female had a delicate and pretty appearance and was cold and dignified, but that smile just now seemed to have some charm that only an adult female would have. There was a trace of faintly discernible seduction that made one could not help but want to explore the secrets within. However, at that moment, Shen Miao lowered her head and that short-lived smile seemed to be an illusion. Feng Xian Pawnshop naturally knew all the rumors in the Ding capital, be it big or small matters. Ji Yushu buried his head in his abacus and said to the two people opposite him, "The Jiangnanshan family's transaction is really worth it. With such a large sum of money, this pawnshop would not need to open for 3 years. You just eat up so much money and not leave any for fifth Xin young lady?" Dao Yan jokingly said, "In any case, others are the ones who sell information." Ji Yushu's lips twitched. She herself said that the money will belong to me and I took such a big risk to create news for her. Otherwise, how can the matter of Prince residence be handled so cleanly without any future troubles? He said, "What's more, if he didn't tell Qin Yushan that he didn't want money, I wouldn't be able to do business for 30 years after this transaction. Thanks to her, I didn't earn so much. If she wasn't a woman, I would definitely teach her a lesson. If you really teach her a lesson, I will definitely send you a coffin." Dao Yan gently fanned himself with a gentle smile, but the words that he said made one's teeth itch. Prince Yu of the first rank wanted to harm her and was exterminated by her entire family. Her own sisters schemed against her and she took their lives. Such a vicious and merciless girl, I bet you would die in less than 3 moves. Less of that. Ji Yushu was dissatisfied. Am this lord that weak? Moreover, no matter how powerful she is still a female and females have weaknesses. Ji Yushu looked at Xianxia who was indifferently drinking tea at the side and said, "Put it this way, if there is a day when 5th Xin young lady falls in love with our 3rd Xia older brother, she would definitely be pestering and coquettish. No matter how tempered she is, she would not be able to match our 3rd older brother's tenderness. At that time, even if 3rd Xia older brother points a sword at her, she would not even frown." Haha. Dao Yang looked at him coldly. At that time, she would first cut 3rd Xia into 8 pieces and then mince him to feed the dogs. 3rd Xia older brother, Dao Yang scolded you as a dog. Ji Yushu immediately complained. Xie Jingxing played with the hairpin in his hands and rolled his eyes at both of them. There was a rare trace of awe on his face. "They are here. They are here." Following Xie Jingxing's words, Dao Yang's teasing expression was immediately kept away and he looked at him. "You said that they are here in the Ding capital? You all pay more attention these few days." Xie Jingxing frowned. "The things in Prince Yu residence might have been spread out. To avoid exposing your identity, all of you should not go out these days." "But how can you do it alone?" Not waiting for Gao Yan to speak, Ji Yushu anxiously said, "You had already attracted their attention and now that they have entered the Ding capital, they will definitely look for you first. You cannot alarm the other people in the capital. No need to worry." Xie Jingxing stretched his waist and a trace of ruthlessness bloomed in his smile. "I have waited for them to come for a long time." "Third older brother Xia, you are going to teach people a lesson again?" Ji Yushu's eyes were sparkling as he looked at him. "Can you bring me along this time?" "All right." Xianxia casually said, "You can be a target." Gao Yang, the matter regarding Prince Yu and the Shen family in the Ding capital was quickly drowned in the joy of the approaching new year. Since it was the new year, there was a lively atmosphere everywhere. The tragic massacre on that snowy night and the desperate suicide in the gloomy prison seemed to have been thrown to the back of people's minds. Nothing was more important than welcoming the new year. Time would not stop, new snow would cover the old snow, new topics would cover the old discussions, and new hope would always be more joyous than the past. The emperor in the palace did not show any gloomy expression because of the matter, and even spent a lot of money to set up a palace banquet in the palace and invited all the concubines to celebrate the new year. Obviously, the death of his younger brother did not make Emperor Wen Hui feel sad, and this made the commoners feel that the heartless rumors of the imperial family was true. But only the really smart people knew that Emperor Wen Hui had gotten rid of a future trouble and was able to handle it so cleanly that he was naturally happy. Thus, even when the Yamen was unable to find the murderer and the entire case became an unsolved case, Emperor Wen Hui did not pursue it too much. Xianxia and Prince Yu were buried together in the imperial family tomb. But because Xianxia committed suicide and her identity was too awkward at that time, the imperial family did not give any compensation. This made old Shen Foreign very indignant for a while. In the western courtyard of the Shen residence, Bai Lu and Shuangjiang were taking Shen Miao's books out to bask in the sun. Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan went to the drill grounds early in the morning to train the new soldiers. There were new soldiers to be recruited at the end of the year, and they had to be trained. Shen Qiu also went to join in the fun, and only Shen Miao was left in the western courtyard. A few days ago, eldest young master sent a number of books over. Why not bring them out to dry? Gu Yu asked Shen Miao. I still have use for those books, so there is no need to dry them. Shen Miao answered. Ever since Shen Qiu saw so many military books in Shen Miao's room, he immediately told the matter to Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan in high spirits. But Shen Miao had never shown that she liked the art of war, thus Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan thought that it was just a spur-of-the-moment interest. Nevertheless, they still ordered people to search for many military books. If one did not know, the Tian Shen Xinyang would Shen Ming be the Shen. Naturally, Shen Miao did not have any plans to be a female general, but the Shen family army would have to face a lot of dangers in the future, and she could only rely on the understanding of the past lifetime to help the Shen family army through these possible difficulties. There was no harm in reading more. Bai Lu was flipping the pages as she spoke. Tomorrow is the Jade Rabbit Festival. Heard that this year there will be tens of thousands of lanterns by the Wanli Lake. Will young lady go tomorrow? The Jade Rabbit Festival was a festival in Mingqi. On the night before the new year, people would walk out of their houses and go to the streets to look at the lanterns and guess riddles, making it very lively. In the lanterns, there would be an especially big jade rabbit that would bless the entire Mingqi with good weather in the coming year, and the commoners would have a good harvest. The difference between this year's Jade Rabbit Festival and the previous years was that this year's Jade Rabbit would be on the water. At that time, the commoners would be able to place their own lanterns on the water to pray for their inner wishes. Lanterns on the water, the picture would definitely be very lively. Bai Lu and Shuangjiang were both females in their prime, and it was normal for them to be playful and love new things. What nonsense are you talking about? Gu Yu said in annoyance. At that time the streets will definitely be very crowded. What if something happens to young lady? But didn't we all go in the past? Bai Lu was unconvinced. Previous years are previous years, this year is this year. Gu Yu said fiercely. What Bai Lu said was not wrong. In previous years at this time, Xianxia and wife would have already returned to the Ding capital, and the entire Shen residents would go out to watch the bustle during the Jade Rabbit Festival. But this year the Shen residents and Prince Yu residents had such a big matter, and the murderer behind it had not been found. If there was someone waiting for an opportunity to retaliate, Shen Miao's situation would indeed be much more dangerous. No matter how big the liveliness, it was not as important as Shen Miao's safety. It's fine. Shen Miao smiled gently. I also wanted to go and take a look at the bustle. With father, mother, and eldest brother around, there would not be any danger. But Gu Yu still wanted to persuade. That's all. Shen Miao interrupted her words and walked back into the room. Gu Yu could only suppress the worry in her heart. One did not know from when Shen Miao had developed a character of one's own words, and there was no longer the appearance of her seeking help from those two from the second and third household. It was indeed good to have one's own thoughts, but when she was stubborn, it made one feel helpless. Xianxia returned to the room and walked to her table to sit down. Her gaze fell on the plum tree branches outside. The branches were dotted with red, but it reminded her of the letter that she had received previously. The Qin brothers had already returned to Jiangnan, and after Prince Yu residence was exterminated, they no longer had any contact. Xianxia was extremely cautious, and all the communication with the Qin family was done through Mo Qing's letter to the Fengxian pawnshop. Now that Mo Qing's life contract was no longer with the Qin family, others would not suspect her. This time Mo Qing brought back another piece of news. That young lady Luing that Ji Yushu had previously inquired about finally had her whereabouts. She was in the biggest money-squandering establishment in the Ding capital. Baoxianglu. Young lady Luing was one of the top beauties in Baoxianglu, and one heard that on the day of the Jade Rabbit Festival, she would also act as the Jade Rabbit Fairy and dance by the Wanli Lake. She really wanted to take a look, so she could take advantage of this opportunity. As for the matter of revenge that Guyu was worried about, it was not even worth mentioning to Xianxia. The Qin brothers were cooperating with her in the first place, so there was no need to talk about revenge. As for the Qin residents, old Qin Foreign was so angry that other than her two sons and the second household's grandson, she did not see anyone else. The second household of the Qin family was considered to have collapsed, and Xing Yuan was busy fawning on the officials and would not make a move on her in the near future. The third branch had always concealed their strength and bided their time. At this critical juncture, they would not cause any trouble. Now that he thought about it, there wasn't a year that was more comfortable than this year. Thinking like this, Xianxia's lips slightly curled up, and Guyu, who was looking at her from outside, could not help but be startled. Before she could recover to her senses, she heard Jingzhi's voice. Jingzhi walked in from outside and said, "Young lady, Wan Yinyang of the Eastern Courtyard wants to see you." "Wan clan?" Guyu frowned and whispered, "Why is it her again? Why does this Wan Yinyang keep running over to our courtyard?" Shuangjiang and Bai Lu also whispered, "This is too eager to curry favor." The few maids were not very welcoming towards Madame Wan. In fact, ever since the matter with Ren Wanyun and Shen Qing, they hated the people of the second household. No matter what Wan Yinyang's motive was, she was after all a person of the second household, and it made one very uncomfortable to run over here all day. A few days ago, when Wan Yinyang wanted to see Xianxia used all kinds of means to push her away. But today she said, "Let her in." Jingzhi was surprised for a moment before replying and went out. It was Guyu and the rest who had a worried look on their faces, fearing that Wan Yinyang had some bad ideas. After a moment, Wan Yinyang walked in with Jingzhi, and Xianxia raised her head to look at her. Wan Yinyang was wearing a dark blue lined jacket and a green horse skirt with a plain silver bracelet on her wrist, looking like an extremely simple person. However, looking at it carefully, the lined jacket was embroidered with little white flowers, and the hem of the skirt was changed to a wavy shape. That pair of fair hands were painted with bright nail polish that was dazzling to one's eyes. As for the waistline of the jacket, it made her already slim and graceful figure even more so, causing one's imagination to roam. Looking up, an oval face, big eyes, white skin, red lips, and when she smiled over, even though she tried to restrain it, the coquettish charm in her bones was still revealed. This was a female that knew how to hide. It could be seen from the fact that she did not show her face for so many years because of Shendong Ling, but she was a female that could not keep her cool. Once Shen Qing died and Ren Wanyun went crazy, she could not wait to come out and strut around. Shen Miao had seen a lot of this kind of people in the inner palace in her previous life. Some of them were clever and some of them had good looks. They thought that as long as they were willing, they would be able to firmly control a male's heart. But they did not know that there were countless fresh and tender females in the world, and a male's heart was the most unpredictable. If one was able to keep their cool, perhaps one could have a special position in a male's heart, but once one could not keep their cool, those little cleverness would become a joke of one thinking oneself clever. Wan Yinyang was obviously the kind of person who thought herself clever. Wan Yinyang bowed towards Shen Miao and sat down on the small table opposite Shen Miao. She was sitting sideways and her legs were slightly slanted, making her body very smooth and soft. She was indeed worthy of being a leading role in the Huadan. Shen Miao looked at her calmly and did not say any nonsense and went straight to the point. why did Wan Yinyang come to look for me? Wan Yinyang did not expect that Shin Miao would open her mouth so directly that it made her choke. She heard that Xianxia and wife had the greatest power in the Shin residence and that the most idiotic fifth young lady was now a powerful one. Thinking that she came over to worm her way in, she did not think that Shin Miao would not even entertain her. This made Wan Yinyang somewhat uncertain whether Shin Miao did not understand the ways of the world or was deliberately mystifying. In fact, Wan Yinyang was thinking too much. Shin Miao did not bother with her because a Yinyang was not worth her attention. Wan Yinyang smiled apologetically. It is nearing the end of the year, so this concubine came over to see fifth young lady and wish fifth young lady a happy new year. She said, it seems that because of eldest young lady's matter, I had a disagreement with fifth young lady. I apologize to fifth young lady on behalf of master and foreign. Shin Miao looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. Wan Yinyang, do not know if second Shu and second Shin know of your apologizing on behalf of others? Wan Yinyang was slightly stumped but continued to smile. This concubine's words naturally carry little weight and had heard master mention to this concubine that it was somewhat impulsive that day, thus this concubine acted on her own initiative and came to seek fifth young lady's punishment. Shin Miao looked at her without blinking her eyes. Being stared at by Shin Miao like that, Wan Yinyang's face showed some restlessness, but she immediately suppressed it and smiled. Actually, third young lady also wanted to come and see fifth young lady since they are all sisters, but third young lady recently felt cold and was afraid of the limelight. She only said that she would come and talk to fifth young lady when her body is better. Shen Dongling? Shin Miao raised her eyebrows. Other than the 3D daughters in the Shin residence, there was actually another Shu daughter, Shin Dongling of the second household, who was born to Wan Yinyang. In the Shin residence, the third household, Shin Wan and Shin Ro Chiu, only had Shin Yu as a daughter. Shin Xian and wife only had Shin Miao and Shin Chiu, but this second household, Shin Gui, had taken in a room full of concubines and also gave birth to Shu daughters, but they died not long after. This was also the reason why the ranking of the D daughters in the Shin family was somewhat strange. Shin Dongling was ranked third, so she was called third. Mississippi. Ren Wanyan's character was the most jealous, and after Wan Yinyang gave birth to Shin Dongling, she stayed in the courtyard all day and did not come out. That Shin Dongling was also a weak and sickly person, thus in Ren Wanyan's past and present lifetime, she did not have any impression of Shin Dongling at all. She was practically a transparent person. Even if she was a concubine's daughter that was no longer favored by any noble family, perhaps she would be bullied and humiliated, or even scolded, but she would not be like this. She was practically forgotten by everyone. Such a person, if he wasn't so weak that he could be ignored, then he was so strong that he could endure what normal people couldn't. In the previous lifetime, Shin Dongling was given to someone else by Ren Wanyan as a bargaining chip for Shin Gui's career. In this lifetime, Ren Wanyan had lost her power and Wan Yinyang once again flew to a high branch. It was unknown if Shin Dongling's fate would change because of this. Third older sister's health is not good, so it is better not to come out. Shin Miao said in an indifferent manner, if one were to catch a cold because of this, I would not be able to afford it. Wan Yinyang was somewhat displeased when she heard it, but there was still a smile on her face as she said, this is third young lady's closeness to fifth young lady. It is all this concubine's fault that third young lady was born with an illness and could only watch other children play in the courtyard for so many years. Finishing, she turned her head and used the handkerchief in her hand to cover her mouth, looking extremely sad. Shin Miao somewhat could not stand Wan Yinyang's pretentious attitude and said lightly, no one can decide their own body. Moreover, it is not necessarily bad for third older sister to stay in the courtyard. Eldest older sister was able to enjoy to the fullest, but who knew that a beauty has an unlucky life? Her lips slightly hooked up, one's fortune is not something that can be seen on the surface. When the words were said, Wan Yinyang looked at Shin Miao with some bewilderment and after a moment she forced a smile, fifth young lady is right. She suddenly stood up again and looked at Shin Miao, fifth young lady, this concubine suddenly remembered that there are still some matters and will leave first. If there is a day when fifth young lady is free, one think that third young lady will come and talk to fifth young lady. Her health is not good, so one hope that fifth young lady will be more tolerant. Finishing, she bowed towards Shin Miao and left. However, compared to the figure that had just arrived, he seemed to be in a much more hurried and panicked state. Xianxia had been serving tea by the side and looking at the back view of Wan Yinyang leaving in a hurry. She said in puzzlement, "What is the meaning of this Wan Yinyang? Was he here to express goodwill? And third young lady hasn't left the courtyard for so many years and has only seen young lady a few times. Why do you speak as if you have some feelings for her?" "You're right." Guyu was cleaning up the table of Wan Yinyang's remaining teacups as she spoke. Now thinking about it, this servant also cannot remember how third young lady looks like. In any case, she is a young lady of the residence and was hidden for so many years. Most likely it was to hide from second foreign. It is really pitiful. What's there to pity? Shin Miao picked up the tea on the table and took a sip, one fear that in her eyes, "You all are very pitiful." She? Xianxia was puzzled. Young lady is talking about third young lady? Shin Miao smiled. "It is I who have misjudged. In our residence, there is still a smart person." The purpose of Wan Yinyang's visit today was obviously to probe. However, with Wan Yinyang's intelligence, to be able to think of such a method to probe, on the surface it seemed that she could not wait to announce that she had regained Xingui's favor, but upon careful thought, it was not exactly so. The dragon's head and not the tail, that Shin Dongling who had not shown her face was much smarter than Shin Qing. But no matter which side she was on, Shin Miao would not treat her as a friend, not to mention a sister. "I'll be on guard." She put down the teacup in her hands and reminded the maids beside her. But at the other end, Wan Yinyang hurriedly returned to her own courtyard and closed the door before taking 3 steps forward and said to the figure sitting behind the screen, "Ling Er." The figure behind the screen paused for a moment and looked towards Wan Yinyang. Wan Yinyang heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the wooden chair before repeating everything that she had said to Shin Miao today from beginning to end. She was originally a Huadan actor and her memory was very good, thus she recited the conversation between the two of them as if it happened right in front of her. After finishing, Wan Yinyang then said, "Ling Er, what exactly does fifth young lady's words mean? My heart felt somewhat cold when I heard it. Do you think that eldest young lady's matter is related to fifth young lady?" Yinyang must speak cautiously. The person behind the screen said, "Eldest sister's matter is already in the past and what is said outside is what is said. One must never mention this matter again, otherwise one would only harm oneself. I just feel that my heart is somewhat uneasy." Wan Yinyang said. A slight sigh came from behind the screen. The person who was sitting put down the embroidery in her hands and stood up before walking to Wan Yinyang's side. That was also a delicate and beautiful young female. Compared to Shin Qing's generosity, Shin Yu's elegance and Shin Miao's dignity, this young female appeared soft and weak. Her facial features were somewhat like Wan Yinyang's and she had an oval face and big eyes. If her eyes were more quick-witted, most likely she would be scolded as a little vixen. But her expression was pale and even her lips were bloodless. As such, that little bit of seductiveness was reduced and she looked somewhat harmless. She was wearing an old washed goose yellow-colored dress which could possibly belong to Wan Yinyang. This young female's body was not as developed as Wan Yinyang's and when she wore it, it was somewhat big and empty, thus her beauty was reduced and she looked somewhat ordinary. That young female was the Shu daughter of the Shin family's second household, Shin Dongling. Now everything is much better than before. Shin Dongling comforted, "At least Yinyang and I can openly go out and no longer need to be threatened by foreign. This Shin residence is not easy to get by." Wan Yinyang looked at her daughter and her heart turned sour. "In the beginning I was greedy for riches and thought that after entering the Shin residence, one would be able to sleep easy for the rest of one's life. Who knew that being in a noble family is also so tough? For so many years, in order to survive under Madame's eyes, you have no choice but to live like this. The people in this manor are also very powerful. Even the originally quiet fifth young miss looks really scary now." Yinyang, Shin Dongling shook her head, regardless of whether eldest sister's matter is related to fifth younger sister, the person behind the scenes has helped us. It will be very difficult for foreign to make a comeback now. Even if second brother is powerful and foreign has the reputation, she has no hope of the past and will not be able to compete with us. That is also true. Wan Yinyang looked at Shin Dongling with a gratified expression. "Finally it is over. But Ling Er, today you asked me to test fifth miss, but fifth miss is quite cold to me. I'm afraid she doesn't want to accept our goodwill. What should we do now?" Do not accept, then do not accept. Shen Dongling smiled. Fifth younger sister seems to be an intelligent person. Since that is the case, it is better not to provoke her in the future. If it is possible, it is also good to let her deal with second older brother. Second young master? Wan Yinyang was surprised for a moment. Second young master has already entered officialdom and fifth young lady is only a young lady. How can she deal with second young master? Yinyang can rest assured. Shen Dongling said, fifth younger sister is not a simple character. She is the sharpest knife in the Shen residence. The small actions of the eastern and western courtyard of the Shen residence were most likely not known by the outside. Other than the people in the residence, most likely in the eyes of the other people in the Ding capital, the general residence was a happy and harmonious scene with benevolent and filial piety. This had always been the case before this year, but unfortunately the things in the world were always changing. Sometimes when the seeds were buried too deep, it would germinate and grow at an unexpected time. In the training courtyard outside of the Shen residence, Mo Qing was sparring with Xianxia's personal soldier Ah Qi. Ah Qi was currently one of Xianxia's subordinates with the best martial arts skills, but Mo Qing was able to fight evenly with him. In the beginning, when Shen Miao introduced Mo Qing to Xianxia also had the intention to test Mo Qing's abilities, and at the end of the test, Mo Qing was still quite good. Xianxia was naturally very happy. A strong general would not have weak soldiers, and if he had more strong soldiers under him, the reputation of the Shen family's army would be even more resounding. Ever since he recruited Mo Qing, Xianxia kept praising Shen Miao's foresight and occasionally pestered Shen Miao to accidentally discover such a talent in the marketplace, but was rejected by Shen Miao's supercilious eyes. In the previous lifetime there was only one commander of the guards, and from what Xianxia said, could it be that the streets and alleys were filled with commanders of the guards? After Ah Qi and Mo Qing finished a round of sparring, they were so tired that they were drenched in sweat. Ah Qi suddenly gulped down a large mouthful of water and said, "It is really refreshing to spar with Brother Mo. Brother Mo's swordsmanship is really superb and makes one envious." Mo Qing cupped his hands. Brother Ah Qi has overpraised. My swordsmanship is not considered superb. There is always someone better than you in the universe, and there are many experts in this world. Could it be that there is someone whose swordsmanship is better than Brother Mo? Ah Qi smiled. Then I really want to experience it. Mo Qing did not speak, but his mind was that night in Wulong Temple. He carried Shen Qing on his back and changed rooms with Shen Miao, thus changing the fates of both of them. That night, there was a black-clad person who came in from the window and easily snatched his sword in 5 moves. In that person's hands, he was as weak as a child, and he heard Shen Miao calling him Little Siam Marquis. That young man's swordsmanship was truly superb. Ah Qi sighed for a while before speaking. One do not know how delightful it is to kill the enemy together with Brother Mo on the battlefield. I am actually somewhat impatient. Unfortunately, General will stay in the Ding capital for half a year because of young lady. If one want to join hands to repel the enemy, one would have to wait for half a year. He looked at Mo Qing. Speaking of which, our family's young lady really has a discerning eye for heroes. It is really rare to find a person like Brother Mo. Young lady is an amazing person. Mo Qing said. After following Shen Miao for a long time, he did not like some of Shen Miao's actions. As a female, Shen Miao was cruel and heartless, without sympathy, vicious and cold, but it was impossible to hate her, because the people she dealt with were people who wanted to put her to death. Mo Qing remembered that day when Shen Miao lifted the curtain of the horse carriage and asked him with a smile, "Are you willing to sell all your martial arts skills to my Shen family?" A scholar would die for a bosom friend. From a certain aspect, Shen Miao was Mo Qing's benefactor. Ah Qi punched him. I know, you are the person chosen by Miss, of course you will think well of her. Just protect her during the Jade Rabbit Festival tomorrow. Mo Qing suddenly raised his head and looked up. What? Ah Qi followed his gaze and said in confusion, there's nothing there. Most likely I sensed wrongly. Mo Qing shook his head and ignored the strange feeling in his heart just now. At the other side of the wall, there were 2 people squatting there. These 2 people were dressed in hemp clothes and wore bamboo hats that covered their faces so one could not see their appearance at a glance. One of them said, "This Shen residence is indeed full of talented people. Even a guard has such ability and almost discovered both of us." Correct. The other person lowered his voice to discuss, There are many guards outside the Shin residence and there are also Xianxian soldiers. It would be too risky to take action from inside and one feared that it would not be easy to succeed. One would also alert the enemy. If in the future Shin Miao is protected impenetrably, one feared that it would be more difficult to take action. The higher-ups had given the order and it was not easy to get some news. That person's companion said, once we capture her and get the result, this trip would not be considered as a waste. Both of us only need to wait to be promoted. How can one give up midway? Naturally one cannot give up. The bamboo hat person laughed. Just now did the two guards not say that Shin Miao will be traveling during the Jade Rabbit Festival tomorrow? At that time there will be a surge of people and it would be easy to do something. At that time, one group of people will lure the Shin family away and another group of people will bring her away. Do it cleanly and neatly. That person's words were filled with ruthlessness. In order to eliminate future troubles, tie her up and throw her into the lake after getting the news. Do not have any other ideas. Naturally. On the day of the Jade Rabbit Festival, it was indeed exceptionally lively. After Shin Miao had her dinner, Bai Lu and Xuanjiang hurriedly ran in and said to her, "Young lady, there are people setting off fireworks in the city. One heard that there will be continuous fireworks tonight and it will be very nice to look at." The anticipation in the words was not concealed at all. What is there to panic about? Guyu was combing Shin Miao's hair at the same time as she reprimanded, "One will have to go and see and there is no rush." Before the words were finished, one could hear Shin Qiu's laughing voice from outside, "Has younger sister tidied up? Father and mother are waiting for us at the front hall." Replying to eldest young master. Xianxia replied from outside, "Young lady's hair is not combed yet. Trouble one to wait a while more." "How can a young lady's hair be combed for so long?" Shin Qiu muttered, "It is already as long as a soldier's armor." Finishing, he shouted towards the room, "Younger sister, I will go to the front hall to wait for you. You can come over yourself." Shin Miao complied through the window. Guyu just finished combing her hair and was picking and choosing in the box before finally finding a jade hairpin and inserted it into Shin Miao's hair. Shin Miao swept a glance at the bronze mirror and could not help but be startled. "Why is it this? This servant sees that this hairpin matches well with young lady's clothes." Guyu smiled, "Moreover this hairpin is exquisitely made but not cumbersome. It is just right to match with today's single spiral hairpin." Shin Miao could not help but reach out to touch the hairpin on her head. That was the jade begonia hairpin that Xianxia gave her. This hairpin was later appraised by Guyu and a few others and it was absolutely priceless. Shin Miao originally wanted to return it to Xianxia but later dropped the thought as she thought that there would be a day where she would be strapped for money and could use it to exchange for some money to spend. But if Xianxia knew about it, one did not know how angry he would be. "Does young lady feel that this hairpin is not good?" Guyu saw Shin Miao's hesitant look and said, "Why not change another one? There are a lot of jewelry that eldest young master sent over from the palace and most likely one can find some good-looking hairpins." "No need." Shin Miao interrupted her, "One fear that it will take more time to search. Let it be like this." It was just a hairpin, she thought. Guyu helped her to adjust her collar and put on a cloak for her before smiling, "This is good. Do not forget the small heater." Xianxia stuffed a hand warmer into her hands. When Shin Miao and entourage reached the main hall, everyone in the Shin residence was already present. Because in previous years it was always the Shin residents that went to the Jade Rabbit Festival together, it was the same this year. Chenro Qiu and Shinwan were talking. Xinyu was wearing a light pink 12-tattered very long dress and the hem of the dress was swaying. In such cold weather, what she was wearing inside was extremely thin and there was a pink peach-colored embroidered cloak on the outside which was good to look at but useless. Most likely it could not even withstand the wind but she had an extremely satisfied look and when she saw Shin Miao coming, she smiled and called her, "Fifth younger sister." Shin Miao nodded her head at her and turned to look at Shin Gui's side. If one were to say that this year was different from previous years, it would be that Ren Wanyan and Xin Yuanbo were not around. In the past it was Ren Wanyan who took care of Xin Yuanbo but now Ren Wanyan had lost her mind and could not go out. Xin Yuanbo was too young and there were so many kidnappers on the streets so old Shin Foran wanted Xin Yuanbo to stay in the residence with her. Xing Yuan stood by Shen Wan's side, and behind Shen Wan, Wan Yinyang was holding a young female's hand, and that young female was looking over. This was the Shu daughter of the second household. Shen Dongling. Shen Dongling was wearing an apricot-colored long jacket, and most likely it was because of the fear of the cold that she mentioned. That jacket was extremely thick and big, but it made her look very thin. Actually, looking at it seriously, her facial features were as beautiful as Wan Yinyang, but one did not know why her temperament was so light that it was almost invisible. She did not greet Shen Miao and only looked at her silently. One did not know if she was shy or indifferent. Shen Miao retracted her gaze but heard Shen Qiao making a ruckus at the side. "Younger sister, you are getting more and more beautiful now." "Brat." Shen Xian gave Shen Qiao a kick when he heard that. "When was your younger sister not beautiful?" Luo Shuiyan also smiled as she walked to Shen Miao's side and held her hand. "Our Jiao Jiao is also a big young lady." Everyone's eyes in the hall looked towards Shen Miao with some unclear meaning. A year ago, Shen Miao was still a silly eldest sister who was wearing gold and silver and had makeup that was thicker than the white walls. Now she was wearing a purplish gold embroidered cotton padded clothes, and her cloak was also the color of peonies with exquisite lace embroidered on it. Her hair was combed into a single spiral bun, and there was a jade hairpin in the bun. There was no jingling of ornaments, but there was a kind of gorgeous air of nobility. Her facial features were delicate and clear, and her eyes were as clear as a little beast. If this appearance was gentle and graceful, it would be full of femininity, but one did not know why she stood dignified like the bright moon in the 9 heavens, making one have a feeling of not being able to look at her. Compared to all the females in the room, one felt that the entire room was filled with mediocre rouge and powder. A trace of jealousy flashed in Shen Yu's eyes. She had thought that Shen Miao, who was the most incomparable to her in the residence, had unknowingly snatched away her limelight. Shen Yu was most confident in her own scholarly elegance and beauty, but when she saw Shen Miao today, she actually felt a sense of inferiority. She raised her head to look at Chen Roqiu, hoping to see a little disdain towards Shen Miao from her mother's eyes, but she also saw a trace of graveness in Chen Roqiu's eyes, which made her heart even colder. Wan Yinyang sighed in her heart and unconsciously held Shen Dongling's hand tighter. She did not have any other thoughts and only felt that Shen Miao was indeed a D daughter. The bearing of a D daughter was just different. No matter how intelligent her own daughter was, she had been shut up in the courtyard for so many years, and in terms of nobility, she was still unable to be compared to Shen Miao. The males in the room did not have any reaction, and other than Shen Xian and Shen Qiao, Shen Gue and Shen Wan at best only frowned. As for Xing Yuan, he was staring at Shen Miao and no one knew what he was thinking about. Chen Ruoqiu changed the topic. "Since everyone is here, let's set off now." Old Shen Foreign was old and naturally would not be able to see such a scene. In the Shen residence, only old Shen Foreign, Xing Yuan Bo, Ren Wan Yun and the concubines of the second household were left. The others wanted to go to the streets to watch the excitement of the Jade Rabbit Festival. If it was in previous years, naturally they would be talking and laughing wittily along the way, but this year, because of Shen Miao's big fire in the ancestral hall, Shen Xian and Shen Qiao almost deliberately kept a distance from the other two and only spoke to Luo Shuiyan. The guards of the Shen residence followed behind. In fact, every year in the Ding capital, in order to protect the safety of the common people and to prevent bandits from causing trouble when the crowd was crowded, the city guards would increase the number of people patrolling the streets, thus it was considered safe to stroll around. Shen Xian did not speak to Shen Gue and Shen Wan, so Shen Gue and Shen Wan did not invite a rebuff, and the two brothers chatted on their own. Shen Yu used to walk together with Shen Qing and Shen Miao, as Shen Miao was able to set off her educated and reasonable character. Now that Shen Miao was not willing to pay attention to her, Shen Yu was also not willing to let Shen Miao steal the limelight, so she went to look for Shen Dongling to talk. When Wan Yinyang saw that Shen Yu was willing to get close, naturally she was extremely happy. It was just that one did not know if Shen Dongling was shy, as she did not seem to be enthusiastic towards Shen Yu and instead looked somewhat timid. After a while, Shen Yu also lost interest. This group of people strolled on the streets and the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. To say that it was not harmonious, it was indeed the entire residence's people walking together. To say that it was harmonious, it was clear that the few of them had their own formation. As Shen Miao was walking, she was seriously looking at the lanterns and riddles on the streets. Shen Xian and the rest did not like to guess riddles because they were all rough people from military families, so how would they be able to settle down to guess such genteel things? Using Xianxia's words, if younger sister likes that lantern, tomorrow eldest brother will go to the capital to find a master to carve the exact same one for you. Why waste so much effort? Xianxia was unable to understand the elegance of Chen Roqiu and entourage. After Chen Roqiu and the rest finished guessing the lantern riddles and when they were walking forward, Wan Yinyang suddenly spoke to Shen Gui, Master, one heard that there will be a jade rabbit fairy dancing at the Wanli Lake tonight. This year the jade rabbit lantern will also be placed at the lakeside, so let us go over there to take a look. When Chen Roqiu heard it, she frowned and said softly, that jade rabbit fairy is from Bao Xianglu and one fear that it would not be good to bring along young ladies in our residence. What kind of place was Bao Xianglu? It was the biggest money-squandering establishment in the Ding capital and the young ladies there were all warm and fragrant. How many men would abandon their wives and throw away 1,000 gold just to sleep with the young ladies of Bao Xianglu? Mentioning Bao Xianglu, at least the main household would feel ashamed. However, no matter how much those Furans and Furans despised it, it was unable to change the fact that the young ladies of Bao Xianglu were all talented. Thus this year's Jade Rabbit Fairy still fell to the young ladies of Bao Xianglu to act. Second. Foreign. Wan Yinyang softly said, even so, it is only an act. One think that in front of so many people, that Jade Rabbit Fairy would not do anything inappropriate and is only watching the bustle, so there is no need to be so serious. Wan Yinyang originally did not want to fight with Chen Roqiu, but like Ren Wanyun, she could not bear to see Chen Roqiu's aloof and virtuous appearance, always putting on the airs of a scholarly family. Compared to Ren Wanyun, Wan Yinyang hated Chen Roqiu even more because she herself came from an opera troupe. Chen Roqiu suppressing that Bao Xianglu today was undoubtedly looking down on her style. Both of their tit-for-tat was heard by everyone, and in a moment the atmosphere became somewhat interesting. Males would not intervene in the dispute between females, so Shen Dongling only held Wan Yinyang's hands and tightly shut her lips without speaking. Shen Yu had the heart to argue for Chen Roqiu but felt that it would be beneath her identity as a D daughter, thus no one spoke for a moment. Who said that going to the Wanli Lake is to see the Jade Rabbit Fairy? In the silence, Shen Miao spoke softly, it is not every day that one can see the grand occasion of tens of thousands of people releasing lanterns. Moreover, there was no choice whether one was born rich or poor. There was no need to look down on others because of that. No matter what her identity is, she is the Jade Rabbit Fairy today. A person with a clear heart, why should she care about these external things? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Xianxia was the first to laugh, Jiao Jiao is right. We have no choice but to be born rich and poor. What is the point of looking down on others? Luo Shuiyan also smiled. They were fighting on the battlefield. Some of the soldiers in the army were from the royal families, but most of them were commoners. Some of them couldn't even afford to eat, and some of the elders in their families were about to starve to death. When it came to their origins, they all had their own hardships. Thus they would never look down on the poor. Shen Miao's words were very much in line with both of their hearts. Younger sister. Shen Qiu patted Shen Miao's shoulders, your tone is that of a great person who cares about the world. This kind of breadth of mind, even eldest brother is ashamed of my inferiority. Even though she knew that Shen Qiu was teasing her, Shen Miao was slightly absent-minded. In the previous life, she married Fu Xiaoyi and became the Empress. Previously it was indeed because of love, but as the Empress, the responsibilities that she bore were no less than others. The words motherly model of the world meant that all the commoners could live and work in peace and contentment. The higher-ups must love their own people. This was something that Fu Xiaoyi taught her, even though Fu Xiaoyi himself did not do it. As they echoed each other, Chen Roqiu's face turned green and white. Xianxia praised Shen Miao for being frank, wasn't it setting off her hypocrisy? Shen Wan's expression was also somewhat gloomy and Shen Yu was already exploding with anger, but she restrained herself from saying a few sarcastic words to Shen Miao. Wan Yinyang thought that Shen Miao's words were to help her and a trace of joy surfaced on her face. When Shen Dongling saw it, she shook her head slightly. Shen Yuan still had a sneering appearance and Shen Gui also pretended not to know. Then let's go to the Wanli Lake. Luo Shuiyan ordered. She was a person who was used to being a female general, so it was natural for her to give orders. No matter how unwilling the Shen family's people were, they could only follow because of the Shen family's army guards behind them. The Wanli Lake was located in the west of the center of the Ding capital, and the entire lake was embedded in the heart of the city. In the spring, it was like a piece of jade, and when it came to winter, snow would fall on the surface of the lake and there would be boats cruising on the lake. It was quite interesting to drink wine and discuss history. Today there was also light snow, and under the illumination of the thousands of lights, the snowflakes were like crystal-clear jade flowers that fell from the sky. The willow trees by the lakeside were all covered with snowflakes, and for a moment one was unable to differentiate which was the snow and which was the lights. Before reaching the Wanli Lake, one could hear the sound of fireworks. When one raised one's head, one could see that in the dark of the night, the large expanse of fireworks almost dazzled one's eyes. There was a tide of people below. Some were lovers holding hands, or some were a happy and harmonious family. All of them raised their heads to look at the fireworks, looking at this moment of eternity. Young lady, quickly look," Xianxia said excitedly, "that is the fireworks by the Wanli Lake. One heard that the fireworks tonight will be set off for the entire night. It is really beautiful." Yu also muttered. "Huh. The Ding capital is indeed bustling." Xianxia said to Luo Shuiyan, "It is much more fun than our northwestern region." Luo Shuiyan was also sighing as she walked. As she walked forward, she suddenly saw the crowd running forward, and one did not know what they were anxious about. Xianxia grabbed a male that ran past him and asked, "This brother, what is in front? Why is everyone running forward?" "The Jade Rabbit Fairy has arrived." That person said. Everyone went to see the Jade Rabbit Fairy. He took a look at Xianxia and suddenly said, "Brother must be new here. This year the Jade Rabbit Fairy is disguised by Bao Xianglu's young lady Luing. Brother should quickly go over." Finishing, he ran away happily. Xianxia turned back and Luo Shuiyan said in a lukewarm tone, "Still not going to see that young lady Luing? Foreign is not saying." Xianxia wiped the sweat off his forehead. "I have not seen enough of foreign. What kind of person is young lady Luing? Definitely not as beautiful and generous as foreign." Even so, since they were already here, Luo Shuiyan did not want to spoil everyone's mood. She continued walking forward. After squeezing through the crowd, one suddenly heard someone shouting, "Young lady Luing is here! Young lady Luing is here!" Shen Miao's stature was too small and she could not see up, so Shen Qiu pulled her to the stone platform at the side and placed her down before standing beside Shen Miao. Shen Miao raised her head and saw a flower carriage surrounded by the crowd. It was winter, but the float was decorated with fresh flowers. It was enough to show the effort of the person behind it. The flowers were beautiful purple and brilliant red, so for a moment they couldn't see them clearly. But at this moment, they could clearly see the people inside the flower carriage. It was a young woman in the prime of her youth. She wore a white cotton dress and a velvet cloak over her head. Her hair was combed into a flying fairy bun, making her look like a fairy. She had delicate eyebrows and teeth that were like braided shells. What was most attractive about her was her pair of long and narrow eyes. The corners of her eyes were slightly raised, which added a touch of charm for no reason. It was cold and tempting, light but heavy. It was as if the wind around them had a hint of ambiguous fragrance with her arrival. This Jade Rabbit Fairy was said to be an immortal, but there was a hint of a mortal world. She was said to be in the mortal world, but her enchanting coldness was a color that the mortal world did not have. Luing was not born to be very beautiful, and in terms of facial features, she was slightly inferior to Wan Yinyang, but that kind of cold enchanting in her bones made one's heart itch. Whether this Jade Rabbit Fairy was an immortal or a demon, it made one ponder, but this kind of tone to an ordinary male was enough to captivate one's soul. Shen Miao's eyes stopped on Luing for a moment but turned her head to look at the surroundings, wanting to see if that person had arrived. After looking one round, she did not discover anything, and when Shen Qiu saw her actions, he asked curiously, "Younger sister, what are you looking at? Why is older brother not looking at this young lady Luing?" Shen Miao directly changed the topic. Even though Shen Qiu was not stupid, he would not think much whenever he met Shen Miao. When he heard Shen Miao's question, he answered, "I do not like this." Shen Miao raised her eyebrows and said, "Then what does older brother like?" Shen Qiu was unable to speak. Shen Miao felt that Shen Qiu's embarrassed look was very interesting and wanted to laugh. In the previous life, Xianxia married that vicious sister-in-law, and from the beginning to the end, he most likely did not meet any young lady that he admired. Now that he was reborn, he did not know who was the one that was fated to be his sister-in-law in this lifetime. Let's go. Xianxia stretched out his hand towards Shen Miao, wanting to pull her down from the stone platform. Just now, in order to let Shen Miao see that young lady Lu Ying clearly, Xianxia brought her to this side and was separated by 10 meters from Xianxia and the rest. Now that she had finished watching the bustle, naturally she would return to Xianxia's side and go to the Wanli Lake to release the lanterns. Just as Shen Miao was about to jump down, she suddenly heard a child crying. Xianxia also heard it, and both of them turned their heads to look and saw that a few meters away, there was a 3 or 4-year-old child hanging upside down from a shop on the shore. Most likely the child was mischievous and climbed to a high place to watch the bustle but ended up slipping. Both his hands were tightly holding onto the ladder and half of his body was hanging outside. If he were to fall like this, one feared that it would be a big problem. The surrounding people had already gone to get a ladder, but the child could not hold on for long. Seeing that the little hands were getting weaker and weaker, the child's mother had already covered her face and cried, "Younger sister, wait for me here." When Xianxia saw that, he quickly instructed Shen Miao. Thinking that it was only a few meters away from the stone platform and he knew martial arts, he immediately headed over. Before he reached, the child's hand went limp and he fell to the ground. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. Xianxia's toes tapped lightly and he stepped on the pillar beside him. He soared into the air and caught the child, barely saving the child's life. The surrounding people were all applauding his move. Xianxia returned the child to the child's mother, and the child's mother repeatedly apologized to him with tears in her eyes, making Xianxia somewhat embarrassed. It was not easy to appease this pair of mother and son, and Xianxia prepared to return to the stone platform to fetch Shen Miao. Because he was only a few meters away, he was stunned the moment he turned his head. The stone platform was empty. There was not a single person on it. Xianxia's heart tightened, and with 3 quick steps, he forcefully pushed through the crowd and ran to the front of the stone platform. There was no one there, not even a trace. Xianxia's heart still harbored hope and looked around before calling out loudly, "Jiao Jiao." But no one answered him. He grabbed a person standing not far from the stone platform and asked, "Where's the little girl who was standing here just now? Did you see the little girl here?" That person replied impatiently, "What little girl? No, no." Finishing, he looked at him again, "Could it be that your family's young lady was abducted by others? There are many kidnappers in this Jade Rabbit Festival, and if there are no guards, the residence's young lady would be separated from others. Then 8 or 9 out of 10 would be abducted by kidnappers." Xianxia's body trembled violently. The 8-chi tall burly man, who did not even blink his eyes in front of the enemy on the battlefield, at this moment, suddenly changed color. On the street beside the lake of Wanli, there were 2 people walking in the crowd. One was wearing a blue robe and a jade crown with an imposing appearance, while the other was wearing a purple robe and had a handsome face like a painting. These 2 people were not bad, especially that purple-clad youth. There was a kind of elegance and nobility in his actions, and there was a faint smile on his lips which made the surrounding females to look over from time to time. "How long are you going to follow me?" Xianxia asked. Su Mingfeng shook his head. "Such a festival, as a good friend, one should naturally travel together. Why are you not willing?" "I still have things to do. An invitation is not as good as a chance encounter. Since we met, then travel together with me. How many times have we not traveled together during the Jade Rabbit Festival?" Su Mingfeng was dissatisfied. "You are becoming more and more mysterious now." Today Su Mingfeng was traveling with the Su family and coincidentally met Xianxia alone, so he pulled Xianxia along. The relationship between the Su family and the Xie family was good, thus Master Su would not say anything. At this moment Master Su and the rest were walking in front while Su Mingfeng and Xianxia were walking behind. Su Mingfeng asked, "You came out alone again today. Your father is not angry?" The Jade Rabbit Festival was usually a family trip, and now there was only Xianxia alone. Without thinking, it was definitely Xianxia who came out alone. Xiading most likely exploded with anger. There was no choice as he had such a son. It felt like he came over to collect a debt in the previous lifetime. With his son accompanying, I will not join in the fun. Xianxia said indifferently, I am not that free. Su Mingfeng shook his head, you are really free and easy. Just as he was speaking, he saw a group of people walking over. Su Mingfeng was surprised for a moment, is that not General Shen? Xianxia looked up and saw Xianxia hurriedly walking over, and following closely behind him was Xianqiu and Luo Shuiyan. Behind them was a group of guards, and everyone's expression was very heavy and nervous. Su Mingfeng touched his chin, it seems that the Shen family is in some trouble. Why is there such an expression? In the midst of a crowd brimming with joy, the Shen family's expression was very abrupt. One did not need to think to know that it was definitely not a good thing. Master Su also saw them and stopped to chat with them. Xianxia and Su Mingfeng did not go forward and only stood far away. They were all martial artists and could hear each other's conversation. Master Su asked, where is General Shen going? Casually stroll around. Xianxia said, it is just that wife's body suddenly felt unwell and had to return to the residence first. Master Su, have a good time. Finished speaking, he cupped his hands and left without looking back. The Shen family and the Su family did not have the same political views. Seeing that Xianxia did not want to talk to him, Master Su naturally did not feel comfortable in his heart. He was too lazy to meddle in other people's business and walked forward. It was Su Mingfeng who said, General Shen is so arrogant, but why does it look like something big has happened? Even if Shen Foreign is not feeling well, there is no need to bring so many guards. Xianxing's eyes swept across the group of guards and said, fifth young lady of the Shen family is not present. Ah? Su Mingfeng was surprised. Shen Miao is not present. Xianxia looked at the Shen family's entourage. With Shen Miao's relationship with the other two households, it was impossible for her to abandon her mother at this time and enjoy the lanterns with the other two households. And in this entourage, there was no Shen Miao's figure. It could not be that Shen Miao did not even leave the residence today. For such a big festival, even if Shen Miao was unwilling, Xianxia would not leave her alone in the residence. Just at this moment, one suddenly heard a soft voice, older sister Shen is missing. Xianxia lowered his head. Su Minglang did not know when did he slip away from Master Su's side and ran to Su Mingfeng's side. He pulled his eldest brother's clothes and repeated, just now I secretly ran over to their place and heard those people saying to find older sister Shen as soon as possible. Su Minglang was a glutinous rice dumpling that could be ignored in the crowd. It was because he was bold that he was not afraid of being separated by the crowd and not being able to find his way back. They said that perhaps older sister Shen was kidnapped by kidnappers. Su Minglang continued, eldest brother, let us go and rescue older sister Shen. Missing? Xianxia thoughtfully looked at the back of the Shen family's entourage that were far away and suddenly said to Su Mingfeng, do not make this matter public. I will leave first. He then looked down at Su Minglang and smiled evilly, if you were to speak about the matter of Shen Miao not being seen, I will sell you to the kidnappers. During the Jade Rabbit Festival in the Ding capital, every year there would be numerous young ladies who would be abducted by kidnappers. If it was a male child, it would be better. Most likely they would be sold to those remote places that were unable to give birth to children, to be a son. If it was a female child or a young female, then it would be miserable. Those who did not have good looks would be passed around a few times by the traffickers and sold to a large family to be a servant girl. If they were good-looking, they would not be as good as those with average looks. Perhaps they would be sold to an opera troupe, or perhaps they would be sold to a brothel, or simply become a Yangzhou skinny horse. After being trained for a few years, they would become a pet for the nobles to play with. Among these females, there was no lack of large families, but when it came to kidnappers, there was no difference in family background. No matter if one was a young lady from a large family or a commoner, once one was in the hands of a kidnapper, everyone would be the same. Shen young lady was abducted by kidnappers? In the room, Ji Yushu suddenly stood up and paced back and forth, showing some worry. Shen young lady is not bad looking and has an outstanding bearing. One fear that if she falls into the hands of kidnappers, she would definitely be sold. Even though I also like young lady Xiaoyao, I do not wish for Shen young lady to become a young lady. Third Xia older brother, do we go and save her? Dao Yang scoffed at Ji Yushu's words, are you alright? With Xin Miao's means, how could she be abducted by kidnappers? Moreover, kidnappers would only pick single young ladies or lost children. Xianxia and Xianxia are not far from Xin Miao, and those kidnappers are not fools. How would they pick such a big thorn? Xin Miao's looks are also not an outstanding beauty, so it is not worth it. These words were not wrong. When kidnappers abduct people, they would do it when people were not paying attention. Even if they abducted and sold a young lady from an official's family, they would also pick a time when that young lady was not around. But the people who investigated the news said that at that time Xin Miao was by the Wanli Lake, and at that time the crowd was surging. Even though it was easy for the kidnappers to make their move, but if they were not careful and were discovered, they would not be able to escape with so many people. Such a risky matter, if it was for an outstanding beauty, it would still be justifiable. Xin Miao was after all a young lady, and even though she was not bad, it was not to the point where one would lose one's rationality. The most important thing was that at that time Xianxia and Xianxia were not far away. Since ancient times, bullying the weak and fearing the strong was the norm that bad people followed. Obviously, knowing that Xianxia's family did not look like they were good to provoke, how would the kidnapper find trouble for himself? It was a risky and unprofitable business, unless the kidnapper was a fool too. Ji Yushu was suddenly enlightened, so to speak. It was not done by kidnappers? Who could it be? This is obviously directed at Xin young lady. Could it be the remaining party of Prince Yu residents? As he spoke, he shook his head. Prince Yu's people did not know that the extermination of the entire family was related to Xin Miao. Could it be the Xin family's people? I heard that the Xin family is not on good terms. Could it be someone from the other branches? Xianxia, who had been sitting silently by the side, stood up and said, "It's them." They? Dao Yang suddenly became nervous and looked at Xianxia. They have already found out? I don't think so. Xianxia shook his head. I was waiting for them to make a move, but nothing happened. Now he understood that they might have known about the secret chamber and did not know what methods they used to know that Xin Miao was present that day. Our identity has not been exposed, so they plan to find out from Xin Miao's mouth. They were sent by you? Ji Yushu was surprised for a moment before he felt a headache. Oh no. With those people's methods, Xin young lady would not feel good if she landed in their hands. Let the MOU Army Secret Department come out to search. Search along the surroundings of the Wanli Lake. There are many eyes and they should not have gone far. Xianxia said in a deep voice. The casual expression on his face was completely gone, and his solemn look was not like that of a 17 or 18-year-old youth, but had an unfathomable chill. It is not good for the MOU army to move out now. Dao Yang frowned. Now there are too many people watching you in the Ding capital, and if the higher-ups were to be alerted, one feared that the trouble would not be small. It is better to let people guard the city gates, and tomorrow morning send your residence's people to quietly search the city. It would be better to beat the grass and startle the snake now. Still need to wait for a night? Ji Yushu jumped up. If one wait for a night, Xin young lady would be long dead. Ji Yushu was after all young and impetuous and appreciated Xin Miao. Different from Gao Yang, who already had the cruelty and ruthlessness of a politician, in some aspects, Ji Yushu still retained a youth's precious sincerity and naivety. Gao Yang was angry. What time is it already, and you are still thinking of Xin Miao? If one is not careful, our identities will be exposed. Now send the secret department's people to search. Xianxia said coldly. I do not want to say it a second time. Third Xia. Gao Yang looked at him. You want to destroy the big plan because of a girl? Do not forget what you said. Gao Yang, pay attention to your identity. Xianxia suddenly snapped. His brows were slightly wrinkled and the ink in his peach blossom eyes was even deeper than the Ding capital's night. The sudden anger that was emitted made Gao Yang could not help but tremble. When Ji Yushu saw the situation, he quickly smoothed things over. Today's matter happened suddenly and no one had expected it. But perhaps the situation is not that bad. First think about what is going on. Xianxia was silent for a moment before saying, not for anyone but to play. Such drastic measures in my territory, it really makes one uncomfortable. Since they have the guts to come, tonight let them have a taste of what is called no return. The Wanli Lake was crowded with people and the cheers and laughter drowned out all other sounds. The matter of an official's young lady disappearing did not seem to cause much of a commotion. This was of course because the Shen family did not spread it out, but even if it was spread out, one feared that people would only be busy admiring the grand occasion in front of them. The Jade Rabbit Fairy had already finished her dance and the males were dazed from watching it while the females were secretly cursing the vixen. The huge Jade Rabbit lantern was made of snow-white silk cloth. It was coated with a thick layer of grease and was painted with the image of the Jade Rabbit playing with joy. It was decorated with bright and dim candles, slowly floating on the surface of the Wanli Lake. The people cheered and ran to the edge of the lake to put down the lanterns they had made. The lanterns were filled with their wishes for the coming year. They rolled them into small strips of paper and placed them in the lanterns before gently pushing them into the water. Light snow started to fall from the sky. However, the lights on the Wanli Lake were bright and the fireworks in the sky were bright. For a moment, it was hard to tell if it was in the sky or under the water. Such a beautiful scene that was brightly lit, even during the previous Jade Rabbit Festival, it was a rare sight. There were a few exquisitely carved pleasure boats floating in the middle of the lake. Usually, the nobles would book these pleasure boats to drink and make merry. Today, no one knew who was on these pleasure boats. Because the lake was filled with lanterns, the pleasure boats did not attract much attention. An unlit pleasure boat was leisurely drifting downstream on the surface of the Wanli Lake. There were fewer people downstream and the lanterns were all drifting along with the waves. From afar, the pleasure boat seemed to be surrounded by those lanterns. However, the further it went downstream, the further away it was from the city, and the fewer people there were. In the end, there was practically no one there. Shen Miao was sitting in the innermost room of the pleasure boat and looked coldly at the two people in front of her. In the dim pleasure boat, there was a small oil lamp that was lit. Shen Miao's mouth was stuffed with a piece of rag and her hands and feet were tied up so well that she could not break free. The two people on the pleasure boat were dressed in hemp garments and looked very unfamiliar. A tall and skinny man stood at the bow of the boat and looked around. He then walked into the cabin and nodded to the shorter man, saying, "All right, there's no one here." That short man laughed and stretched out his hand to pull out the rag in Shen Miao's mouth. "Shen young lady, there is no one here, so do not shout. If you shout, we still have the time to kill you and run." Shen Miao's eyes moved slightly but she did not speak. These people did the opposite and the pleasure boat floated downstream in public. Xianxia and the rest would only search for her whereabouts on the shore and would not think that she was in the middle of the Wanli Lake under the watchful eyes of everyone. Just now, when she was standing on the stone platform waiting for Xianxia to come back, she was dragged away from behind with her mouth and nose covered. The two of them moved so quickly that she didn't even have time to react before she was tied up and thrown onto the boat. Seeing that Shen Miao did not speak, the short one was also quite satisfied. The tall and skinny one walked over and sat opposite her. His eyes were very gloomy as he said, "Shen young lady, straightforward people do not speak in riddles. We looked for you to inquire about a matter." The tall and skinny one exuded a very unique temperament. This kind of temperament was not like an ordinary bandit. He said, "That day you have already gone to the secret chamber of Prince Yu residence." Shen Miao's eyes flashed. When she was abducted, she thought of many possibilities. Perhaps it was the second household or third household people, perhaps it was Shen Yuan or Prince Yu's old subordinates. She even thought about Fu Xiaoyi, but she did not expect that the target was that secret chamber. Other than Xianxia and Gao Yang, no one else knew about the secret chamber. Could it be that Fu Xiaoyi knew about it a few years in advance, but since the other party came prepared, it was obvious that they had clearly understood her background. Shen Miao did not hide it and replied, "Yes. That day eldest brother was handling matters in Prince Yu residence and I was waiting in the tea room. I accidentally discovered that secret chamber and went to take a look out of curiosity." The two people opposite looked at each other and the short one said, "Then you should have met someone in the secret chamber." "Who was that person?" Shen Miao's fingers slightly shrunk. It was not because of the secret chamber's secrets or the things in the secret chamber, but it was actually for the people inside. Xianxia and Gao Yang? These people came for Xianxia and Gao Yang? Shen Miao's mind quickly turned. These people only knew that there was someone else in the secret chamber that day but did not know who that person was. Perhaps Xianxia and Gao Yang were hiding something, and if she were to say it out, Xianxia and Gao Yang's secret would be exposed. She looked at him in confusion. Someone else? The tall and thin man looked at her viciously. Miss Shin, don't play tricks in front of us. When you entered the secret chamber that day, we believed that it was a coincidence. However, the things in the secret chamber had already been taken away. Who did you meet in the secret chamber? Tell me and I'll spare your life. Shin Miao stared at him, but her mind was quickly calculating. She only knew about the secret chamber of Prince Yu residence because of her previous life, so in these people's eyes, she could only accidentally discover the location of the secret chamber. These people might be investigating something, but they didn't know who they were. Xianxia and Gao Yang were the people they were looking for. She shook her head. When I entered the secret chamber that day, there was no one else inside. As for the thing you mentioned, I didn't see it either. Perhaps before I went in, those people you mentioned had already left. Impossible. The tall and thin man looked at her and suddenly revealed a cruel smile. Miss Shin, since you do not speak, then one must let you suffer a bit. When the words were spoken, that short man's eyes brightened and a hand reached out to touch Shin Miao's face. There was a somewhat lascivious look on his face as he said, Little Beauty's skin is really smooth. Why not wait for you to serve older brother and perhaps you will be able to remember. Finishing, he went to unbutton Shin Miao's clothes. If you touch me, I will definitely bite my tongue and commit suicide. You will not be able to find out anything. Shin Miao lightly said, I have lost my innocence and my heart would be like dead ashes. In despair, do you think that you still have a chance to get information out of me? When the words were said, the short one's hand suddenly stopped and turned to look at the skinny and tall one. The skinny and tall one stared at Shin Miao and asked, You know who it is? Shin Miao gently smiled, Perhaps I can still remember. The short one was somewhat dumbfounded and the skinny and tall one's eyes were gloomy and uncertain. Perhaps Shin Miao's overly calm attitude made them somewhat unprepared, or perhaps they were surprised that Shin Miao was able to turn around and threaten the other party in such a situation. There was no female who did not care about their innocence, but Shin Miao's appearance was like a hoodlum on the streets. Correct, if Shin Miao really knew who the person in the secret chamber was, once she was touched, Shin Miao, who was filled with hatred towards them, would most likely not reveal the truth for the rest of her life. Shin Miao's eyes were slightly cold. Everyone would have their own weakness. These two people opposite seemed to want to know who the person in the secret chamber was, and now she was perhaps the only person in this world who knew the whereabouts. If she was a delicate official's young lady, she might be scared and tell the truth. Unfortunately, she was Empress Shin, who had gone through many hardships in the inner palace. What do you want to think? The short one did not touch her again and changed to a friendly look. Say who that person is and we will promise you. His tone was like coaxing a child. Shin Miao did not even blink as she said, Who are you? Both of them were startled for a moment before the skinny and tall one sneered, What benefits is there for you to know who both of us are? Perhaps I will be able to remember who that person is. Shin Miao smiled as she looked at him. You are delaying time. Shin Miao declined to comment. The short one suddenly stood up and slapped Shin Miao's mouth without even thinking. It was as if his patience had finally run out as he said, Smelly girl, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Do not talk nonsense with her. Xianxia's soldiers are outside and we cannot go out. Bring her back first and after returning. His smile was somewhat distorted. Naturally there will be ways to make her speak the truth. He bent down and touched Shin Miao's face with his disgusting hand. Little girl, Grandpa treated you kindly just now to save trouble. Since you don't want to live, don't blame others. Shin Miao's eyes turned cold and suddenly raised the knife in her hand to stab the other person's face. That short person was caught off guard and was slashed on his face by Shin Miao and blood immediately flowed out. Behind Shin Miao, one did not know when the ropes binding her hands and feet had been removed. She was used to hiding a dagger in her sleeve. Now that this dagger was taken out, it was a surprise. After rowing for a while, she ran out of the boat and shouted, Help! Just as she reached the cabin, she was violently grabbed by the hand, dragged in, and thrown to the ground. Her entire back knocked against the wooden table on the ship. She gasped in pain, and the ship shook a few times. Her reaction was fast and without saying anything, she immediately stood up and ran out again. The tall and skinny man sneered and kicked her kneecap, and that was a heart-wrenching pain. Xin Miao recovered to her senses and raised the dagger in her hands to poke that person's eyes. The tall and skinny man jumped in shock and dodged to the side, avoiding the tip of her dagger. He scolded "Vicious woman" and snatched the dagger from her hands. Xin Miao endured the pain in her legs and used her hands to climb to the cabin's window and jumped down without even blinking. "Want to run?" The tall and skinny man sneered and did not hesitate to throw the dagger in his hands over, and it went straight into Xin Miao's calf. Even though it did not go deep, a line of bright red blood quickly appeared on the surface of the lake. Xin Miao knew how to swim, but in this cold winter of the 12th lunar month, the Wanli Lake's water was bone-chilling, and once one entered it, one would feel that one's entire body was a block of ice, and after struggling to move a few times, one would feel that one's entire body could no longer move. That skinny and tall one was about to jump into the water to fish Xin Miao out, since Xin Miao was the one who knew the whereabouts of the people in the secret chamber. But before he could take action, he heard an inexplicable sound of firecrackers coming from the horizon, and when he looked up, he saw a firework lighting up in the west. The situation has changed. The short one wiped off the blood stains on his face and said, "Retreat. Bring the person away first." The skinny and tall one scolded and was about to jump into the lake when one did not know that the boat suddenly jolted, and one did not know when two black-clad people were standing at the bow of the boat. The shoulders of the two black-clad people had golden embroidered eagle patterns. The short one cried out involuntarily, "MOU Army. Why is there the MOU Army here?" Before the two of them could recover to their senses, the two black-clad people were already in front of them. A silver light flashed past, and the two of them had a look of horror on their faces before they slowly fell down. In the lake, Xin Miao was still violently churning. From the words of the short and tall one just now, it was not just the two of them alone. It seemed that there was another force behind them, and it sounded like the force was rather large. Xin Miao had an intuition that was beyond imagination when it came to such matters. If she fell into the hands of these two people, she would naturally be able to think of a way to escape, but if she fell into the hands of that force, even if she died outside, the Xin family would never be able to find the murderer. But she did not expect that this desperate jump would actually trap herself in a dead end. Those two people did not come down to save her, and the lake water was ice cold. Could it be that she would die here? Her head started to feel heavy and her ears could not hear a buzzing sound, as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. It was obvious that the light from the surface of the water was in front of her, and she could see the bright lights from the lanterns flowing down the river, but she could not catch it and could not see it. Just when her eyes were about to blur, she suddenly saw a figure swimming over from afar. That person's body was strong and vigorous. In the bright lake water, it was as if a god had descended from the heavens, bringing with him the light as he swam towards her. That person swam in front of Xin Miao and hugged her waist as he swam towards the surface of the water. In such a world of ice and snow, the lake water was bone-chilling, and it was difficult for one person to swim, but it was easy for him to carry another person. When he swam to the front of the pleasure boat, he lifted Xin Miao up and threw her onto the boat before flipping himself up. Xin Miao choked on a few mouthfuls of water and did not get up after boarding the boat. She only pinched her throat and coughed a few times. However, she saw the figure in front of her turn. When she looked up, she saw that the person was also dripping wet from head to toe. There was no longer the playful expression on his face as he looked at her with a frown. It was Xianxia. Seeing Xianxia at this moment, Xin Miao did not even have the thought of being surprised. Those two people were here for Xianxia, and it was assumed that Xianxia himself knew the news, thus he rushed over. She struggled to prop herself up and saw that there were two more corpses in the cabin. They were the skinny and tall man and the short man from before. Two black-clothed men walked out from the depths of the cabin. One of them walked to Xianxia's side and whispered something. Xianxia waved his hand and the two men left with the two corpses. Before they left, they even cleaned up the bloodstains in the cabin. Xin Miao did not bother to think who these two people were, as even a fool would be able to guess that they were Xianxia's people. She moved her body and felt that there was no part of her body that was not sore. She had been soaking in the ice water for half a moment and was shivering from the cold. Previously she was thrown by the skinny tall one several times and her back was in pain. The most painful part was probably her calf. She lowered her head and looked at her skirt. The skirt was stuck to her body and there was a flower of blood on her calf. It was mixed with the red embroidery on her skirt and it was not clear. That was the wound that the skinny tall one used a dagger to. She was so cold and in pain that she could not say a single word. It was Xianxia who walked into the cabin. In these exquisite pleasure boats, there would be some spare furnaces and cloves. He took out a furnace from the wooden box and lit it up with a match before adding some charcoal inside. The furnace burned warmly and the pleasure boat swayed in the lake. Xianxia glanced at Shen Miao and suddenly his lips hooked up. I want to change clothes and you want to keep your eyes open? Shen Miao suddenly closed her eyes. At this moment her state of mind was somewhat chaotic and it was difficult for Xianxia to still have the mood to tease her. One only heard a light chuckle followed by the rustling of clothes and after a moment, Xianxia's voice sounded, done. Shen Miao opened her eyes and Xianxia was buttoning the last button. He had changed into a dark green robe and a white fox fur coat which made him look cold and solemn. A pair of black peach blossom eyes stared at Shen Miao with a smile that was not a smile. Do you also want to change? It was very easy to catch a cold when wearing cold and wet clothes. Even if one were to sit by the furnace to bake, it would take a lot of time to completely dry up. One feared that at that time, she would also suffer from the cold. She had always cherished her body. In addition to the fact that her entire body was uncomfortable at the moment, she looked at Xianxia and said calmly, there are other clothes? Xianxia got up and took out a set of clothes from a cloth bag on the wooden table. He leaned against the wall and said, my subordinates sent me clothes. The current situation is somewhat troublesome and there is no way to find female clothes for you. If you want to change, you can only change mine. An unmarried female changing into an unfamiliar male's clothes. If this situation were to be set out, it would be somewhat of an erotic color. Shen Miao looked up at Xianxia and the smile on his lips was slightly nasty. One did not know if it was really forced by the situation or it was intentional. Shen Miao found that Xianxia really had a special charm. Ever since her rebirth, she faced everyone with the mentality of Empress Shen. Even when facing Xianxia, he couldn't treat Xianxia as his big brother. Sometimes, he even felt like he was taking care of Xianxia. But every time she met Xianxia, his viciousness would always make Shen Miao absent-minded, as if she was not the Empress Shen who had experienced ups and downs, but a naive fifth young lady of the Shen family who did not know the evils of the world. After taking a deep breath in her heart, Shen Miao said, give it to me. Her answer made Xianxia somewhat surprised. He looked at her suspiciously and asked, you want to wear my clothes? Are there any other clothes here? Shen Miao asked. Xianxia smiled and threw the clothes in his hands to her. Shen Miao took the clothes and endured it before saying to Xianxia, may little Marquis turn around. When Xianxia heard it, he sized her up from head to toe meaningfully. Shen Miao's clothes were now wet and stuck to her body. She was petite and the figure of a young female was almost revealed. Her somewhat disheveled appearance revealed a delicate posture that was not usually seen. Xianxia said with interest, a little girl still smelling of her mother's milk would also be shy? Do not worry. His eyes were picky and disdainful, there is nothing and there is nothing to look at. Finishing, he turned his head away and did not look at Shen Miao at all. Shen Miao's heart was slightly relieved and picked up Xianxing's clothes. It was a light green cotton robe and the cuffs were ironed. The material and embroidery were of high quality. Shen Miao subconsciously touched it. This kind of workmanship, most likely only the palace would have such enjoyment in her previous lifetime. It was rumored that the Marquis of Lineage's fortune could rival a country and it was not false. She slowly took off her wet outer and inner clothes and used the wet clothes to warm them on the stove to wipe off the water droplets on her body before picking up Xianxing's robe. Who knew that Xianxing's robe style was complicated and she did not wear it properly? Not only that, the belt was also wrapped around her left calf. Her calf originally had a dagger wound and previously one thought that it was not serious, but now it seemed that the badly mutilated appearance was somewhat scary. The belt rubbed against the wound and Shen Miao sucked in a breath of cold air in pain. She did not sit properly and fell to the ground with a bang and even knocked over the teapot on the table. When Xianxia heard the movement, he immediately turned back and saw Shen Miao falling to the ground and stepped forward to help her up. Shen Miao was not able to stop him in time as her entire body leaned into his embrace. Her clothes were not properly worn and were loosely wrapped around her body. Her shoulders were slightly exposed and her hair was not dry, making her look somewhat charming. No matter how calm she was, there was a moment of panic and helplessness. It was Xianxia who frowned as he held her calf and stared at the wound. What happened? What happened? Xin Miao was surprised for a moment. From her point of view, such a frivolous action should have been stopped with a stern shout, but she did not know why. She honestly replied, "Just now when I was escaping, I was injured by a dagger." Xianxia swept a glance at her and took out a porcelain bottle from his bosom and threw it to her. "Apply the medicine." Xin Miao took it and did not speak much as she wanted to apply the medicine. But because at the moment she was sitting on the ground and because she had been soaked in the cold lake for a long time, she did not have any strength at all. Not to mention applying the medicine, it was difficult to even sit up. When Xianxia saw this, he could only walk to her side and hold her shoulders to support her to the small couch on the boat. Xin Miao had lived for 2 lifetimes and was not a young lady who had her first awakening of love, so naturally she would not be embarrassed because of the two of them being alone. However, she was draped in Xianxia's white clothes and her snow-white shoulders were exposed. When the cold wind blew, one did not know if it was because of the cold or discomfort, but there was a layer of goosebumps. Before she could say anything, a warm thing covered her head and directly buried her head in it. Xin Miao shook her head and discovered that the thing covering her body was Xianxia's fox fur coat. That fox fur coat was warm and Xin Miao subconsciously wrapped it tighter, only revealing her small palm-sized face. She looked at Xianxia without speaking and really looked like a furry little fox. Xianxia found it somewhat funny and got up to walk to the other side. One did not know what he was holding, but he squatted down in front of Xin Miao and reached out to grab Xin Miao's leg. "What are you doing?" Xin Miao avoided and asked. "If your injury is not treated, it will fester tomorrow." Xianxia said, "Don't think of taking advantage of me." Xin Miao. This person's words were really too hateful. What taking advantage of him? He even used such a serious expression to say it. Xin Miao simply did not want to bother with him. She said, "I will do it myself." "All right." Xianxia did not say anything further and stood up and leaned against the cabinet at the side like he was watching a show. He crossed his arms and said, "I will watch you." "You do it." Xin Miao bent down, but her hands almost could not hold the bottle steadily. Previously, when he was arguing with the other two, he had been thrown by the tall and skinny man several times. His entire body was aching from the impact. At this moment, his hands were trembling. He forcefully opened the bottle, but he almost spilled the contents inside. After struggling for a long time, she finally gave up, but she did not want to admit defeat so easily with Xianxia, so she just sat on the snow-white fox fur and stared at Xianxia without saying a word. Xianxia laughed out and took the medicine bottle from Xin Miao's hands before squatting down again and holding Xin Miao's calf. He casually said, "I am not a good person. If you want to be angry, one fear that you will bet your leg." Xin Miao remained silent. Xianxia held her calf and slowly lifted up the trousers. His hands were cold and slender, and seemed to have the unique calluses of a martial artist. When it was grinding on the delicate skin, Xin Miao had an uncomfortable feeling, as if that piece of skin was also heating up. In the next moment, the cloth that was stuck to the wound because of the blood was suddenly pulled apart, and it was so painful that Xin Miao almost cried out. "The wound is somewhat deep." Xianxia looked at it and said with a frown, "Why did you not say it earlier?" "I did not think that you would be so kind-hearted," Xin Miao said. She indeed did not think that Xianxia would be so kind to apply medicine for her. With their friendship, Xianxia coming over to save her life could be said to have deep feelings. Such a person with deep thoughts was also not a good person, so Xin Miao could not think of any reason why Xianxia would help her. So this leg injury could only be treated after returning to the Xin residence. Xianxia got up and picked up the teapot from the small table at the side and poured the water inside clean. He then stretched one hand out of the boat and scooped up a pot of lake water and placed it on the stove to boil. He said, "I indeed do not have good intentions, but seeing that you are loyal, one will be a good person for once." Speaking till here, he looked up at Xin Miao and said, "Everyone said that Xianxia is loyal and righteous, but one did not expect that a girl from the Xin family would also be loyal. Many thanks to you for not selling me out." He was half joking and half serious, so Shen Miao did not explain that he had misunderstood. At that time in that situation, if she had immediately said that the person in the secret room was Xie Jingxing, those two people would have immediately killed her. Who did not know how to stall for time, but Xie Jingxing thought that she did not say it because of loyalty and to make Xie Jingxing feel that he owed her a favor. Why not? Thus Shen Miao did not intend to clarify this misunderstanding. However, Shen Miao lowered her head and pondered. Even if she really sold Xie Jingxing out, with Xie Jingxing's ability, he would still be able to retreat unscathed. Just now she heard clearly that those two people definitely had companions nearby, but now there was no movement at all, so one could imagine who was the one who did it. After a short silence, the water in the teapot boiled. Xie Jingxing casually tore off a piece of cloth from the corner of his robe and dipped it in the hot water. With one hand, he held Shen Miao's calf and placed it on his knee, and the other hand wiped the dirty blood around the wound. Shen Miao's feet were almost in Xie Jingxing's embrace and she could feel his cold clothes. The material was also cold and stiff, as if his frivolous appearance was cold and solemn. Shen Miao was somewhat uncomfortable and turned her head away, and her toes could not help but curl up slightly. In her past life, other than Fu Xiuyi, she did not have such intimate contact with other males. Even if it was Fu Xiuyi, now that she recalled it, it was more of a reluctance. Most of the time, Fu Xiuyi left her with the impression of a sovereign king. Thus there were almost no males that she had seen in her youth. Feeling somewhat silent, Shen Miao looked for a topic and asked, "Who are those people?" Those people that she was talking about was naturally that skinny and tall person. Hearing this, Xie Jingxing did not speak. He only wiped off the dirty blood on Shen Miao's calf and sprinkled some medicinal powder before taking out a handkerchief to bandage it for her. When he was doing this, he lowered his head and looked extremely serious. His technique was also very skilled, as if dressing wounds was something that he was very familiar with. The lights on the boat flickered, the lanterns of the Wanli Lake were like brocade, shining brightly on his face. The youth's features were unbelievably handsome, and it seemed that in this brief moment of brilliance, there was an illusion of gentleness. Even Shen Miao could not help but be slightly startled. However, this illusion of gentleness did not last long. Xie Jingxing put down her feet and suddenly both hands were by Shen Miao's side as he leaned closer. His well-defined face was in close proximity and his peach blossom eyes seemed to be filled with intoxicating wine as he looked over with a smile that was not a smile. It was clearly a casual action, but it was so strong that it made one unable to breathe. Shen Miao calmly looked at him. After staring at Shen Miao for a while, Xie Jingxing then released his hands and lightly said, "It is not good for you to know too much." "I do not want to know anything." Shen Miao said, "I only hope that you do not implicate me." When the words came out, her heart was somewhat vexed. One did not know what was going on today. Perhaps it was because the matter happened suddenly, or perhaps it was because of the injury that made her feel agitated, but when facing Xie Jingxing, it actually stimulated some of the little temper that was buried deep in her bones. Those random venting of anger, willfulness, and bickering were unknowingly drawn out by Xie Jingxing. "As long as you know propriety, no one can implicate you," Xie Jingxing said. He tidied up the messy cloth strips on the boat and found a long pole to hang Shen Miao's wet clothes on to warm them. "When can I leave?" Shen Miao asked. "There are people watching outside, and if one were to go out now, it would attract criticism. Moreover, if you stay with me, it would be hard to avoid blaming me." Xie Jingxing's words were still able to anger people to death, "So for my innocence, when the boat docks, I will bring you to the princess residence. The people from the princess residence will send you back." Shen Miao was slightly startled. "Princess residence?" "Princess Xianxia." Xie Jingxing fiddled with the charcoal. "She will help." Princess Xianxia was also born from the late emperor's imperial concubine, and even though she was not as favored as Princess Yuqing, she was deeply loved by the late emperor. Among the children of the late emperor, Princess Yuqing and Princess Xianxia had a deep sisterly relationship. Princess Yuqing married the Marquis of Linan and Princess Xianxia married the current Shuangyuan scholar, but unfortunately that Shuangyuan scholar died of illness a few years later. Princess Xianxia did not change and moved back to the princess residence and was a widow for so many years. With Princess Yuqing and Princess Xianxia's friendship, they would help Xie Jingxing in this matter. Shen Miao looked up at Xie Jingxing. He really thought far ahead. If at this moment the Shen family were to come over and see them alone with disheveled clothes, it would be hard to avoid thinking too much. With the relationship between the Shen and Xia family, who knew if it would become more complicated in the future? For Princess Xianxia to come forward, it was a good idea. The sound of fireworks came from the top of her head. Shen Miao was originally leaning against the window of the boat, and when she heard the sound, she looked out of the window. In the night sky of the Ding capital, there were all sorts of colorful and bright fireworks. Just like what Bai Lu and Xuanjiang said, the fireworks would not stop tonight. Just now, when there was a surge of people, the mood was different from looking at the quiet lake. You like to see these? Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. I do not like. Shen Miao replied. During the annual banquet of the Mingqi imperial family, the emperor and the concubines would have fun together, and there would be countless fireworks in the imperial garden. At that time she had just returned from the Qin country, and suddenly there was an additional Mei Foreign in the palace. On the night of the banquet, Mei Foreign and Fu Xiaoyi were drinking and having fun in the imperial garden. She sat in Kuan-Ning Palace accompanied by Wan Yu and Fu Ming as she watched the fireworks by herself. That was the coldest fireworks that she had ever seen, and since then, she did not like these things. It's just a fleeting thing. What's there to see? Nice to look at but useless. There was a hint of anger in her voice, but her eyes seemed a little sad. Xie Jingxing looked at her strangely, and after thinking for a while, he got up and took something from the cabinet. He walked to Shen Miao's side and handed the thing in his hand to Shen Miao. One do not know how long it would take for the boat to reach the shore. Since today is the Jade Rabbit Festival, you should also make a flower lantern. Xie Jingxing said. Shen Miao looked at the lantern in her hands. Most likely it was left behind by the people who were playing on the boat, as the candles had not been put in and was neatly folded. Looking out of the window, the surface of the Wanli Lake was surrounded by layers upon layers of lanterns. Their boat shuttled back and forth in a sea of resplendent lights, like a fairy in the beautiful Milky Way. Not waiting for Shen Miao to answer, Xie Jingxing made one himself. After he finished making the lantern, he casually placed it into the lake. His actions were also very casual. When Shen Miao saw it, she asked, "Why did you not write a note?" One had to put a note in the lantern, and on the note was the wish of the person who made the lantern, so that the deities would be able to hear the prayers of the person and would bless the person who made the lantern in the coming year. I do not believe in deities. Xie Jingxing said lazily, it is fine not to write. Shen Miao thought about it and was really unable to imagine what kind of scene it would be like with Xie Jingxing's arrogant and unruly temperament to seriously pray for the deities' blessings. She folded the two lanterns but did not write a note and did not put any candles inside. Instead, she lit the flower at the top of the lantern and placed it into the lake. The two lanterns were burning from top to bottom and looked like two balls of fire on the lake. Xie Jingxing was startled for a moment before asking, "These are the lanterns for worship. What are you doing?" Lighting the lanterns was a lantern for the dead. It was so lively without rhyme or reason, but Shen Miao was actually here to worship the dead. Shen Miao did not care about Xie Jingxing's words and only watched as the lanterns gradually burned until the flames engulfed the lanterns. After a long time, there were no longer any shadows of the two lanterns on the lake. After being reborn, there were some things that could be repeated, but some things could not be repeated. For example, Wan Yu and Fu Ming. In the previous lifetime and this lifetime, the meeting was an eternal farewell. In this lifetime, there was no longer that gentle and generous princess or the sensible and steady crown prince. A handkerchief was handed to Shen Miao. She raised her head and Xie Jingxing said impatiently, "Why are you crying again?" Shen Miao touched her cheeks and unknowingly, her cheeks were actually wet. Most likely it was Lu Jingxing's sorrow that she was not even conscious of her tears. Seeing her take the handkerchief, Xie Jingxing said, "You have some loyalty. If there are any difficulties in the future, you can come and find me." The words that came out of nowhere made Shen Miao stunned for a moment before looking at Xie Jingxing. The youth's side profile under the bright lights of the lake was even more beautiful. He leaned against the window and looked at Shen Miao with a flash of complicated light in his eyes. But he casually said, "I do not like to owe people favors. Since you did not betray me today, I will not treat you unfairly. Seeing that you have gotten into a lot of trouble, perhaps in the future there will be a need for me." At that time, on account of today's account, I will lend a helping hand. Shen Miao said, then many thanks to little Marquis. Xie Jingxing smiled and suddenly turned his head to look at her. There was some teasing in his tone, but help is help, but you must not fall in love with me. Shen Miao was so angry that she wanted to laugh. She said, little Marquis is thinking too much. Is it? Xie Jingxing walked over from the window and looked down at Shen Miao, who was sitting on the couch. He suddenly pulled out the hairpin from Shen Miao's head and thoughtfully looked at it in his hands. Then why are you wearing the hairpin that I gave you? He deliberately emphasized the word I. Shen Miao was at a loss for words. Just as she wanted to say that it was the maid who put it on for her, she heard Xie Jingxing continue, today you have touched and seen me, but forget about pledging one's body. He smiled maliciously, a little girl that has not grown up yet. I am not that hungry that I cannot be choosy. This person's words were too vicious. You even like to distort the truth. In Shen Miao's past and present lifetime, those that she met were either hypocrites or those that had a look of awe-inspiring righteousness. It was the first time that she met a scoundrel that could anger others to death with just one sentence. I don't like little Marquis and I won't like him in the future. Little Marquis can rest assured. Shen Miao said sarcastically. That's good. Xie Jingxing stared at her. The smile on his lips was still playful, but in his pitch-black eyes, there was a kind of warning and indifference. He said, little girl, I am not a good person. Shen Miao did not speak. Xie Jingxing was not a good person, but could she be considered a good person? Perhaps in the past lifetime, but in this lifetime, she was sinister and ruthless, and was completely not related to the word good. The boat quietly drifted down with the current and outside the window, it started to snow lightly. Half of the lake was sparkling with snowflakes and the other half was bright lights. The fireworks in the sky were colorful. This New Year's Jade Rabbit Festival did not seem to be very good, but after all it was special. The purple-clad youth leaned against the window and looked out indifferently. One did not know how long he looked, and when he turned his head, he discovered that Shen Miao had fallen asleep on the small table. When she was asleep, there was no alienation or dignified expression on her face. Because of today's torment, her cheeks were still red, and with Xie Jingxing's slightly large fox fur coat, she really looked like a young lady that had not grown up yet. Her hair was already slightly dried by the stove and a lock of long hair covered her eyes. Most likely it was a little itchy as Shen Miao frowned in her dreams. Xie Jingxing walked to her side and paused for a moment before reaching out to tuck the lock of hair that was covering her eyes to the back of her ears. He then took out the jade begonia hairpin that he just plucked from Shen Miao's head and gently inserted it into Shen Miao's head. He crossed his arms and looked at Shen Miao for a while. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, he raised his brows. To be able to sleep so well in front of a strange male, one really do not know fear. After sitting for a while, the boat came to a sudden stop. It had finally reached the shore. Xie Jingxing walked to the bow of the boat and a few black-clad figures appeared from the shore. The leader said, replying to Master, everything has been dealt with cleanly. Is Master returning to the residence now? Xie Jingxing looked back at the cabin and said, head to the princess residence first. Tai Yi, bring a horse carriage over. He turned back to the cabin and knocked on the small table. Shen Miao sleepily raised her head and Xie Jingxing said, reached the shore. Already reached? Shen Miao suddenly woke up and looked out of the window before walking out. However, the injury on her leg had not healed, and when she stood up, her legs softened and she almost fell down. Xie Jingxing grabbed her arm and after thinking about it, he stretched out his hand and wrapped the fox fur around Shen Miao's body tighter. He carried her along with the fox fur and walked out of the boat. Shen Miao jumped in shock and subconsciously reached out to hug Xie Jingxing's neck. Looking up, Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up, be more honest. Do not take advantage of me. Shen Miao. Xie Jingxing's hand wrapped around her shoulders. He was tall and had long legs, so it was effortless for him to carry Shen Miao. Shen Miao's head was in his embrace and she could feel his tall and sturdy chest and his powerful heartbeat, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. When they left the boat, they discovered that there was already a group of black-clad people standing outside. When they saw Xie Jingxing carrying a little girl out, even though they tried their best to endure, their expressions were somewhat strange. The most relaxed one was Xie Jingxing. He walked to the front of the horse carriage and threw Shen Miao inside before saying, "To the princess residence." He left without even turning his head back. The carriage wobbled away, leaving the group of black-clothed men looking at each other in dismay. A tall young man said, "Tai Yi, why did Master carry a girl out? What is the relationship between that girl and Master?" That's right, that's right." Another woman also walked over, rubbing her chin as she muttered, "After so many years, how many beauties have been unable to get close to Master's body? So Master has this kind of taste." Her eyes lit up, no wonder. "Shoo shoo shoo, who said that?" Another charming mature woman said with dissatisfaction, "What's there to look at that silly little girl? Has her hair grown out yet? Huolong, I know you like Master, but this, you can't be jealous." The woman from before smiled and looked at the middle-aged man in the middle. "Tai Yi, you are the closest to Master. Who is that little girl? What's the matter with Master? Tell us about it." "All shut up." Tai Yi, who was standing in the middle, could not bear it anymore. "All go back, go back. The people in the secret department are also idle, tomorrow go and guard the tower prison." When those words were spoken, everyone immediately retreated and said, suddenly remembered that there are still some matters. Just now those corpses have been cleared? It is better to return to the secret department to report the situation. Today was really dangerous. As they chatted, they walked away. Tai Yi let out a sigh of relief before turning back and disappearing into the night. Speaking of the other end, in the princess residence. When the people outside reported Xianxia's arrival, Princess Rong Xian was already preparing to sleep. She had been a widow for many years and had no children by her side, thus every New Year's festival, she would appear to be alone. Even if Emperor Wenhui in the palace had the title of siblings with her, but after all they did not crawl out from the same mother's womb, so how could they be that close? Moreover, it was better to stay in the princess residence than to interact with the emperor in the palace, so for so many years of Jade Rabbit Festival, Princess Rong Xian would not enter the palace nor go out to play, but quietly stay in the residence, just like usual. Today was different. When she knew that Xianxia had come, Princess Rong Xian was somewhat surprised. After changing her clothes, she then went out to welcome him. When she walked into the hall, she saw that Xianxia was already sitting on a chair waiting. When he saw her, he smiled gently, "Rong Yi." Princess Rong Xian's maiden name was Yu Rong and she had a deep sisterly relationship with Princess Yu Qing, thus it was not wrong for Xianxia to call her Rong Yi. "Why did you come over today?" When Princess Rong Xian saw Xianxia, she was somewhat puzzled, but there was more joy. She did not have any children and had long treated Xianxia as her own son. She pitied Xianxia's life experience. When Princess Yu Qing passed away, when Princess Rong Xian came to the residence of the Marquis of Lineage to offer her condolences, she even scolded Xiading badly. Even though Xianxia was mischievous, he treated Princess Rong Xian with great respect and would come over to the princess residence to pay his respects during every New Year's festival. It was just that normally he would come over on the first day of the new year, but this year he came on the Jade Rabbit Festival, which made Princess Rong Xian somewhat surprised. "Miss Rongyi, so come over to take a look. Will Rongyi not welcome me?" Xianxia smiled. His appearance was outstanding to begin with, and now that he was speaking in a half-joking, half-serious manner, his handsome and romantic appearance caused all the maidservants in the hall to blush. Princess Rong Xian tapped his forehead and smiled, "You even dare to tease an old person like me. You little brat, your guts are getting fatter. It is one thing to miss Rong Yi, but there is another matter to seek Rong Yi's help in coming over tonight." Princess Rong Xian was surprised for a moment before she sat up straight and said seriously, "Jingxing, did you encounter any difficulties? If there is anything difficult, just tell Rong Yi. Aunt Rong, don't be nervous. It's just a small matter." Xianxia explained with a smile, "I have a friend who got separated from her family during the Jade Rabbit Festival and unfortunately fell into the water. Even though I saved her, it was somewhat inconvenient. She even wanted Aunt Rong to send her back in the name of the princess residence." He said it was simple, but when Princess Rong Xian heard it, she understood the matter. Even though Ming Qi was more open to the matters between men and women, but after all, a female's reputation was very sensitive, and if some rumors were to spread, it would be unbearable. But Princess Rong Xian looked at Xie Jingxing. That friend of yours is actually a young lady? Xie Jingxing nodded. It's been so many years, but I've never seen a girl by your side. Princess Rong Xian suddenly mischievously said, Jingxing, you are also an adult. One do not know how old is that young lady, and is there any marriage arrangement in the family? Aunt Rong. Xie Jingxing helplessly said, she is still a young lady. He had no choice but to help her because he owed her a favor. Don't tell me you don't want to help me? What are you talking about? Princess Rong Xian pretended to be angry. Which time did Aunt Rong not help you? Alright. Where is that young lady now? In the horse carriage outside. Aunt Rong will help her find a set of clothes to change into. Xie Jingxing said. Hearing that, Princess Rong Xian's gaze towards Xie Jingxing became more meaningful. When Xie Jingxing saw it, he only shook his head and found it funny and was too lazy to explain. Princess Rong Xian instructed the maids by her side to bring Shen Miao, who was in the horse carriage, to the resident's bedroom to rest and said to Xie Jingxing, but you have not told me which family's young lady is she from? Shen family of the capital, formidable great general's daughter, Shen Miao. Xie Jingxing lazily said. Princess Rong Xian was drinking tea and almost choked on the tea when she heard that. She looked at Xie Jingxing and said in disbelief, that idiot noble girl. Isn't she in love with Prince Ding? Xie Jingxing shrugged his shoulders. Princess Rong Xian carefully looked at him and deliberated over her words, Jingxing, there are thousands of young ladies in the world and you are still young. Wait a while more. Xie Jingxing, 2 flowers bloomed, each representing 1 branch. On one side, Princess Rong Xian and Xie Jingxing were having a heart-to-heart talk while on the other side, Shen Miao was sitting in Princess Rong Xian's bedroom, watching the maids coming and going to tidy up her clothes and hair. In the previous lifetime, Princess Rong Xian did not treat her with such enthusiasm. Perhaps she looked down on her self-seeking behavior or felt that her learning was crude, thus she always treated her coldly. Even after she became the Empress, Princess Rong Xian was lukewarm towards her. And because Princess Rong Xian was not in the palace all year round and would occasionally enter the palace, her gaze towards her was not very friendly. In Shen Miao's heart, Princess Rong Xian was not a person that was easy to get along with. Who knew that with such hospitality, it made Shen Miao somewhat inexplicable. Shen Miao sat in Princess Rong Xian's residence for a moment and changed her clothes before having her hair combed by the maid. After drinking a cup of tea, Princess Rong Xian then walked in. Shen young lady is still all right. Princess Rong Xian smiled, already instructed the kitchen to bring the ginger tea. In such a cold day, warm the body and do not catch a cold. Shen Miao replied with a smile, many thanks to your Princess Highness. But there was some suspicion in her heart. Princess Rong Xian had never been this kind to her before. At this moment it was still that face, but there was not a trace of the previous life's harshness and coldness, making Shen Miao suspect if the person in front was really Princess Rong Xian. When she was thinking, Princess Rong Xian was also sizing her up with a thoughtful gaze. Even though Princess Rong Xian did not like to go out, but the rumors in the Ding capital would eventually fall into her ears. Because she did not move out often, the news stopped a long time ago, which was the fact that the D5th young lady of the Ding capital was an idiot. In Princess Rong Xian's impression, Shen Miao was a timid and weak female who was extremely brazen in pursuing males. She had no talent and virtue and was born vulgar, so how could she match up to Xie Jingxing who had superior looks and learning? However, at this moment, the young female's appearance was delicate and her eyes were as clear as water. Even though she was sitting, there was a rare air of nobility and majesty that one could not help but change her view a little. Tonight the Wanli Lake is crowded and Shen young lady was separated from her family. Presumably she must be frightened. Princess Rong Xian smiled, after drinking the ginger tea, Bengong will let the servants send you back. Her face had some probing on it, today you met with an accident, Bengong's nephew had unprecedentedly asked me to help. The nephew naturally referred to Xie Jingxing. Shen Miao looked at Princess Rong Xian's meaningful expression and did not know how to continue the words. She paused before saying, little Xia Marquis is chivalrous and courageous. Today I have troubled you. Finishing, she felt sour at her own words. Xie Jingxing was chivalrous and courageous? clearly he had a black heart. Today, she was implicated by Xianxia, but now it seemed like she owed Xianxia a favor. When Princess Xianxia saw Shen Miao's somewhat distant words, it seemed that she was deliberately drawing a line between her and Xianxia. She felt even more satisfied. If Shen Miao was a person that climbed all over one's face, she would take advantage of Xianxia's little time and could not wait to show that her relationship with Xianxia was not ordinary, and pester Xianxia no matter what. Princess Xianxia would look down on Shen Miao without saying a word. Although he was happy to see the feelings between a young man and a young woman, he was, after all, from the strict etiquette of the royal family. He really didn't care about private matters. What are you talking about? Princess Xianxia smiled cordially. Jingxing, that child also said that you are his friend and there is no need to be so formal between friends. Speaking of which, Jingxing is Bengong's nephew, and since you have a friendship with him, it is possible to treat Bengong as your emu. Shen Miao held the teacup and almost choked on the tea in her throat. To see Princess Xianxia as one's own emu? It was when she married Fu Xiaoyi in the last lifetime and Princess Xianxia really became her own emu. Afterwards, when she wanted to curry favor with Princess Xianxia privately, Princess Xianxia coldly said, "Never mind. Bengong do not have a niece like you." That Princess Xianxia, who coldly rejected her closeness, now said to her cordially, "It is possible to treat me as one's own emu." Shen Miao felt that she was most likely dreaming. Seeing that she was somewhat stunned, Princess Xianxia felt that this child was honest and did not have the schemes of those noble young ladies. She pulled her hand and said, "Bengong do not have any children, in the future you may come over to Bengong's place to sit." She took off the bracelet on her wrist and put it on Shen Miao's hand. "Treat this as a meeting gift from Bengong to you." "This is too valuable." Shen Miao declined. This bracelet was a sand-sprayed peony jade double ring, and there were a total of 5 gold rings interlocking with each other. It was the dowry of the deceased great imperial consort, which was also Princess Xianxia's birth mother's dowry. Afterwards, when Princess Xianxia married, it was given to her. In Shen Miao's past life, she had seen Princess Xianxia wearing this double ring, and it was enough to see how precious it was. "You can just wear it." Princess Xianxia smiled, "It is just a small toy. One think that your Shen family have gold, silver and jewelry, so one must not dislike it. How would this official's daughter dare to dislike the great imperial consort's bracelet?" Shen Miao said, "But it is still too valuable." Princess Xianxia was surprised for a moment. "How do you know that this is the great imperial consort's bracelet?" Shen Miao also paused and secretly cried out in her heart. Because she was the head of the 6 palaces in her past life, naturally she knew all about the matters of the womenfolk in the palace. But in this life, she was a daughter of an official's family and naturally would not know about the imperial family's private matters. Seeing Princess Xianxia's suspicious gaze, Shen Miao suddenly had an idea and smiled. "One heard little Xian Marquis mention that little Xian Marquis and your Princess Highness have a good relationship and often mention about your Princess Highness." So it was like this. Princess Xianxia's expression suddenly softened and said with relief, "Bengong had treated him as one's own child all these years. It is difficult for him to have a conscience." Speaking till here, the gaze that looked at Shen Miao was different, but he actually told you about this matter. Shen Miao's body stiffened and indeed heard Princess Xianxia say, "It seems that he really treats you as a friend." Princess Xianxia sighed, "Jingxing, this child, even though he looks a little mischievous, he is a good one." For so many years, Bengong had not seen him being so attentive to any young lady. She smiled at Shen Miao, "You are the first." Shen Miao secretly said in her heart that Princess Xianxia's appearance was really like Xianxing's birth mother. But Xianxing did not fancy her because of any romance. One feared that Xianxing was suspicious of her. To deal with such an intelligent person, one would have a headache at every step. Just at this time, the maid sent boiled ginger tea over. Princess Xianxia was chatting with Shen Miao as she watched Shen Miao drink ginger tea. The more she chatted with Shen Miao, the more Princess Xianxia liked Shen Miao. She found that Shen Miao was not the idiotic idiot that was rumored to be. Instead, she was very knowledgeable and had a great magnanimity. Even though it was just a simple chat, she did not feel that it was by the book. One did not know how a daughter who was raised in the boudoir would have such broad horizons. Thinking of the matter of Shen Miao being in love with Prince Ding, Princess Xian actually had a trace of worry in her heart. Even though Prince Ding was her nephew, but compared to Fu Xiaoyi, Princess Xian's heart was naturally more biased towards Xie Jingxing's side. Princess Xian also did not wish for her nephew to miss such an outstanding young lady, thus she kept on praising Xie Jingxing as they chatted. Princess Xian's temperament was cold and inflexible. Not to mention outsiders, even if it was her relatives, she would have an ice-cold appearance when facing Emperor Wenhui. But today she was chatting happily with an unfamiliar young female, which almost shocked the jaws of the servants in the princess residence. One did not know that Shen Miao was married to Fu Xiaoyi in the past lifetime and was looking forward to pleasing all the relatives around Fu Xiaoyi. She had inquired a lot about Princess Xian and naturally knew how to cater to her liking. It was just that in the past lifetime there was little effect, but now because of the additional layer of relationship with Xie Jingxing, it was just to Princess Xian's liking. If one knew that Princess Xian was so easy to please, in the past lifetime one only needed to build a good relationship with Xie Jingxing. There was no need to be so powerful. Princess Xian spoke until the time it took for an incense stick to burn before she stood up and said, "The time is not early anymore. If one do not send you back to the residence, one think that General Shen and Shen Foren would be very anxious. Ben Gong had already prepared the horse carriage and will send you back." Finishing, she got up to instruct the servants. After Shen Miao followed Princess Xian out, she was shocked by the array. Princess Xian's horse carriage was incomparably gorgeous, and what was even more shocking was that there were a group of armed guards. Princess Xian smiled. "There are many people on the streets today. With more people guarding, it would prevent any accidents from happening." The other party had good intentions and Shen Miao had no reason to refuse. Moreover, borrowing the power of Princess Xian's array, it was just nice to punish some of the people in the Shen residence. She then followed the advice and thanked Princess Xian before walking up the carriage. On the streets of the Ding capital, until now, the crowds of people had not decreased. The fireworks were really going to be displayed for the entire night, and on the streets where people were coming and going, a group of ostentatious people and horse carriages would inevitably attract attention. On the city wall at the corner of the street, there was a youth wearing a fox fur coat and beside him was a middle-aged man. The man said, "Her Princess Highness actually sent so many guards to escort Shen young lady back to the residence. Aunt Rong is not a person that is easy to please." The youth said with interest, "This young lady of the Shen family has great abilities." The middle-aged man was silent and suddenly heard the youth beside him said, "How are the people that were caught alive today?" Replying to master, "They are all locked up in the tower prison. 3 of them were death warriors and had already committed suicide by biting poison. The remaining 3 had their jaws removed and refuse to speak even if they die. Then pick one and crush his bones. Do not let go of even an inch of his body. I do not need to teach how to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys." "Yes." The man hesitated for a moment. "Those that sneaked into the city, find them and kill without mercy." The bustling flow of people in the Ding capital and the restlessness and danger under the bustle could not be seen at all in the general residence. In the main hall of the Shen residence, everyone was standing solemnly. Xianxia and wife, who were standing in the middle, could not hide their anxiety and worry, and Xianqiu's face was filled with annoyance. After searching for an entire night, they were not able to find Shen Miao's whereabouts. Xianxia and his wife were not fools and knew that in this situation, most likely she was not kidnapped by kidnappers. Who would not care that the Shen family's guards were just a few steps away to forcefully kidnap Shen Miao? Normal kidnappers would not take such a big risk, and they were afraid that someone was seeking revenge. Xianxia and wife did not know about the matter of Prince residence, but Xianqiu was well aware that the extermination of Prince residence most likely had something to do with Shen Miao. If it was the remnants of Prince residents who had the heart to take revenge for their master, one could imagine the result of Shen Miao falling into their hands. Xianxia even mobilized the Shen family's army and secretly informed the city's garrison to guard the city gates. They could not be found even after going from house to house in the Ding capital. As time passed, Xianxia and the few of them almost went crazy. Chen Roqiu opened her mouth gently. "Eldest brother and eldest saw, this matter is not a solution." "Why not?" "It is better to report to the authorities." If it is reported to the authorities, it would be better if the capital administrator came forward. It is not a solution for us to search like this. Correct. Shenwan also opened his mouth. Eldest brother, the longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it would be for little five. The Shen family's army has been searching outside and others would be suspicious if they saw it. Xinyu stood behind Shenrouqiu and lowered her head so that others could not see her curled-up lips. Serves her right. The matter of Shen Miao going missing was probably the happiest thing that she heard today. She did not think of anything else and only hoped that Shen Miao would be like Shen Qing and be sent back with her innocence tainted. Then from then on, she would be the only daughter of the Shen family. At that time, so what if Shen Xian and wife had the military power and Shen Qiu, her older brother, would protect her? Shen Miao's reputation would be ruined and she would not be able to lift her head up for the rest of her life. No. Luo Shuiyan's eyebrows were vertical and she glared at Shenrouqiu. If it is reported to the authorities, Jiao Jiao's reputation would be completely ruined. Today Shen Miao went missing and she wanted to hide it from others, but the few households of the Shen family were all shrewd and the paper could not wrap the fire. The matter of Shen Miao going missing was finally revealed. Shen Xian and Shen Qiu searched for the entire night but to no avail and could only order their subordinates to continue searching while they returned to the residence to make plans. Eldest saw. Shenrouqiu had a sincere face. Is Jiao Jiao's reputation more important or her life? If females lose their lives for the sake of reputation, one think that eldest Saw would regret it in the future. Shenrouqiu, who are you cursing? When Luo Shuiyan heard it, she immediately shouted angrily. She was an impatient person and it was nothing much to say about herself, but she could not tolerate others saying bad things about Shen Miao and immediately fall out with Shenrouqiu. What are you quarreling about? Old Shen Foreign, who had been silent all the while, opened her mouth and glared at Luo Shuiyan. You yourself lost fifth lady, and why are you getting angry at others? Did number two's family say something wrong? After a long time, fifth lady's life would be gone, so what is the use of reputation? On the surface these words sounded like they were thinking for Shen Miao, but Luo Shuiyan felt uncomfortable and subconsciously wanted to refute. That's right, eldest Shen. Shen Yuan also opened his mouth. Even if one does not report to the authorities, with the Shen family's guards outside searching in such a large array, one fear that someone would guess the truth tomorrow. At that time, what is the difference if one reports to the authorities or not? Shen Yuan had already seen Shen Miao as a thorn in his eyes and could not wait to get rid of her. Now that he had not even made a move and Shen Miao had already suffered a calamity, how could it be justified if one did not add oil to the fire? Shen Gui was even happier, but he was not one who would take the lead and only had a regretful expression on his face. Ai, little five is such a good child. How could she encounter such a thing? Eldest brother, do you have any enemies? The person Shen Gui hated the most was Shen Xian. Shen Xian's meritorious services were outstanding and he was always pressured by the court. If Shen Miao met with an accident because of Shen Xian, one feared that Shen Xian would feel guilty for a lifetime. Shen Gui then stabbed a knife into Shen Xian's heart. Wan Yinyang pulled Shen Dongling and stood behind Shen Gui. She was a Yinyang and had no right to speak here. He listened to the others talk without making a sound, but he was secretly glad that he had held Shen Dongling tight, and did not let Shen Dongling be abducted. Shen Dongling's head was lowered and one could not see her expression clearly. That's enough, eldest sister's family. Others will find out anyway. If we report it to the authorities now, we might be able to make fifth sister suffer less. Report to the authorities earlier. Old Shen Foreign said, but a glint flashed in her eyes. What she hated the most was that the son of the old general's first wife would always suppress her son in everything. At least Shen Miao did not live up to expectations and made her feel much better. Who knew when it started, Shen Miao had surpassed Shen Qing and Shen Yu, and in addition to Shen Qiu loitering around the residence every day, it made her heart feel suffocated. This time it was rare to see Shen Miao in misfortune, thus old Shen Foreign was almost secretly delighted. She could not wait to report to the authorities so that all the people of Mingqi would know that Shen Miao was abducted by kidnappers. It would be best if she lost her innocence and the first household of the Shen family would not be able to lift their heads up. This would be delightful. Shen Xian and Luo Shuiyan had yet to speak, but Shen Qiu clenched his fists tightly. He was young and full of vigor, but it did not mean that he did not know how to read people's expressions. On the surface these people were saying that they were thinking for Shen Miao's sake, but their eyes were flashing with schadenfreude and hitting others when they were down. No wonder Shen Miao changed so much in 1 year. Her schemes were deep and she was so mature that she was not like a child. It was all because she was forced out by the Shen family. There was never a moment like now where he clearly realized what kind of environment Shen Miao was living in. Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia looked at each other and their gazes were fierce. If one were to say that there was still some misunderstanding regarding the fire in the ancestral hall, after all they did not see the cause of the matter, but the scene in front of them was clearly presented in front of them. Luo Shuiyan was angry but Xianxia was extremely shocked and disappointed. He treated them with sincerity, respect and helped them, but when his daughter met with an accident, he saw that he was secretly delighted. Xianxia suddenly felt that those happy and harmonious and friendly scenes were so ironic. Xinyu worriedly said, "What would those people do to fifth younger sister?" Fifth younger sister is very good-looking and one heard that good-looking young ladies would be sold especially far away by kidnappers. If they were not kidnappers, one feared that they would not let fifth younger sister have a good time after so much trouble. As she spoke, 2 drops of tears flowed down as if she was extremely sad. Shen Dongling, who was standing quietly at the side, had a touch of ridicule in her eyes, but she was still in a daze and did not speak. "Eldest brother, are we going to report to the authorities or not?" Shenwan asked. The atmosphere was in a deadlock when suddenly one heard the panting voice of a servant. "Foreign, master, fifth young lady has returned." That servant ran into the main hall and did not even take a breath before saying, "Fifth young lady was sent back by the people from the princess residence." Everyone was first shocked by the servant's words of Shen Miao's return to the residence. Xianxia and wife were pleasantly surprised, and when they heard the 3 words princess residence, they did not recover to their senses for a moment. It was Shenwan's heart that moved and stepped forward to ask, "Which princess residence?" That servant caught his breath and said with some excitement, "It is Her Highness Princess Xianxia. She had sent a lot of people to escort fifth young lady back to the residence and the guards are standing at the entrance of the residence." Princess Xianxia, Chen Roqiu's footsteps paused and she bit her lips. Princess Xianxia did not ask about court matters and it was nothing to males, but it was different to females, especially to the circle of noble ladies in the capital. Now all the females in the palace had to give face to Princess Xianxia, but Princess Xianxia herself was hard to get close to. She was serious and old-fashioned and many noble Furens who wanted to please her suffered a loss. But this legendary most old-fashioned and serious princess actually personally sent Shen Miao back? Looking at this situation, it was actually not low. Chen Roqiu's heart was so jealous that she was about to go crazy. Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan did not say anything further as they ran out of the residence, and when the rest of the people saw the situation, they also followed. One saw a dense crowd of people at the entrance of the general's residence, and when one walked closer, one could see clearly that they were all armored guards and the number of people was really frightening. And there was a crowd of commoners surrounding the entrance to watch the bustle. Most likely they did not know what tricks the Shen residence was playing. Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan were surprised for a moment as it was out of their expectations to see so many guards. They then saw a female official walking to the side of the carriage and helped Shen Miao down. Luo Shuiyan quickly went up and said worriedly, "Jiao Jiao." She looked at Shen Miao from top to bottom and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Shen Miao's expression was normal. That female official smiled and said, "Today Her Princess Highness was playing at the Wanli Lake and coincidentally met the lost fifth Shen young lady. The princess carriage accidentally knocked down fifth Shen young lady and thus brought fifth Shen young lady back to the princess residence to rest." One did not think that General Shen and Shen Foreign would be anxious, and the princess let the servant apologize. These words frankly explained why Shen Miao would walk together with Princess Xianxia. Even though there were still some peculiarities, but since Princess Xianxia had spoken, who would dare to question it? Today with so many guards and attracted so many onlookers, one feared that no one would believe even if someone wanted to spread some unfavorable rumors. This was a genuine confirmation of Shen Miao's innocence. At the back of the crowd, old Shen Foreign was so angry that her face turned green. It was not easy to wait for Shen Miao to be unlucky, but Princess Xianxia appeared midway. Old Shen Foreign even hated Princess Xianxia, who was a busybody. Your Princess Highness is too polite. It should be this Shen thanking your Princess Highness for saving my daughter. Xianxia replied. That servant quickly moved sideways to avoid it and smiled, one dare not accept General Shen's courtesy. Since the person has been sent, this servant will leave first. Finishing, she urged the guards to move, and when she was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something and walked to Shen Miao's side. The princess is very fond of fifth Shen young lady. Today the reception was rushed, and before leaving, she said that if fifth Shen young lady is free in the future, please visit the princess residence. Her Princess Highness will definitely entertain you well. Finishing, she then left with the guards and the carriage. Princess Xianxia was very fond of Shen Miao, and even let Shen Miao visit the princess residence when she is free. The Shen family stood at the residence's doors and were stunned by the last sentence that the female official said. Shen Yu almost crushed the handkerchief in her hands. She naturally knew about Princess Xianxia and also knew how difficult it was to get close to this princess. Now one did not know what sorcery Shen Miao used that even Princess Xianxia had a whole new level of respect for her and was able to climb up a relationship with the imperial family. Then in the future would she be able to build a relationship with His Highness Prince Ding? Shen Yu was really anxious this time. Shen Dongling's eyes moved and heard Wan Yinyang's envious voice, fifth young lady is really lucky. This is a princess. Shen Yuan snorted coldly and did not look at the residence's doors again before turning and leaving with a brush of his sleeves. Shen Miao gently smiled at the Shen family. Today I have made everyone worried. She said it in such an understated manner and immediately made Xianxia and wife recall the faces of the Shen family's people just now, and their faces became somewhat ugly. Seeing that Shen Miao was fine, everyone in the Shen family was disappointed, and when they looked at Shen Miao again, they were so angry that they could not breathe. After old Shen Foreign reprimanded Shen Miao with a few words, they all found an excuse to leave. Shen Miao followed Shen Qiu and the rest to the western courtyard, and when she saw Shen Qiu and the rest's ugly expressions, she understood in her heart. Previously she deliberately dragged the princess residence's people to not inform the Shen family of her whereabouts in advance. True feelings were seen in adversity, and similarly, false feelings could be seen in adversity. It was impossible for Xianxia to change his temperament towards the Shen family overnight, just like how in her previous lifetime, she still had hopes for Fu Xiaoyi until the very last moment. One's feelings towards the Shen family could not be recovered in one night, thus it would take some time for Xianxia to completely change his view towards the Shen family. Just nice to take this opportunity to let Xianxia see clearly what kind of a group of jackals and wolves the Shen family were. When they were still in the residence, facing Shen Miao who was in distress, the Shen family were able to hit her when she was down, and when Xianxia was not in the Ding capital, Xianxia was not a fool and naturally could guess what had happened to Shen Miao. Sure enough, when they reached the western courtyard, Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan carefully inquired about tonight's matters, and after confirming that she was all right, they then instructed Shen Miao to rest early, and both of them left. Before they left, they called Shen Qiu along, obviously wanting to discuss something. After the three of them left, Shen Miao took the opportunity when there was no one around to roll up her trousers. On her calf, the wound was bandaged with a white silk cloth, and it seemed to still have the warmth of someone's palm. It was a night full of surprises, but it seemed that he understood Xianxia more, but the more he understood his opponent, the more dangerous he felt. In the future, it would be best if we don't come into contact with each other. In the eastern courtyard of the Shen residence, Xing Yuan was sitting in the room with a gloomy expression. After Ren Wanyin went crazy, he rarely went to visit, and there was a faintly discernible estrangement between him and Shen Gui. He was not a person who valued friendship and would even kill his own younger sister, so naturally everything was based on benefits. One thought that Shen Miao would not be able to escape this calamity tonight, but who knew that not only did she return unscathed, she even got involved in the princess residence. This made Xing Yuan feel a trace of danger. The strength of the opponent was not enough to be feared, but what made one fearful was that this opponent was still getting stronger. From an idiot young lady who was bullied by others to someone that no one dared to belittle. Her thoughts were deep and her methods were ruthless. Princess Xianxia, that old-fashioned person, was also subdued by Shen Miao at the end. This made one could not help but think that if Shen Miao had the heart in the future, would she be able to find even more powerful people to back her up? After roping in more people, Would the next person to deal with would be him? It was shameful for a proud and arrogant person like Xianyuan to treat a young female as an opponent. However, he had to admit that it was this young female who had just reached marriageable age that made his second household become like this. Xianyuan would never leave any future troubles for himself. Xin Miao had harmed the second household to this extent, and it was obvious that she would not be kind, and one day the spearhead would be aimed at him. It was just that Xin Miao was not difficult to deal with, but the difficult thing was that there was still Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan behind her. After all, some considerations were needed, but Xianyuan looked at the letter in his hands and suddenly smiled. Even though the first household of the Xin family had strong military power, but if there was no successor, then it would only be a pile of mud. One did not know if Xianxia and wife would be like Ren Wanyan and go crazy from the pain after losing Xin Miao and Xin Qiu, this pair of siblings. In the 69th year of Ming Qi's Winter New Year, there was a night of heavy snow. Auspicious snow indicated a good harvest, and the common people were in a joyous mood as they prayed for a good harvest in the coming year. However, to the general residents in the Ding capital, this was definitely a special year. The Xin family's second household lost a daughter, and the matriarch of the household went crazy. And the first household that had the most power and influence seemed to be in discord with the other two households. It was not as close as in the past, and there was an obvious estrangement. The Huang family that was previously engaged to Xin Qing, because of Xin Qing's matter, it was considered as a complete enmity with the Xin family. Because Xianxia and wife were not in the Ding capital all year round, they did not vent their anger on him. As for the Wei family that was engaged to Xin Miao, Luo Shuiyan personally came forward and personally confirmed that it was just a misunderstanding. The Wei family was honest and did not make things difficult for her. In addition, Xianxia also promised to help Wei Darren in court in the future, thus the Wei family was naturally willing to give this face. Thus to Xin Miao, this new year was rather good. Without Fu Xiuyi, without Prince Yu, and without Ren Wanyan and Xin Qing, some things were still changing step by step. However, she was happy, but some people were not so happy. In Rongjing Tang, old Xin Foran was sitting on her seat as Xianyuan Bo crawled around beside her, but she was somewhat impatient. A look of resentment appeared on her shriveled face. Eldest Xin, now do not place me in her eyes. This year there was not even a little more money in the public residence. The few chests of treasures that were previously bestowed by the palace were all locked in their own courtyard. What do they want to do? And they still do not place me in their eyes. Old Xin Foran got angry when the matter was mentioned. In the past, Xianxia would send the things bestowed by the palace to the public residence every year. Because both husband and wife were not in the Ding capital, other than leaving some toys that Xin Miao liked, the rest of the things were useless to them. Old Xin Foran had tasted the sweetness of it, and now that there was an unforeseen event between Xianxia and the Xin family, Xianxia did not even send any money. In old Xin Foran's eyes, it was simply disgraceful. Old Foran must not be angry. Perhaps after these few days, when eldest master's anger has dissipated, the things will be sent over. Zhang Mama, who was at the side, comforted, "One think that eldest master is dissatisfied with the treatment of fifth young lady, thus he is not willing to send the things over." "How did you treat fifth girl?" Old Xin Foran said angrily, "For so many years, I provided for her to eat and drink and raised her up to this age. Eldest Shen is still not satisfied? I think he just doesn't want to recognize me as his mother. An ingrate who can't support his family. And that Luo Shuiyan, now even the fifth girl has become so cunning. Who knows if there's someone teaching her behind the scenes?" Zhang Mama saw that old Xin Foran was angry and was silent for a moment before saying, "Now fifth young lady has grown up and her thoughts are heavier." However, fifth miss had grown up in front of old grandma. Fifth miss had always been obedient to old grandma's words. It could be seen that she still respected old grandma. It would be better for old Foran to summon fifth young miss in front of her one day and coax her. Both of them were young girls, so it would be easy to coax them. Fifth miss is the lifeblood of first master and first madam. If we can control fifth miss, doesn't it mean that we can control first master and his family? This Zhang Mama was also a scheming person. In fact, old Xin Foran was after all a prostitute and had endless despicable means, but when it came to being the matriarch of the household, she had the heart but not the ability. For so many years, if it was not for Zhang Mama's guidance, one did not know how big of a joke would have been. Old Shenforen sneered, I still need to coax her? Once I see that girl, I would think of that slut. She had been dead for so many years but still occupied Master's heart. Favoring their first household and everything, and now I still need to please her? I feel disgusted when I see her. Zhang Mama was somewhat helpless and wanted to continue persuading but saw the maid at the door saying, Second young master, you have arrived. Xin Yuan walked in big strides. Yuaner. Seeing Xin Yuan enter, old Shenforen's attitude eased up a lot. Xin Yuan Bo, who was on the couch, saw it and also smiled as he looked at his second older brother. Xin Yuan did not reach out to hug Xin Yuan Bo and only smiled, come over to take a look at Zumu. What is there to see about me? Old Shenforen said angrily, but her face was filled with joy. Among these grandsons, the one she loved the most was Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan was talented and learned at such a young age and even entered an official career. Everyone praised him and gave her face. Naturally, he was the most valued by old Shenforen. One was fortunate to obtain a bottle of snow jade ointment and specially brought it over for Zumu. Zumu must not disappoint this grandson's good intentions. Xin Yuan smiled as he handed the bottle over to old Shenforen. Old Shenforen was somewhat surprised and then pretended to be angry. How old am I already and still need these? Could it be that you are deliberately angering me? Even though it was so, there was an expression of fondness on her face. Old Shenforen was after all a songstress, and these rouge and cosmetics would not be broken even when she was old. Xin Yuan also knew how to cater to her liking, and immediately old Shenforen's gloomy mood was swept away. Zumu is still young and this kind of good thing is to be used on Zumu. Xin Yuan flattered without a change in expression. Both grandfather and grandson then spoke a few more words. Xin Yuan was an astute person and old Shenforen liked him, and in addition he deliberately picked words that made old Shenforen happy. The atmosphere in Rongjing Tang was incomparably harmonious, and even Xin Yuan Bo, who was on the couch, was left out. After speaking for a while, Xin Yuan suddenly thought of something and said unintentionally, speaking of Zumu, it seems that in a few days Biao younger sister and Biao younger brother will be coming. Old Shenforen was surprised for a moment before speaking in a cold tone, what Biao younger brother and Biao younger sister? They will leave after staying for a few days. Before old Shenforen became a singing female, she also had a family, and perhaps it was her family that sold her to a brothel. Old Shenforen's ancestral home was Suzhou, and afterwards old Shenforen was brought to the Ding capital by General Shen to become a general's foreign, thus naturally she cut off all contact with her family. It was just that this year one did not know where that family heard about old Shenforen's news and let their own pair of grandchildren to come to the Ding capital, saying that they were here to visit old Shenforen, but in fact everyone knew that it was just to borrow the autumn wind. For a person like old Shenforen, who would forsake righteousness at the sight of profit, and having not met for so many years, it was naturally impossible for her to have any kinship. Now that Xin Yuan mentioned the matter, naturally she was not willing to talk more. Xin Yuan said with a smile, I have never seen this pair of Biao younger sister before, one think that their age is similar to fifth younger sister. He sighed, speaking of which, during eldest brother's return to the Ding capital, I heard that eldest Bo and eldest Shen were helping him to pick out a favored young lady. Most likely they would be worried about him. Xianxia wants to pick a wife? Old Shenforen suddenly sat up straight, why do I not know of this matter? Yuaner, do you know which family's young lady they are picking? This one do not know. Xin Yuan thought about it, but with eldest Bo's and eldest Shen's family background, naturally they should pick that young lady from the residence that has a high position and power. Eldest brother already has such a future, and with the support of eldest Sa's residence, it would be like adding wings to a tiger and he would be able to go up another level. The more Xin Yuan said it like that, the uglier old Shenforen's face became. After a long while she then said sourly, that would also depend on whether the other young lady would fancy him or not. Xin Yuan pretended not to know and said unintentionally, but the most important thing is that eldest brother likes it. If eldest brother likes it, then there is no harm in not having a family background. If I were to say, perhaps our youngest Biao younger sister would be fancied by eldest brother, and at that time it would be even closer. What nonsense are you talking about? Old Shenforen's brows wrinkled and subconsciously refuted Xin Yuan's words. What kind of identity does she have? How would eldest Shen take a fancy to her? I am just speaking casually. Grandmother need not take it to heart. Xinyuan smiled and changed the topic. After saying a few more words, he then took his leave. Before leaving, he looked at Zhang Mama without batting an eyelid. After Xinyuan left, old Shen Foreign kept thinking about what Xinyuan said. On one hand, she knew that Xinyuan's words were outrageous. No matter how open-minded Xianxia and wife were, they would not take a fancy to that family's lowly status. Moreover, Xianxia was not a lecherous person, so this matter was as difficult as ascending to heaven. But on the other hand, old Shen Foreign was moved by Xinyuan's words. If Xianxia found a noble family's young lady, would not his power go up a level? Old Shen Foreign could not see Xianxia doing well, so how could she watch him grow more powerful? If he married her own grandniece, not only would it not be better, it would drag the first household of the Shen family down and drag Xianxia down. That was called good. Zhang Mama was massaging old Shen Foreign's shoulders as she softly said, "Old Foreign, actually this old servant also feel that second young master's words are somewhat reasonable." After a pause, she then said, "Think about it, if eldest young master and Biao young lady were married, they would be even closer. Biao young lady would be on old Foreign's side, so it would be much easier to do anything." She said softly, "If the marriage is successful, in the future money matters would be easy. Biao young lady's money would not be your money?" When the words were said, old Shen Foreign's eyes lit up. Correct, if Xianxia and the family's grandniece were married, then the grandniece would naturally be on her side. By controlling Xianxia, it was the same as controlling the first household. Zhang Mama continued, "If Biao young master and fifth young lady were married, it would be even better. In the future the entire first household's money and property would all belong to old Foreign." Old Shen Foreign's heart moved. Zhang Mama's words were all aimed at her, making her heart burst with joy. Thinking of being able to seize the first household's assets and secretly use all kinds of methods to make the first household in chaos, old Shen Foreign was extremely happy. But in the blink of an eye, he became worried and said, "It's easy to say, but my grandnieces and nephews all came from small families. It's not like old master hasn't seen the world. How could you take a fancy to them?" "My old madam." Mother Zhang smiled. "You've forgotten about the methods you used in the past. It's just a small matter between a man and a woman. How can it be so complicated? Nothing is impossible if you use your brain a little." Her words caused old Shen Foreign to have a little reverie, and after a moment, old Shen Foreign also laughed. Most likely she wanted to laugh in a charming manner, but because of her old age, it was somewhat strange. That kind of old amorous expression made her look exceptionally ugly. She said, "That is also true. A man and a woman's love is just a small matter." After saying those words, she and Zhang Mama looked at each other and saw the deep meaning in each other's eyes. Old Shen Foreign said, "Someone come and find the box in my room. My pair of grandnieces have not seen for a long time, so it is time to give them some greeting gifts." Outside the room, Xinyuan looked at Rong Jingtang's low laughter and a trace of sneer flashed in his eyes before he slowly walked out of the courtyard. In the western courtyard, Shen Miao handed 10 banknotes to Mo Qing. "Go to Baoxiang Lu and look for a young lady called Lu Ying. I have already inquired about it. 100 taels of silver can buy her for a night. Take the money and sit with her for a night. Do not do anything and go every 3 days." Shen Miao said. When Mo Qing heard the 3 words Baoxiang Lu, his face turned green, and when he heard that Shen Miao wanted him to look for young lady Lu Ying, his face turned from green to red. He delayed taking the banknotes and looked at Shen Miao. Young lady, you are joking with this subordinate. When did you see me joking around with others?" Shen Miao's face was serious, and Mo Qing thought about it. Ever since he knew Shen Miao till now, Shen Miao had always been serious and did not do anything to joke around with others. But it was too outrageous to want him to go to the brothel. Mo Qing shook his head and stammered with a red face, "Young lady, this subordinate. Why must this subordinate go to Baoxiang Lu?" Shen Miao looked at him. Speaking of which, after following her for so long in her previous lifetime, she indeed did not see Mo Qing involved with any young lady. After being a servant for so many years, one thought that it was because of the strict rules in the palace, but who knew that Mo Qing had such a temperament, hemming and hawing? How was he like a commander of the guards? She said, "Let you go, then go. If that young lady Lu Ying asks why you are like this, then do not say anything. In short, listen clearly and be a mute. Mo Qing, seeing Mo Qing's unwilling expression, Shen Miao said in a sharp voice, "You do not even listen to my words?" "This subordinate does not dare." Mo Qing quickly said. When the words came out, he felt somewhat depressed. He was a dignified 8 feet tall man and there were few opponents under Xianxia's command, so why did he feel flustered after being shouted at by Shen Miao? Logically speaking, even though he was protecting Shen Miao's safety, he was still Xianxia's subordinate and he did not treat Xianxia with such caution. Could it be that after following Shen Miao, his servility had become so strong? He was puzzled after much thought but heard Shen Miao continuing, "I heard that this young lady Lu Ying is naturally charming and has many means, and there were countless of people that fell under her skirt. Even though she is not the signature of Bao Xiang Lu, she is still considered a popular young lady. I picked you because I know that you are a gentleman and have a firm will. Let you sit for a night, then sit for a night, and do not take advantage of the opportunity to do anything. If you mess it up, you do not need to stay in the Shen family's army anymore." Mo Qing's face alternated between green and red as he had never felt so embarrassed before. It was fine if Shen Miao said it so blatantly, but she even used a scrutinizing gaze to sweep over his entire body and even stopped at a certain place on his waist. If Shen Miao was not the mistress, one feared that Mo Qing would have brushed his sleeves and left in a huff. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. He did not know how Shen Miao grew up to have such a temperament. To look at him in such a manner, Mo Qing felt that he was like a pork on the chopping board. Seeing that Mo Qing's face had turned purple, Shen Miao then let him off and waved her hands, "Go. Remember what I said." Mo Qing ran out in a flash. Xianxia had just returned from outside and when she saw the situation, she said, "What happened to guard Mo? You look like you are in pain. Did something happen?" Mo Qing had always done things calmly and this was the first time one saw him in such a sorry state. "Nothing, just feeling shy." Shen Miao said, "How is the matter of inquiring?" Xianxia was somewhat curious as to what Shen Miao was talking about when she heard it, inquired clearly. "Old foreign's maiden family's Biao young lady and Biao young master will arrive in 2 days. "Really?" Shen Miao smiled faintly, "That Biao young lady's maiden name is Jing Chu Chu? How did young lady know?" Xianxia was surprised. Shen Miao did not speak and lowered her head to hide the killing intent in her eyes. Naturally she knew that it was her previous lifetimes. Eldest saw. 2 days later, the skies cleared up. Shen Miao got up early and went out to the courtyard to watch Xianxia and Xianxia compete in swordplay. On such a cold day, both of them were sweating profusely and the surrounding guards were secretly applauding. Just when they were in high spirits, they saw old Shen Foreign's maid, Xie, running over and saying that old Shen Foreign wanted everyone to rush to Rong Jing Tang as the maiden family's Biao young lady and Biao young master had arrived. Xianxia scratched his head and asked curiously, "Which Biao young lady or Biao young master? How come I do not know?" Luo Shuiyan quickly understood, it is the relative of old Tai Tai's paternal family. Previously one had not heard of it and did not know why they suddenly came over. Xianxia did not have any reaction. Old Shen Foreign was his stepmother but old Shen Foreign's background doomed her to not be seen in public. For so many years, there was no news at all from that paternal family and only knew that they were from Suzhou. But they came to the Ding capital from thousands of miles away and were of the younger generation. Since old Shen Foreign was so fond of them, they could only go and put on an act. Xianxiao put down his sword and went back with Xianxia to change clothes. When he turned back, he saw Shen Miao standing at the door with a somewhat cold expression. He could not help but walk over and ask, "Why is younger sister suddenly unhappy? Just now it was still all right." Shen Miao recovered to her senses and looked at Xianxiao before smiling, "Nothing." When the few of them reached Rong Jing Tang, they heard old Shen Foreign's laughter from afar. Ever since Shen Qing's accident, old Shen Foreign had a sullen face every day and there was no time for her to be this happy. Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan were somewhat surprised. When the few of them stepped into Rong Jing Tang, they saw that Chen Roqiu's and Shen Gui's household were actually there. In front of old Shen Foreign stood a male and female. When old Shen Foreign saw Xianxia and the rest coming, she said to the two people in front, "This is your eldest beau's family." She then said to Xianxia, "This is my brother's grandson and granddaughter, Guanxing and Chu Chu." Jing Guanxing, Jing Chuchu. When the two of them heard it, they quickly turned around and greeted Xianxia and entourage. Shen Miao stood motionless and calmly sized up the two people in front of her. Jing Guanxing was 18 this year and Jing Chuchu was 16 this year, both at the prime of their youth. Jing Guan was ordinary and slightly plump. However, his skin was white and he had a scholarly air. He wore a brown long robe. The material was considered good and the cut was also generous and fitting. However, his eyes revealed a faintly discernible shrewdness which completely destroyed the scholarly air. This Jing Chuchu was actually not bad. Perhaps old Xianforen's maiden family had always looked good, as Jing Chuchu's appearance was similar to old Xianforen's, a pretty daughter of a humble family. But compared to old Xianforen when she was young, she was much more restrained. The primrose-colored fragrant silk skirt and the autumn-colored lotus gown were also extremely exquisite. She had the countenance of a flower and the face of the moon but seemed to be extremely shy and bashful as she shyly spoke and saluted, but her eyes were staring straight at the ground, not daring to look up at anyone. When she greeted Shen Miao smiled. "Why is Biao older sister only looking at the ground? There's no sign of me underground." Jing Chuchu was startled for a moment and raised her head. She looked at her at a loss and then looked at old Xianforen. Old Xianforen suddenly frowned. "Chuchu has just arrived and is somewhat afraid of strangers. Fifth girl, you should be more courteous." Old Xianforen's unscrupulous shielding immediately made Xianxia and the rest's expressions change. They would not let Shen Miao feel wronged for an unknown relative who was not related by blood, thus their attitude towards Jing Chuchu immediately became somewhat cold. Old Xianforen did not feel it at all, but it was Xingyuan who frowned and looked at Shen Miao without batting an eyelid. Shen Miao smiled. "Afraid of strangers? No matter, one would not be afraid after staying for a few more days. In this place, one would eventually become familiar with one's surroundings." Her words were kind and there seemed to be some rare warmth, but in the ears of those who were attentive, they felt that it was not the case. Jing Chuchu smiled shyly at Shen Miao before lowering her head to play with the handkerchief in her hands. It was as if one would blush with one more look. It was Jing Guanxing who was at the side who smiled gently and elegantly at Shen Miao. Shen Miao's gaze did not even land on Jing Guanxing. She stared at Jing Chuchu but could hear the sound of her teeth grinding. Jing Chuchu was always like this, shy and bashful. She had no schemes and would always lower her head timidly, as if anyone could bully her. So when the incident happened, when they saw her and Xianxiu lying on the same bed after drinking, everyone would insult Xianxiu for being worse than a beast. Who would have thought that this young lady who was as pure as a piece of white paper would at the end put on a green hat for Xianxiu, and because she accidentally killed her adulterer, Xianxiu was sent to prison. Those military matters that often went wrong after marrying Yan and Xianxiu's broken leg from the horse, most likely all had something to do with Jing Chuchu. And at the very end, Xianxiu's body was found in the pond and Jing Chuchu ran away with the money of the first household of the Shen family. A woman's heart was the most poisonous. Shen Miao felt that this face that was as gentle as a rabbit was more poisonous than a snake. After all, even though Xianxiu did not like it, he still treated Jing Chuchu sincerely after marrying her, and with Xianxiu's sincere temperament, he would definitely not let Jing Chuchu suffer. But Jing Chuchu was an out-and-out white-eyed wolf. Shen Miao kept staring at Jing Chuchu, and even with Xianxiu's careless heart, he also sensed that something was wrong and asked in puzzlement, "Younger sister?" Jing Guanxing also said, "Why is fifth younger sister staring at Chuchu?" Jing Chuchu took a step back and somewhat nervously turned her body sideways to let Jing Guanxing block Shen Miao's gaze, as if she was very afraid. Shen Miao smiled gently. "Biao older sister is really too beautiful. One was not careful and looked too much." Shen Yu bit her lips. Now that Shen Miao's appearance was getting older, she had already taken away a lot of her limelight, and now there was an additional Jing Chuchu, making her heart extremely uncomfortable. Jing Chuchu's face turned red and whispered to Shen Miao, "Younger sister is the one who is beautiful." Shen Miao smiled and declined to comment. Old Xianforen coughed twice and said, "Since Chuchu and Guanxing have arrived, they are guests of our residence and are all one family. Fifth girl, eldest brother, bring them around more on normal days." There was obviously Xingyuan and Xinyu, and at the very least there was Shen Dongling. It was not like the Shen residence only had Shen Miao and Shen Qiu, these two grandsons, but he came over to warn them. Shin Miao's lips slightly hooked up and looked at Jing Chu, who had her head lowered and smiled warmly. Naturally, I will take good care of older sister. She usually had a delicate appearance, but in this room of females, there was a kind of unruffled bearing, and that unhurried smile that bloomed just now had an indescribable charm. Jing Chu was still alright, but Jing Guanxing was somewhat infatuated looking at her. Seeing Shin Miao like this, old Shin Foreign was extremely satisfied. She said with a smile, since that is the case, all of you can withdraw. I still have some words that I want to discuss with Chu, that girl. After so many years of not seeing one another, one do not know if the family is well. Old Shin Foreign's loving look fell into Chen Rochio's eyes, and she was somewhat moved. However, she only respectfully agreed and followed the crowd to leave, except for Rong Jingtang. Outside of Rong Jingtang, Jing Guanxing said to Shin Miao, "What does fifth younger sister like to do at home?" Shin Xian and Luo Shuiyan were walking at the front and did not hear the words, but it was Shin Qiu who walked to Shin Miao's side vigilantly when he heard it and did not speak as he looked at Jing Guanxing. Shin Miao gently smiled, "Nothing much, just reading books. Coincidentally, I also like to read books in the residence." Jing Guanxing smiled, "Most likely one can seek advice from Biao younger sister." Shin Miao swept a glance at him, and even Shin Qiu noticed the contempt in her eyes and was somewhat surprised that Shin Miao would be so unfriendly to a person whom she had just met for the first time. He only heard Shin Miao saying, "Forget it. One think that Biao older brother's residence does not have many books, to seek advice from me. It is better to get someone to send a few books to Biao older brother, as they are all unique copies." She actually did not conceal her disdain of the other's poor background. Jing Guanxing's face stiffened in a moment. In Rong Jingtang, old Shin Foreign was holding Jing Chu's hands and said benevolently, "To be so beautiful at such a young age, one do not know if there is any betrothal at this age." Jing Chu softly said, replying to old Foreign, "Not yet. Not yet." Old Shin Foreign's smile deepened, "With your appearance and temperament, it would be good if you can be my Shin family's granddaughter-in-law." Jing Chu lowered her head and her face turned even redder as her hands gradually clenched. Their Jing family was only an ordinary merchant and heard that their grandfather had a sister who had prospered in the Ding capital, thus they sent the two of them to the Ding capital, hoping that the other party would be able to help them. Early on when they reached the Shin residence, Jing Chu was already dazzled by the riches and honor of the Shin residence. If she was able to marry into the general residence, then she would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life, and she would be a foreign of a wealthy family. How could Jing Chu's heart not be excited? It was just that she could not show it on her face. Old Shin Foreign patted her hands and smiled, "At this age, you are very compatible with eldest family's Choer. Our Choer is now a deputy general, and what is even better is that he is still unmarried." Ever since that day when Jing Chu and Jing Guanxing came to the Shin residence, there was a subtle atmosphere in the Shin residence. Everyone knew that old Shin Foreign was a selfish and stingy person and was not a warm and generous person. Facing her maternal family's grandnephews and nephews who had not met for many years, not only did she not show any cold face, she treated them very cordially and often gave them money as gifts. But these two people seemed to be planning to stay in the residence for a long time and did not have any intention to leave. Because old Shin Foreign treated them politely, the servants would also look at her expression and similarly treated them politely. In the eastern courtyard of the Shin residence, in a certain side room of Kai Yunyuan, Wan Yinyang was sitting in front of the table, and the colorful knots were quickly formed in her hands as she spoke to Shin Dongling, who was sitting behind the screen practicing calligraphy. "Has old Foreign's temperament changed? She treats Biao young lady and Biao young master so well that it is almost better than Linger. Old Foreign's calculations are not wrong at all." Shin Dongling sat behind the screen and her complexion was much better than before, at least she was not as pale as before. Now that Shin Gui often came over to Wan Yinyang's place to sit, he also paid more attention to her and let people send a lot of medicinal herbs. Shin Gui's attitude immediately made the servants in Kai Yunyuan see some clues, but there were some who were still observing. Even though Ren Wanyun was crazy, Shin Yuan was still a D young master, and even if Wan Yinyang was favored again, Shin Dongling was still a daughter. Linger also feel that it is somewhat strange? Wan Yinyang stopped what she was doing, but what is the purpose of old Tai fawning on these two? Shin Dongling smiled, "Young lady and young master, old Foreign naturally hoped that there would be someone who would seduce them." Wan Yinyang quivered and suddenly understood and looked at Shin Dongling, who does old foreign want to make good with them? Powerless people from a small family and also old foreign's paternal family. Shandong Ling carefully put down a brush, whoever old foreign hates the most, naturally it would be that person. Just as Shandong Ling said, in the western courtyard of the Shen residence, Shen Qiu and Xianxia had just finished one round of practice and let their subordinates continue to practice as they prepared to rest for a while when they saw a yellow-clad young female walking over from the end of the courtyard. This young lady was as beautiful as a flower and as beautiful as the moon, delicate and timid. She carried a bamboo basket on her wrist, looking very pitiful. She walked to the side, lowered her head and timidly called out, "Cousin, uncle." It was Jing Chu. Luo Shuiyan was guiding the soldiers' movements, and when Xianxia and Shen Qiu saw this, they were somewhat surprised. Shen Qiu took a step forward and said, "What is younger Biao's sister doing here?" When he said the two words Biao younger sister, he was somewhat not used to it. After all, he had not seen Jing Chu for more than 10 years, and to suddenly have a Biao younger sister, it was somewhat hard for one to accept. Jing Chu smiled shyly and placed the bamboo basket on a stone platform at the side before whispering, Chu had made some snacks for herself. Thinking that Biao older brothers would be tired from practicing the sword, one made some things. One hoped that Biao older brothers and Biaoshi would not dislike it. As he spoke, he lowered his head and opened the lid. Sure enough, a few plates of pastries were brought out. Those pastries were delicately made and smelled sweet. Before Xianxia could say anything, Shen Qiu, this foodie, had already swallowed his saliva. Xianxia was also somewhat gratified. Jing Chu was born timid and weak and looked to treat others sincerely, but was somewhat timid. But no matter what, a young lady who was skilled in making pastries would be welcomed everywhere, especially when this young lady was good-looking. Luo Shuiyan was a female general, so how would she know how to make soup? Xianxia and his son had a good impression of a young lady who could cook. Jing Chu said, after disturbing for so many days, one's heart is terrified. Chu does not have much ability, so she made some snacks to express her feelings. Look, she even knew how to repay kindness. Xianxia and his son liked people who were polite and sensible. Generals were affectionate and Jing Chu's performance was indeed not bad. Shen Qiu said, Biao younger sister need not worry. Just treat this as your home and as one family, there is no need to disturb. Jing Chu shyly lowered her head and Shen Qiu picked up a piece of cake and smiled, then I will not be polite. Just as he was about to bite it, he suddenly heard a voice from behind, eldest brother. Shen Qiu turned his head over and saw that Shen Miao had come over since some time ago. She was standing at the side of the courtyard with 4 maids behind her, looking at him with cold eyes. One did not know why, but Shen Qiu had a feeling of guilt and subconsciously put down the cake in his hands before asking, why is younger sister here? Shen Miao did not speak and lifted her feet to walk towards them. When she got closer, she saw Gu Yu, Xianxia, Bai Lu and Shuangjiang holding a basket in their hands. Xianxia asked, Jiao, what is in your basket? Today's weather is somewhat cold, and thinking that everyone are tired and thirsty from practicing the sword, one made some soup. Shen Miao lightly swept a glance at Shen Qiu and Shen Qiu felt a chill on his back. He heard Shen Miao saying, let those soldiers come over to drink the soup. After stewing mushroom chicken soup for the whole morning, it is good to warm up the body. I will go call. Ah Qi, who was standing beside Shen Qiu, was overjoyed when he saw that and ran over to the training grounds. After a while, the dozens of soldiers in the courtyard followed over. Shen Miao let Xianxia and the rest scoop the soup for everyone. Those soldiers were Xianxia and Shen Qiu's most capable subordinates, thus they were placed directly in the general residence. When the soldiers saw that there was soup to drink, they were very happy and smiled. It is still young lady who is considerate of us. Young lady is really kind-hearted. Rough people were actually the best to bribe and win over. Shen Miao knew this very well. Ah Qi drank a mouthful of soup and exclaimed, this soup is really not bad. He finished it in 2 or 3 gulps and passed it to Xianxia, another bowl. Xianxia rolled her eyes at Ah Qi, of course it is good to drink. This is personally cooked by our young lady. When Xianxia and Shen Qiu saw it, they were surprised for a moment before Shen Qiu said, younger sister personally cooked it? Yes. Shen Miao said lightly. Old GEs, do not drink anymore. Xianxia roared, "You are not allowed to drink." He shouted at Guyu, "Give me a big bowl." Luo Shuiyan had just drunk Bai Lu's soup and was also very surprised. "Jiao Jiao, you actually made this soup yourself? How did your cooking skills improve so much?" The fragrance of the soup floated out and naturally made one salivate. Xin Miao smiled as she looked down, casually made it. In the first few years of her past life, in order to gain Fu Shouyi's favor, she used all sorts of methods to hone her cooking skills. Afterwards, when she went to the Qin country, she learned a lot of rare dishes under the difficulties of those people. Speaking of which, she had at least seen the dishes of the imperial family of the two countries, thus her horizons and means were much more profound than ordinary people. As for that young lady from a humble family that came to the Ding capital for the first time. Xin Miao's eyes swept over to Jing Chuchu. Jing Chuchu was standing behind the pillar, and this time she did not lower her head, but bit her lips and held back her tears as she looked at the group of boorish people who were drinking happily, as if she had suffered a lot of grievances. The D young lady personally cooked the soup, and it was much more precious than the snacks that Biao young lady made. Moreover, Xin Miao gave a portion to all the soldiers in the courtyard. With such a comparison, Jing Chuchu, who only made snacks for Xianxia father and son, was really too stingy and could not be seen in public. Jing Chuchu was ashamed and angry as she looked at Xin Miao with a trace of hatred. Xin Qiu also wanted to scoop some soup, but Guyu and the rest did not give it to him. Xin Qiu also sensed something and guessed that Xin Miao was angry with him, but he did not know what he did wrong and could only look at Xin Miao. Xin Miao waited until everyone had almost finished drinking before she let Bai Lu take out a bowl from the bottom of the basket and said, "You like sweets, so this bowl has honey in it. Drink it. Younger sister is really good." Xin Qiu was overjoyed and snatched it over to drink big mouthfuls of soup. Xin Miao could not bear to look at his gluttonous appearance. When those soldiers received the soup that Xin Miao personally made, their hearts were half touched and half liked it. Naturally, they flattered Xin Miao and felt that Xin Miao did not have the temperament of an eldest young lady and was approachable and beautiful, just like a fairy. Xin Miao was surrounded by the soldiers and Jing Chuchu was completely left out. There were several times when she wanted to leave, but at the end she clenched her teeth and stayed. When everyone went to practice their swords, Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan also went over. Xin Qiu sat on the stone lion to rest, and Xin Miao then walked over to Jing Chuchu's side and said with a smile, "Biao older sister's desserts are not bad, but martial artists would be tired and thirsty after practicing swords during the day. You still make desserts, wouldn't it make their mouths even more parched?" Xin Miao said with a smile, "Next time it is better to make soup." Jing Chuchu's face turned green and white. Xin Miao's words were clearly exposing that she was using the pretense of sending desserts, but her thoughts were not really thinking for these martial artists, otherwise she would not have sent these dry things. Even though she was angry in her heart, Jing Chuchu still lowered her head in panic, as if she was very afraid, many thanks to Biao younger sister's reminder. Chuchu will not need to worry. Finishing, she looked at Xin Qiu, who was at the side, for help, hoping that Xin Qiu would help her out. Unfortunately, even though Xin Qiu's personality was sincere, he was a blockhead who did not understand amorous feelings in matters between men and women, thus he felt inexplicable when he met Jing Chuchu's gaze. It was Xin Miao who smiled when she saw it. Eldest brother did not want to eat Biao older sister's pastries just now. "Eat some now." "Ku." Xin Qiu waved his hand. "I just drank a bowl of soup. I'm a little full and can't eat much. Let's eat later." Xin Miao was very satisfied. The bowl of soup that was given to Xin Qiu was especially sufficient. She did not believe that after Xin Qiu drank this bowl of soup, he would still have the stomach to eat Jing Chuchu's pastries. Unless Xin Qiu was transformed from a pig. Jing Chuchu was somewhat disappointed. Xin Qiu stood up and said, "I will also go and practice." He then walked towards the courtyard. Looking at Xin Qiu's receding figure, Jing Chuchu was somewhat unreconciled and wanted to say something but could only bite her lips as she watched. Xin Miao gently smiled and patted her hands, "One fear that Biao older sister's pastries will not taste good when they are cold. If Biao older sister does not mind, one can send it to second older brother." "Second older brother?" Jing Chuchu looked at Xin Miao in puzzlement. "Yes." Xin Miao smiled gently, "Like my eldest brother and the rest, they are always in the bitter cold northwestern region all year round and would not be able to appreciate these exquisite things. But my second older brother is different. He had already entered the official career at a young age and is now in the capital. His future is limitless. Xianxia shook her head and sighed. It is a pity that there is no one around to take care of his daily life. Males are always not concerned about food and clothing. Perhaps Biao's older sister Suzhou snacks would suit his appetite. When Jing Chuchu heard that, her eyes were somewhat cloudy and uncertain. She only heard Xianxia smiling. Perhaps in the future, if second older brother has a wife, one would be able to enjoy the good fortune of eating. One do not know which young lady would have the fortune to be my second Sa. Biao's older sister does not know that my second older brother is the sweetheart of many officials' young ladies in the Ding capital. Second young master. Jing Chuchu hesitated for a moment before asking, currently there is no young lady that you fancy? Xianxia sighed. Second older brother is busy with court matters all day, how would he have the time to see other young ladies? Jing Chuchu was deep in thought and Xianxia did not expose her and spoke for a while. Seeing that Xianxiu and the rest did not have any intention to stop, Jing Chuchu felt that it would be strange if she continued to stay, so she left. After Jing Chuchu left, Xianxiu then came over and carefully looked at Xianxia for a while before saying, younger sister, why are you strange today? How am I strange? Xianxia said unhappily, is eldest brother angry that I interrupted you from eating Biao's older sister's pastries? I do not mean that. Xianxiu was so anxious that his face turned red, but he heard Xianxia waving her hands without a care, forget it. But now you are at a good age and a lot of young ladies are looking at you. In the future one must open one's eyes wide when picking a sister-in-law. Xianxiu understood these words and said helplessly, younger sister, what are you talking about? Biao's younger sister also did not mean that. She only came to send pastries. If you really like her, then eat as much as you want. Finishing saying these words, Xianxia left without looking back. This time back, Xianxiu had never seen Xianxia so angry at him and jumped in shock as he watched Xianxia walk away. On the way back to the room, Guyu asked, is it that young lady does not like Biao's young lady, otherwise why would one be so angry? Yes, I do not like. Xianxia rubbed her forehead. She really hated Jing Chuchu. Towards such a proud person like Xianxiu, to make him break his leg, wear a green hat and finally be imprisoned on a murder charge, she could not wait to peel off Jing Chuchu's skin for this kind of snake and scorpion-hearted female. But Xianxiu was a kind person and did not know that a person's heart would be bad to such an extent. Seeing that in this lifetime Xianxiu was almost bewitched by Jing Chuchu's appearance, Xianxia was furious. But did young lady not tell Biao young lady about second young master? Guyu said, perhaps in the future Biao young lady's interest would turn towards second young master. Just now when Xianxia and Jing Chuchu were chatting, they did not deliberately avoid the few maids and Guyu could hear the meaning in Xianxia's words. Xianxia shook her head, she is not stupid and if she was moved by my words, she would not be Jing Chuchu. Xianxia smiled gently, but it is good to have some thoughts. The few maids were somewhat baffled as they did not understand why Xianxia would treat this timid and weak-looking Biao young lady as though she was facing a great enemy. Bao Xianglu was the biggest money-squandering establishment in the Ding capital. If one were to say that brothels were divided into different grades, then Bao Xianglu would definitely be the top in the Ding capital. Any one of the girls could be the main hostess of an ordinary brothel. Plump and thin, shrewish and gentle, cute and adorable, innocent and flirtatious. As long as one could think of it, Bao Xianglu had it. Because of this, the price of the ladies in Bao Xiang house was also the most expensive. The beautiful young ladies at the door waved their fragrant handkerchiefs to welcome the guests. A male wearing armor walked in and it made the few young ladies to look at him a few more times. Those who could afford to come to Bao Xianglu were either rich or noble, and most of them were young masters of wealthy families or officials. But this male in front did not seem to be from a wealthy family, and the baleful aura on him made the young ladies retreat. Until a middle-aged Sunyan dressed in red walked out and smiled when she saw him. Gentleman Mo is here again? Are you still looking for Luing today? Mo Qing nodded his head and took out a banknote from his bosom and handed it to the other party. When that female received the banknote, she smiled in satisfaction. Gentlemen, follow me in and one will bring you upstairs. Luing has been waiting for you these few days. Mo Qing suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and calmly followed this person upstairs. Bao Xianglu's young ladies were the most expensive, and similarly, Bao Xianglu's young ladies were also the best. Even though Lu Ying was not considered as the leading hostess in Bao Xianglu, she was considered to be a beauty, but this was only relative to the rumors outside. In fact, Bao Xianglu would have new young ladies coming in every day, and every one of them had good looks and talents. Males were fond of the new and tired of the old, so the number of guests that came to look for Lu Ying had decreased by a lot. But recently the young ladies in Bao Xianglu knew that Lu Ying, who was somewhat deserted, had a big business recently, as a young male would come to look for her every 3 to 5 days. In Bao Xianglu, it was very rare for a guest to only pick one young lady at a time. Everyone guessed that this was to redeem Lu Ying's freedom. Mo Qing followed that female to a small building upstairs, and the red-clad female withdrew with a smile. On the soft couch, a young female was dressed in a light red muslin robe as she reclined and hugged a zither. Her watery eyes were filled with affection, and there was an ambiguous smile on her lips. Her clothes revealed half of her shoulders, making one's imagination run wild. Mo Qing took a deep breath and looked straight ahead as he walked to the table to sit down. He poured a cup of tea for himself and started his day's itinerary, in a daze. The sound of the zither abruptly stopped, and Lu Ying had a flustered and exasperated look on her face. She walked to Mo Qing and said angrily, "Gentleman." Mo had come a few times and turned a blind eye to Lu Ying. "Could it be that you are playing with Lu Ying? Or is it that Lu Ying's body is dirty?" The sisters were all envious that she was able to make it big because there was a male who was willing to pick her alone, but no one knew that this male was good-looking but useless. No matter what tricks he used, this person would not even take a look at him, not to mention anything else. Mo Qing shook his head but did not speak as he stared straight at the teacup in front of him. But his heart was extremely helpless. What Xianxia said was indeed right. This Lu Ying was indeed a flirtatious female. Previously, when she used methods to tease him, Mo Qing himself was somewhat unable to control himself. Now sitting here for another moment was torture, but Xianxia wanted him to continue sitting like this. The angrier Lu Ying got, there was a seductive smile on her face. She simply sat on Mo Qing's thighs and hooked her hands around the other's neck before whispering into Mo Qing's ears, "Gentleman Mo, are you willing to let me sit like this?" With a paw sound, it was Mo Qing who pushed Lu Ying onto the ground. Situated in the Kuai Hualu opposite Bao Xianglu, in one of the elegant rooms, the table was filled with a dazzling array of jade plates and musical instruments, with 3 people sitting in the middle. A man who looked like a guard walked in from outside and bent his head to whisper a few words into the ears of the purple-clothed youth sitting in the middle. Speaking of which, Ji Yushu spoke in puzzlement, why did Xing young lady let her own guards go to Bao Xianglu to look for young ladies? Moreover, this guard only watches and doesn't eat, Gao Yang added. Towards Shen Miao, Gao Yang and Ji Yushu no longer treated her as an ordinary young lady of a military family. Everything that she did seemed to have a deep meaning. Thus when they knew that Shen Miao sent Mo Qing to Bao Xianglu to look for young ladies, both of their first reaction was that Shen Miao was planning to scam someone again. Bai Shaoxing's people went out to observe for several days in a row, and the thing that made one's teeth drop was that the guard picked Lu Ying but did not do anything and just sat in Lu Ying's room for a night before leaving. They carefully inquired about Lu Ying's background, and she was just a prostitute that was sold to a brothel. There was nothing special, so they did not understand the deep meaning of Shen Miao's actions. Could it be that she wants to groom a eunuch as a confidant? Ji Yushu's thoughts were exceptionally strange. Now it is to let that guard adapt to the life of a eunuch in advance. Your thoughts are always so wonderful. Gao Yang muttered, I see that she wants to win over Lu Ying, perhaps it is to deal with the other 2 households of the Shen family. But there is no need to look for Lu Ying, as there are more young ladies in Bao Xianglu who are more seductive than Lu Ying. He looked at Xia Jingxing, "Third Xia, what do you think of this matter?" Xia Jingxing was looking out of the window, and when he heard that, he lazily glanced at the 2 of them and said, "You 2 are very free? In any case, you have some friendship with Shen young lady, could it be that you do not care a little?" Ji Yushu said, "Third Xia older brother, you are smart, so you must know." "I don't want to know." Xia Jingxing interrupted him, "I need to go out of the city for a while." "Is it because of the Jade Rabbit Festival?" Gao Yang asked with a frown. "The emperor plans to let old Xia go to battle at the beginning of spring." Xianxia said, one cannot wait. The old Xia that he was talking about was naturally the Marquis of Linan, Xiading. Gao Yang was silent for a while before he said, if that's the case, I'm afraid we won't have enough time. Heard that recently Xin Yuan and Prince Ding are very close. Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up. It seems that they are preparing to deal with the first household of the Shen family? Shen young lady is going to be unlucky again? Ji Yushu was somewhat surprised. Why does she always provoke these people with bad intentions? That Prince Ding is not a good person. Which person who was targeted by Prince Ding would have a good ending? Prince Ding is an unfathomable person. Gao Yang frowned. Even though he does not seem to be interested in power, his private military strength is no less than others. Xianxia has military power in his hands, and an ordinary man is innocent, but treasuring a jade ring becomes a crime. The Shen family has a large business and is already feared by the imperial family. If Prince Ding were to take action, one fear that Xianxia would be greatly injured. Is not Shen young lady in danger? Ji Yushu looked at Xie Jingxing, third Xia older brother. How do you want to help her? Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. Why should I help her? You are not temporarily considered as friends. Ji Yushu's eyes widened. Did you not save her previously? You don't intend to help Miss Shen? Xie Jingxing looked at him with a smile that was not a smile. His eyes were as deep as a pool of water, and it was obvious that he had an extremely romantic look, but the words that he spoke had a kind of cold indifference. I need the Shen family to help me delay time. It is good for Prince Ding to deal with Xianxia. Ji Yushu sucked in a breath of cold air. Prince Ding's residence in the Ding capital. The young man on the high seat was dressed in a light-colored luxurious robe. His appearance was cold, but when he spoke to the people below him, he was extremely amiable, and his coldness melted a little. This person was not anyone else but Prince Ding, Fu Xiuyi. At this moment there were a few strangers sitting in the hall, and these people were the advisors of Prince Ding, Fu Xiuyi. He knew how to use people well and knew how to be courteous to the wise. If it was an ordinary prince, although they would give money and land to their advisors, they would not have the same respect as him. Not only would they be on equal footing with him, when they spoke, they would also be extremely respectful. It was because of Fu Xiuyi's attitude that he was able to attract many wise people. It was because of these wise people that Fu Xiuyi's schemes and grand plans were still kept in the dark, including Emperor Wenhui. The young man sitting in the middle was dressed in blue. His appearance was somewhat out of place among these advisors because he was too young. He stood up and Fu Xiuyi asked, Xin Yuan, what do you think? You can say it. Xin Yuan cupped his hands towards Fu Xiuyi. When he just entered officialdom, he secretly became Fu Xiuyi's person. Fu Xiuyi was a person who knew how to recruit talents, and Xin Yuan had talent and ambition, and was able to endure the loneliness of being outside, thus Fu Xiuyi thought highly of him. Xin Yuan said, now everyone is secretly fighting for military strength, and whoever has military strength will have more chips. Ming Qi's current military strength is Xia in the south and Xian in the north. Even though the Xia family's military strength is strong, but His Majesty let the Marquis of Linan go into battle at the beginning of spring, so there must be a plan. The Xia family cannot be moved, but the Shen family is different. Xin Yuan paused before continuing. Xianxia took the initiative to stay in the capital for half a year, and there are a number of people who want to win Xianxia over. There are too many variables in the Shen family's army, and if one is unable to obtain it, it would be better to destroy it. If one were to take a gamble, perhaps it would be in line with His Majesty's intentions and also allow His Highness to prove that there are no other ambitions. Xin Yuan himself was a member of the Shen family but kept saying Shen family. It was obvious that he did not put himself and Xianxia together. His words were obviously targeted at Xianxia. Fu Xiuyi looked at him with a smile. Perhaps he understood but pretended not to know. After all, Xin Yuan's words to him only had advantages and no disadvantages. He said, what you said is indeed correct, but the Shen family is currently unable to find a single loophole. Even if one were to find a loophole, there is no reason. Xin Yuan did not speak. Fu Xiuyi's eyes flashed and his tone became more amiable. But since you are in the Shen residence, you must know some things that ordinary people do not know. He looked at Xin Yuan. If this time the Shen family can be controlled, your credit would be the biggest. After obtaining the assurance that he wanted to hear, Xin Yuan then respectfully spoke, replying to Your Highness, this official's people were mixed in the troops long ago. Previously when the Shin family's army was fighting in the northwest region, there were some things that were not in line with the rules. At the moment the evidence is still being collected, and once the evidence is complete, this official would definitely present it with both hands. This official guarantees that even if this time the Shin family's army is not completely collapsed, at least it would be a big blow to their vitality. Fu Xiui smiled faintly, then one would have to trouble you. Xin Yuan bowed his head and smiled. This new year in the Shin residence was very lively. Originally because of Ren Wanyun's and Shin Qing's matter, the atmosphere in the general residence was low, but with the arrival of Jing Chu and Jing Guanxing, old Shin Foreign was very enthusiastic. She often let the siblings walk around the general's residence, and Xin Yu was someone who was used to dealing with people, so it did not take long for her to address Jing Chu as good sisters, but no one knew if it was sincere or not. Even though Xin Yu treated Jing Chu and her sister well, the place that the siblings loved to run to was the western courtyard of the Shin residence. Especially Jing Chu, she would often send pastries and food to the people who were practicing swordplay. With the previous lesson, when she came back later on, she would bring everyone's portion of soup, but the taste of the soup was much inferior compared to what Xin Miao made previously. Those lowly soldiers were straightforward people, and their hearts were all thinking about the soup that Xin Miao made and did not show much gratitude towards Jing Chu's attentiveness. It was the same today. After Jing Chu brought the food over, Xianxia did not speak much with her and wanted to continue practicing swordplay when Jing Chu called him, "Biao older brother, Biao younger sister, better return earlier." Xianxia laughed heartily. Those who practice swordplay are all rough people. Blades and swords have no eyes, and it would not be good if one accidentally hurt you. Moreover, you run over here all day and you are a young lady. It is not a good thing to watch us men practice swordplay. It was actually a tactful order to chase the guest away. Jing Chu's face suddenly turned red and she looked at Xianxia incredulously. Her eyes were rippling as if she would cry in the next moment. When an ordinary male saw her actions, one feared that they would have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex. It was just that Xianxia was never one to appreciate beautiful women and just stood there and did not want to go forward to comfort her. Seeing Xin Miao like this, Jing Chu's originally red face suddenly turned white. She hurriedly lowered her head and picked up the basket. Chu understands. She lifted the corner of her skirt and trotted away. Those who did not know would think that Xianxia did something to her. After Jing Chu left, a person appeared behind the pillar. Xin Miao said, "Eldest brother, you really do not know how to cherish flowers." Hee. Xianxia scratched his head. "Am I not afraid that younger sister will be angry?" "Why should I be angry?" Xin Miao said lightly. Xianxia instantly felt a gust of cold wind blowing past as he said, "Younger sister does not like Biao younger sister, right?" "I don't have any grudges with cousin, why wouldn't I like it?" Xin Miao asked. Jiao, did that girl secretly bully you?" Xianxia, who had just finished practicing his swordplay, also walked over and just happened to hear Xianxia and Xin Miao's conversation and said, "If she bullied you, do not speak and beat her." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Luo Shuiyan saw that they were talking excitedly and also walked over. When she heard what was said, she glared at Xianxia. Jiao, do not listen to your father's nonsense. How can a young lady casually make a move? If she bullies you, go back and tell me, and I'll beat her up for you. Isn't that still a beating? Xianxia muttered. Let me do it. I'm young and strong. Xin Miao said, she did not bully me. Then why don't you like her? Luo Shuiyan asked. Even a slow person would be able to see that Xin Miao did not like Jing Chu. As long as Jing Chu came over, Xin Miao would let Xianxia demonstrate piercing darts in the courtyard. Piercing darts was actually somewhat cruel, and in general Xianxia and the rest would not do it in the residence as they were afraid of scaring the maids. They would find some lively little animals to be live targets, as the bloody scene was not good to look at. And every time Jing Chu came over, Xin Miao would say, "Father, eldest brother, I want to see piercing darts." Every time Jing Chu would be scared till her face turned pale, but she would unswervingly stand by her side and would often feel disgusted after watching. Xin Miao was never tired of it, as if she felt comfortable when Jing Chu felt disgusted. Over time, everyone in the courtyard could see that Shen Miao was deliberately messing with Jing Chuchu. Xianxia and the rest did not understand, but when they saw Shen Miao throwing a temper, they thought that it was most likely a disagreement between young ladies. As men, it was not good for them to directly intervene in young ladies' matters, so they let Shen Miao do as she wished. Most likely she was very curious today and could not help but ask. "It is not that I do not like her," Shen Miao said. Just as the words were spoken, Xianxia, who was at the side, spoke. "Young lady like to be quiet." That Biao young lady and Biao young master would often come over to talk to young lady, especially Biao young master, who would chat with young lady. Young lady do not like to talk to strangers, so it seems that she is somewhat annoyed. Xianxia said those words with a serious expression, and Shen Miao could not help but turn back to look at her. Xianxian's and Luo Shuiyan's expression suddenly changed. On the surface, Xianxia's words seemed that Shen Miao was annoyed with the Jing siblings, but in fact there were many meanings in her words. A Biao young master would often come over to talk to Biao younger sister and had some skills in pestering others. Luo Shuiyan said angrily, "What exactly does your nephew mean?" "Furan, quell your anger." Xianxian quickly comforted and then said to Xianxiu, "Brat, you have arranged so many guards in the courtyard but did not discover that your younger sister is pestered by those cats and dogs every day?" Xianxiu felt wronged. "I really did not discover it." Naturally, Xianxiu would not be able to discover it because the places that Jing Guanxing chose to meet with Shen Miao were not in the courtyard, or at the residence's entrance, or in the garden or in the corridor. In short, one could meet anywhere at any time. "Go and guard the courtyard entrance for me. If you see those two siblings again, just say that the courtyard is closed for sword practice and no one is allowed to enter." Xianxian roared. Xianxiu immediately went to pick people. Luo Shuiyan touched Shen Miao's head. "Jiao Jiao, in the future if that person comes to pester you again, do not be polite with them. Beat him up." Xianxian, after Luo Shuiyan and Xianxian returned to the sword practice grounds, Shen Miao then lightly swept a glance at Xianxia. "You talk too much. This servant knows her mistake, but young lady," Xianxia lowered her head, "it is obvious that Biao young master has ill intentions towards you and you have already seen it. Why did you not tell master and Furan? Jing Guanxing is an astute person." Shen Miao smiled gently. "It is a pity for an astute person to be crippled like this. I still have use for this person. However," she changed the topic, "after what you've said today, I think some things will speed up. Let's wait and see." Ever since Xianxiu instructed people to place a group of guards at the western courtyard's entrance, to strictly guard against Jing Chuchu and Jing Guanxing, the western courtyard became much quieter. Without the two siblings disturbing her, Shen Miao was much more at ease. However, while it was peaceful on their end, some people were anxious. In Rong Jingtang, old Shen Furan's sharp eyes stared at Jing Chuchu, as if the previous affection was just an illusion. She said, "Chuchu, what exactly did you do? Why can't I even enter the eldest master's courtyard now?" Jing Chuchu lowered her head somewhat angrily and said softly, "One do not know why, but fifth younger sister seems to be very guarded against me. Biao older brother actually treats me very well, but fifth younger sister would make him alienate me." The guards at the courtyard entrance were also set up by fifth younger sister. "It is fifth girl again." Old Shen Furan was so angry that her face turned green. Zhang Mama, who was beside her, quickly patted her chest and comforted, "Old Furan, please calm down. That girl is so smart. Forget about your older brother, now even you are guarded to this extent. I am angered to death." Old Shen Furan's original intention was to hope that Jing Guanxing and Jing Chuchu would deal with Shen Miao and Shen Xiu respectively. But Shen Miao was after all a female, and in matters between men and women, once something happened, the one to suffer would always be the female. With Xianxian's and Luo Shuiyan's violent temper, one could not predict what would happen. If it was Shen Xiu, the one to suffer would be Jing Chuchu, as the reason would always be on their side. In the past, the people of the western courtyard were carefree, and they were all people who fought on the battlefield and would never fuss over these small matters. Those who were used to holding swords and spears would not pay attention to such small matters. Who knew that this time the western courtyard style of doing things had changed and they directly locked the courtyard doors? "Old Furan," Zhang Mama muttered, "fifth young lady's attitude, one fear that she is already suspicious of Biao young lady." One fear that it would be somewhat difficult to proceed step by step. When Jing Chuchu heard this, her heart was even more ashamed and angry. She felt that she was born beautiful and intelligent, and in her generation in Suzhou, even the gentleman Wang's son would eat her soft and weak appearance. Who knew that she would hit a wall here in Xianxia, and one did not know how sullen her heart was. Your meaning is? Old Shenforen frowned. Severe illness requires strong medicine. Zhang Mama reminded, if this continues to drag on, it would be too late after eldest master has decided which noble young lady's marriage with eldest young master. Old Shenforen quivered and immediately said, what you said is right. By that time, it would be too late. She looked at Jing Chuchu and a loving smile appeared on her face, but that smile in the eyes of others was completely fake. She said, Chuchu, do you want to marry Chou'er or not? Jing Chuchu hung her head down and said, want. In order to marry Chou'er, are you willing to do anything? Jing Chuchu was surprised for a moment and vaguely guessed something, and her heart could not help but jump up. She was able to handle the affairs of males with ease, and her delicate and pitiful posture made her able to easily hook the hearts of the young masters of wealthy families in Suzhou. But the Shen family was the residence of the formidable great general and Shen Qiu was the son of the formidable great general. Naturally she was moved. Even though she had never done such a thing before, but after hearing old Shenforen's words, it was as if a lot of shining gold and silver appeared in front of her. She clenched her fists and softly said, Chuchu is willing. Old Shenforen smiled in satisfaction. For the next few days, the Shen residence was much quieter. Jing Chuchu and Jing Guanxing stayed in the courtyard at the back of Rong Jing Tang, and no one knew what they were fiddling about in the house, but did not go out at all. On this day, when Shen Miao went out to the corridor, she coincidentally met Jing Chuchu. Jing Chuchu was wearing a moon-white lined jacket and an emerald-colored skirt, looking like a pretty daughter of a humble family. In the Ding capital, this kind of young lady from Suzhou had a unique flavor, enough to make passers-by stop. Fifth younger sister. Jing Chuchu bowed to her. Shen Miao smiled gently, where is Biao older sister going? It was rare for Shen Miao to speak to Jing Chuchu and Jing Chuchu was surprised for a moment before saying, return to the room to do some embroidery. She shyly lowered her head, anyway there is nothing to do. Since there is nothing, then why not go out with me? Shen Miao said, I am just about to go to the jewelry shop to pick some jewelry. If you do not mind, you can also go and pick together. Jing Chuchu was really stunned this time. Shen Miao had always treated her lukewarm and no matter how she tried to get close to her, it was not possible. But today for the first time, she was willing to bring her out. Jing Chu Gutong master of Tong Tong Fong had seen in fangs that Wu Miao Long Wu. But when he heard that Shen Miao was going to a jewelry shop, his eyes immediately lit up. She carefully sized up Shen Miao. Shen Miao was wearing a snow-green colored crane embroidered cloud embroidered skirt and on her upper body was a xiong colored armor. She always wore dark colors but it did not make her look old-fashioned at all. Instead it made her complexion look like jade and had a pressing noble air. Jing Chuchu was secretly jealous in her heart. She thought that her appearance was not inferior to Shen Miao's but when she stood with Shen Miao, she inevitably felt ashamed of her inferiority. Shen Miao was naturally noble and with one look, one could tell that she came from a small family. The more one was jealous, the more one would yearn. Jing Chuchu's gaze landed on the lotus flower pearl hairpin on Shen Miao's head. That pearl was big and round and the slightly flickering luster almost dazzled Jing Chuchu's eyes. She quickly lowered her head, so that her greedy eyes would not be seen by the other. Jing Chuchu said, since fifth younger sister has no one to accompany, then I will go along. Bai Lu and Shuangjiang walked behind and a trace of contempt flashed in their eyes at the same time. She was after all from a small family and her eyesight was very shallow. Just a little jewelry was able to lead her by the nose. No wonder Shen Miao said that Jing Chuchu was not a person to be feared. Both of them left the residence and rode the horse carriage towards the Ding capital. Shen Qiu naturally let a group of guards follow and it was very impressive. When they reached the treasure pavilion, Shen Miao casually picked a few jewelry but it was Jing Chuchu who held one and touched that one. She was so fond of it that it made the shopkeeper somewhat cast sidelong glances. In all fairness, Jing Chuchu's looks were not bad, especially the Suzhou females were born soft like water, which was different from the females in the capital. But this small family style had greatly reduced her beauty. After all, one could not just rely on one's face to be popular in the Ding capital. Seeing Jing Chuchu like this, Shen Miao was not stingy and paid for the few items that she fancied. Jing Chuchu felt that she was much closer to Shen Miao, and when it was nearing noon, Shen Miao said, "Let us eat outside today. After picking for the entire morning, one is somewhat hungry. Most likely you have not come to Kuaihualu in the Ding capital, as ordinary people do not have such good fortune." Jing Chuchu looked at the grand restaurant in front of her, and there was some yearning in her eyes. Today Shen Miao was picking jewelry and buying fabrics, and Jing Chuchu had never seen such extravagant spending before, so for a moment she felt dizzy. It was because of this that she felt that the Shen residence was wealthy and was determined to enter the Shen family. When they reached the restaurant and sat down, Shen Miao picked a seat by the window on the second floor. The waiter reported some dishes and Shen Miao picked a few. The few dishes that she ordered were all Kuaihualu's signature dishes, which made Jing Chuchu stunned. After the waiter left, Shen Miao then said to Jing Chuchu, "The people who come here to eat are all rich and noble. Many of them are high-ranking officials in the Ding capital and must not be underestimated." Jing Chuchu nodded her head repeatedly. Shen Miao gently smiled and picked up the tea to drink, but her hand accidentally shook and the teacup fell onto her body and most of the tea splashed onto her skirt. Jing Chuchu jumped in shock. "Fifth younger sister?" "Nothing." Shen Miao waved her hands and stood up. "There is a place to change clothes here and there are still some clothes in the carriage. I will go and change now, wait for me here." Finishing, he called out to Bai Lu and Shuangjiang, "Let's go." When she left, those Shen residence's guards also followed and Jing Chuchu quickly shouted, "Fifth younger sister, these guards." She was still somewhat afraid. "Don't worry. In broad daylight, no one would dare to make things difficult for you," Shen Miao said. "Moreover, the guests here are all people of status and would not do anything." Her expression was gentle but her tone was unquestionable. Jing Chuchu subconsciously did not refute, and by the time she recovered to her senses, Shen Miao had already brought the group of guards far away. Jing Chuchu's expression darkened. Shen Miao would always have a high and mighty attitude in front of her, and this kind of attitude made Jing Chuchu clearly aware of the disparity between her and herself, making her feel even more unreconciled. Moreover, she heard from the people of the Shen residence that Shen Miao was previously a stupid and ignorant idiot. Why was it that a person who did not know anything about the four arts was able to occupy the position of the daughter of the first household of the Shen family? Xianxia and wife were also obedient to her and even let Shen Miao pick first without a second word when His Majesty bestowed them. One would always be jealous because of comparison, and now when Jing Chuchu looked at Shen Miao, she was so jealous that she went crazy. She picked up the teacup in front of her but copied Shen Miao's actions and sipped it in small mouthfuls, as if by doing so, she would be able to get some of Shen Miao's air of nobility. Just at this moment, a group of people walked past her and sat down at the table beside her. The person at the front was a young man who was refined and dressed in brocade clothes. Even the servants behind him were dressed in exquisite fabrics. Thinking of what Shen Miao said just now, "Those who come here are either rich or noble," Jing Chuchu's heart suddenly moved. That young man also seemed to have noticed her and looked over. When he saw Jing Chuchu's appearance, his eyes could not help but brighten. Jing Chuchu's white coat matched with a small emerald skirt, snow-white skin and flower-like appearance. The most important thing was that gentle and timid manner. When she looked at that young man, she quickly lowered her head in shock. Most of the females in the Ding capital were in the imperial city, so they were generous and decent in their actions, but it was rare to see such a delicate and timid Jiangnan young lady. That young man's eyes were somewhat dazed, and the more eager his gaze was, the deeper Jing Chuchu's head lowered. Time slowly passed by and the dishes were all served, but Shen Miao did not come over for a long time, so there was only Jing Chuchu sitting alone at the table. It was not good for her to eat alone, so she held the teacup and took small sips, looking somewhat at a loss as to what to do. Finally, that wealthy gentleman at the neighboring table could not bear it any longer, and under everyone's eyes, he walked over and sat opposite Jing Chuchu and asked softly, "Seeing that young lady has been waiting here for a long time, is it because you are waiting for someone?" Jing Chuchu jumped in shock, and when she raised her head to see the other person, Her face immediately turned red and she lowered her head to whisper, I am waiting for my Biao younger sister. That gentleman asked with concern, why is young lady's Biao younger sister still not here? How can young lady be left alone? Jing Chuchu blushed and shook her head, as if she wanted to say something but dared not say it. In the eyes of others, it was as if she was being bullied. That gentleman's heart settled and said, since I have nothing to do, why not wait here with young lady? No need to trouble. Jing Chuchu quickly said, there is no need for gentlemen to, no harm. That person said with a smile, you are sitting here alone and if someone with ill intentions were to come over, one fear that there would be a lot of trouble. It would be better for me to accompany you here. His words were gentle and there was a refined smile on his face, making it easy for others to have a good impression of him. Jing Chuchu lowered her head and said, many thanks to gentlemen. Young lady does not look like someone from the Ding capital. He asked. I am from Suzhou. Jing Chuchu said. Both of them spoke one sentence at a time. That young person was very good with words and with just a few sentences, he coaxed Jing Chuchu to smile. Even though she looked somewhat shy, her attitude towards that person gradually became closer. That young person talked about his own anecdotes and it seemed that he had been to many places and his family was quite rich. As such, Jing Chuchu's smile deepened. In another private room of Kuai Lu, one could see Jing Chuchu's table clearly through the carved window. Bai Lu said, Biao young lady can actually talk for so long with an unknown man. Her words were filled with disdain. That's not an ordinary man. Shen Miao supported her chin with one hand and said lightly. Does young lady know that gentleman? Shuang Jiang asked curiously. The guards in the room were also somewhat astonished. Shen Miao left Jing Chuchu alone there and changed a place to sit alone. It seemed that it was to let Jing Chuchu talk to that male. Now listening to Shen Miao's meaning, she knew that male. Shen Miao smiled gently but did not speak. I say. At the other end, in one of the rooms in Kuai Lu, Ji Yushu's eyeballs almost fell out. Could it be that she knows Sun Kainan? Even though Sun Kainan is Sun Tianjing's only son, he did not enter officialdom and was raised in the residence as a prodigal son who only knew how to eat, drink and play. He did not even go to Guangwentang before, so how did Shen Miao know him? Gao Yang glanced at him. Could it be that you believe that this is a coincidence? Ji Yushu said agitatedly, how is this a coincidence? Even a fool can see that Shen young lady deliberately let Sun Kainan meet her Biao older sister who came out of nowhere. When did I say it was a coincidence? Dao Yang unfolded his folding fan with a paw sound and waved it, but I think she not only knows Sun Kainan, she even knows which seat Sun Kainan likes to sit in. Don't you find it strange? Gao Yang touched his chin. Shen Miao is just an unmarried young lady, but why does it seem that she is more powerful than you, Bai Shaoxing? She knows everything we know and don't know. I really wonder if she knows anything we don't know. Stop slandering Bai Shaoxing. Ji Yushu retorted, Shen young lady is not an ordinary person. You and I have been monitoring young Miss Shen's whereabouts all day. If Xie Sangu were to find out, he would definitely scold us for being too idle. Spying on her is much more interesting than other things. Dao Yang looked at Jing Chuchu who was chatting happily with Sun Kainan outside and asked, why don't you guess what is her motive for doing this? Ji Yushu seriously thought about it. She wants to be a matchmaker for Sun Kainan and her Biao older sister? When have you ever seen Shen Miao so kind? Gao Yang did not hesitate to pour cold water on him. Then tell me what is going on. Ji Yushu was discouraged. Does the minister of the Ministry of Personnel have any dealings with the Shen family recently? Gao Yang propped his chin with his fan and pondered. In Kuaihua Upper Building, Jing Chuchu and Sun Kainan talked for a long time and the more they talked, the more congenial they became. If one did not know, one would think that they were a pair of celestial couple. After a while, one saw a few Shen residence guards walking to Jing Chuchu's side and said, Biao young lady's clothes do not fit and had lost her interest. She had already paid the shopkeeper and left first. Please ask your subordinates to protect Lady Biao. After Lady Biao finishes eating, send Lady Biao back to the mansion. Jing Chuchu was somewhat surprised. Fifth younger sister went back first? The guard nodded. How can fifth Shen young lady leave you alone like this? Sun Kainan felt it was unfair. He already knew from Jing Chuchu's mouth that the Biao younger sister that he was waiting for was the fifth young lady of the Shen residence, Shen Miao. Sun Kainan did not know much about Shen Miao and only knew that she was an idiot that chased after Prince Ding. Now it seemed that not only was Shen Miao an idiot, she also liked to bully others. He wanted to be someone who had tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex, so how would Jing Chuchu waste his kind intentions? She immediately hung her head down and said uneasily, "Then I will return now." "Sigh, how can we do that?" Sun Kainan immediately said, "If we go back now, wouldn't it be a waste of this table full of good dishes? Kuaihualu's wine and dishes have never been thrown away like this before." He looked at Jing Chuchu, who was at a loss, and said with a smile, "How about this, if young lady does not mind, this one is willing to accompany young lady for a meal." He acted like a gentleman. "So many of your guards are here. How about they send you back after you finish eating?" This? Jing Chuchu was somewhat at a loss. "Since we met, both of us are fated. Since we are fated, then one must not waste the fate that the heavens gave." That Sun Kainan opened his mouth and said with a glib tongue, "When this one saw young lady today, there was a feeling of seeing an old friend, thus one wanted to talk with young lady. One do not know if young lady is willing to give face and accept this suggestion of this one." After hesitating for a long while, Jing Chuchu finally nodded her head hesitantly, then, according to gentleman's words. Both of them then started to really eat and talk together. In the faraway compartment, Shen Miao looked at that pair of people and a sneer slowly floated on her lips. She was familiar with Sun Kainan. In the previous lifetime, it was this person who made Xianxia wear a big green hat. Xianxia was young and impetuous and dragged a crippled leg to kill that person in one breath. But at the end, she then found out that Sun Kainan was the only son of the Minister of Personnel. It was because this Sun Kainan was ignorant and incompetent and usually relied on his mouth and good looks to hook up females everywhere. No matter if it was a young female or a woman, he would eat them all up. Sun Tianjing was afraid that the imperial censor would report him and normally did not allow Sun Kainan to go out, so there were only a few people who knew Sun Kainan. But in this lifetime, even if Sun Kainan turned into ashes, she would still recognize him. Sun Kainan liked the weak Jiangnan females the most, otherwise he would not have the guts to sleep with Shen Qiu's woman in the previous lifetime. Shen Miao's eyes drooped down and muttered in a voice that only she could hear, "Sun Kainan, Jing Chuchu, Ben Gong personally pulled up this previous lifetime's ill-fated fate for you. Do not let it down." When Jing Chuchu and Shen Miao went out, she returned alone and it seemed that she did not attract much attention in the Shen residence. But on this night, Shen Miao unexpectedly came to Old Foreign's side courtyard and personally came to talk to Jing Chuchu. Coincidentally, Jing Chuchu was fiddling with the jewelry on the table and among those jewelry, there was a jade bracelet that was particularly dazzling. The color was so transparent that it was almost transparent and the entire piece of jade was of excellent quality. This jade bracelet would cost at least 100 taels of silver and Jing Chuchu would definitely not be able to buy it herself. But when Shen Miao was at the treasure pavilion yesterday, she bought some jewelry for Jing Chuchu and there was no such jade bracelet. When Shen Miao entered the room, she stared at the jade bracelet and Jing Chuchu jumped in shock before quickly putting it back into the box in a flurry. Shen Miao smiled gently, "Biao older sister's jade bracelet looks like it is not an ordinary item." Jing Chuchu softly asked, "Does fifth younger sister know about this bracelet?" One had seen a similar imported product but the quality was not as good as yours. Even so, at that time it was sold for 500 taels of silver. One feared that Biao older sister's bracelet would cost 1,000 taels of silver. Shen Miao casually made up a story. Even though this jade bracelet was precious, it was not worth 1,000 taels of silver. There were many better jewelry that could be bought with 1,000 taels of silver but with Jing Chuchu's horizons, even if she exaggerated it, Jing Chuchu would not doubt it. "But Biao older sister, this jade bracelet is so precious. Where did it come from?" Shen Miao asked, "One had never seen you wear it before." It is a gift from a friend." Jing Chuchu whispered. A flash of understanding appeared in Shen Miao's eyes. Sun Kainan not only relied on his good looks and flowery words to make females happy, he was also willing to throw money. Otherwise Jing Chuchu, who was already a deputy general's wife in the previous lifetime, would not have an affair. It was the first time they met and he gave such a big gift. For Jing Chu, who had not seen the world, it would be hard for her not to be moved. It seems that this friend must treat Biao older sister very well. Shen Miao said. Jing Chu's face turned red and looked at Shen Miao. What matter is fifth younger sister coming over for? Shen Miao slowly tidied up her clothes before saying, heard that Biao older sister was sent back by someone today? I met a kind-hearted young master. Jing Chu was somewhat shocked. He has good intentions and I dare not refuse, but we have always abided by etiquette. Biao older sister need not be nervous. Shen Miao smiled gently. Does Biao older sister know who that person is? Jing Chu was surprised. Who is it? It is the only son of the Minister of Personnel Sun Tianjing Darren, Sun Kainan. Shen Miao said. Jing Chu looked at Shen Miao and her eyes were filled with surprise. Shen Miao sneered in her heart. Sun Tianjing was too strict with Sun Kainan. Sun Kainan went around seducing females but rarely revealed his identity, unless it was to bring that young lady into the residence as a concubine. Towards Jing Chu, one feared that she did not reveal her true identity. Jing Chu most likely thought that Sun Kainan was just a son of a rich family, and now knowing Sun Kainan's real identity, how could Jing Chu, who wanted to climb up to the dragon and the phoenix, let him go? Biao older sister also know that the Minister of Personnel is a very high official. Shen Miao smiled gently. The residence is not much worse than us. The most important thing is that Sun Darren only has one son, Gentleman's Sunday. For a person of his status to actually send Biao older sister back to the residence, could it be that? Shen Miao lightly said, he somewhat likes Biao older sister? Fifth younger sister, do not speak nonsense. Jing Chu quickly refuted, but her cheeks quickly turned red and her eyes became somewhat erratic. Obviously Shen Miao's words had caused some waves in her heart. She whispered, Gentleman's son and I are innocent. I did not say that there is anything between the both of you. Shen Miao smiled. A fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. Biao older sister is born beautiful and it is natural for Gentleman Wang and son to be pleased. But Gentleman's son is indeed a good person. He has a dignified appearance and a rich family background. If anyone could be his wife, they would be the matriarch of the entire Minister of State's residence. After all, Sun Darren only has this one son. Jing Chu pursed her lips and did not speak. Shen Miao stood up and smiled. I only came over to casually say it. Biao older sister must not take it to heart. Most of the matters in this world depend on fate. If there is really fate, one would not know what the situation would be in the future. At that time, Biao older sister would definitely be able to stay in the Ding capital forever. Finishing speaking, Shen Miao turned around and walked out. Jing Chu sat alone in the room and she subconsciously took out that smooth jade bracelet from the box and reached out to caress the lines on it. She did not think that Sun Kainan was actually the son of the Minister of Personnel. As for why he did not say his identity, it was most probably like what was written in the opera. He did not hope that she would be close to him because of his family background. Did this not mean that Sun Kainan treated her sincerely? Otherwise, why would he give out a bracelet that was worth 1,000 liang the moment they met? In all fairness, Jing Chu was after all from a small family. Even though there were many princes and grandsons chasing after her in Suzhou City, but compared to Sun Kainan's actions in front of her, those were just small fries. She had seen the prosperity of the Ding capital and was even more unwilling to return to Suzhou. Now Shen Miao's last sentence had moved her heart. If she were to marry Sun Kainan, she would be able to stay in the Ding capital forever. But what about old Shen For inside? Outside, Shen Miao had just stepped out of the courtyard when she met Jing Guanxing. When Jing Guanxing saw her, his eyes lit up and he smiled. Is Biao younger sister here to see Chu? Shen Miao nodded her head. Biao younger sister is getting closer to Chu now. Jing Guanxing wanted to go forward but Jingxia and Guyu were guarding in front of him like they were guarding against lechers. Jing Guanxing was a refined person so it was not good for him to approach with a drooling face. No harm. We are all one family. Shen Miao smiled gently and no longer looked at Jing Guanxing as she walked out of the courtyard. Guyu whispered, does young lady wish to be a matchmaker for Biao young lady and gentleman's son? Just now Shen Miao kept on saying that Sun Kainan was good and when the two maids heard it, It was exceptionally strange as they felt that it was very similar to a matchmaker. When did you see me being so kind-hearted? Shen Miao said expressionlessly. Then why? Guyu was even more puzzled. One must disturb Biao older sister's heart. Shen Miao smiled faintly. Old Foreign and Biao older sister previously had the same goal, so both of them were naturally close, but if they did not seek the same thing, what do you think will happen? Xianxia was quick-witted, dog biting dog. She immediately reacted and said in a panic, I didn't say they were dogs. I can't read, what you said is not wrong. Shen Miao said, the saying of dog biting dog is quite good. Also, for the next few days, go and build a good relationship with Rong Jingtang's Fuer. Fuer? Shen Miao was surprised. Old Foreign wanted to marry her to the housekeeper's son who is blind in one eye. Shen Miao said, Fuer is very unwilling. Heavens! Xianxia was stunned. Fuer has been by Old Foreign's side since young. How? Even the cats and dogs that were raised would have some feelings, so why would a young lady in her prime of life be married to a one-eyed man? Fuer did things quickly, and even though his mouth was fierce, he was loyal and devoted to Old Shen Foreign. Old Shen Foreign had obtained the housekeeper's annual land profits, so naturally there must be some expression. If one is not willing to fork out money, then one will have to use people. One can only blame that Fuer's life is not good but was born well. That young lady is planning to help Fuer? Guyu carefully asked, but there was a strange feeling in her heart. Shen Miao did not care much about the people of Rong Jingtang, and now she was not a person with a bodhisattva's heart. She felt that it was somewhat impossible to help Fuer. Of course help. Shen Miao said in a calm and composed manner, every mistake that Old Foreign makes is our opportunity. Young lady want to bribe Fuer? Xianxia asked, but will Fuer be bribed? Fuer used to be the most loyal to Old Foreign. If loyalty is not rewarded, then the power to change sides would be greater. When the dog that is raised by one side goes crazy, then it would bite the owner the most painful. Shen Miao said lightly. For a few days, the Shen residence passed by peacefully. Jing Chu no longer hung around the western courtyard but often brought a few guards of the Shen residence out to go shopping, saying that she wanted to see the liveliness of the Ding capital. Naturally no one stopped her, and for the people of the western courtyard, they could not wait for Jing Chu to go out every day so that the guards at the entrance of the western courtyard could relax a little. But the clothes that Jing Chu was wearing were getting richer by the day. Even though Old Shen Foreign also gave the Jing siblings money, but because of her stingy identity, she would not give too much. Jing Chu was dressed in such a luxurious manner that even Shen Yu felt surprised, but when asked, Jing Chu said that it was money that she brought from her own family. Even Jing Guanxing's hands were a lot more relaxed, and the amount of money that he gave to the servants in the Shen residence had increased. Everyone said that it was because the Jing siblings came to the Ding capital and their horizons were broadened. The habits of a small family were also restrained, and they became more like the people of the Ding capital. The Jing siblings lived comfortably, but naturally there were people in the residence who were not comfortable. In Rong Jingtang, Old Shen Foreign looked at Jing Chu in front of her and her eyes flashed. Chu, how are you doing recently? Is there anything that you are not used to in the Ding capital? Thanks to Old Foreign's blessings, Chu is living very well. Jing Chu said. Since you are living well, then why do you not use the medicine that was given to you until now? Old Shen Foreign's pair of triangular eyes stared at Jing Chu and her tone was heavy. If one was timid, one would be scared to tears by her ferocious look. Jing Chu however lowered her head and her voice did not change at all as she said, Old Foreign, Chu is currently unable to get close to Biao older brother and really cannot find a chance. Old Shen Foreign had long handed the medicinal bag to Jing Chu and only let her find an opportunity to drug Xianxia. Who knew that after so many days, the Shen residence was calm and peaceful and Jing Chu did not even take any action. You are loitering outside all day and only return to the residence late. It would be strange if one could find an opportunity. Old Shen Foreign could not help but sneer. Chu, are you not willing? If you don't want to, then forget it. Chu is not unwilling. Jing Chu quickly said. These days she would meet with Sun Kainan privately outside and she pretended not to know of Sun Kainan's identity. Sun Kainan treated her gently and gave her clothes and jewelry. It was because of these things that Sun Kainan gave that Jing Chu hesitated in her heart. Compared to Xianxia, who had to go to the bitter cold northwestern region and not be seen all year round, marrying Sun Kainan was much more comfortable. But whether Sun Kainan was willing to marry her or not was another question. Jing Chuchu had been guarding her innocence because she knew the disease of men: let them see but not be able to touch, touch but not be able to eat, eat until they are not full, then she would be able to firmly hook a man's heart. She had indeed made Sun Kainan head over heels, but Sun Kainan was the son of the Minister of Higher Officials' residence and she came from a small family. Even if Sun Kainan liked her, Sun Tianjing would not agree and she was not willing to be Sun Kainan's concubine. So Jing Chuchu hesitated. If it was with Xianxia, old Shen Foreign guaranteed that she would be Xianxia's official wife, but Sun Kainan treated her gently and generously. People's hearts were greedy and would look at what was in the pot when one ate in the bowl. Jing Chuchu could not make up her mind and did not drug Xianxia. She did not take action for a long time and old Shen Foreign became anxious and came to question her. Since you are willing, why do not take action? Old Shen Foreign asked. Chuchu want to ensure that nothing goes wrong before taking action. After all, the guards in the western courtyard are tight and it is difficult for Chuchu to find an opportunity. If one were to alert the snake, it would be difficult to take action. Chuchu, I like you. Old Shen Foreign slowly said, but if you continue to be like this, I will be disappointed. You are so timid and in the future it would be difficult to accomplish anything. Jing Chuchu lowered her head and agreed. Old Shen Foreign looked at her and seemed to be somewhat disgusted. You go out. Jing Chuchu hurriedly retreated out. After Jing Chuchu left, old Shen Foreign smashed the cup in front of her and said angrily, things that cannot be seen in public. Zhang Mama instructed the maid to pick up the fragments on the floor and comforted softly, old Foreign need not be anxious. Most likely Biao young lady is a little timid. A young lady would have some scruples when doing this kind of thing. How can I not be anxious? Old Shen Foreign said in a flustered and exasperated manner. Yuaner had already said yesterday that eldest family has been looking for a young lady for Xianxia. If it is really settled, it would be impossible to take action in the future. I originally saw that Jing Chuchu was an ambitious person, so I helped her, but who knew that mud cannot hold up a wall? Zhang Mama patted old Shen Foreign's chest to calm her down. Biao young lady is still young. Moreover, what Biao young lady said is somewhat reasonable. Now eldest master's family is on guard, and if one does not beat the grass and alert the snake, it would be bad if all the faces were torn. Then what do you say? Old Shen Foreign said in a bad mood. Now that time is pressing and that girl is not willing to take action, one cannot just watch Xianxia marry a noble young lady, right? Old Foreign. Zhang Mama pondered for a moment. Biao young lady is young and it is somewhat risky for her to do it. Why not let our people do it? Our people? Old Shen Foreign looked at her. Not bad. Mrs. Zhang said, our people will naturally be more thorough than Miss Biao. When the time comes, even if something goes wrong, we can get Miss Biao out of it and leave a way out. However, I don't think there will be any problems. This matter has been done by us in the past, so it should be as easy as flipping our hands. Old Shen Foreign's eyes slightly moved and was silent for a moment before suddenly saying, what you said is not wrong. Since that girl does not dare to take action, then let others help her. Call Fuer and Xier in. Naturally, no one knew about Rong Jingtong's change in mind. However, whether or not the people who knew would spread the news was another matter. However, on the surface, everything seemed to be developing in an orderly manner. This day when Xin Miao was returning to the western courtyard, she coincidentally bumped into Xin Yuan. Ever since Jing Chu and Chu siblings came to the Xin residence, one did not know what Xin Yuan was busy with and rarely saw others. Upon returning to the Ding capital, Xin Gui was naturally unhappy that he left early and returned late. He thought that Xin Yuan was deliberately avoiding him because of Ren Wanyan's matter and quarreled with Xin Yuan a few times before parting on bad terms. It was just that these quarrels did not affect Xin Yuan as he still did not appear in the residence as usual. At the end they met here. Seeing Xin Miao, Xin Yuan slowed down his footsteps and greeted, fifth younger sister. Second older brother. Heard that fifth younger sister is recently close to Biao younger brother and Biao younger sister. Xin Yuan smiled, did you just return from Biao younger brother's place? He deliberately mentioned Jing Guanxing, as if hinting that there was something between Xin Miao and Jing Guanxing. Bai Lu's and Xuanzhang's brows wrinkled as Xin Yuan's words did not sound good. Xin Miao swept a glance at Xin Yuan and did not answer his words. It seems that second older brother just returned from second Shin's place. One heard that recently second Shin's illness has decreased a lot. Is it going to be better soon? Ren Wanyin had not appeared for a long time and all the matters of the second household were handed over to Wan Yinyang to handle. Even old Shin Foreign, who had always looked down on Wan Yinyang, did not say anything. Everyone in the Shin residence was well aware that it was impossible for Ren Wanyin to be as glorious as the first half of her life. Moreover, Ren Wanyin's maiden family were only wealthy merchants, and no matter how much money they had, they did not have any power and could not help much. Xin Yuan's expression paused for a moment and sized her up before smiling. Fifth younger sister's complexion looks good recently. Is there a happy event approaching? Because of the return of Xin Xian and wife, Xin Qiu would change his ways to please Xin Miao every day. The current Xin Miao was no longer that dull little girl in the past. Once her temperament was good and her complexion was good, at least no matter where she was placed, she would not be ignored by others. How would I have any good things? It is second older brother who seems to be very busy these days. Perhaps there is a good thing approaching. Shen Miao answered. Hearing that, Xin Yuan's face actually revealed an expression that could be called as happy. He said, "Oh? Seen through? In the past there were some troubles and bad luck, but recently second older brother is thinking of ways to disperse them. Seeing that things are going smoothly, most likely he is somewhat happy." He then looked at Xin Miao meaningfully, but fifth younger sister. Need not belittle yourself. I see that fifth younger sister's good thing is approaching. Shen Miao did not speak. Xin Yuan cupped his hands and said, there are still some matters and will not speak more with fifth younger sister. Farewell. Finishing, he strode away. Bai Lu said angrily, this second young master is really too impolite. Xin Yuan's hostility towards Xin Miao and those weird words that he said could be heard by anyone. Xin Miao frowned tightly and looked at Xin Yuan's back without speaking. Young lady? Shuangjiang asked worriedly. Xin Miao said, he is somewhat strange. Xin Miao was very clear about Xin Yuan, this person. One should not underestimate him, as he seemed to be indifferent to the matters of the residence but was the most vicious and merciless one. Now Xin Miao could be sure that the previous lifetime Xin Qiu's ending was definitely related to Xin Yuan. Even though Xin Yuan did not know that Xin Miao's arrangements were already misplaced, but those words just now seemed to have revealed some information that Xin Yuan still had a backup plan. Should we let guard Mo follow second young master? Shuangjiang suggested. No need. Mo Qing still does not have that ability. Xin Miao shook her head. Fu Xiuyi was not to be feared, but one must be careful of the people behind Fu Xiuyi. She said, let's wait and see. Upon returning to the western courtyard, just as one stepped into the room, one saw Gu Yu and Xianxia anxiously waiting in the room. Seeing Xin Miao return, Gu Yu quickly closed the door and pulled Xin Miao to the couch in the inner room to sit down before Xianxia softly said, young lady, Fu from Rong Jingtang had passed a message over. How is it? Shen Miao asked. Old Foreign plans to personally take action and arranged for it to happen 2 days later. Xianxia said angrily, Old Foreign is really too bad. Master and Foreign treat her so well, but she actually schemed against eldest young master. And that Biao young lady, one could tell that she is not a good person. She really does not know shame. All right. Gu Yu interrupted her, young lady, what do we do now? Why 2 days later? Shen Miao asked. 2 days later is the family banquet, and coincidentally second Foreign's close friend will come over to visit second Foreign. Xianxia did not finish her words, but there was no doubt about the meaning. Old Shen Foreign wanted to take advantage of the fact that there were so many people around to accuse Shen Qiu of slandering Jing Chu Chu's innocence, and wanted Shen Qiu to give an explanation to the young lady in front of everyone. How could Shen Qiu decline? It was the same method as in the previous lifetime. Redoing it again, old Shen Foreign's method was still not that brilliant. Like this, you give instructions to Fu. Shen Miao waved her hands and let Xianxia's ears to whisper a few words. But one still need to find someone to keep an eye on it. Shen Miao said, this matter cannot go wrong. This servant will understand. There was a flash of eagerness in Xianxia's eyes, this servant will definitely do this matter well. Xin Miao smiled gently, this is a good matter. Do not mess it up for others. It is retribution to spoil one's marriage. She stretched out her 2 hands and gently knocked on the teacup in front of her. Her calm and composed appearance was like that of a high and mighty person. In the night, in a residence that was a few hundred li away from the Ding capital, there was a person sitting in the main hall. The people standing in the hall were all dressed in black robes and long boots, and their neat and uniform appearance was astonishing. The leader cupped his hands and said, this subordinate did not handle the matter well, and the news was sent back. May master punish. Enough. The young man sitting in the main seat waved his hand lazily. He was dressed in a purple robe, and the corners of his robe were embroidered with fine dragon patterns using golden thread. Under the flickering light, the golden dragon looked like it was about to soar into the sky from the flowing purple clouds. He was playing with a female hairpin in his hands, and on that handsome and charming face, even his smile had an evil air, as if he was a frivolous noble young master that walked out from a large clan. But looking at it carefully, that pair of astonishingly drunk peach blossom eyes were like ice and snow, so sober that there was not a trace of emotion. You all cannot hide it. Xianxia said, I did not intend to hide it. It is nothing more than to fight for time. Since the news was sent back, now time is even more pressing. Master. The leading black-clad man frowned, the matters in the Ding capital have not been settled and time is pressing. What does master plan to do? Do not leave any future troubles. He tilted his head and thought for a moment before casually saying, find a time to settle brother Xia Changwu. In any case, Xia Changwu and Xia Changchao had the same blood flowing in their bodies, but when Xianxia said it, there was no trace of hesitation, as if he was dealing with a stranger or even a cat or dog. Master? The black-cloaked man was stunned and asked hesitantly, for so many years. Master, why? In the past I could not be bothered, but now both of them are restless. Xianxia said, if I do not get rid of them, I will not be at ease when I leave. But Marquis Xia has already brought the 2 of them into officialdom. The man in black said, these days, the 2 brothers have been following Marquis Xia closely. I heard that Marquis Xia has already introduced them to his colleagues in the officialdom and instructed them to take good care of them. It's not difficult to make a move, but it's hard to avoid alerting others. Xia Ding, this idiot. Xianxia's face sunk and there was a hint of anger in his tone, unable to accomplish anything but more than spoil things. He directly called out the Marquis of Linan's name, but the people below were not surprised at all, as if it was a very natural thing. The black-clothed man coughed lightly, because master has not entered officialdom for a long time. Marquis Xia is afraid that there will be no successor, so he let the 2 of them take over. It was not the first or second day that Xianxia's character was unruly and mischievous, and it seemed that Xia Ding was really helpless against Xianxia, else with the Marquis of Linan's mind being so biased, how would he give up Xianxia and let the Xia Changwu brothers take over his mantle? Forget it. Xianxia frowned, delay the matter of the residence of the Marquis of Linan. As for the residence of the princess, from today onwards, send people to secretly protect Princess Xianxia. Master. The black-clothed man hesitated for a moment and seemed to have made up his mind before ruthlessly saying, since it will be like this in the future, it is better to draw a line with Princess Xianxia now. When is it your turn to teach me how to do things? Xianxia lightly swept a glance at him and the latter immediately kept quiet as he felt a chill down his spine. In the next moment, the voice above was heard, whether I do it or not is my business. Whether she appreciates it or not is her business. I have already done my utmost benevolence. His words contained a hint of indifference and ruthlessness. Coupled with his peerlessly handsome face, it gave off a kind of terror that made one shudder in fear. He stood up and the corner of his robe slightly swayed on the seat. In the flowing golden light, he said, act according to the plan. Fight for time in the Ding capital. One heard that Xin Yuan had already collected most of the evidence. The black-clothed man said, one feared that after the end of the year, Xin Yuan's evidence would be completely searched and at that time the Xin family would be the first to be cut. Quite good. Xianxia shrugged his shoulders, if Xin Yuan has any difficult matters, you can help secretly. But Xin Yuan is Prince Ding's people. The black-clothed man reminded. Of course I know that he is Prince Ding's people. Xianxia waved his hands. I only let the Shen family block for us. The Shen family banquet was set for 2 days later. The banquet was suggested by old Shen Foreign herself, but every year the banquet was handled by Ren Wanyan, and this year's banquet could only be handed over to Chen Roqiu. Now that the authority of the Shen residence was in Chen Roqiu's hands, old Shen Foreign felt that she had given Chen Roqiu a huge face but did not know that this job that looked glamorous on the outside was actually unspeakably bitter. In Qiushui Yuan, Chen Roqiu sat in front of the table with one hand holding an account book and the other clumsily working on an abacus. The 2 maids standing behind her spoke. Foreign, you have been calculating for the entire morning, it is better to take a break. The money does not match up. Chen Roqiu shook her head in distress. Tomorrow this sum of money will have to be paid out of my own pocket. As she spoke, there was a trace of anger on her face. Chen Roqiu boasted that she was a noble young lady from a scholarly family and was aloof and proud, so she could not stand to be covered with the stench of money. In the beginning, when old Shen Foreign handed over the authority of the Shen household to Ren Wanyan, it was not that she was not jealous, but she could not put down her face to fight for it, thus a knot was left in her heart. After so many years of hardship, she was able to become the matriarch of the Shen family, but at this time she discovered that the authority of the Shen household was not that easy to grasp. Ren Wanyan was born a wealthy merchant, and on normal days when old Shen Foreign needed to spend more money, Ren Wanyan could at most deduct some from her dowry, since Ren Wanyan was not lacking in money. But the Qin family were only civil officials, and to put it nicely, they were uncorrupted, but to put it bluntly, they were poor, so how would they be able to take out more money to subsidize? Chen Roqiu thought that by taking over the authority of the Shen household, she would be able to allocate some money to subsidize the household. Now looking at it, Ren Wanyan had earned a lot over the years, and many of the money in the accounts did not match up. Now that there was going to be a family banquet, there was not enough money. It was still alright in the past, as Xianxia's side received generous rewards from the palace and there was a lot of surplus. But now that the relationship between Xianxia and the Shen family was stiff and there was no thought of subsidizing the public finances, Chen Roqiu only felt a headache. Obviously one knows that the public finances are not enough, but old Foreign is still holding a family banquet at this time. Is this not bullying Foreign? Chen Roqiu's maid Qing was indignant for her. The great master also intends to leave her in the lurch. Madam doesn't have enough money. Why don't you ask the master for some? Huai also said. What nonsense are you talking about? Chen Roqiu said, Master's salary is not even enough to bribe the officials, how can one let him take out money? She said, let me think about what to do. Shenwan wholeheartedly wanted to climb up the official career ladder, but Xingui was different. Xingui was too ambitious, he didn't have any abilities and only knew how to curry favor with the public. On the other hand, Shenwan climbed up step by himself. Although his pace was slower, it was more steady than Xingui's. Chen Roqiu had always known that she did not give birth to a son and could only rely on Shenwan's love for her in the second household. Therefore, in order to control Shenwan, she had to be gentle and careful. If she could not even settle the matter of money at home, wouldn't Shenwan be annoyed? With Shenwan's qualifications, there were many women outside who wanted to enter the second branch. How could she let herself be at a disadvantage? Moreover, this bit of money is not for nothing. Chen Roqiu's eyes flashed, if there is some harvest, it is worth it. Foreign's meaning is, Chen Roqiu smiled, it is somewhat strange for old Tai Tai to hold a family banquet at this time. Moreover, I heard that in the past few days, that Suzhou Biao young lady liked to run over to the western courtyard. As Chen Roqiu spoke, there was a trace of disgust in her eyes. Old Tai Tai's move is really inferior, but coincidentally, I also do not like Xianxia. Chen Roqiu did not like Xin Yuan and similarly did not like Xianxia. If one were to say that there was some fear towards Xin Yuan, then Xianxia was really looked down upon. She herself was unable to give birth to a son, so she could not bear to see other families' outstanding sons. As for Xianxia, Chen Roqiu only felt that he was a boorish person who only knew how to wield swords and spears, so how could he receive so many people's praises? People would want to destroy something because they could not obtain it. Xin Yuan's scheming mind was deep and she dared not make a move, but Xianxia was straightforward and sincere, and had never survived in the inner courtyard, so it was much easier to deal with him. The most important thing was that she did not even need to make a move. This time it was old Shen Foreign who made a move, and she only needed to sit and watch the show. I will go back and write a few more invitations. Shenroqiu said, find someone to send the invitations to the various Furin's residents. It was better to have more people watching the show. 2 days later, the Shen residence's family banquet. Ever since Ren Wanyan went crazy, those noble Furins cut off all contact with Ren Wanyan. After all, it was not a glorious thing to have a young lady who got pregnant before marriage. Even though they did not know what happened to Ren Wanyan, but when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, so no one asked about Ren Wanyan. And the Furins who were on good terms with Ren Wanyan gradually got closer to Shenroqiu. Even though they could not interact with Ren Wanyan anymore, the relationship with the Shen residents must still be maintained. There was more than one foreign in the Shen residence. Compared to Luo Shuiyan, who was not in the Ding capital all year round and had a vulgar reputation, Shenroqiu, who came from a scholarly family, was obviously easier to fawn on. Yi Foreign and Jiang Foreign had arrived a long time ago, and Jiang Xiaoxian and Yi Pei Lan pulled Xinyu to speak. One will only go to Guangwen Tang after the end of the year. It is boring to be locked in the residence these days. They were gossiping, completely forgetting about Shen Qing's death, forgetting that not long ago, they were true friends with Shen Qing. The friendship between the noble females in the Ding capital was also so thin. Friends could not be compared to benefits, as one was not associating with a person, but the power behind that person. Xinyu also smiled and responded to them. Thus Shen Qing's matter was tacitly forgotten by the few of them. Bai Wei looked at the figure in the distance and said, "Hey, who is that? Is she the lady Biao you mentioned?" She raised her chin and pointed at a young girl standing not far away. She was dressed in a simple apricot-colored dress and was standing there talking to a servant beside her. "That is third younger sister, Dong Ling," Xinyu said with a smile, "born from Yinyang. In the past she did not come out due to her poor health, so it is natural that you have not seen her before." She deliberately emphasized the word Yinyang. Hearing this, Jiang Xiaoxian and the rest looked at him with disdain. Yi Pei Lan said, "What body not well, isn't it, coming out? These Yinyang's children are the most cunning. Yinyang, you must not be deceived by her." Xinyu smiled, "Third younger sister does not go out of the courtyard. Look, that is my Biao older sister." As Xing Yuan was speaking, he saw Jing Chuchu walking over from the side. Most likely she did not see Xinyu and the rest over here and did not come over to greet them. Bai Wei's eyes were sharp. She asked with confusion, "Mother, didn't you say your cousin came from Suzhou? Just now, I saw that her clothes and jewelry seemed to be very expensive. Look at the bracelet she's wearing, it's even better than the one you're wearing." Bai Wei's words were unintentional, but Xinyu's face turned white. She forced a smile and said, "I don't know. It was probably given by grandmother." "What is there to see?" Jiang Xiaoxian said, "Could it be that those from Suzhou can be compared to our young ladies in the Ding capital? Clothes and jewelry can all be pretentious, but vision and temperament can't. Look at that delicate and timid look, how can she be presentable?" Xinyu shook her head, "You all must not say that about Biao older sister. You're just too kind." Yi Pei Lan was exasperated that he did not live up to her expectations, getting close to just anyone, even the idiot in your Fu used to protect him. Now that he has grown up, he still doesn't put you in his eyes. Speaking of which, why did I not see that idiot? The idiot that she was talking about naturally referred to Shen Miao. Ever since Guangwen Tang and Shen Miao had a dispute, Yi Pei Lan had regarded Shen Miao as her number one enemy and could not wait to step on her. And the Shen Miao that she was talking about was currently in the western courtyard watching Shen Qiu drink tea. What exactly is going on with grandmother? Shen Qiu furrowed his brows and said, "Why did you invite so many ladies to the banquet? Everywhere you go, it's so noisy." Most likely all the people that third Shen knows were invited. Shen Miao handed Shen Qiu a cup of tea. "Perhaps they admire your young general's elegance." "Younger sister, spare me." Shen Qiu waved his hands, "One is already difficult to deal with. With so many females, the battlefield would not be that scary." Shen Miao found it somewhat funny. Shen Qiu's appearance of looking at females like scourges and fierce beasts was somewhat comical, but thinking about it, Shen Qiu was surrounded by females with ulterior motives, and the females in the Shen residence were not easy to deal with. To his straightforward character, it was like a devil's den. there are also those that are not so difficult to deal with. Shen Miao tried to appease him. In the future when you meet a young lady that you admire, you would not think like this. Xianxia did not speak and stared at her as if he had seen a ghost. After a moment he shook his head. Younger sister, the expression that you had when you said those words really resembled mother. Shen Miao. With this thought, she really treated Xianxia as Fu Ming. Just as she wanted to speak, she suddenly heard some noises outside. She looked at Xianxia and both of them went out together but saw someone shouting at the courtyard entrance. What is the matter with you all? I am just here to see Shen Miao. Let me in. Shen Miao was startled. Feng Ning? When that person heard Shen Miao's voice, she was also stunned as she waved at her. It is me, Shen Miao. Quickly let me go. Let her go. Shen Miao said. She is the young lady of the Feng family. After Feng Ning was let go of by the two of them, she then patted the dust off her body and said angrily, what is the matter with you? Why are there so many guards outside your own courtyard? I thought that something happened to you so I came in. Shen Miao, are you sick with so many people blocking outside? It was probably the first time that Feng Ning was stopped by someone and her eldest sister temper flared up. She did not care about Shen Miao's head and face as she reprimanded Shen Miao. But it just so happened to step on Xianxia's sore spot. Xianxia leaned forward and frowned. Who are you? Do you know any manners to shout in other people's residence? Shen Miao. For Xianxia to say the words do you know any manners, it was really thought-provoking. Suddenly being reprimanded, Feng Ning raised her head and wanted to refute but when she saw Xianxia, she could not help but be slightly surprised. Xianxia had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and was very handsome. He was different from the soft and weak gentleman in the Ding capital. Usually his smile was warm and innocent, but when his face was cold, he was like a young general on the battlefield that made others tremble with fear, and had a bit of iron-blooded spirit. Feng Ning's arrogance immediately converged and whispered, Who are you? This is my eldest brother. Shen Miao said. Xianxia had some reputation in the Ding capital, with Xia in the south and Xian in the north. The little marquis of the Xia family and the young general of the Shen family were often compared, but it was a pity that Xianxia was not willing to enter officialdom, otherwise these two people would be the most outstanding generation of military officers. What are you here for? Seeing that Feng Ning was somewhat embarrassed, Shen Miao asked. When Feng Ning heard this, she complained, I am here to talk to you. You also know that after those people in Guangwentang knew that I have a good relationship with you, they also excluded me. Who cares? I came looking for you. When Xianxia heard this, his face eased up a little. He knew that Shen Miao was neglected in the academy, but unfortunately he was not around all year round and could not always protect Shen Miao. Now that Shen Miao had a friend, even though she was arrogant and did not know etiquette, but make do with it. Of course he and Feng Ning did not know that good relationship was only what Feng Ning thought, and Shen Miao really did not have the leisure to make friends with others. Since your friend has come over, both of you can chat. Xianxia lightly coughed, I will go out to look for father to discuss some matters. Shen Miao complied and after Xianxia left, Feng Ning then whispered, Why is your eldest brother so fierce and fiendish? Just scared me to death. Fierce and fiendish? Shen Miao was too lazy to explain and said, yes, he had always killed people like flax. Feng Ning quickly patted her chest and said, fortunately I admitted my mistake early and lowered my head. Next time I would not dare to rush in like this. Unknowingly, it was time for the Shen residence's family banquet. The male and female guests were seated separately and the female guests were in the banquet hall of Rongjing Tang while the male guests were taken care of by Shen Gui and Shen Wan. Even though Xianxia did not have much interest in the family banquet, he did not have the leisure to deal with the bootlicking of the officials in the capital so he sat down and drank by himself. There were not many males that came and they were all civil officials that were on good terms with Shen Gui and Shen Wan and were not on the same side as Xianxia. Thus when one looked at the bustling table, it seemed that Xianxia and Xianxia were deliberately neglected by others. Xianxia was not at all unhappy because of this and it was lively to eat by himself. On the contrary, Shen Yuan actually had some of Shen Gui's shadow. His smooth and slick appearance made Xianxia somewhat nauseated. At the female side of the banquet, the ones who were neglected were naturally Luo Shuiyan and Shen Miao. Since they were Qianruoqiu's sisters, naturally they had to support Qianruoqiu's face. Even though one could not ridicule Shen Miao in front of Luo Shuiyan, it was possible to be neglected. Thus Qianruoqiu and Shen Yu were asked all sorts of questions by the young ladies and Furins, and even Jing Chuchu and Shen Dongling were given a few words of concern. Only Shen Miao was deliberately ignored by others. Luo Shuiyan was somewhat angry. If it was the previous Shen Miao, she would also be upset. But now it was different. No matter how lively those Furins and young ladies were, Shen Miao would reservedly eat her food and drink her soup. Her every move had a kind of dignified air that made others have an illusion that it was not those people who deliberately neglected her but Shen Miao herself who disdained to talk to these people. It was as if they were punching soft cotton, and after a few more punches, everyone started to lose interest. Madame E said with a laugh, "Everybody says that Suzhou is a place of spiritual beauty. I did not believe it at first, but now that I have seen this Lao Furin's Biao Xiaojia, I feel that these words are not false. Our capital can't raise such a beautiful girl." Old Shen Foreign had shown 120% of importance to Jing Chuchu at the banquet. Even though one did not know the reason, the Furins present were not fools. Since Old Shen Foreign wanted to promote Jing Chuchu, there was no harm in saying it nicely. Jing Chuchu was so embarrassed that her face turned red and she lowered her head without saying a word. Old Shen Foreign smiled. Foreign's words, "This old one will not comply. Young lady is also very lively and I like it when I look at her." Peilon smiled as she thanked Old Shen Foreign for her praise and became even more curious towards Jing Chuchu as she softly asked Shen Yu, "Old Foreign seems to really like your Biao older sister." Shen Yu vaguely agreed, but there were some doubts in her heart. As Shen Dongling was sitting at the corner of the banquet, Wan Yinyang did not have the opportunity to attend such an occasion. And she did not have her biological mother's help and did not have Old Shen Foreign's promotion, thus she was unknown. Even so, Shen Dongling did not reveal a trace of unwillingness and only slowly ate the food in her bowl, exactly like a well-behaved and unfavored Shu daughter. Old Shen Foreign instructed Jing Chuchu to eat more and at the same time said good things about Jing Chuchu to others, making a sensible and intelligent daughter of a humble family appear in the heavens and earth. It was until the servant who came over to pour the tea accidentally splashed the tea on Jing Chuchu that this kind of lift then stopped. Old Shen Foreign scolded that careless servant, "How do you do things? What if Biao young lady is scalded?" "No harm." Jing Chuchu smiled, "The tea is not hot so I am fine. The clothes are wet." Old Shen Foreign looked at the large water stains on Jing Chuchu's clothes and said with concern, "One cannot wear wet clothes on such a cold day. Shi'er, bring Biao young lady down to change into a clean set of clothes." She then instructed Jing Chuchu, "One must not catch a cold." Jing Chuchu lowered her head to look at her clothes. No matter how thin the winter clothes were, it would still have weight. If the tea was washed into the cotton, it would be uncomfortable to wear it. At that moment she did not decline and said good to Old Shen Foreign with a red face and bid farewell to the female guests before leaving with the servant who led the way. Jiang Foreign said, "Jing family's young lady is really blessed to be valued so highly by Old Foreign." "How is it that she is blessed?" Old Shen Foreign smiled till the wrinkles on her face wrinkled together. "It is this old one's blessing. This girl is well behaved and sensible. This old one likes her." Hearing this, everyone flattered again. Qianruoqiu glanced at Old Shen Foreign and her eyes subconsciously drifted towards Shen Miao. Most likely she was aware of her gaze as Shen Miao also looked towards Qianruoqiu with a slightly puzzled gaze. Qianruoqiu smiled and lowered her head as a trace of comfort flashed in her heart. But she did not see that the moment she lowered her head, the puzzled look in Shen Miao's eyes had disappeared and what replaced it was an extremely faint smile. If one were to look carefully, that smile seemed to contain some inexplicable excitement. It was Shen Dongling who was at the table who glanced at Shen Miao without a trace before quickly lowering her head to eat the food in her bowl. At the male side of the banquet, it was not as meticulous as the female side of the banquet. After all, it was the style of the officialdom and everyone was intoxicated with wine. Even though Xianxia and Shen Qiu were left out in the cold, there were a few colleagues who came over to toast. After a few cups, Shen Qiu's head was somewhat dizzy. "Brat, only a few cups and you are already drunk. Did you not eat?" Xianxia said angrily. Shen Qiu rubbed the space between his eyebrows and shook his head. "I don't know. As a man who grew up in a military camp, this bit of wine was nothing to him. One had to know that they usually drank wine from jars in the military camp and had always looked down on the wine in the Ding capital as they felt that it was not strong enough. Who knew that they would be slapped in the face today? It is really a waste of teaching you for so many years. Xianxia hated iron for not becoming steel. Uncle, don't be angry. It was Jing Guanshan who explained with a smile, it is not that older Biao brother does not have a tolerance for alcohol, but he mixed Futu wine and Yingguang wine to drink together. He pointed to the wine cup in front of Xianxia. As expected, the wine in the cup was not red like the Futu wine, nor was it clear like the silver light wine. Instead, it seemed to be mixed together. Jing Guanxing continued to explain, there are people drinking silver light wine and there are people drinking Futu wine. Biao older brother probably did not notice and poured them together. Drinking the silver light wine and the Futu wine together, other people would pass out after drinking half a cup. It is not easy for cousin brother to still be sober. Ha ha ha. One of the Darren laughed when he heard it, this nephew's tolerance for alcohol is already not bad. General Shen must not blame him. Xin Yuan swept a glance at Xin Qiu and said, eldest brother cannot continue to drink like this. It is better to support him to the room to rest. Xianxia waved his hands and one did not know what he was mumbling. It seemed that he was already very drunk. Why not I send older Biao brother back? Jing Guanxing said with a smile. One would not hit a smiling face. Even though Xianxia was rather critical of Jing Guanxing because of Xin Miao's matter, but ever since guards were placed at the courtyard doors, Jing Guanxing was well behaved. Xianxia looked at him, since that is the case, then trouble you and Qi to support him back. Just as Jing Guanxing was about to get up, he saw Xin Qiu grabbing onto Xin Yuan and shaking his head, Qi, bring me there. Xin Yuan was startled. Xianxia frowned, this brat had treated you as Qi, he then said to Xin Qiu, brat, quickly release your second younger brother. Xin Qiu did not move. Xin Yuan's eyes moved slightly and said, Biao younger brother and I are the same. Since that is the case, let me send eldest brother back to the room. He helped Xin Qiu up and not waiting for Xianxia to refuse, he walked out. Just as Xianxia was about to speak, Xin Yuan had already brought the wine over, eldest brother, let me toast you a cup. No one took the twists and turns of the banquet to heart, and it was an extremely common thing for people to enter and leave. It was only until the end of the banquet that when the Furens were chatting in the courtyard, Bai Foren seemed to remember, why is Jing family's young lady not back yet? After Jing Chu-Chu's clothes were dirted by the spilled tea from the maid, she went back to change her clothes. But she did not appear after that. Old Shen Foren was surprised for a moment and said to Shi'er, go and find someone to ask why Biao young lady is not back yet. Perhaps she is somewhat drunk. Xinyu smiled, just now she drank a lot of honey wine. Even though it is sweet, the after effects are strong. Biao older sister loves sweet things and forgot to stop her just now. Perhaps she is feeling dizzy and is resting in the room. Shi'er complied and went out. Feng Ning's lips twitched and quietly pushed Shen Miao. One thought that with so many daughters in your residence, the family banquet would be very lively. To think that I still had to follow my mother, but now it seems that it is just as boring. Feng Ning was the pearl of the Guanglu residence and did not have so many sisters, but even though Shen Miao had so many sisters, she was not close and was even deliberately left out. In Feng Ning's eyes, it was meaningless. It has always been so. Shen Miao answered. Feng Ning looked to the left and right, I want to go to the clean room and will come back later. Wait for me. After Feng Ning left with the maid, Shi'er also returned to old Shen Foren's side and shook her head, Old Foren, Biao young lady is not in the room. Not in the room? Old Shen Foren raised her voice and all the Furen's eyes looked towards her direction. Old Shen Foren quickly lowered her voice, where is that place? Shi'er shook her head. The servants don't know either. This girl. Old Shen Foren was somewhat anxious, could something have happened? When the noble madam saw her like this, they naturally began to ponder in their hearts. Old madam? Coincidentally Chen Roqiu walked over from the other side and asked what happened before smiling, Old Foren need not worry. I just came back from master's place and think that it is because Chu-Chu is drunk. Coincidentally, Qiu'er was also drunk and had been sent back to his room to rest. The wine in our family banquet is strong, Chu might have gone to another room. She intentionally or unintentionally pointed out the fact that Xianxia was also drunk, and Shen Miao's gaze suddenly sharpened. Old Shenforen shook her head and said, "Go and find a few people to look for Chu. After all, she is in this residence, it would not be good if she caught a cold," she said as she looked at everyone. Speaking of which, this old one recently obtained a golden Buddha painting that was embroidered by Xianxia. It is hung in this old one's main hall, and if everyone wants to take a look, this old one is willing to bring everyone over to take a look. Zhang Xiaoxian was an embroidery master in Mingqi, and one embroidery was priceless. Hearing that old Shenforen had one here, everyone wanted to broaden their horizons. Shen Miao's lips snorted. That double-sided embroidery was a reward from the palace and was given to old Shenforen by Xianxia a few years ago. It was just that she was stingy and did not take it out for everyone to see. Now that she was willing to bleed, it must be because of other matters. It was just that. Could it really be as old Shenforen wished? The Furens and young ladies were indeed very enthusiastic as they followed old Shenforen to look at that embroidery painting. The main hall of Rongjingtang was a room similar to a tea room for guests to rest. On normal days, very few people would go there as old Shenforen did not have many guests, and most of the time the tea room was empty. However, when they walked to the door, they saw something strange at the door. There were some noises coming from the closed door. One could not make out what the sound was, but it seemed that something had been knocked over. Everyone suddenly stopped walking. Who is inside? Where did the people guarding outside go? Old Shenforen asked. Replying to old Foren, they were still here just now. There should not be anyone in the tea room, Xi'er said doubtfully. Really raising a bunch of idlers. Can't even guard the door properly. Old Shenforen was somewhat angry. Open the door. Open the door. When old Shenforen said those words, there was already some anger on her face. The madams had always been the type to watch a good show, so none of them left. Chenroqiu comforted, "Mother, do not be angry. Perhaps the guest entered the wrong room." Finishing, she gave a look to the maids, and the two maids beside her took a step forward and pushed the door open. That door looked tightly shut, but it was not tightly shut and seemed to be pushed open with a light push. However, following that, one heard an Aya scream, and the two maids jumped in shock and took 2 steps back. Their actions caused others to be suspicious. Old Shenforen snapped, "What is going on?" One of the maids did not seem to be able to stand properly and both hands held onto the door, but inadvertently opened the door wider, and the situation inside was exposed to everyone. Everyone could not help but suck in a mouthful of cold air. The tea room was very small and was originally a place for a temporary rest. There was only a small couch that one could lean on and a small table. And the teacups on the table were all smashed onto the floor, and on the narrow couch, 2 figures overlapped, and one could vaguely see that there was a male pressing on top of a female. The sound that was heard just now was the sound of the teacups on the table shattering during the dispute. Now this chaotic scene was exposed in front of everyone without any concealment. Those Furens immediately covered their young ladies' eyes, fearing that they would see such a dirty thing. And Xi'er, who was outside, also exclaimed, "Biao, Biao, young lady. Chu." Chenroqiu also shouted. What? Old Shenforen was startled and almost fainted. Fu'er, who was by her side, quickly went to support old Shenforen. What is going on? Chenroqiu's face was somewhat flustered, and in the eyes of others, it was like there was a scandal in the residence, and she was at a loss of what to do. And the 2 people in the room did not know what was going on. Hearing such a big commotion outside, the male lying on top of the female did not move, but the female tried hard to push the male up. Heavens! Xi'er covered her mouth and had a look of surprise on her face. Did eldest young master not return to his room after getting drunk? Why would he be here? When these words reached the ears of the crowd, they immediately understood the ins and outs of the matter. The eldest young master of the residence, who was drunk, happened to meet Biao Xiaojia, who was going back to change her clothes. His lust was suddenly aroused, and he could not control himself. Thus, he did the dirty deed. Qiu'er has always been steady, so how would he do such a thing? Chenroqiu shook her head. It is all because of drinking. Speaking till here, she put on a distressed look. From his words, he had already confirmed Xianxia's crimes. Xin Miao looked on silently. It was almost the same scene as in her previous life. After Xianxia woke up, he would not be able to defend himself even with 100 mouths. Even though Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan believed in Xianxia, but the facts were placed in front of them and the one who suffered a loss was indeed the young ladies. If Xianxia did not marry Jing Chu, with so many furins that came today, they would drown Xianxia with their saliva. And what did she do at that time? Xin Miao's face darkened as she thought about it. She felt deeply humiliated that she had an older brother who knew how to defile others' innocence. She and the others spurned Xianxia. Xinyu suddenly said, "Fifth younger sister, why are you not speaking?" Everyone's eyes suddenly looked towards Xin Miao. Xianxia was Xin Miao's eldest brother and for Xianxia to do such a thing, Xin Miao's face would not be glorious. One did not know if this Xin Miao would wholeheartedly help Xianxia or would she commit a righteous act. Yi Pei Lan liked to see Xin Miao be unlucky and at this moment she was gloating and said hypocritically, "Xin Miao, actually this matter has nothing to do with you. After all, your eldest brother is your eldest brother and you are you. Even though you are one family, one cannot lump it together." But the more she said it, the more it reminded everyone that Xin Miao was Xianxia's younger sister. If Xianxia's conduct was bad, how good could Xin Miao be? I just find it strange. Xin Miao lightly said, instead of solving the matter, one is discussing here. Why not get someone to call the outsiders at the Shen residence's doors to watch the commotion, after all there are many people. Her sarcasm was like a knife that hit the bull's eye. Yes, such a thing had happened. If it was an ordinary family, they would immediately think of ways to cover it up, but this old Shen Foreign and Shen Roqiu seemed to be eager for more people to know and even started discussing at the doors. What kind of intentions were these? At least it was not good intentions. What was the reason for this? Shen Roqiu and old Shen Foreign were somewhat embarrassed but heard Shen Miao continued to speak lightly, even if my mother is not here, there should be someone to preside over the overall situation. Could it be that second Shen is replaced with third Shen and third Shen do not know what to do? Shen Roqiu's face suddenly turned green and even Shen Yu's expression was not good. At this time when Ren Wanyun was mentioned, everyone's eyes were somewhat meaningful. Shen Roqiu was even more angry. Shen Miao's words were clearly saying that her ability to preside over the overall situation was not as good as Ren Wanyun, which was not slapping her face. Shen Miao was after all a person who had stayed in the inner palace for many years and which female in the inner palace were easy to deal with. Even if they were to engage in a verbal battle, it would be like swords flashing and one sentence could have 10 meanings. Now her words did not seem light nor heavy but it made one think deeply. Just because Luo Shuiyan was not here, one could casually bully Xianxia. And seeing Xianxia's scandal, one did not care and even let everyone know about it. More importantly, the various furins were not fools. Previously they were shocked by the situation in front of them and neglected other things, but Xin Miao's calm attitude made them gradually calm down and when they looked inside again, it was somewhat unclear. It was said that a scandal had happened, but who knew if this scandal was man-made or not? Old Shen Foreign was angered by Xin Miao's words and said, "Fifth girl, such a thing happened to eldest brother and you have this kind of attitude. You are really stubborn." Xin Miao almost laughed but she shook her head, this matter is considered a big matter. It is better to invite father, second and third Shu over before making a decision. Old Shen Foreign was stunned, Shen Roqiu was stunned and even all the furins present were stunned. For this matter, it was better if fewer people knew about it, but now Xin Miao was eager for more people to know about it. Shen Roqiu's heart was somewhat uneasy. She did not know why but even though everything was going according to her imagination, she felt that something was not right. The door was wide open, and there seemed to be no movement from the person inside. Old Shen Foreign's maids wanted to close the door but heard Xin Miao sneering, "Do not close it. Since what should be seen has been seen, then closing the door would only be burying one's head in the sand. Who still want to see, one can take a closer look." Even at this time, old Shen Foreign also felt that something was not right. She wanted to let people enter the room but Xin Miao's overbearing attitude made one surprised. At this moment it was hard to get off the back of a tiger and if she were to do anything more, it would only make things worse. Old Shen Foreign could only suppress the uneasiness in her heart and helplessly looked at Xin Miao instructing people to invite Xianxia and the rest over. Xianxia wiped her tears and said, Miss Jing is still young. What will she do for the rest of her life if something like this happens? Trouble everyone to be a witness for me. Old Xianforan spoke, my Xian family has always been upright, and since such a matter that corrupts the family's reputation, naturally one must give everyone an explanation. Chu is my paternal family's grandniece and is well-behaved and sensible. I originally thought to keep her by my side and in the future find a good family for her. Who knew that? Old Xianforan's face was in pain. My Xian family is not a family that bullies others. No matter what happens in the future, Chu will be my Jing family's granddaughter-in-law. There is no doubt about this, and one will definitely give Chu an explanation. What a high-sounding reason. What a righteous face. If one did not know the inside story, Shen Miao would also praise old Xianforan's attitude. Her eyes were filled with ridicule. Worthy of being a singer and actress, she was really lifelike when she acted. Sure enough, when old Xianforan finished her words, she immediately won everyone's good impression. Worthy of being an aristocratic family. Really dare to take responsibility for one's actions. If it is like this, then Jing family's young lady would have someone to rely on for the rest of her life. It is indeed true that the Shen family's family conduct is upright. Old Xianforan's choice is really wise. One did not think that old Xianforan would have this kind of bearing. Half of it was praising old Xianforan for being able to remedy her mistakes, and the other half was pitying Jing Chu for inexplicably suffering such a calamity. As for Xianxiu, he was almost unanimously portrayed by everyone as a shameless pervert. Just at this moment, one heard a hurried exclamation from outside, Chu Chu. Chu Chu. Looking up, the people that Shen Miao instructed finally called Xianxia and entourage over. But this was still alright, as those colleagues in the official circles were not called over. There were only Xianxia, 3 brothers, and Luo Shuiyan, and the one walking at the front was Jing Guansheng. He took large strides forward, and when the Furens saw him, they all made way for him. Jing Guansheng stood in front of the door and did not enter, but just stared blankly at the door as if he was struck by lightning. What is going on? Luo Shuiyan said anxiously. Chen Roqiu wiped her tears and said, Eldest son need not be anxious. This matter cannot be blamed on Chou'er. It is all because of drinking. On the way over, Shen Gui and Shen Wan had already heard of the matter. Shen Gui could not wait for Xianxia to be unlucky and immediately put on an ashamed posture. It is all my fault. I should have stopped Chou'er when he was drinking. If he was not drunk, how would such a thing happen? Second older brother need not blame yourself. Shen Wan sighed, no one would want such a thing to happen. It is better to think about what is happening now. What else can it be? Jing Guanxing's eyes were red. My younger sister came here perfectly fine but was conspired by others and her innocence was tainted. Naturally there must be an explanation. Keep your mouth clean, Baghdad. Xianxia got angry when he heard it. Xianxiu, that brat, this old man, would not do such a thing. Not bad. Luo Shuiyan sneered, Jing Chu is not some outstanding beauty, and when Chou'er was at the border, there were so many Darren who wanted to marry young ladies to him, and any one of them would be better looking than Jing Chu. Isn't Chou'er stupid to ruin his future just for Jing Chu? Xianxia was a ruthless character that killed enemies on the battlefield and was unmoved by force or persuasion. Luo Shuiyan was even more shrewish and did not know how to be tactful with her words. Her words made Jing Guansheng's face turn pale, and as for old Xianforan, she was so angry that she could not speak. But thinking about it, what they said made sense. Even though Jing Chu's looks were not bad, it was not something that was rare in the world. Jing Guanxing's words of plotting was somewhat excessive. Shen Miao somewhat wanted to laugh. In the previous lifetime, Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan also protected Xianxiu like this. Unfortunately, everyone knew that Jing Chu did not have any schemes, and at that time, under the watchful eyes of everyone, what else could one say, and could only admit defeat. Old Xianforan called so many noble Furens from the capital over to testify so that Xianxiu would have no way out. Witness and material evidence are here, so how can you quibble? Jing Guanxing said angrily, could it be that my younger sister, a weak female, can force Xianxiu? I had thought that Xianxiu was a gentleman but did not think that one would know a person's face but not his heart. I want to report to the authorities. Report to the authorities, that was a family matter that everyone would know about. Old Shenforen said angrily, enough. She said to Jing Guanxing in a soft voice, Guanxing, you are my grandnephew and you know how I treated you these days. I like this girl Chu Chu so much that I would not agree to let her suffer grievances even if others agree. Do not worry, one will definitely give you an explanation. Eldest families. Old Shenforen changed the topic and angrily said to Xianxia, this matter is Chower's fault first. How did your father teach you in the past? The Shen family's way of doing things is indomitable and one must be responsible for the young lady's innocence. For Chower to do such a thing, one must marry Chu Chu and treat her well for a lifetime. The Shen family's way of doing things was something that old General Shen had exhorted to Xianxia in the past. If it was in the past, Xianxia would give old Shenforen face and would eat this grievance in silence. But this year in the Ding capital, the discord between him and old Shenforen was getting deeper and deeper. At this moment when he heard these words and looked at old Shenforen's face, he felt an unspeakable hypocrisy and hatred. There was a nameless anger in his heart as Xianxia said angrily, I have said before that Chower would not do such a thing. But it was Shen Dongling who had been hiding at the back that no one noticed, who suddenly spoke, why did no one go in to take a look and say that the person inside is eldest brother? Is eldest brother really inside? When the words were said, everyone was stunned for a moment. Not bad. Was the person inside really Xianxia? From the beginning till now, no one went in to take a look and even if one could see, it was only two overlapping bodies. In fact all the Furens' hearts roughly understood that this matter was very deep. It was said that it was a misunderstanding after getting drunk but most likely it was a scheme by others. But since it was calculated to this point, Xianxia could only admit that he was unlucky. Chen Roqiu smiled, Dongling, what are you talking about? Only Chower left the banquet after getting drunk, otherwise who else could it be? There is also second older brother. Xin Miao said lightly, why is second older brother also missing? Why is it that only my eldest brother is responsible? Younger sister, what responsibility are you talking about? An abrupt voice suddenly sounded and Chen Roqiu's brain exploded. Everyone turned back to look. Not far away, Xianxia was dressed in fresh clothes and beside him stood Feng and Ning, who was looking at everyone with some puzzlement. And Ning? Feng Foren jumped in shock and quickly went over to pull her away and reprimanded, why are you running around? I went to the washroom and got lost. Feng and Ning said innocently, after going around for a long time, I could not get out and coincidentally met eldest brother Shen so he brought me over. What happened? Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan were only startled for a moment before Xianxia laughed out loud. That laughter, in the ears of everyone present, was filled with pride. Xianxia was perfectly fine here, so who was the person inside? I've seen enough. Shen Miao smiled. Someone, let us see clearly who the person responsible is. It was already too late for old Shenforen to stop her. The maids by Luo Shuiyan's side were all strong and without waiting for Chen Roqiu to speak, they rushed in first. Their movements were too fast, and before anyone could react, they heard a groan from inside. Two maidservants had already brought the man to the front of everyone. Replying to Madam, it's the second young master. Xin Yuan's clothes were disheveled and his flushed face appeared in front of everyone. Compared to Xianxia who just shouted out the name but did not go in to check, this kind of evidence was almost irrefutable. Everyone's eyes uniformly looked towards Shen Gui and old Shenforen. Shen Miao's voice of ridicule sounded, what? So it was just a misunderstanding. Everything was fine and almost made eldest brother the scapegoat. Next time all of you servants better open your eyes wider. If this matter of spoiling one's reputation were to be spread out, one would be imprisoned. Younger sister, what are you talking about? Xianxia scratched his head, what scapegoat do I have to carry? Chower, someone wants to shove a daughter-in-law to you. Luo Shuiyan could see that just now old Shenforen and Chen Roqiu were pressuring her and now it was just a false alarm. The nameless fire rose up and her words became more impolite. I said that our Chower's daughter-in-law must be seen by me personally and Chower scrupulously abides by his duties, so how would he casually bring a daughter-in-law into his own room? It was Feng and Ning who was suddenly enlightened and said, what? I have always been together with eldest brother Shen and it seems that eldest brother Shen had just sobered up. But one had only heard of forceful marriage, could it be that there is a forceful marriage now? Feng Ning was also a talent and she deliberately exaggerated it, causing Feng Foren's face to change as she reprimanded, and Ning. Feng Ning stuck out her tongue and no longer spoke. Grandmother, Biao older brother, second Shu, with the current situation, what can be done? Xin Miao said in a difficult manner, but her expression was leisurely and anyone could see that she had the mentality of watching a show. What was called slapping one's face? This was called slapping one's face. Old Xin Foren was somewhat flustered. Since today's matter was done under her orders, naturally she had made thorough preparations. But why did Xin Qiu become Xin Yuan? She did not know what happened. But when she saw Xin Miao's beaming smile, old Xin Foren understood in her heart that Xin Miao was definitely involved in this matter. Xin Gui was also silly. He heard that Xin Qiu had committed a mistake, so he specially came over to watch the show. One had to know that a person's reputation would affect one's career in the court, else those imperial censors would not be able to receive such a high salary. Now Xin Qiu had become Xin Yuan and Xin Yuan had just returned to the capital to take up his post when such a thing happened. Was this not cutting off his official career path? The young ladies were still somewhat confused, but the Furens could see it clearly. Today's matter was obviously a play that the Xin family put on by themselves. It was obvious that someone wanted to use Jing Chu Chu to trick Xin Qiu once, but who knew that at the end Xin Qiu became Xin Yuan? Thinking about Xin Miao's attitude from the beginning till now, how did it turn into such a situation? Naturally Xin Miao was involved. Everyone said that the D5th young lady of the Xin family was an idiot and was treated as a love-struck fool, but looking at it now, no one would dare to treat her as a love-struck fool in the future. One feared that the person who set up the scheme today did not expect to be counterattacked. Even those who were invited as witnesses had now become Xin Miao's bargaining chips. Old Xin Foren was riding a tiger and it was hard to get off. She rolled her eyes and was about to pretend to faint to get rid of the matter when she heard Xin Miao said, Biao older brother, you as her older brother must be very sad that Biao older sister met with such a matter. Do not worry, grandmother had just said that one would definitely be responsible for Biao older sister. Old Xin Foren did not feel dizzy in a split second and stared at Xin Miao. Yuaner is still unconscious at this moment and it is obvious that he was schemed by others. Fifth girl, you must not speak nonsense. Old madam, what are you saying? Not waiting for Xin Miao to speak, Luo Shuiyan first exploded. Just now when you said that the person inside was Chou'er, you had never heard that you were thinking for him. Yuaner is your grandson, isn't Chou'er also your grandson? This bowl of water of yours is quite peaceful, right? Luo Shuiyan was not afraid to shed all pretense of cordiality with old Xin Foren as she had such a fiery temperament. With a flurry of words, old Xin Foren could only say angrily, you are rebelling. Grandmother, let us first talk about how to deal with second older brother's matter. Xin Miao gently smiled. Her tone was warm and there was not a bit of temper from the beginning to the end, which made old Xin Foren even more embarrassed. She said, just now what did grandmother say? Grandmother said, grandfather said before that the Xin family must be indomitable, and one must be responsible for the other person's innocence. Second older brother must marry Biao older sister. She deliberately imitated old Xin Foren's righteous tone and Luo Shuiyan burst out laughing. Xin Miao looked at everyone, all Furens have seen it. Grandmother has always kept her words and in such a short period of time, one would definitely not forget it. The surrounding noble Furens all knew that Xin Miao was using them as guns, but they could only laugh dryly. Old Xin Foren's face turned red and white after being ridiculed by Xin Miao. She could only repeat it over and over, this matter is fishy. This matter is fishy. I also feel that this matter is fishy. Xin Miao raised her eyebrows, so it is better to report to the authorities. Father, your subordinates acted quickly, it's not too late to go to the capital governor now. Before he could finish, Xin Gui shouted, no. Xin Miao was surprised, why is it not working again? Xin Gui looked at her fiercely. Once this matter was reported to the authorities, there was no way he could hide it. The imperial censors in the court were very idle every day. If they knew about this matter, it would be strange if they didn't report him. Moreover, it was a scandal after all. What good would it do if everyone knew about it? Forget it. Xin Miao waved her hands with a headache, after all, this matter still depends on Biao older brother's opinion. She looked at the gloomy Jing Guanshen and smiled gently, Biao older brother is the one who is most distressed. Jing Guanxing did not speak. Old Shen Foreign said angrily, first find a physician to take a look. Jing Chuchu and Xin Yuan did not make any movements, and one feared that they had fallen into a scheme, thus Old Shen Foreign was unable to vent her anger. One had to know that everything that happened today should be Shen Qiulai's misfortune, but who knew that it had become Xin Yuan's misfortune, but she could not say it. Chen Roqiu was busy dealing with the various Furins. Those Furins and young ladies had seen enough of a good show and knew that today it was just a fight between Shen Miao and the rest of the Shen family, but in the end Shen Miao won. They promised not to tell, and took their leave. Feng Linming winked at Shen Miao before leaving with Feng Foreign. Xingyu looked at the messy courtyard and her heart was rather disappointed. Just a little bit more and he would have been able to destroy Shen Qiu, so why did it become Shen Yuan in the end? Xianxia and the rest also followed Old Shen Foreign to the main hall. There must be a way to handle this matter. In addition, it was related to the reputation of the Shen family. Not many people had seen it, so it was not something that could be solved with a small fight. Shen Miao was walking at the back when she was suddenly stopped by someone. Looking back, it was Jing Guanxin walking in front of him. Shen Miao's stature was small and Jing Guan was slightly plump and tall, thus standing in front of Shen Miao was quite oppressive. The usual smile on his usually gentle and amiable face had already disappeared, leaving only a vicious and gloomy expression, as if a wolf in sheep's skin had revealed its true colors. He said, "Fifth sister, did you do this?" "Yes." Shen Miao readily admitted. Not expecting that Shen Miao would say that, Jing Guanxing was surprised for a moment before he angrily raised his fist at Shen Miao and was about to swing it down. Xianxia and Guyu quickly blocked as Shen Miao looked at him coldly. "It was done by me. What can you do to me? You are shameless." Jing Guanxin roared. "The shameless one is me?" Shen Miao looked at him. "Biao older brother, do you dare to say that you are not aware of today's matter?" Jing Guanxing was stunned and stared angrily at him. As Jing Chuchu's elder brother, how could Jing Guanxing not know Old Shen Foreign's plans? It was beneficial for him to let Jing Chuchu become Shen Qiu's foreign, but who knew that at the end it became Xin Yuan? "You let your own sister become a bargaining chip, and now you say that I'm shameless. Cousin, don't you think you're too disgusting?" Shen Miao smiled. "You. It's a foregone conclusion. Cousin, why don't you think about it in another way?" Shen Miao looked at him calmly. "Biao older sister has already lost her innocence in front of so many people. In the future it would be very difficult to marry into a good family and become Biao older brother's bargaining chip. Who would be willing to marry a used shoe?" She said it so viciously that Jing Guanxing clenched his fists but had to admit that what Shen Miao said was right. What was called losing one's wife and losing one's soldiers, he now understood. Jing Chuchu had become like this. In the future which good family would be willing to want her, not to mention rich families? "Biao older brother, seeing that you and I are cousins, I will remind you." Shen Miao smiled cordially. Actually, as long as one marries into the Shen family, it would be considered as climbing up a high branch. Since that is the case, what is the difference between marrying eldest brother and second brother? Jing Guanxing's heart moved and looked at Shen Miao without saying a word. "Speaking of which, my second older brother also entered officialdom at a young age and his future prospects are bright. Compared to my eldest brother, he is also outstanding. Since it is the idea of using one's younger sister to change one's future and the person on the bed is second older brother, then it is not good to change from eldest Sa to second Sa. Anyway, there is no harm to you." She looked at her nails and one did not know who she was talking to. One must know how to be flexible. The scandalous matter in the Shen residence's family banquet did not spread out. But the so-called spread was only between the commoners. As for the aristocratic families, they had always been inextricably linked. This foreign treated it as a joke to that foreign, but in private it had already been spread around. And Old Shen Foreign's self-righteous words also forced herself to a dead end. If she did not do as she said, it would be a clear slap on her face. If she did as she said, she would lose her most outstanding grandson, so how would she be willing to do so? But because of this matter, the first household and Old Shen Foreign's relationship was completely stiff. Originally it was only the second and third household that were estranged, but Old Shen Foreign's subtle attitude at the family banquet made Luo Shuiyan and Xianxia feel like a fishbone was stuck in their throats. They were not people who would swallow insults and humiliation, so they simply folded their arms and watched a good show. After Xing Yuan and Jing Chu woke up, Jing Chu naturally cried again and said that she was dragged in by Xing Yuan. Xing Yuan was furious and said that he did not know what happened when he fainted, and when he woke up, he was already lying together with Jing Chu. He could not recall these matters, and it was possible that Jing Chu was still a virgin. However, it was not important whether Jing Chu was a virgin or not. After seeing such an erotic scene in front of so many noble Furins, the rest of Jing Chu's life would be over. Perhaps it was because of the stimulation from this matter, or perhaps it was because of other reasons, the Jing siblings changed from their usual gentle and submissive manner and became aggressive, wanting Xing Yuan to give them an explanation. Moreover, old Shen Furin had previously said that if it was Xianxia, she would be able to become the eldest young Furin of the Shen residence. Now that it was Xing Yuan, naturally Jing Chu would become the second young Furin of the Shen residence. Old Shen Furin's calculations were exquisite. How could she let such a thing happen? Xing Yuan was her most outstanding grandson, but he wanted to marry a young lady from a small family, so she immediately found some excuses to decline. Jing Guanxing looked refined but was incomparably astute in his bones. Without a second word, he wanted to bring Jing Chu to see the officials and even sent a letter back to Suzhou. When the people in Suzhou heard this, they were angry at old Shen Furin's duplicitous actions and brought people to the Ding capital to demand an explanation, and actually wanted to waste time with the Shen family. The original alliance broke in one day, and old Shen Furin scolded Jing Guanxing and sister as white-eyed wolves all day long in the residence. Jing Guanxing and sister also ridiculed old Shen Furin for being disrespectful, and the atmosphere in the Shen residence was foul. Xing Yuan was also very angry, but this matter was too big and he could not directly kill Jing Chu. So many Furins were watching, and once something happened to Jing Chu, everyone would suspect him. Moreover, the Jing family was not easy to deal with. No matter how noisy it was outside, the doors of the western courtyard of the Shen residence were always closed and everyone was still happy and harmonious. Shen Qiu did not get drunk that day, but it was Shen Miao who asked him to pretend to be drunk. As for why Xing Yuan and Jing Chu rolled together, Shen Qiu did not know the reason. Even though Shen Miao was unwilling to tell him and threatened him not to tell Xianxia and wife, Shen Qiu could faintly guess something, and when he returned to the residence, he was not even willing to take a step in. In the room, Shen Miao sat at the table and wrote a prescription for the kitchen. It was now impossible for Jing Chu to curry favor with the first household. Thus there was no need for her to go to the sword practice grounds every day to keep an eye on it. But Xianxia and the rest of the soldiers were eagerly looking forward to Shen Miao's desserts and soup. Shen Miao was too lazy to do it herself, so she wrote some prescriptions for the kitchen. In the end, she was praised every day, and those soldiers were more respectful to her than Shen Qiu. Luo Shuiyan also asked, "When did Jiao know so many prescriptions? Could it be that she is interested in cooking?" Shen Miao vaguely responded. She was after all not the kind of docile woman who was willing to wash her hands and cook soup. It was just that in her previous life, in order to please many people, she had condescended to learn some cooking methods from the imperial chefs. It was just that no matter how well she did in the past, the people who were being fawned upon would not be moved. But now. Shen Miao shook her head. This roughly meant that pleasing a person and pleasing a beast were different. Some people knew how to be grateful, and some people would only bite the hand that fed them. Bai Lu took the paper that Shen Miao had written on and hung it to dry before getting up to send it to the small kitchen. At the moment, the west courtyard didn't eat with the east courtyard anymore. They directly opened a small kitchen. It was obvious that they didn't trust the east courtyard. "I heard that young master cousin quarreled with old madam again today." Xianxia was helping Shen Miao to tidy up the paper and ink on the table as she said, "It seems that the Jing family is already on the way." Old Foreign saw that it could not be dragged on and was anxious. "I've said everything that needs to be said." Shen Miao picked up the teacup and took a sip. Biao older brother is an intelligent person and cannot be taken advantage of by others. Young master cousin is really ruthless. Du also said, currently all day long threatening with reporting to the authorities, knowing that second young master is returning to the capital to take up his post. If this was reported to the authorities, second young master's official road would be ruined. This servant thinks that this time second young master must marry Biao Young Mississippi. This is all thanks to old Madam's strict adherence to old master's family teachings. When she reached the end of her sentence, she couldn't help raising her voice as she forcefully suppressed the joy in her heart. Old Xianxia's actions made one feel nauseous, and now that she had lifted a rock to smash her own feet, how could one not be happy? But Xianxia asked, what is so good about Biao young lady spending so much effort to marry second young master? Old foreign had shed all pretense of cordiality with her, and second young master was also unhappy. Even if she married into the Fu, they would not be affectionate. Isn't Miss Biao looking for trouble for herself? Shen Miao smiled gently. Jing Chu is not marrying a person but money. Since that's the case, what's the difference between liking them and loving them? In the previous lifetime when Jing Chu married Xianxia treated her well, but at the end she still harmed Xianxia to such a stage. To Jing Chu, as long as she could climb up, it was not important who the other party was. Speaking of which, Guyu's lips twitched. Biao young lady wanted to harm eldest young master and now let her marry in without rhyme or reason. It really makes one unhappy. After all of this happened because of her. Why didn't the wicked get their retribution? Shen Miao opened the window and looked out. Do you think that this is the end? Guyu's eyes lit up. Young lady still has a trick up her sleeve? The longer she stayed with Shen Miao, the more she saw of Shen Miao's methods, and Guyu was already used to it. If it was in the past, she would most likely be amazed at Shen Miao's coldness and viciousness, but after experiencing a series of matters, she did not have any good impression of the other two households in the Shen residence. Those so-called sympathy and pity had long disappeared. Letting them suffer in silence is just the beginning. Shen Miao said. Jing Chu schemed against eldest brother first. Does she think that she can escape? Jingjia's and Guyu's eyes sparkled as they looked at Shen Miao. Shen Miao waved her hands. First go and settle the money for Fu'er. Old Shen Foreign was recently busy dealing with the siblings Jing Chu and Jing Guanxing, thus she did not bother to investigate the truth as to why the person was changed at the end of the family banquet. Sooner or later Fu'er would be married off to the steward's one-eyed son. With more money, he would think of ways to help her escape from the Shen residence. Guyu received the money and smiled. This servant understands. Biao young lady's personal maid should also send a portion of money over, right? Shen Miao nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. The most painful thing to bite was the dog raised by one's side. Just like Xiaolizi in her previous lifetime. It did not matter that she had suffered a loss because the lessons that she learned could be used on others. 5 days later, the news of Xing Yuan and Jing Chu's engagement spread throughout the Ding capital. Xing Yuan was the most outstanding young master in the Shen residence other than Xianxia. He had just returned to the capital after a few years of experience outside, and originally there was a great future waiting for him. There was no lack of good-looking young ladies in the Ding capital, and if one were to seriously pick, it would not be difficult to find a wife that could help him. But at the end the choice was a poor young lady from Suzhou. Even if it was old Shen Foreign's maiden family, if it was other matriarchs, they would definitely not let this kind of poor and white person be a young foreign of a noble family. Who would not know about the matter in the Ding capital? It was rumored in private that the reason why Xing Yuan married the Jing family's young lady as his wife was because he slept with the Jing family's young lady when he was drunk. And this Jing family was not easy to deal with, as they kept on saying that they would report to the authorities. Marrying a poor and white young lady was much better than being reported by the imperial censor and losing his official's hat. Xing Yuan was also forced into a dead end before he resorted to such a scheme. This matter was passed around as a joke in the circle of nobles, and for a few days, Shen Gui would receive the looks of a joke from his colleagues when he went to court, much less Xing Yuan. Naturally their reputation was greatly damaged because of this matter, but to Jing Chu, it was not related at all. She sat in the room and tasted the snacks out of boredom. After shedding all pretense of cordiality with old Shen Foreign, Jing Chu's original gentleness was all gone and her nature was completely exposed. She grabbed onto Xing Yuan's soft ribs and ate the Shen residence's things, living a very comfortable life. Beside her, the one who was tidying up the room was her personal maid Tao Yuan. Jing Chu did not trust the people of the Shen residence, and now everything was handed over to Tao Yuan alone. Tao Yuan said, "It seems that master and foreign will arrive in a few days. At that time young lady's marriage would be bustling, and when it is spread back to Suzhou, it would be very glorious." Jing Chuchu smiled, it is not in vain that my painstaking efforts are not in vain. But Tao Yuan was somewhat worried, now that second young master and old foreign of the Shen family treat young ladies so badly. In the future when young lady marries over, what if they bully young lady? What is there to be afraid of? Jing Chuchu opened a box of rouge in front of her and looked at it. I have already inquired about it. Second Biao younger sister is dead and second Biao Shen is currently crazy and cannot preside over the overall situation. There is only one Yin Yang in the second household. A Yin Yang would not be able to intervene in the D son's affairs. As for Biao older brother, he would not stay in the residence every day. At that time I would be alone in the second household's courtyard and can do whatever I want and have a lot of freedom. It's much more comfortable than marrying into the first branch. Be that as it may. Tao Yuan shook her head. But if second young master marries some concubines in the future and brings trouble to miss, it's up to you now. Jing Chuchu looked at Tao Yuan and said as if she was giving alms, these few years you have been by my side and I see that you are loyal and handsome. If there is a day, I will let second Biao older brother accept you and you can help me win him over. This is considered as my repayment for your loyalty. She smiled with satisfaction, not everyone has the good fortune to become a concubine of a wealthy family from a maidservant. Tao Yuan lowered her head and quickly said, this servant will listen to young Mississippi. Jing Chuchu closed the rouge and her gaze landed on a bracelet on the dressing table. She could not help but pick it up and stare blankly at it. Upon seeing this, Tao Yuan said in surprise, isn't this the bracelet that young master's son gave to young miss? Gentleman's son. Jing Chuchu muttered and her expression was somewhat erratic. Speaking of which, gentleman's son treats young miss very well. Tao Yuan said with a smile, one do not know how sad he would be upon hearing the news of young miss's engagement. What nonsense are you talking about? Jing Chuchu's eyebrows were vertical as she interrupted Tao Yuan's words. Tao Yuan was not convinced, this servant did not say anything wrong. Even though gentleman's son and young miss did not meet much, they felt like old friends the moment they met and even took the effort to gift things to young Mississippi. It could be seen that he really put young miss in his heart. If it was not for second young master's matter, gentleman's son would definitely think of ways to marry young miss as his wife. Jing Chuchu was surprised for a moment and there was a trace of blush on her face as she shook her head. The minister's residence is a noble family, how would they marry a person like me who left home with nothing as a wife? But gentleman's son really loves young lady. Tao Yuan's words were somewhat outspoken but Jing Chuchu was not angry and instead seemed to be somewhat happy. Tao Yuan continued, it would be good if gentleman's son becomes the son-in-law of the Jing family. Compared to second young master, gentleman's son loves young lady like jewels. If one were to marry over, gentleman's son would also hold young lady in the palm of his hands. Do not speak any more. Jing Chuchu suddenly interrupted her words, since I have already chosen the Shen family, there is no meaning to talk about gentleman's Sunday. As she spoke, she was somewhat sentimental. Xing Yuan and Jing Chuchu were not that close and because of the previous matter, they were in a mutually hostile position. The more it was at this time, the more she remembered Sun Kainan's good points. Sun Kainan was a talented person, generous with his actions and was gentle and considerate towards her. It would be a lie to say that she was not tempted. Moreover, one would always keep thinking about things that one could not obtain. Tao Yuan's words were like ants crawling over Jing Chuchu's heart, making her feel itchy. Young lady. Tao Yuan hesitated for a moment. Young lady might as well go and meet with gentleman's Sunday. Gentleman's son knows about this matter but does not know the inside story, thus it would not be good if he misunderstood you. If it was said out loud, one would only feel heartache for your encounter. It is rare for one to meet such a good person like gentleman's son in one's lifetime. Gentleman's son would definitely be very sad for young lady doing this. Tao Yuan said, the last time we met, gentleman's son said that he would give young lady that dragonfly hairpin. Hearing this, Jing Chuchu's eyes moved. The thing that moved her the most was that Sun Kainan kept on sending gifts over. For Jing Chuchu, this was enough. If she were to marry Xing Yuan, she would be able to let Sun Kainan not forget about her and her vanity would be greatly satisfied. Seemingly after thinking for a long while, Jing Chuchu then made up her mind, what you said is reasonable. I should explain to him. But now that young lady has an engagement with second young master, this matter cannot be seen by outsiders. Tao Yuan said, it is better to hand it over to this servant. This servant will find a place where there is no one around. At that time, young lady and gentleman's son will be able to explain clearly and it would be considered as not letting him down. Jing Chuchu nodded her head. Xin Yuan strode into the courtyard, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Over the past few days, he had endured the strange gazes of the crowd every day. In fact, it was not that others could not see that Xin Yuan was schemed by others, at least it was not the first time that he slept with someone's daughter after getting drunk. Whether it was intentional or not, these few years they had seen it a lot. What everyone cared about was that a young talent like Xin Yuan would actually fall to such a crude and direct method of the woman in the inner courtyard. In particular, this time it seemed to be related to the idiot D daughter of the Xin family. Even though Fu Xiaoyi did not blame him, but these days his attitude towards him was much lighter. It was very simple. Now Xin Yuan was a confidant that Fu Xiaoyi had secretly cultivated, but there would be a day when Xin Yuan would stand on the surface. But with such a stain, even Fu Xiaoyi's face did not look good. For a person like Fu Xiaoyi who strived for perfection, Xin Yuan's mistake this time was really annoying. Xin Yuan himself was also very sullen. After being treated as a joke by others, he still had to marry Jing Chuchu, that female who only looked good. Everyone knew that Jing Chuchu was a vulgar female who only looked at money and did not recognize people, but he actually wanted to marry such a female as his wife. Even if in the future any official's young lady were to look at him, she would not be ridiculed by others for marrying in. He took a deep breath and stared at the person who was walking towards him. Shen Miao and the two maids walked over from the garden. These days, she stayed in the western courtyard and did not go out. No matter how the second household turned the world upside down, she was indifferent and appeared to be much more refreshed. Seeing Xin Yuan, she stopped and called out, "Second older brother." Xin Yuan uncontrollably clenched his fists. Ever since Jing Chuchu's matter, he had not seen Shen Miao at all. Xin Yuan naturally knew that the only person in the Shen residence who could do such a thing was Shen Miao, but at that time the matter was done by old foreign's people and he could not intervene. Moreover, at the moment it was more important to appease those difficult people in the Jing family than to pursue responsibility. But thinking that it was all because of the young female in front of him that he had fallen into such a sorry state, Xin Yuan could not wait to strangle Shen Miao in front of him. Seeing Xin Yuan not speaking, Shen Miao laughed, "Speaking of which, second older brother and Biao older sister are engaged and I have yet to say congratulations." "Congratulations to you, second older brother, for bringing a beauty home." Everyone could hear the sarcasm in her words. Xin Yuan coldly said, "Many thanks to fifth younger sister." After a pause, he looked at Shen Miao, "Fifth younger sister has good abilities." Shen Miao accepted it. Every time she showed a face of joy, it would make one go crazy with anger. Xin Yuan sneered, "Fifth younger sister, the tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind." It is better to understand this logic earlier. I have never thought that I stand out in the forest. Everyone knows that I am an idiot. Shen Miao pondered, "It is second older brother who is outstanding, the one that the wind wants to rush would not be me." "Is it so?" Xin Yuan slowly asked back, "Does fifth younger sister think that success is assured? Do you think that since I married Jing Chuchu, I would lose this game? How could it be?" Shen Miao was very modest. "I know that second older brother is tenacious and indomitable, thus these small fights would definitely not be placed in second older brother's eyes. It is still early from the end of the chess game. Perhaps it is not as early as you think." Xin Yuan suddenly smiled strangely, "Perhaps it will end very soon." This strange smile fell on his face, making him look especially sinister. Jing Zhangguyu frowned but saw Shen Miao raising her brows and asking, "Second older brother wants to scheme against me again? Are you scared?" Shen Miao nodded her head, "I am not afraid of being schemed against by others, but afraid that others will not scheme against me." Her eyes were clear and as innocent as a child's. She smiled and said, "If others don't scheme against me, how would I have a chance?" "Then you better pray for your own good luck." Xin Yuan sneered, "I'm afraid that when that day comes, you will still be able to laugh so happily." Finished speaking, he strode away. After he left, the smile on Shen Miao's face disappeared without a trace. When Jing Zhe and Guyu saw it, their hearts were shocked. Guyu asked, "Young lady, Is there anything wrong with second young master? Shen Miao shook her head. If Xing Yuan was not confident, he would not say those words. But what was it that made him feel that Shen Miao did not even have a chance to turn things around? A sense of uneasiness rose in her heart, but she quickly suppressed it. Shen Miao looked at Xing Yuan's back and softly said, "It is still early for the chess game, but the chess game is almost over." In the Baoxianglu in the Ding capital, there was singing and dancing to celebrate peace and prosperity. The fragrance of a female accompanied with laughter was like the best aphrodisiac that attracted passers-by to look over. It was just that their gazes were filled with yearning and envy, but they were shy and could not put on a show of throwing away 1,000 gold for a beauty. In the small building, in the tea room, the tea on the table had already turned cold after being left for an entire night. The guard in front dozed off and almost knocked over the teapot, startling him to the point that his sleepiness flew away. With a flick of his toes, the teapot that fell onto the floor steadily stopped on his boots before he picked it up and placed it back on the table. Mo Qing secretly heaved a sigh of relief. In this Baoxianglu, even the most unremarkable cup was made by the best craftsmen, and if it was broken, one would have to compensate. Even though Shen Miao gave him a lot of banknotes, but those banknotes were only used to look for young ladies and not to compensate. Pa, applause sounded, and the beauty on the bed looked at this scene coldly and flattered in a neutral tone. Good skills, good martial arts. Really an eye-opener. Mo Qing looked away and did not look at the female's bare shoulders. Looking at the sun outside the window, his heart was happy. The sun had come out and the night had passed, and he could relax for another 3 days. As he thought about it, a trace of relaxed joy rose on his face, and he was about to stand up and leave. He was happy, but someone's pretty face turned frosty from the joy on his face. Without waiting for him to stand up, Lu Ying sat opposite him and said, "Gentleman." Mo Qing looked at the other party without any expression. Lu Ying sized him up. It had been more than a month since Mo Qing came to Baoxianglu to pick young lady Lu Ying and would come every 3 days. The money was very straightforward, but every time he picked Lu Ying, he would not do anything and just sit by the window for the entire night. At the beginning Lu Ying thought that it was Mo Qing playing some tricks. She had fallen into prostitution for many years and was trained by her mother since young, so she knew that some guests had their own quirks, and this Mo Qing was most likely one of those guests with quirks. But as the number of times increased, Lu Ying also felt strange. She had tried to tease Mo Qing, and if it really did not work, then naturally he would not budge. But Mo Qing would often be teased by her until his ears turned red, but he had to pretend to be serious and indifferent. Obviously he was a virgin. But Mo Qing's martial arts skills were high and Lu Ying could not get close to him. She had always been flattered by males, and it was the first time that she was being chased like this. She felt that it was degrading, and later she did not do these pointless fights. But every time she saw Mo Qing's relieved expression the next morning, she would feel annoyed in her heart. She was not a scourge or fierce beast, so why would Mo Qing hide from her? If Gentleman Mo dislikes that Lu Ying's body is not clean, you can look for other young ladies in Baoxianglu. Lu Ying's pretty face turned cold and she said in a fit of pique, "Every day there will be young ladies who are very clean, and there are also a lot of virgins. Gentleman Mo need not waste money here with me and cause misunderstandings." Mo Qing felt embarrassed in his heart and did not look at Lu Ying. The task that Shen Miao gave him really made him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He would rather go to the Shen residence to keep watch at night than to linger in the brothels. Seeing that Mo Qing did not speak, Lu Ying was even angrier as she said, "Gentleman Mo should not come over next time. Lu Ying cannot afford Gentleman Mo's money. Take the money and do not do anything, do not smash the signboard that I have painstakingly built." As she spoke, she turned around and no longer looked at Mo Qing. Mo Qing touched his nose and felt that it would not help no matter what he said. After all, he would come here every few days to do this kind of thing. Not to mention Lu Ying, he himself felt that he was like a fool. Baoxianglu was not a place to drink tea, and in Lu Ying's eyes, most likely it was incomprehensible. Without saying anything more, Mo Qing put down an ingot of silver and left the door. After Mo Qing left, Lu Ying's maid came in to clean up, and when she saw Lu Ying's unhappy gaze, she comforted, "Young lady, do not be angry. Gentleman Mo always took the money every time." Looking at the ingot of silver on the table, Lu Ying was even angrier. This silver was extra for Lu Ying and there was no need to share it with her mother. She turned her head to look out of the window and said angrily, "Who wants it?" But her eyes were looking at the figure outside the window. Mo Qing uncomfortably pushed away the young lady who was trying to throw herself at him and walked out of the door towards the far end of the street. "Gentleman Mo is a good person," the young maid muttered. "Who knows?" Lu Ying was about to withdraw her gaze when she inadvertently swept her gaze to the corner of the street. There was a person standing in the shadows and looking up, that gaze seemed to be looking at her. She was slightly surprised as it was too far away and one could not see the appearance clearly. She could only see a green robe and even if it was only a shadow, it seemed to have a strong character. "Oh." Lu Ying gently shook the fan in her hands. "Could it be that I have become more beautiful recently? One by one, are they satisfied just looking at me? Young lady is born beautiful and there are many people who want to see young lady," the young maid said sweetly. Lu Ying's lips twitched. Strange people. She closed the window with one hand. At the other end of the street, Mo Qing stopped and frowned as he stared at the green robe in the corner. The place that person was looking at was Lu Ying's little building, but Mo Qing's eyes moved as the green-robed male looked very familiar. He remembered that there was a time when he escorted Shin Miao back to the residence in the horse carriage and he had met that person once. He heard Xianxia mention that he was Shin Miao's teacher from Guangwentang. He seemed to be called Pei Lang. The Jing family's people finally arrived at the Ding capital after a few days. As a small family from Suzhou, the Jing family had learned the face of a vile person who had gained power and power. When the Jing family's husband and wife knew about Jing Chuchu and Xin Yuan's matter, they first cried bitterly and lamented that their daughter's life was bitter. Following that they clamored to report to the authorities to make Xin Yuan pay the price, and did not even agree to the engagement. On the surface it looked like so, but those with discerning eyes knew that the Jing family's husband and wife were just pretending to be obedient after getting the advantage, and wanted to act like it was Xin Yuan who wanted to marry Jing Chuchu. Old Shen Foreign had been unreasonable in the residence for so many years and the paternal family's tyrannical behavior was exactly the same as her. After a few rounds of competition, she was actually at a disadvantage. Since she agreed to marry Jing Chuchu in an 8-carrier sedan, she had to compensate with a large amount of betrothal gifts. Old Shen Foreign suffered in silence and was unable to voice out her bitterness. Every day when she faced the Jing couple's greedy faces, she was so angry that her mouth was crooked and her eyes slanted, almost having a stroke. In a fit of anger, he simply hid in Rong Jing Tang and refused to see anyone. The Jing family obtained a chicken feather as a command arrow and in just a few days, all the commoners in the entire Ding capital knew that Xin Yuan was going to marry Jing Chuchu from Suzhou. The commoners did not know the secret of the Shin family's banquet and the rumors outside were that Xin Yuan was in love with Jing Chuchu's gentleness and beauty and treated her sincerely. The Jing family tried their best to portray Jing Chuchu as a beautiful female that could move one's heart. One did not know how others would see it, but one think that Xin Yuan was extremely depressed. In the minister's residence, Sun Kainan looked at the invitation in his hand, crumpled it into a ball and threw it into the waste paper basket. Xin Yuan, that bastard, he said hatefully. It was not easy to meet a female that he liked. He had seen a lot of females in the Ding capital and Jing Chuchu who came from Suzhou was especially different. The females that he fancied would never fail and in addition this time he was playful and spent a lot of effort on Jing Chuchu. He did not expect that at the end Xin Yuan would take advantage of her. The manservant said cautiously, Miss Jing and second young master Shen had a misunderstanding and had no choice but to do so. No matter what the commoners said, the aristocratic families knew exactly what was going on. Sun Kainan had long heard about everything that happened in the Shen family banquet from the mouths of others. His face sunk. Jing Chuchu, that slut, took this lord's things and was playing with this lord. Sun Kainan was very unhappy in his heart as he had seen many females like Jing Chuchu. As long as they were given money and benefits, they could be easily won over. One feared that the matter of the Shen residence's family banquet was also related to Jing Chuchu. That woman kept his things on one hand, but at the same time, she was planning to marry into the Shen family? To Sun Kainan, being played by a woman was the most shameful thing. But what do you plan to do now? The manservant asked, are you going to accept Miss Jing's invitation or not? Sun Kainan lowered his head and looked at the invitation in his hand. The invitation was especially fragrant, like the fragrance of a girl. Just like Jing Chuchu's docile and harmless appearance, there was always a restless heart hidden within. Even though she was about to marry someone else, she still came to tease him one last time. Of course. Sun Kainan laughed, this young master has given her so much money, but I haven't slept with her yet. He was already very dissatisfied that Xin Yuan had beaten him to it. How can I not sleep with him at least once? He glared at the manservant. Go, reply to the invitation. These days Xin Yuan was not in the residence, and no matter how mischievous the Jing family was, he rarely appeared. But it was hard on Shen Roqiu. On one side she had to deal with old Shen Foran's anger and at the same time satisfy the Jing family's insatiable appetite. The money in the public purse was getting lesser and lesser, only going out and not coming in, making one worried. Why is Foran so worried these few days? Shenwan returned from court and asked when he saw the situation. Shen Roqiu forced a smile and did not want to talk about the matter of the money with Shenwan, so she said, the Jing family has been creating chaos in the residence all day and it is inevitable to be annoyed. Shenwan also sighed, this time mother suffered a double loss and Yuaner was also dragged down. Everyone in the Shen residence was well aware of what was going on between Xin Yuan and Jing Chuchu. Regarding everything that happened at that time, the third household chose to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. At least compared to Xin Yuan, the first household was more feared. Unfortunately at the end the first household was safe and sound and the unlucky ones were the second household which caused them to be worried. These days you have worked hard. Shen Roqiu said gently, since the Shen family is in trouble, you also need to be pointed out by others. The residence was in such a mess that naturally the aristocratic families would see it as a joke. Shen Xian was a rough person and was not afraid of others pointing, but Shenwan paid attention to his reputation, so these days were not easy. Shenwan held Shen Roqiu's hands and shook his head, this is nothing much. It is just that after Yuaner married Jing Chuchu, it would be somewhat troublesome to help each other in the officialdom. He sighed, originally Yuaner had the most hope. Hearing that, Shen Roqiu's heart was somewhat flustered. Shenwan did not have his own son, so in the next generation of the Shen residence, only Xin Yuan could take up the heavy responsibility. The most important thing in the officialdom was nepotism. If Xin Yuan married an official's young lady in the future, then Shenwan's road in the court would be much easier. Now that he married Jing Chuchu, it was tantamount to cutting off the wings that could be born in the future. Shen Roqiu lowered her head and said, who knows? Now that even fifth lady has become so powerful, eldest brother and eldest Sa's family. It is really difficult. One need not worry. Seeing Shen Roqiu's worry, Shenwan patted her shoulders, Yuaner is not an ordinary person. Little Five schemed against Yuaner, so Yuaner would definitely return it. Eldest brother and eldest Sa also have times where they are powerless. Husband's meaning is. Shen Roqiu's heart moved. Yuaner is somewhat strange recently. Shenwan said softly, always feel that something is going to happen. In the western courtyard, Shen Miao put down the book in her hands and frowned, what exactly does Xin Yuan want to do? Mo Qing whispered, young lady had already let this subordinate guard Bao Xianglu for a long time. Continue. Shen Miao interrupted his words and Mo Qing's face suddenly collapsed. After thinking about it, he said again, but that Mr. Pei from Guangwen Tang has appeared, what other instructions does young lady have? All along, Mo Qing did not know why Shen Miao wanted him to go to Bao Xianglu to see Luing. That day when he left, he accidentally met Pei Lang and for some reason, Mo Qing had a feeling that Shen Miao let him go to Bao Xianglu to see Luing, perhaps she already knew that Pei Lang would appear. Everything that Shen Miao asked him to do had her own intentions. But this time when she heard that Pei Lang had appeared, Shen Miao did not say anything. No. Shen Miao said, just do your own things well. One did not think that gentleman Pei, who looked like a gentleman, would actually go to Bao Xianglu, that kind of place. Gu blinked her eyes, he really does not look like that kind of person. She paused before adding another sentence, guard Mo also does not look like that. Mo Qing's face was flustered. Mo Qing, other than going to Bao Xianglu these days, occasionally pay attention to Xin Yuan's movements in the eastern courtyard. Shen Miao said. He did not know why, but Xing Yuan always made him somewhat uneasy. Mo Qing complied, and after Mo Qing left, Xianxia asked, "Young lady, would second young master have any other bad ideas?" "Very strange," Shen Miao said. After the incident with the Jing family, Xing Yuan did not investigate what had happened that day, and he did not try to stop it. Even though Jing Chuchu wanted to marry Xing Yuan, if Xing Yuan used other methods, he would most likely be able to drag it out. But Xing Yuan did not even drag it out, which could only mean that he was currently doing something more important. Shen Miao could not think of anything more important than dealing with her. What was Xing Yuan scheming? But he was not in the Shen residence all day, so Shen Miao could not pry it out. "Young lady need not worry." "That's right." Xianxia suddenly remembered something. Tao Yuan said that Biao young lady had sent an invitation over and had received a reply, so she will head over tomorrow. Shen Miao's eyes brightened. Very good. Xing Yuan made her feel uneasy, so some things had to be done as soon as possible. While they were discussing on this end, at the Fengxian pawnshop's Linjiang Immortal Tower, there were also people discussing this matter. Xing Yuan had already collected Xianxia's evidence and presented it all to Fu Xiuyi. Ji Yushu said, 3 days later Fu Xiuyi will sort it out and present it to the emperor. At that time, the Shen family will surely not be able to escape this calamity. Disobeying the emperor's orders, obeying on the surface but disobeying in secret. If this kind of matter is uncovered, the lightest punishment would be to be disarmed and returned to the countryside. Dao Yang said, this Xing Yuan from the Shen family also has some ability to be able to find this kind of thing. Did not one say it already? Ji Yushu was somewhat impatient. Xing Yuan had already dealt with Xianxia for many years and had been planning and waiting to be put to use. Once the meritorious service was recorded, one would be promoted and get rich. If it wasn't for the fact that we made it in time this time, the first branch of the Shen family would have been executed after he had searched for another 2 years. So to say, Fu Xiuyi indeed has good foresight. Dao Yang pondered, Xianxia's power is too great and there are too many people who want to deal with him. The most important thing is that the imperial family of Mingqi would be happy to see it happen. When Xianxia is unlucky, the imperial family would step on him. So what should be done now? Ji Yushu had a headache. Xing Yuan, this kind of person, knows how to endure and has the same nature as that Fu Xiuyi. Shen family's first household is unlucky. Miss Shen must be very sad. You still think of Shen Miao? Dao Yang rolled his eyes at him. If it was not for Shen Miao urging their Shen residence's cousins to catch Xing Yuan in bed, Xing Yuan would not have acted so quickly. Originally, with his nature, he would have endured for another 2 years to catch the first household of the Shen family in one fell swoop. Now that he took action in advance, it was only because he was forced by Shen Miao. Dao Yang touched his chin. With Xing Yuan's hatred towards Shen Miao, he would not let Shen Miao off easily this time. Perhaps the rest of the first household of the Shen family would be able to keep their lives, but Shen Miao's ending would definitely be very miserable. Ji Yushu anxiously scratched his ears and cheeks. Then what to do? Xing Yuan, that bastard, would not use any underhanded methods on young lady Shen. He even schemed against his own uncle, so his heart must be black-hearted. Do not worry, Dao Yang said unhurriedly. Xing Yuan's heart is completely black and Shen Miao is also not someone that is easy to deal with. This time I was very curious what kind of methods Shen Miao would use to turn the tide. With her character of exterminating the entire Prince Yu residence in one move, one would feel that she would not just surrender without putting up a fight. Young Miss Shen is resourceful. Xing Yuan will definitely not be able to beat her. Ji Yushu suddenly thought of something and looked at Gao Yang. Before third brother Xiao left, he did not allow us to intervene in the Shen family's matters, so if she wins, you are not allowed to help Xing Yuan. You're quite confident in her. Gao Yang opened his fan and waved it. But I'm also curious to see what she's going to do. Seeing Ji Yushu's relieved expression, Gao Yang mercilessly poured cold water on him, but you must not be too assured. Ever since Third Xia's plan was brought forward, the situation in the Ding capital had changed a lot. There is one thing that would not change, and that is Prince Ding's ambition. How would he not make good use of the fat meat that the Shen family sent to his doorstep? No matter how capable Shen Miao is, she is still an unmarried female and Prince Ding is not as stupid as Prince Yu. It would be difficult for one person to contend against so many forces. Xianxian's official hat would most likely be lost, and once Xianxian loses his official hat. He was half sighing and half lamenting. For the first household of the Xin family, it would be a disaster. He would not be able to protect any of the people that he wants to protect. Ji Yushu's expression also slowly sank. Third Xia once said that no matter what, the first household of the Xin family would not be able to escape the fate of destruction. Gao Yang stopped fanning and his eyes slightly flashed, just like the Xia family. On the second day, the weather was fine, and in the side courtyard of Rong Jingtang, Tao Yuan took out a few pieces of clothing for Jing Chuchu to choose. Ever since the Jing family's husband and wife came, the courtyard that old Shen Foreign previously gave to Jing Chuchu and younger sister became somewhat crowded. The Jing couple entered the house and unreasonably occupied the biggest courtyard in Rong Jingtang other than old Shen Foreign's. Other than that, they even ordered the servants in Rong Jingtang around. If one did not know, one would think that the one staying in Rong Jingtang was not old Shen Foreign but the Jing couple. Jing Chuchu sat in front of the table and carefully drew her brows in front of the bronze mirror. Every stroke of her brush was extremely serious. Her lips were pursed with a touch of rouge, and her hair was combed neatly. It was obvious that she had dressed up meticulously. "It is that moon-white one," Jing Chuchu said. Her moon-white clothes were plain and clean, but it could better display her delicate and pitiful temperament. Today was the day that she was going to meet Sun Kainan. Whether or not Sun Kainan could not forget about her depended on this. Perhaps it was because of a woman's vanity, or perhaps it was because she truly had some affection for Sun Kainan. Even though she knew that meeting Sun Kainan now was extremely risky, she still wanted to give it a try. Tao Yuan put away the rest of the clothes. Someone pushed the door open and came in. It was Madame Jing. When Jing Foreign saw Jing Chuchu's dressing, she was somewhat puzzled. "Chuchu, you are going out?" "I want to go out and buy some jewelry." Jing Chuchu complied. In the future, since one will become the young foreign of the Xin family's second household, one cannot wear the previous jewelry as one will be looked down upon by others. "That should be the case," Madame Jing said. Anyway, Jing Chuchu's money to buy the jewelry would be spent from the public purse, thus these days Jing Foreign had also made a lot of money. Madame Jing said, "How can you go alone?" "I will go with you." "No." Jing Chuchu quickly refused. Madame Jing was puzzled. "Why?" I agreed to go with Missy." Jing Chuchu shook Jing Foreign's hand. In the future in the Ding capital, one must build a good relationship with these young ladies. "Mother, you don't have to go. Missy doesn't like to meet strangers casually. You know that these noble young ladies have strange temperaments." Madame Jing was a little dissatisfied. "What noble family's young lady, what's so great about it? In the future, you will still be the wife of an official. Forget it, since you want to build a good relationship, then go ahead. Bring a few more guards with you." "No need." Jing Chuchu declined. "There are so many guards in the Yi family, how would it look if I bring them over?" "Mother, don't worry about it. When I come back, I'll buy you some jewelry." After saying that, he continued to draw his eyebrows. Madame Jing could only give up. When they left the residence and boarded the carriage, Jing Chuchu's heart was somewhat nervous as she asked Tao Yuan, "Is the restaurant that you chose reliable or not?" "Don't worry, Mississippi," Tao Yuan said, "that restaurant is very far away and remote. Usually, very few people go there. Xiaojiu is wearing a bamboo hat and her face is covered, so no one will recognize her." Jing Chuchu then calmed down. The carriage passed through the southern part of the city and finally stopped in front of a remote alley. Jing Chuchu straightened her bamboo hat and adjusted her veil before walking towards the restaurant with Tao Yuan's support. Even though Jing Chuchu often wandered around with young masters when she was in Suzhou, but now her identity was different. Ming Chi's folkways were open, but for a female who already had a fiancé to meet with other males in private, it was not a small crime. That restaurant only had 2 floors and was really, as what Tao Yuan said, remote and deserted. The guests were in 2s and 3s and it was not crowded. Seeing that she came in, Tao Yuan gave the innkeeper an ingot of silver and said with a smile, "Innkeeper, where is the guest room that was booked yesterday?" The shopkeeper quickly instructed the waiter to bring Jing Chuchu in. The guest room on the 2nd floor was the last one and the attic was made of wood. Tao Yuan thanked the waiter and helped Jing Chuchu into the room. Upon entering the room, Jing Chu could not wait to take off her bamboo hat and veil. I am suffocated to death. Young lady should first take a break and drink some tea. Tao Yuan said, one think that gentleman's son would be arriving soon. Come over and help me tidy up my hair. Jing Chu first fiddled with the bronze mirror. Just now the bamboo hat was worn all the way and the hair was messed up. Young lady is very good looking. Tao Yuan complimented, today you are even more beautiful. Just as she was speaking, the door opened with a creak. Jing Chu and Tao Yuan could not help but be surprised for a moment before hearing a familiar voice. Chu, it is really you. Sun Kainan stood at the door and looked eagerly at Jing Chu. Jing Chu's face suddenly turned red and she looked at Tao Yuan with a rebuking look. You can leave. All right. Tao Yuan smiled, gentleman's son and young lady can speak first. This servant will guard at the door and no one will come in. With such words, it seemed to be hinting at something. Jing Chu lowered her head and after Tao Yuan went out and closed the door, Sun Kainan took 2 steps forward and called out, Chu. Jing Chu hesitated for a moment before looking up. There seemed to be a little bit of water in her eyes, half melancholy and half attachment. If Xin Miao was present at this moment, one feared that she would have to admire Jing Chu's acting at this moment. Sun Kainan walked in front of Jing Chu and said softly, Chu, is it true that you and Xin Yuan are engaged? Jing Chu paused before nodding her head. You. Sun Kainan seemed to have suffered a huge blow and took 2 steps back. When Jing Chu saw this, her eyes immediately turned red and she timidly said, You are angry? No. Sun Kainan paused and suddenly reached out to touch Jing Chu's face. He said, I have heard about the matter. It was Xin Yuan, that fellow, who forced you. You had no choice but to marry him. I do not blame you and am not angry with you. Hearing this, Jing Chu lowered her head but no one saw the trace of pride that flashed in her eyes. Sun Kainan must have truly admired her and even if she was to marry Xin Yuan, he still could not bear to blame her. Actually. Jing Chu turned her head away. That day second Biao older brother did not touch me but it was hard to explain under the watchful eyes of everyone. She lowered her head, gentleman's son, actually I am still a virgin. Nothing actually happened between Jing Chu and Xin Yuan that day. It was just that the way they hugged each other was hard to explain in the eyes of the crowd. Afterwards Jing Chu looked for someone to take a look and she was still a virgin. It was just that Xin Yuan and old Shen Foren did not know about it so she did not say anything else. If old Shen Foren and Xin Yuan knew about it, they would definitely make a big fuss. But when Sun Kainan spoke of this matter, the situation was very different. Men would always hope that their own female was innocent. If Jing Chu and Xin Yuan really had something, Sun Kainan's heart would have a knot in his heart, but if there was nothing, then in Sun Kainan's eyes, he would feel even more pity for Jing Chu. Sure enough, Sun Kainan was stunned when he heard this. What? Jing Chu raised her head and said tearfully, a female's body naturally needs to be given to the person that one admires. Second Biao older brother and I only have a misunderstanding but in the future there is no other way out. I and gentleman's son met too late. Will gentleman's son dislike me in your heart? Sun Kainan pulled Jing Chu into his embrace and comforted her in a warm voice, how would I dislike you? I am pleased with you, love you, and like you. A look of ecstasy flashed in Sun Kainan's eyes. He had thought that since Jing Chu's innocence was given to Xin Yuan, sleeping with Jing Chu again would only be taking back his capital. Who knew that Jing Chu was a virgin, and this made him surprised. Jing Chu was hugged by Sun Kainan and pretended to struggle a few times before no longer moving. But she allowed Sun Kainan to hold her and slowly untie her skirt. Coincidentally downstairs, someone rode a horse to the front of the restaurant and handed the horse to the waiter outside to tie it up. He walked in and when he was in front of the innkeeper, he gave an ingot of silver and walked up by himself. It was the waiter who saw him and shouted, "Gentlemen." That person turned his head back. It was not anyone else but Xin Yuan. What is the matter? Xin Yuan asked. The waiter quickly shook his head and ran downstairs with a towel on his shoulder. In the instant that he passed by, Xin Yuan could clearly hear the waiter whispering, everyone in the world knows that one is wearing a green hat. So pitiful. Xin Yuan's footsteps paused and looked down. He saw that the gazes of the customers downstairs were faintly discernible on him, as if they were pointing at something. Xin Yuan's expression gradually turned gloomy. This was the restaurant that he frequented, and he would occasionally pass messages with Fu Xiuyi's people here. There were a total of 9 princes in the Ding capital, and their relationships were complicated. Prince Ding was the one who hid the deepest, so his subordinates must be careful. Every time Xin Yuan came, he would be very careful and would occasionally change his clothes so no one would recognize him. But why was the situation somewhat strange now? He shook his head and went up to the 2nd floor, which was the place where he would meet with Fu Xiuyi's people. But when he came to the last room, he saw a familiar person for the first time. When Tao Yuan saw him, she jumped in shock. Xin Yuan's heart sank. Tao Yuan was Jing Chuchu's maid, so why would she be here? Could it be? He lifted his feet and wanted to walk in. Tao Yuan could not dodge in time and was kicked open by Xin Yuan's foot. One saw that in the spacious room, there were 2 people overlapping on the soft couch and the floor was filled with clothes. It was as charming could be. Tao Yuan exclaimed, "Young lady, 2nd young master is here." The person on the bed suddenly sat up and half of her snow-white body was exposed. It was Jing Chuchu. She looked at Xin Yuan helplessly and said, second older Biao brother." Xin Yuan looked at him coldly, and the other person on the bed, Sun Kainan, also slowly woke up and sat up. He was raised up by others and was interrupted when he was being intimate with Jing Chuchu, so he was very angry in his heart and said, "Who are you?" "Second cousin." Jing Chuchu suddenly recovered to her senses and pointed to Sun Kainan, "2nd Biao older brother, it was he who forced me. I was not willing." "Bitch." Sun Kainan sneered and gave a slap on Jing Chuchu's face. "It is obviously you who eagerly invited me over. What is the matter? Fall out and not recognize others? Young master son." Tao Yuan rushed over with righteous indignation. "How can you treat Miss like this? Why are you doing this to the young lady? Could it be that it was to make my 2nd young master wear a green hat? You must go against 2nd young master like this." Amidst the chaos, no one actually noticed that there was something wrong with Tao Yuan's words. Sun Kainan sneered, "2nd young master?" He looked up and down at Xin Yuan and smiled arrogantly, "Correct. I did make your 2nd young master wear a green hat. How about it? Xin Yuan, you have not tasted the taste of this fiancé of yours. The taste of a virgin is still not bad. You are talking nonsense." Tao Yuan was surprised for a moment. "My young lady, you all still do not know?" Sun Kainan looked at Xin Yuan exaggeratedly. "No wonder to be played in the palm of a female. But 2nd young master Shen, even if you have great abilities in court, your woman was still slept by me. Moreover, you still have to marry her. How is the feeling of picking up used shoes?" The veins on Xin Yuan's forehead bulged, and he finally took 2 steps forward and punched Sun Kainan to the ground. "You dare to hit me?" Sun Kainan was also used to being pampered and did not say anything further as he climbed up and pounced towards Xin Yuan. Both of them did not have a military background and could only rely on their direct thoughts as they punched each other. Sun Kainan was taller and stronger than Xin Yuan, so Xin Yuan was gradually at a disadvantage and was being suppressed by Sun Kainan. "Scoundrel." Tao Yuan rushed over and helped Xin Yuan to hug Sun Kainan from behind. Xin Yuan took advantage of the gap and managed to free his hands, but felt an icy cold thing stuffed into his hands. He was beaten up badly. Without thinking, he pushed the thing in front of him. A chi sound was heard. That sound was exceptionally long and the surroundings seemed to be still until Tao Yuan's long scream and Jing Chuchu's flustered face appeared in front of him. Xin Yuan looked down and saw that his hands were holding onto a silver hilt. There was only the hilt and the rest of the blade was in Sun Kainan's lower abdomen and nothing could be seen. Large patches of blood flowers bloomed. Sun Kainan fell face up. In front of the stone table in the western courtyard of the Shen residence, Shen Miao was playing chess with Shen Qiu. It was rare that Shen Qiu did not need to practice his swordplay and knew that Shen Miao's chess skills had improved by leaps and bounds. Shen Qiu had been rubbing his palms for a long time just to win against Shen Miao. However, the outcome was not as he wished. Shen Miao placed a black piece and Shen Qiu's tyrannical white pieces were surrounded by the surrounding black pieces and could not get out. Xianxia stared blankly for a long time before asking Xin Miao, "Younger sister, is this not the path that I used in the first game?" He felt that the path on the chessboard was somewhat familiar, and the more he looked, the more surprised he was. Xin Miao was slowly restoring the path that he used in the first game. It was just that Xin Miao used it better. At least in this game, she used this path with great proficiency and murderous aura, giving others a taste of their own medicine. Xin Miao smiled gently, "Eldest brother, can you think of a countermeasure for your own things?" Xianxia shook his head, "This method of mine is used against the enemy and it is a dead end. Younger sister, let me think of a countermeasure, but I am unable to find one." Xin Miao looked at the crisscrossing path on the chessboard and smiled faintly. In the previous life, Xianxiu killed Sun Kainan and was imprisoned a few years later, so it was assumed that Xin Yuan's plotting was more or less Xin Yuan's doing. One did not know if the exact same method was used back. Would Xin Yuan find it familiar? This dead end that he set for Xianxiu, could Xin Yuan solve it himself? It should not be possible. When Xianxiu scratched his head and was about to place his piece, he suddenly saw a person rushing in from outside the courtyard. It was the second-rank maid who was in charge of sweeping. That maid's face was full of panic as she said in a panic, "Not good, eldest young master and fifth young lady. Second young master is outside killing someone." "What?" Xianxiu frowned, and a chess piece fell down. It spun on the ground and finally landed on the ground. Xin Miao bent over to pick up the chess piece and looked at the maid before asking warmly, "Who did he kill?" In the capital governor's prison, Xin Yuan was locked in the innermost room. His hands and clothes were all shockingly dyed red with blood and his face was also somewhat purple. This was the first time that Xin Yuan had fallen into such a difficult situation. When he was fighting with Jing Chuchu's adulterer, one did not know why there was a very irritable feeling in his heart, as if his mind was somewhat hot. By the time he woke up, Sun Kainan had already been stabbed to death by his knife and that restaurant was a wooden loft. The battle between the two of them had alarmed quite a number of people and Tao Yuan's and Jing Chuchu's screams almost immediately exposed this murder case in front of everyone. Only now did Xin Yuan's heart gradually calm down. In the end, he was too impulsive today. Xin Yuan had been conceited all his life and what he hated the most was people using his dignity to humiliate him. The matter of the Shenfu's family banquet had already made him feel humiliated enough, but it was because he had not woken up at that time that he had endured it. Now that the entire Ding capital knew that he wanted to marry Jing Chuchu, but Jing Chuchu was still outside putting on a green hat for him and the people in the restaurant seemed to be pointing fingers at him. Xin Yuan was almost unable to control his anger. One did not know where Jing Chuchu was brought to, but since this matter started because of her, one think that Jing Chuchu's ending would not be easy. It was just that. Xin Yuan was still somewhat strange. How did the people in the restaurant know him and Jing Chuchu? Why did Jing Chuchu pick his room when she was adulterer? He faintly felt that something was not right, but he quickly shook his head. That place was the place where he and Fu Shouyi's people met, and other than Fu Shouyi's people, no one else would know about it. Xin Yuan thought deeply that Fu Shouyi's people had reached the restaurant and most likely knew about the matter. At this moment, he had completely calmed down and those flustered emotions had vanished. The bloodstains on his clothes and the gloomy prison did not make his expression waver. Just at this moment, one saw a jailer walking over and stopped in front of his cell door. Xin Yuan looked up and cried out in surprise, "Dong Hao." Dong Hao was the person who was supposed to make contact with him. At this moment he had changed into a jailer's attire and it seemed that he had sneaked in to talk to him. "Listen to me. This matter is a misunderstanding." Xin Yuan quickly said, "This time will your highness help me? In the future I will definitely repay your highness." Xin Yuan never expected that Xingui would come over to save him. Xingui was a person who would do anything to protect his career, so how would he take risks for him? Now the only one who could help him was Fu Xiaoyi, but the people of the imperial family did not value friendship and righteousness, thus he could only prove his value. Xin Yuan said, "The evidence that was given to your highness is still somewhat incomplete and your highness will soon submit a memorial to his majesty. One hope that your highness will think of a way to rescue me out and let me complete the last stroke for your highness." When Dong Hao heard it, his eyes moved. Xin Yuan's words clearly meant that the evidence that was against Xianxia to Fu Xiaoyi was not complete. Xin Yuan had left a card up his sleeve as he feared that Fu Xiaoyi would burn the bridge after crossing the river, but he did not expect that he would be in prison today and could only take out his life-saving talisman in advance. Seeing that Dong Hao did not speak, Xin Yuan was somewhat anxious. This matter is only a misunderstanding and is not difficult to handle. I can fork out the money myself, and as long as your highness gives a greeting to that side, this matter had happened before. A large part of the reason why Xin Yuan was so calm was that this matter did not look that bad. It was even simpler than the Shen residence's family banquet matter. The Shen residence's family banquet matter was because he slept with Jing Chuchu in front of all the Furins, and no matter what, Jing Chuchu would suffer a loss. Moreover, the Jing family was too unreasonable and he had no other way. Moreover, when he killed Sun Kainan, only Jing Chuchu and her maid saw it. As long as Jing Chuchu and the maid testified, he could still escape. As for that adulterer, he only needed to give some money to appease him and let Fu Xiaoyi's people casually put a charge on him, like that person wanted to assassinate Xin Yuan and was restrained by Xin Yuan. When killing someone, as long as it was not a noble family, it could be covered up in the end. Moreover, his identity at the moment had not been discovered. In other people's eyes, they only knew that someone had been killed, but they didn't know who it was. Dong Hao shook his head and said, "Xin Yuan, you've gotten into big trouble this time." Xin Yuan's smile that had just floated up abruptly stopped as he did not understand Dong Hao's meaning. "Do you know who you killed?" A bad premonition rose in Xin Yuan's heart. In the darkness, he saw Dong Hao slowly open his mouth. "It's the only legitimate son of the Minister of Personnel, Sun Tianjing's son, Sun Kainan." At the entrance of the general estate, there was a large group of people surrounding it at this moment. These people were all holding rods and had fiendish appearances. Even the Chen family guards at the entrance were somewhat unable to stop them. In the room, Xin Yu hid in Chen Roqiu's embrace and trembled in fear. "Mother, did second older brother really kill someone?" As Chen Roqiu comforted her, she had some doubts in her heart. Those people outside claimed to be the Minister of Personnel's people and said that Xin Yuan had killed the Minister of Personnel's son, Sun Kainan, and were clamoring to come in and smash things up. But why would Xin Yuan kill Sun Kainan without rhyme or reason? Shen Gui and Shen Wan were already outside blocking them. If it was not for Xianxia's Shen family army, one feared that those people would really barge in. Wan Yinyang was hiding in the small room and was somewhat nervous as she pulled Shen Dongling's hands. "If it was really second young master who killed someone, would those people do anything to us?" "Do not worry," Shen Dongling said, "others only want to deal with second older brother. What does it have to do with us?" She sat behind the screen and the pages of the book in her hands were not opened at all. "Young lady." Jingzhi bounced into the room and said, "The people outside are so fierce that even old Foreign was alarmed." Xin Miao did not even lift her eyelids as she asked, "Oh? How is old Foreign?" Hearing that second young master killed someone, she immediately fainted. Jingzhi was somewhat rejoicing in another's misfortune. "Young lady, this matter will not implicate us, right?" Guyu was deeply worried. After all, they all knew why Xin Yuan would kill someone, and it was all because of Xin Miao adding fuel to the fire. "No matter, there will be someone to block it for us. Sun Tianjing's position is high and the Shen residence is not inferior to them. Moreover, the final target is still Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan will use his life to pay with a life, thus they have nothing to say. But will second young master really use his life to pay with a life?" Guyu asked. Second master would not let second young master send his life away so easily. If there was no Xin Yuan Bo, second Shu would definitely do his best to offend second older brother. Xin Miao said, but with Xin Yuan Bo, second Shu would have a way out. Losing a son to appease the anger of the Sun family is worth it in second Shu's eyes. Among the three sons in the Shen residence, Shen Gui was the most indifferent towards kinship. Shen Wan at least doted on Shen Yu, but towards his own children, no matter if it was the D-born Shen Yuan, Shen Qing and Shen Yuan Bo or the Shu-born Shen Dongling, there was not a bit of genuine concern. To Shen Gui, children were either to help him in his career or to be his successor. No wonder the children of the second household did not have any feelings towards Shen Gui. If there was no Shen Yuan Bo, Shen Yuan was Shen Gui's only son and Shen Gui would definitely fight. But with Shen Yuan Bo, Shen Gui still had a son, so Shen Yuan was not necessary. Moreover, how could the Sun family be sent away so easily? In the past lifetime, the one who killed Sun Kainan was Xianxia, and Sun Tianjing's entire family locked Xianxia in prison, and Xianxia had to use all of his family's wealth to save Xianxia's life. Sun Tianjing only had one son, and now that his only son died, how could he easily let off the enemy who killed his son? But only second young master was unlucky? Jing's words shocked one to death. Biao young lady was let off just like that? She is still hiding in the residence and not coming out. After the incident, Jing Chu actually slipped back and hid with the Jing family in the Shen residence. How could that be? Shen Miao smiled. After all, she is the main culprit. Outside the mansion, Shen Wan dissuaded in a somewhat sorry state, "Everyone, listen to me. This matter has yet to be clarified, so please return first. We will definitely give everyone an explanation." A woman spat a mouthful of saliva on Shen Wan's face and said with her hands on her hips, "A debt must be paid, a life for a life. Our young master was killed by Xin Yuan, pay with your life. This isn't over." Xin Gui was somewhat cowering as he scolded Xin Yuan in his heart. At this moment, other than the servants of the minister's residence, there were also some by Xian who were watching the commotion. Someone shouted, "Didn't they say that it was because of jealousy? What did the beauty that was being fought over look like? Why don't you let us feast our eyes? To fly into a rage for a beauty, how beautiful must that beauty be?" When those words were said, the surrounding people immediately echoed. The people of the minister's residence also reacted. Now the Sun family were in a mess. Sun Kainan, who was perfectly fine, had turned into an ice-cold corpse when he went out. At this moment they were grieving and wholeheartedly wanted Xin Yuan to pay with his life, thus they had forgotten about Jing Chu. At this moment when others reminded them, they remembered. Since Sun Kainan and Xin Yuan fought because of Jing Chu, then Xin Yuan accidentally killed Sun Kainan, then Jing Chu was the femme fatale. The Sun family's people immediately said, "Yes. Hand over that slut. It was she who seduced my young master. Shameless slut. Quickly hand her over." Not to mention the Sun family, even Xingui himself could not wait to personally kill Jing Chu. Ever since Jing Chu came to the Shen residence, their second household of the Shen family had bad luck one after another. First was the matter of the family banquet which ruined Xin Yuan's reputation, and now Xin Yuan was involved in a murder case. Xingui did not say anything further as he instructed the servants, and in a short while, Jing Chu was tied up and sent out. Xingui gave a look to Shen Wan and Shen Wan said, "Everyone do not be angry. We will naturally be reasonable. Since this matter was caused by Chu, I will hand her over to you and let you handle her." Jing Chu cried out miserably, but how would the surrounding people allow her to resist? The Sun family pulled Jing Chu, who was tied up like a pig, over and gave her dozens of slaps on her face. Jing Chu fainted on the spot. "You all better not bully others too much." Jing Guanshen and the Jing couple also rushed out and raged when they saw this. But one saw the Sun family sneered, "No wonder you are people from Suzhou, that small place. It is fine that you are short-sighted, but you are so corrupt. You are already engaged but still go around seducing other men. This matter is not over, so you all better not think about it." The Jing family was angry and afraid. They were angry that the Sun family was so arrogant and afraid that other than the Shen residents, they did not have any backing in the Ding capital. And previously the Shen residence was already in a mess with them. Now seeing that they were out of luck, it was good that the Shen family did not throw stones at them when they were down. How could they just stand by and watch? After making a ruckus in front of the Shen family's doors for a while and seeing that the sky had darkened, the people from the Sun family then grabbed Jing Chu, who was already floating in the air, and left. Before leaving, the leading matron sneered, "Today is just the beginning. Your Shen family just wait." Master had already written a memorial to the emperor. There is no such thing as taking someone's life and still being free and unfettered. A life for a life, no one can think about it well. Xingui saw the Sun family leaving behind a mess and swaggered away and almost could not breathe. The last sentence that Sun Tianjing had already written a memorial to the emperor made him even more shocked. Sun Tianjing only had one son, and once Sun Kainan died, Sun Tianjing would not let him have an easy time even if it was a life and death struggle. It seemed that even if Xin Yuan died, it would not be able to quell the anger of the Sun family. Xianxia returned to the western courtyard and wiped his sweat before complaining to Xin Miao. The Sun family is too rude and almost smashed the main doors. My soldiers couldn't stop them. The pain of losing a son. Xin Miao comforted him, naturally one has to vent. Father and mother do not intend to intervene this time. Xin Xiao muttered to himself, but Xin Yuan is never impulsive. Even if Jing Chuchu secretly met Sun Kainan, why would she kill in a fit of anger? Who knows? Xin Miao casually said, perhaps Sun Kainan is fated to die and it is the same no matter who he dies in. In the main hall of the Sun family, a room full of concubines were kneeling on the ground. In the middle of the hall, there was a corpse covered in white cloth. Even so, the white cloth was still stained with dried blood. Ever since Sun Foran knew of Sun Kainan's death, she fainted, and when she woke up, she almost collapsed and did not listen to anyone. Sun Tianjing was already in his prime, and at this moment his eyes were bloodshot and his cheeks were trembling slightly. There was a wandering Taoist priest who calculated that he would not have any children in his lifetime. In his early years, Sun Tianjing had married countless concubines and indeed could not have any sons. Sun Kainan was conceived by Sun Foran with great difficulty, and to Sun Tianjing, it was a child in his old age. Thus he was pampered from young, and in the long run, Sun Kainan's lustful and playful character was fostered. It was just that Sun Tianjing had a high position of power and was afraid of provoking the imperial censor's mouth. Thus he had long reminded Sun Kainan not to be ostentatious, and if he wanted to play with females, he must bring them back to the residence as concubines. Sun Kainan did not enter the official ranks and spent most of his time in the residence, so there were not many people who knew him. As for those officials in the court, it was even more impossible to have any friendship with him. Who knew that he would die in Xin Yuan's hands? This time it was really like what the Taoist priest said, Sun Tianjing was destined to be childless. Xin Yuan. Sun Tianjing gritted his teeth, I want him to pay with his life. Master. One of Sun Tianjing's beloved concubines wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. One heard that the servants had brought that female back. In the end it was that female that caused our young master to be like this. Master plans to, Sun Tianjing sneered, do not play to death first. Leave a breath for Foran. The beloved concubine shuddered. These concubines had experienced Sun Foran's methods, and now that Sun Foran was carrying the pain of losing her son, she would not be able to do anything to that Jing Chuchu. The Xin family can only move against Xin Yuan, and the Jing family wants to retreat unscathed? With a ka-cha sound, Sun Tianjing actually crushed the cup in his hands. The cup scratched his hand and fresh blood dripped down, but he was still indecisive as he said hatefully, I want everyone in the Jing family to be buried with you honor. Regarding the matter of Xin Yuan killing the only son of the Minister of Personnel, the entire capital was discussing about it. In the residence of Prince Ding, Dong Hao stood in the hall and bowed his head towards the person on the high seat. Fu Shouyi's hand caressed the rim of the teacup and said in deep thought, the memorial that was supposed to be presented to Imperial Father tomorrow was to happen to Xin Yuan today. The evidence in Xin Yuan's hands is not complete. Your Highness, do you need to use any methods to get the words out? No need. Fu Shouyi waved his hands, the things that Xin Yuan gave is already enough. Even if I wish for it to be complete, I cannot take action on this matter. Your Highness's meaning is to let Xin Yuan go? Dong Hao asked. It is fine if it was others, but it had to be Sun Tianjing. Sun Tianjing is Prince Zhou's person. Prince Zhou would definitely intervene in this matter, and if I were to take action, it would only make Prince Zhou alert. Xin Yuan's trouble this time is too big. Fu Shouyi shook his head. Dong Hao was silent for a moment. But what if Xin Yuan were to fight to the death and betray your Highness? Xin Yuan is used to hiding a card for himself, so naturally one must guard against what you said. Fu Shouyi looked at the teacup in his hands, so not only one cannot help Xin Yuan in this matter, one must also urge the Ministry of Justice to quickly execute. Killing Xin Yuan in prison would inevitably arouse suspicions. Think of a way to feed him. Dong Hao quickly agreed. He then asked Fu Shouyi, will your Highness submit the memorial tomorrow? Nope. Fu Shouyi rubbed his forehead. This matter will cause a commotion. It is not loud enough to talk about the memorial right now. Let's wait for a while. He suddenly opened his eyes. However, you'd better find out who Xin Yuan has a grudge with recently. Dong Hao was startled. Your Highness, do you mean that someone is behind this? Xing Yuan is never impulsive, but this time, he killed Sun Tianjing's only son. Don't you think it's too coincidental? Moreover, it is very strange. Why would Jing Chuchu meet Xing Yuan when she is having an affair? Xing Yuan is not someone who will be schemed against. Dong Hao said, and if he can even control this in the future, this person must be very familiar with Xing Yuan. To be able to force Xing Yuan to such a situation. Fu Xiui said, this child cannot be left alive. I nurture a chess piece and not to be used by others to become useless. Speaking till here, Fu Xiuyi's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess. He did not look as light as he looked. Xing Yuan, this chess piece, was carefully nurtured by him for many years. It was not only because Xing Yuan was resourceful but more importantly, Xing Yuan was from the Shen family. In Xing Yuan's position, many things would be easier to do in the future. But now he had no choice but to abandon the rook to protect the general. The confidant that he carefully nurtured would no longer be of use in the future. Not to mention it was done in such a crude way by a female. This subordinate will definitely investigate seriously. Dong Hao said, fortunately before the incident, Xing Yuan had already passed the thing to your highness. Fu Xiui said, unfortunately one still have to wait. At the other end, in the upper floor of the Fengxian pawnshop, Ji Yushu clapped his hands together and was grinning from ear to ear, wonderful. Xing young lady really does not take action, but once she takes action, it is amazing. Originally tomorrow it should be Xianxia who is out of luck, but at the end Xing Yuan is in prison today. This day really came at the right time. It is only a coincidence. Gao Yang rolled his eyes at him, most likely Shen Miao still does not know about the matter. No matter if she knows or not, I have won the bet with you. Ji Yushu was proud of himself. Send the banknotes to the pawnshop yourself and hand it over to Hong Ling. Gao Yang was silent for a moment before saying, perhaps Xing Yuan had never thought that there would be a day where he would fall into such despicable means. Because his own wife was having an affair and was jealous of others, he mistakenly killed the adulterer. No matter how one listened to these words, it was not very glorious. No matter if it was the adulterer or the woman who did not follow the womanly ways or the husband's family who was cuckolded, when people talk about this matter, they would only treat it as a joke. Xing Yuan originally had talent and knew how to endure, and had just returned to the capital. With Fu Xiuyi's attention on him, he would become a talent that no one could underestimate in time. Who knew that it would end in such an embarrassing and tragic manner? Even though it looked like a joke, the outcome was very grim. Just because the person he killed was Sun Tianjing's only son. Sun Tianjing will send up the memorial tomorrow. Gao Yang, do you think that Xing Yuan will pay with his life this time? Ji Yushu asked. What do you think of Shen Miao? Gao Yang asked an irrelevant question. What does this have to do with Xin young lady? Ji Yushu was puzzled. Shen Miao is a person who set traps. Once one stepped into it, have you seen anyone who could retreat safely? From Prince Yu's incident, you should be able to see that her traps were never just one move. This matter looked like to deal with Xing Yuan, but in fact it was not so. You say that she still has a move? Ji Yushu asked, at most Xing Yuan will pay with his life. What else does she want? I feel that Xing Yuan is only one of them. Gao Yang shook his head. His expression couldn't help but turn grim. If she did it, I have a feeling that it wouldn't be just one person. Ji Yushu was silent for a moment before asking seriously, what kind of deep enmity does Xin young lady have with the rest of the Shen family? Even though it is creepy, one thinks that there is a reason for it. Could it be that the Shen family had done something unforgivable to her? For a little girl to use such cruel means to plan step by step, there must be some other hidden story. It was just that even Bai Shaoxing could not find out that it was because of the Shen family's method of raising her to be an idiot. It seemed to be somewhat unreasonable. Gao Yang shook his head. I don't know either, but she's too flamboyant. This time Xing Yuan was sent to prison because Xing Yuan was Prince Ding's man. Since Prince Ding was at a disadvantage, he would definitely notice her. The person that was previously sent also said that Prince Ding's men are currently investigating the matter. It is not good for Xin young lady to go against Prince Ding. Ji Yushu was deeply worried. Prince Ding's thoughts are deep and his methods are treacherous. Once it is discovered that it was done by Xin young lady, one do not know what he would do in the future. No need to worry. Gao Yang said, I feel that Shen Miao is very familiar with Prince Ding. Perhaps everything that she did, she might have considered the consequences if Prince Ding knew about it. Rather than worry about her, it is better to worry about yourself. Gao Yang looked at Ji Yushu. Have you found the person that third Xia wanted you to look for? Who? Ji Yushu touched his nose. I will immediately send someone over. Did not think that the Shen family's internal affairs were so chaotic. To have such a big play at the beginning of spring this year, what would happen in the future? Ayaya. Both are nobles but fell in love with a commoner young female. Because of jealousy, one died and one was injured. Isn't this a play that only appears in dramas? If one were to say, that commoner young female looks are really ordinary. One do not know why would the two nobles be so blind to be jealous of her. It would be better to let the two nobles be together. Huolong, did you recently read some strange books again? The black-clad female brushed her long hair and said in a charming manner, could it be that what I said is wrong? For men to fight over, one must at least be as beautiful as me. You're in high spirits. A sudden voice sounded and the group of black-clad men that were squatting on the ground and playing suddenly became silent. One by one, they stood up as if they were facing a great enemy and looked at the person in front of them. The purple-clad youth had handsome brows but looked colder and more arrogant in the night. He swept a glance at everyone. Why do you not continue speaking? Everyone lowered their heads and did not speak. Xianxia turned and left and only stopped after he left that group of people far behind. Did he laugh at himself? This little girl has some means. He lowered his eyes and looked at the starless night sky before saying softly, I do not have time anymore. Regarding the case of Xin Yuan accidentally killing Sun Kai Nan in the Ding capital, the trial of the case was unprecedentedly swift and decisive. First of all, Sun Tianjing sent a memorial to the imperial court to request Xin Yuan to repay the debt of blood with blood. If he did not comply, he would have to return to his hometown due to his old age, so he actually threatened Emperor Wen Hui to quit. Compared to Xin Gui, the Minister of Appointments was clearly more important. Sun Tianjing had been in office for many years, and the connections he had made were to suddenly change to someone else. It was likely that there would be great chaos. Emperor Wen Hui naturally wanted to appease Sun Tianjing. Secondly, the imperial censors would never point fingers at the courtiers for making mistakes. How could they let this case of manslaughter go? Thinking that Sun Tianjing had lost his only son, the censor's censure fell on Xin Gui. What was unexpected was Xin Gui's attitude. Xin Gui knelt in front of Emperor Wen Hui and promised with tears and snot that he did not teach his son properly and was willing to place righteousness before family and let Xin Yuan pay with his life. It was said that his words shocked all the civil and military officials in the court. Although these words sounded impartial, he did not try to fight for his own son first, but instead straightforwardly agreed to pay with his life. This was too inhumane. Even though Xin Gui was usually smooth and slick, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. This action still made his colleagues who were on good terms with him stay at a respectful distance. The ministers all stood on Sun Tianjing's side, and when Emperor Wen Hui asked the princes for their opinion, the 9 princes unanimously stood on Sun Tianjing's side. Even if they didn't express their stance, almost everyone knew how the case would go. Xin Yuan's execution order was given 3 days later. This was probably the fastest execution order since the founding of Mingqi. There was almost no action to reverse the verdict or resist, and directly convicted. There was no doubt that the Sun family added fuel to the fire, but the Shen family's inaction was also a big reason. As for whether there were other people secretly pulling the strings, it was unknown. In the dark prison, Xin Yuan sat in the innermost part. His hair was already disheveled, and his body had not been washed for several days, so there was a sour smell coming from it. If one were to look closely at his usually calm gaze, one would be able to see slight panic and even a hint of despair hidden within. Last night, someone had snuck in and fed him a mute drug. He could not say anything. Who would do such a thing? Who would have such remarkable abilities to break into the prison? Xin Yuan knew it clearly. Fu Xiaoyi would not come to save him. At first, he still held a bit of hope, but after thinking about it carefully, he knew that Fu Xiaoyi saving him would do more harm than good. That man was best at seeking benefits and avoiding harm, so he would not take this risk for him. On the contrary, Xin Yuan's existence had become a restless chess piece for Fu Xiuyi. Naturally, Fu Xiuyi had to eradicate him mercilessly. Feeding him a mute drug did not necessarily mean that he did not want to kill him, but Fu Xiuyi was cautious and most likely he was afraid that if he died in the prison, it would raise suspicions. A bitter smile slowly floated on Xin Yuan's lips. The winner was king and the loser was in the wrong. He knew from the beginning what kind of person Fu Xiuyi was. Working under Fu Xiuyi, one should have thought that there might be such a result, but one did not expect that this result would come so quickly. There seemed to be footsteps in the darkness. Unlike the slightly hurried footsteps of the prison guards, the footsteps were somewhat slow. He raised his head and looked towards the direction of the footsteps, and saw that under the dim light, a purple dress was right in front of him. Looking up, the young female had a delicate and pretty face as she looked at him with a smile. Second older brother. Xin Yuan's heart was blocked up. The moment he saw Shen Miao's face, a strong hatred and unwillingness gushed out from his heart, making Xin Yuan wish that he could kill Shen Miao now. Even if he did not understand how the matter became like this, there was one thing that Xin Yuan was very clear about. This matter was definitely related to Shen Miao. Shen Miao slowly squatted down and was at eye level with Xin Yuan as she smiled. Second older brother must not be living well in there these days. Second Shen is crazy and second Shu is not willing to see you. Seventh younger brother is still young. Speaking of which, Old Foreign dotes on you the most, but yesterday Old Foreign gave an order that no one is allowed to mention your name in the residence. It seemed that she had given up on you. After thinking about it in my heart, you and I are siblings, so I came to send you on your last journey. Xin Yuan gritted his teeth as he looked at Shen Miao. Words could kill and destroy a person's faith. And what Shen Miao did now was to stab a knife into his heart without hesitation. Even though Xin Yuan's feelings were cold, but when he was in prison and there was no one who came to visit, it made one's heart feel cold. Even though Old Foreign treated him well in the past, it was because of his innate talent and intelligence. Now that he was a prisoner, Old Shen Foreign would definitely draw a clear line to avoid trouble. Thinking about it this way, second older brother and eldest sister are indeed biological siblings and both had been in prison before. But when eldest sister was in prison, second Shen was still running around, but now there is no one running around for you. Xin Yuan did not speak. Why is second older brother not speaking? Shen Miao tilted her head and looked at him. Is it that you are not willing to talk to me or? She suddenly smiled. Fed mute medicine? Xin Yuan was surprised for a moment as Shen Miao could actually guess that he was fed mute medicine. Before he could think it through, Shen Miao's following words made him shocked. It seems that Fu Xiuyi's methods are still the same as before and there is no difference. Shen Miao muttered. Xin Yuan's eyes widened as he heard Fu Xiuyi's name from Shen Miao's mouth. How did Shen Miao know that he was working for Fu Xiuyi? Moreover, Shen Miao used such a familiar tone and from her words, it seemed that she understood Fu Xiuyi very well. The amazement in Xin Yuan's heart could not be expressed in words. In the inner courtyard of the Shen residence, no matter how brilliant Shen Miao's methods were, Xin Yuan did not think too highly of her because the unmarried young ladies scene stopped there. But when Shen Miao brought out Fu Xiuyi's name, Xin Yuan could no longer look at it with a normal heart. Second older brother need not be so surprised. Shen Miao swept a glance at him and said, not only do I know Fu Xiuyi, I also know his plans. If you want to tell Fu Xiuyi about my matter and atone for your crimes, it is too late. His Highness Prince Ding was cautious by nature and since he had fed you mute medicine, he would not save you. In order to not attract attention, he would not send anyone over here. Even after you die, I won't have any contact with you. From the moment you became a cripple, he had nothing to do with you, and he won't let you have any means to get involved with him. Xin Yuan's heart started to beat wildly. What Shen Miao said was not wrong, Fu Xiuyi was that kind of person. Therefore, after yesterday, he had been waiting for his own death in despair. One must not think of a life and death struggle because that kind of ending would be worse than death. Fu Xiuyi was never the gentleman that he was on the surface. He dipped his finger into the muddy water in the bowl and wrote a few words on the dusty ground. What is your purpose? Shen Miao burst out laughing. When she laughed, her eyes were curved and the corners of her mouth curved. It was as if she had returned to a year ago when she was still an idiot. She was a little stupid and a little scheming, but she was indeed a young lady who did not understand anything. Now it was obviously the same demeanor, but it made one's heart feel cold. Xin Miao finally stopped laughing and looked at Xin Yuan. Didn't second older brother guess what my purpose is? You want to deal with the second household? Xin Yuan wrote on the ground. Not only the second household. Xin Miao suddenly whispered. Her eyes suddenly burst out a bit of fierceness. She was unable to restrain the fierceness, and even killing intent overflowed. She said, there is still the third household, Old Foreign and Prince Ding. Xin Yuan stared at her closely. You want to ask again why? Xin Miao said, I am only doing the things that you have done before for you to see. Just like this time, does second older brother not feel familiar with the matter of the Jing family? That's because that's your method to begin with. How can you resolve it when I'm using your own method to deal with you? Xin Yuan looked at Xin Miao in confusion. He did not understand Xin Miao's words and only felt that Xin Miao's expression at the moment was like she had fallen into madness. Forget about the hatred towards the second and third household, since everyone knew that they were only pretending to be harmonious on the surface. But where did the hatred towards Prince Ding come from? Was it because she was in love with Prince Ding but was unable to get a response? Second older brother. Xin Miao smiled strangely. You should thank this younger sister. On your road to the Yellow Springs, there are so many people who will accompany you in death. Do not worry, after you, there will not be anyone else in the second household of the Shen family to take over your position. You will definitely still be the only eldest son of the Shen family. Xin Yuan glared at Xin Miao. Xin Miao stood up and her voice was gently raised in the darkness before falling heavily into Xin Yuan's ears. The second household will be without descendants. When they were out, the jailer naturally left in satisfaction after obtaining the benefits and even promised not to tell outsiders about the matter. Xianxia and Guyu helped Xin Miao up the horse carriage and Guyu asked. Young lady, is it really necessary to execute second young master 3 days later? Xin Miao nodded her head. It is really like a dream. Guyu muttered, a few days ago second young master was still high and mighty but now his life is about to be delivered. Fate should be like this. Xin Miao said coldly. Sensing that Xin Miao's current mood was most likely not very good, Xianxia and Guyu stuck out their tongues and no longer spoke. Upon returning to the Shen residence, upon entering the room, one saw a number of people surrounding the main hall. Upon a closer look, it was the Jing family. Jing Foreign was rolling on the floor making a scene. You all return my choo-choo. You all return my choo-choo. Old Shen Foreign was so angry that her face turned green and called out to the servants at the side, still not throwing these people out for me. Old Foreign, Jing Guanxing changed his previous refined appearance and said fiercely, our choo-choo entered your residence perfectly but was taken away by others. Now it is unknown whether she is dead or alive. Even if this matter is brought to the officials, you are in the wrong. Old Shen Foreign scolded angrily, you still have the face to say. What did that little bitch do to our family? If it wasn't for this jinx, how would the Shen family be involved in the lawsuit? Old Foreign must speak cautiously. Jing Guanxing said, at that time we all said that there must be someone secretly playing tricks. My sister's personal maidservant also disappeared. Don't you think it's strange? Someone must have bribed her. The womenfolk in the hall were all present. Chen Roqiu looked at the front with some headaches, Xin Yu looked at the Jing family with disgust and Luo Shuiyan had an indifferent attitude. Wan Yinyang held Shen Dongling's hand and stood quietly at the side, as there was no place for her to interrupt. Biao older brother is pulling the topic too far. Do you think that by placing all the sins on a personal maidservant, everything would be over? Xin Miao's voice sounded, after all, this is a matter of having an illicit relationship with others and one cannot be forced by a maidservant. The words of ridicule made Jing Guanxing's face turn red and white. Everyone looked towards the door as Shen Miao walked in. Old Shen Foreign had never liked Shen Miao as much as today. As long as she could make these unreasonable pestering people of the Jing family stop for a moment, her heart would be warm. Luo Shuiyan happily pulled Shen Miao to her side. Jiao Jiao has been out for so long, are you tired? Jing Foreign was still crying, you and father are blood relatives and Chu Chu also has your blood flowing in her. How can you be so cruel? Heavens! Old Foreign, you are forcing us to death. Old Shen Foreign was extremely annoyed, who is blood relative to you? A group of broken families from the capital also want to have a relationship with me? Why not take a piss and see who you are? Really think that with some good looks one can do whatever one wants. Indeed worthy to be from a small family. A body full of coquettishness and know how to seduce men at such a young age. Old Xianxia was anxious and actually used the scolding words that she used in the marketplace. It could be said to be extremely unpleasant to hear, and for a moment, everyone who heard it was stunned. After a long while, Jing Guanxing suddenly laughed. Old foreign, are you really that heartless? You really want to stand by and watch Chu Chu's matter? What does Jing Chu Chu have to do with me? Ridiculous. Old Xianxia answered without hesitation. Good. Jing Guanxing sneered and suddenly swept a glance at Shen Miao. Since you want to destroy the bridge after crossing the river, then do not blame me for not being loyal. In the beginning you let Chu Chu climb onto Shen Qiu's bed and wanted me to think of ways to gain Shen Miao's favor. At that time you were not this heartless. When those words were said, everyone was shocked. Even though they had already guessed the inside story, they had never thought that Jing Guanxing would say such words in front of everyone. The one who was the most shocked was of course Luo Shuiyan. She looked at Jing Guanxing and slowly asked, "What did you say?" Jing Guanxing did not care about old Xianxia's furious expression and said like a broken jar, "Biaoshen most likely do not know. In the beginning when Chu Chu and I just came to the Shen residence, old foreign treated us warmly." Why? She said that she loved us siblings very much and hoped to be in-laws with the Jing family. But, how would eldest Biao older brother like Chu Chu who came from a small family? At that time old foreign had personally drugged her, and one think that she was in a hurry to facilitate the marriage but did not think that at the end it was second Biao older brother who had the advantage. Luo Shuiyan was so angry that her entire body was trembling. She suddenly pulled out the flexible sword from her waist and placed it across Jing Guanxing's neck. Jing Guanxing's expression changed, but he still forced a smile and said, "Biao Shen has mistaken the wrong person this time. Both of us siblings know our own capabilities, and without old foreign's supervision, how would we dare to think about it? Besides, it was old madam who drugged him. Shouldn't auntie blame someone else?" Luo Shuiyan turned her head to stare at old Xianxia and her murderous aura sword. Old Xianxia was so scared that she almost fell down from her seat. She said, "Eldest, are you going to kill your mother? The old lady not only wants to marry my cousin, but also wants me to please my cousin." Jing Guanxing laughed frivolously. He also said that male and female love is just like that. When the rice is cooked, the person will be dead set. Luo Shuiyan couldn't take it anymore. She slashed the ground with her sword. The ground was originally made of good quality stone, but now that she slashed it, a clear crack appeared. Jing Foreign screamed in fright and old Shen Foreign's face turned pale. Shen Yu and Shen Roqiu were somewhat cowering, but Wan Yinyang's heart was astonished. She did not think that old Shen Foreign would even use such a cheap method. It was not strange for ordinary matrons or Yinyang to use such methods, but old Shen Foreign was the head of the family and such methods were simply unsightly. Luo Shuiyan pulled Shen Miao with one hand and held her sword with the other as she looked at old Shen Foreign. When she was really angry, her murderous aura would surge out, making one believe without hesitation that she would be able to cut off old Shen Foreign's head in the next moment. She said, "Old foreign, ever since marrying into the Shen residence, both Shen Xian and I have treated you with deep affection. Even though you are not his birth mother, both of us husband and wife still respect you. But now I know that there are really white-eyed wolves in this world. I cannot afford to stay in such a Shen family. Eldest, do not listen to his nonsense. Old Shen Foreign's evil intentions had not died. Do you want to be unfilial? Whether it is nonsense or not, one will know upon investigation. As for unfilial," Luo Shuiyan sneered and said word by word, "Even if this old mother has to carry the reputation of unfilial for the rest of her life, I will not let my children follow beside this kind of family." She pulled Shen Miao, "Go." No matter how furious old Shen Foreign was at the back, how the Jing family pestered endlessly and how Chen Roqiu smoothed things out, all these things were not important anymore. Shen Miao was pulled by Luo Shuiyan towards the western courtyard, but her heart was very carefree. This was the goal that she wanted to achieve. Sometimes when one side of the story was said, it would make others feel that the strength was not enough. It was not because one was not willing to believe, but it was not an easy matter to separate from the family. This involved many entanglements of interests and one might bear a lot of infamy. It was not an easy matter to make Xianxia determined to separate from the family. But after today, the matter of separating from the family would be much easier. At least from now on, Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan would not have a trace of pity towards old Xianforen. As parents, when faced with someone harming their children, it was an instinctive protection. Luo Shuiyan pulled Xianmiao back to the room and first closed the door before taking a breath and sneering, "Your father and older brother went to the palace today. One should let them see with their own eyes what kind of goods these people are." Finishing, she suddenly thought of something and looked at Xianmiao apologetically, "Jiao Jiao, you must be frightened. Mother was just too angry." Xianmiao shook her head and looked at her. "What do we do next?" "Mother said those words to old Foreign today. One fear that old Foreign would use this matter to blame mother." "What is there to be afraid of?" Luo Shuiyan slapped the table. "Wait for your father to return and we will discuss about the separation of the family. Everyone in the Xin residence do not have good intentions, and if this goes on, who knows what will happen." She touched Xianmiao's face and said, "No wonder you want us to stay in the capital for half a year more. Did you know about it long ago?" Xianmiao smiled and did not speak. Luo Shuiyan increasingly felt that the guess in her heart was correct. She got up and said, "No, I still have to investigate this matter. I will let the guards outside guard the courtyard door. Don't go out." He actually treated the Shenfu as a dragon's pool and tiger's den. Xianmiao nodded her head, and after Luo Shuiyan left, Xianxia asked, "Young lady, can one really separate from the family?" "Of course." Xianmiao lightly said, "My mother is one who cannot tolerate sand in her eyes, so naturally there is a need to separate." "That's great." Xianxia said, "After separating from the family, young lady will have more freedom to do whatever she wants and need not guard against this and that all day long." Bai Lu walked in and said to Xianmiao, young lady Tao Yuan has been sent out and settled in the matter with money." Xianmiao nodded. It was very easy to bribe Tao Yuan, who was by Jing Chuchu's side. Jing Chuchu originally planned to marry Xin Yuan and then make Tao Yuan a yin yang to win over Xin Yuan's heart. What was non-committal was that Xin Yuan was extremely disgusted with the matter of him being schemed against, and if Tao Yuan was really promoted as a yin yang, Xin Yuan would not treat her well. But Jing Chuchu still thought that she had done a great favor to Tao Yuan and did not know that Tao Yuan had already been bribed by others. She did not want to be a concubine and also did not want to follow a master like Jing Chuchu. Tao Yuan risked her life and finally obtained her freedom. Xianmiao also did not disappoint her promise to Tao Yuan and gave her money to protect her life. A superior must know how to use both kindness and power to their subordinates. From today onwards, everything would be done according to what she wanted to do. Guyu said, "After second young master is beheaded, the residents will most likely calm down. At this time it is the right time to separate from the family." Xianmiao smiled gently. How would it calm down? Not to mention that the Jing family was left for son Tianjing to deal with, but the second household's people were not completely dead yet. Second Shen must be very sad to know that second older brother was beheaded. Xianmiao said softly. "Is not second foreign crazy?" Guyu was surprised when she heard that. If one is crazy, one would not have a mind. Listening to the people in Kaiyun Yuan, second foreign cannot even recognize people now, so how would she know about the matter? Crazy? Xianmiao shook her head. That might not necessarily be the case. When a person was in pain and despair, they would use crazy to escape the reality that they could not face. Ren Wanyan's most painful thing was that night in Wulong Temple. Her inaction made Shenqing walk step by step to the final ending. She was powerless to change anything and could only watch helplessly as Shenqing died. She was unable to face Shenqing's death and was also unable to face herself, so she finally went crazy. Now that Xin Yuan's death was spread back, one think that she would go crazy even more because she was still unable to help with Xin Yuan's matter. In fact, Ren Wanyan's time of madness was not long. Whether she would choose to continue being crazy or not, it would depend on whether she could gradually accept the facts. One think that Ren Wanyan would wake up soon because she still had Xin Yuan Bo and she was afraid that Xin Yuan Bo would fall into Wan Yinyang's hands. Xianmiao wanted Ren Wanyan to wake up in advance. What she wanted to deal with was never an individual but the entire family's lifeline. Since she chose the second household, How could she stop moving forward after losing a pair of children from the second household? What she wanted was for Xingui's third generation to end. 3 days later, the case of Xingyuan accidentally killing Sun Kainan ended. Sun Tianjing had the heart to take revenge for his only son's tragic death, and Xingyuan was executed at the Meridian Gate. Countless commoners spread the news, and all of them wanted to see how this young genius who originally had a bright future would end up like this. Some people felt sympathy for Xingyuan and some people scolded Jing Chu for being a femme fatale. The noise was actually very lively. Xingyuan probably never thought that he would have such a day. He was proud and arrogant, wholeheartedly wanting to climb up, wanting everyone to see his achievements. But now, he was being pointed at by the lowly commoners in his eyes. He probably felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Even more people threw vegetable leaves and rotten eggs at Xingyuan's body. The foul-smelling things covered Xingyuan's body. Without thinking, it must be the Sun family's people. Xingyuan knelt on the execution platform and beside him was the executioner. Originally at this time, if the death row prisoner had a family member, they would be able to send the death row prisoner on his last journey, feed him food and drink wine on his way, but today no one from the Xin family came. Needless to say, Xianxia was already like fire and water with the rest of the Xin family, so why would he come over? Xingui had always sought advantages and avoided disadvantages, and Ren Wanyun was even crazier. Old Xin Foran's legs were inconvenient, but even if her legs were nimble, one feared that she would not come. The only strange thing was that the usually gentle and righteous third branch did not show up today. It seemed that he had to choose between being tactful and offending the Sun family for a long time before he made this decision. In the eyes of others, they could only sigh when they saw how the Xin family was behaving. Xingyuan raised his head and the scorching sun shone down on the Ding capital. It was obviously the new year, and the cold of the winter sun made the golden sunlight as dazzling as the summer. It was already noon. The executioner spat out a mouthful of wine, raised the ghost head broadsword, and chopped down. The saber fell. The crowd burst into cries of alarm. The women were so scared that they covered their eyes. The head rolled down the stage and into the crowd. After a while, blood spilled out. On the ground, Xingyuan's eyes were wide open. He seemed to be a little confused, as if the head that had been separated from his body would say something in the next moment. Someone saw this and quietly turned around, disappearing into the crowd. At this moment, there was dead silence in the Xin residence. It was not that it did not happen if one did not mention it, but Xingyuan's death had greatly damaged the Xin residence's vitality. Speaking of which, the Xin residence's heirs were not considered to be prosperous, and Xingyuan was one of the best of the best. Such a rare person who might be able to support the Xin residence in the future died under the executioner's ghost head broadsword. At least the people of the Xin residence were not sad. Xinwan was sitting in the room when a manservant ran in and said, "The execution has been carried out. The people at the execution ground have already sent second young master back." When the Sun family finally agreed to return Xingyuan's corpse to the Xin family, it was already a huge concession. Even though they did not openly fight with Sun Tianjing and the matter of Xingyuan was handled according to Sun Tianjing's wishes, everyone knew that in the future, the Xin family and Sun family would have enmity. It all depended on how big the enmity was. After I bring him back, there's no need to stop the coffin. I'll bury him in a few days at the earliest. Xinwan sighed, his thoughts heavy. Master, are you still worried about this? Chen Roqiu walked over and said gently, Yuan, we are also powerless in this matter. After all, the Sun family is not an ordinary family. I just feel that. Xinwan shook his head, everything is not right. Did you not discover it? Xinwan said, recently the Xin family seems to have some bad luck, one after another mishaps. Could it be that there is something unclean? Chen Roqiu's heart was shocked. Xinwan was startled, what nonsense are you talking about? Chen Roqiu quickly said, I am just speaking nonsense. Master must not be offended. She was somewhat vexed in her heart. Xinwan hated these strange matters the most, and with her unintentional words just now, she feared that Xinwan would be unhappy. She opened her mouth to echo Xinwan's words, speaking of it, but it seems that it is second older brother's family who have mishaps. First it was Qing'er, then second sister-in-law, and now it is Yuan. The more Qiao spoke, the more uneasy she felt. Even though she previously looked down on and was jealous of Ren Wanyan, but after Ren Wanyan went crazy, there seemed to be no one in the residence who could stand on the same line as her. Luo Shuiyan? Xianxia and Xinwan did not crawl out from the same mother's womb, so how could it be sincere? It is exactly so. Xinwan said, one do not know who second older brother had enmity with. Now that one look at it, it seems that it was planned beforehand. It is inevitable that second older brother will offend some people in the officialdom tomorrow. Qiao said, but why did it have to happen this year? Thinking about it, it seems that ever since Fifth Lady woke up from falling into the water, things have been happening one after another. You would not say that it was done by Little Five? Xinwan found it funny, if Little Five had that kind of ability, one feared that the world would be in chaos. He patted Qiao's hands comfortingly. I know that these days you have been working hard. Do not let your imagination run wild. How would Little Five, a young lady, have such ability? It is said that eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law taught her, but eldest brother and eldest sister-in-law would not use such a blunt knife to grind meat. They have always been straightforward. Xinwan said, I will pay attention to this matter. You do not need to think too much and pay attention to Yuer's marriage. Seeing that she is at the age to talk about marriage. Once Xinyu's marriage was mentioned, Qiao suppressed her suspicions about Xinmiao. Xinwan valued heirs more than Xingui and had never despised Xinyu for being a daughter for so many years and truly loved Xinyu. Qiao smiled, I will listen to master. In the western courtyard, Xinmiao was putting on her clothes as Xianxia helped her tidy up her hair. Second young master's coffin has been brought back and one heard that it will be buried soon. Even the funeral will not be grand. In the Xin family, other than the first household, there were some who loved to put up a front. Just like how old Xin Foran's birthday celebration was known by the entire city, Xin Yuan, as the eldest son of the second household, did not even do the funeral after his death. It was indeed somewhat cold. Part of this was to cover up the scandal, but more importantly, there were not many people in the court who were willing to offend Sun Tianjing for Xingui. Even if there was a funeral, there would not be many people who would come to offer their condolences. Instead, it would be a joke. Second master has not been in the manor these past few days. Guyu also said, even if they return, they will rest in Wan Yinyang's courtyard. What kind of time is it now? In any case, they are one's own flesh and blood, to be so heartless. Xin Miao smiled, during the day he is busy winning over the estranged ministers and as for the night, if he does not rest in Wan Yinyang's room, could it be that he is sharing the same bed and pillow with second Shen? She originally wanted to take the opportunity to reprimand Xingui's heartlessness, but when Xin Miao said the words sharing the same bed and pillow, Guyu was somewhat embarrassed. She did not know why Xin Miao was so bold now. It was obvious that there was nothing wrong with her etiquette, but why did she not know how to be shy in matters between men and women? It was also good to put on an act, otherwise in the future when males see her, they would only be surprised by Xin Miao's valiance and who would dare to approach her. Xin Miao did not pay attention to Guyu's expression, thus she did not know that Guyu had so many thoughts in her heart. She only said, how is the news that was sent to the Sun family's side to inquire? The Sun family hid it too tightly and the servants know very little. Xianxia quickly said, one only know that Biao young lady's days are not good. Heard that on the first day. She could not continue. What about the first day? Xin Miao turned her head and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia stammered, one heard that on the first day, Biao young lady and the horses in the stables were fed with medicine and let them. At that time, old master's son even let all the servants watch from outside the stable. Guyu almost choked on her own saliva, man and horse? Xianxia's face turned red in an instant. Guyu was still asking, that Sun family's people are all abnormal. Jing Chuchu was in so much pain when a human and horse intercourse. This was not only physical pain, when so many servants saw her unbearable scene, one feared that her heart would rather die than live. Seeing that Guyu was still relentlessly questioning, Xianxia was somewhat annoyed. He originally thought that these filthy things should not be said in front of Xin Miao as to avoid dirtying Xin Miao's ears. He did not think that when he turned his head over, he saw that Xin Miao's expression was calm. Not to mention shyness, there was not even a little bit of surprise on her face. Instead she spat out a sentence that made one's teeth fall off. she said, Sun Darren is too benevolent. Actually one can use an ox. Young lady. Xianxia's mouth was wide open. Xin Miao glanced at her, what is there to make a fuss about? In the inner palace, this move was often used to deal with disobedient females. She had not used it before as Xin Miao was used to directly bestow death and was not willing to create more complications. But one had seen Mei Foran punish a palace maid who was eating with the eunuchs. She let someone feed her the aphrodisiac of a bull and threw that palace maid into the cow pen and tortured her to death. Thus, he was not surprised by Sun Tianjing's methods. He did not know how shocking his actions were in the eyes of Xianxia and Guyu. After a long time, Xianxia then found her voice and said, where does young lady want to go now? Let's go to Kaiyuan court. What is young lady going there for? Guyu was surprised, now that second master is not around, is young lady going to look for Wan Yinyang? Xin Miao shook her head, I am looking for second Shin. Second foreign has gone crazy. Guyu reminded. Not necessarily. The Kaiyuan court had been turned upside down. In fact, in just a short few months, the entire Shin residence, or more accurately the second household of the Shin family, which was Kaiyuan Yuan, had undergone earth-shattering changes. The second madam, who used to be in her prime, was now a lunatic. The generous and intelligent eldest young miss had become a slut who committed suicide in prison and had an illicit relationship with another man. Even the outstanding second young master became a prisoner in front of the people of the city and died under the executioner's machete. Life was like a drama, and Kaiyuan Yuan's drama was too tragic. The only consolation was that second foreign Ren Wanyun still had a second son, Xin Yuan Bo, but Xin Yuan Bo was raised by old Shin foreign's side. If Ren Wanyun was not crazy, with Xin Yuan Bo, she would be able to temporarily sit firmly in the position of the main household. But it was only temporary. Who knew? Would Xingui still take concubines in the future? After all, Xingui had always been lustful. It was not impossible for him to have a son. Compared to Ren Wanyun's bad luck, Wan Yinyang who had been deserted for many years seemed to have ushered in spring. After being submissive for so many years, even her own daughter did not see the light of day for so many years. One did not expect that this time it was like she had the help of God. Even though Xingui was indifferent to kinship, he treated females well. As long as Wan Yinyang firmly grasped Xingui's heart and regained his favor, Shin Dongling's status would only rise. Dongling, let master change a courtyard for you in a few days. Wan Yinyang was sewing as she smiled at Shin Dongling. Most likely it was because Xin Yuan was already dead and Xin Yuan Bo was still young, thus Ren Wanyun was no longer a threat to her. Wan Yinyang's brows were filled with joy and there was a trace of joy in her words. Change what courtyard? Shin Dongling, who was reading behind the screen, looked up. You have been squeezing in the same courtyard with me. Other young ladies at your age have already arranged their own courtyards, so you should also move out. This place is after all a little crowded. They are D daughters and I am a Shu daughter. Shin Dongling said calmly. Hearing this, Wan Yinyang's heart ached. Shin Dongling's birth was a fact that she could not change and it was also something that she was brooding over. She thought that Shin Dongling was not worse than Shin Qing and Shin Yu, but for the past 10 over years, she could only make Shin Dongling compromise. It was not easy to make it out, so how could she watch Shin Dongling continue to be so cautious? Wan Yinyang said, previously eldest young lady had a courtyard that was vacated so you do not need to sleep in her room and sleep in another room. Eldest young lady's courtyard has a good orientation and the scenery is beautiful so it would be a pity to leave it empty. Now that master treats us well, one think that this request would be agreed. No need, Yinyang. Shin Dongling rejected her suggestion, now is not a good time to stand out. One have endured for more than 10 years and there is no need to rush for a while. Even though father treats us well now, Yinyang also understand what kind of temperament he has. It is better to wait for things to settle down before discussing this matter. Wan Yinyang still wanted to persuade further but suddenly saw her personal maid Lu Hua running in and hurriedly said, Yinyang, fifth young lady came to our courtyard. Fifth young lady? Wan Yinyang suddenly stood up, why did she come to look for me? Shin Dongling also looked at Lu Hua. Lu Hua shook her head and said, not to look for Yinyang. This servant saw that she went to the room where second foreign is recuperating. Fifth young lady went to see second foreign. Wan Yinyang's voice suddenly rose. Why did fifth young lady look for second foreign? Second foreign has already gone crazy. This servant wanted to secretly eavesdrop, but fifth young lady brought along a few maids to block it. The rest of the people were far away from the room and could not hear or see. Lu Hua asked, Yinyang, what should be done now? Wan Yinyang walked around the room in bewilderment and muttered to herself, what is going on? Could it be that fifth young lady went to see second foreign? But second foreign and fifth young lady previously had many disagreements, so how could fifth young foreign be so kind? She looked at Shen Dongling. Dongling, what do you say? Shen Dongling lowered her eyes and thought for a moment before saying, since one cannot eavesdrop, then stay here obediently and do not ask. Fifth younger sister is not a simple person. Since she has done it, she has made thorough preparations. No matter how many methods we use, I think we won't be able to find out. Could it be that this is over? Wan Yinyang was somewhat unwilling. What if she conspires with second foreign to do something? Second madam and fifth younger sister are not the kind of people who would forget enmity with a smile. You and Shenling Shen, Shen, second Shen, and the Shen is, Shen, the Ling, Fu Yang Fu. Outside, Yu, Dong, In, Shen, Ling, Yu, and Shen outside of Kaiyun Yuan, Du Yu, Bai Lu, and Shuang Jiang stood a few steps away from the house as Xianxia followed Shen Miao into the house. The rest of the maids in the courtyard were doing their own things in a well-behaved manner. Ren Wanyan had already gone crazy, so the servants naturally did not need to fawn on her and rush to please her. People were like this, stepping on the weak and fawning on the strong. Moreover, Ren Wanyan's methods of treating the servants were harsh, so compared to Ren Wanyan, they were more willing to fawn on the gentle and virtuous Wan Yinyang. Thus, facing Shen Miao, who had the support of the first household, these maids did not stop her at all. But not everyone was like this. Ren Wanyan had her own confidants for so many years, and that was her personal maids, Xiang Lan and Kai Ju. At this moment in the room, Xiang Lan and Kai Ju were staring at Shen Miao like a tiger watching its prey. Facing both of their fierce gazes, Shen Miao did not know what to do. Since both of them were not willing to go out, there was no harm in them hearing. On the bed, the foreign was wrapped in a blanket as she sat in the corner. Her eyes were lax and her hair seemed to be combed but messed up by herself. There was even saliva dripping from her clothes. Her lips were slightly moving and she did not look at anyone but only looked up at the sky, not knowing what she was saying. Fifth young lady, now you have seen that our foreign's health is not well, and if you disturb like this, it will only worsen foreign's condition. Xiang Lan said. Today I am here to tell second Shen about a matter. Shen Miao smiled gently. One think that second Shen already know about it. Even though she is ill, the news should still be sensitive. Second older brother was executed at noon today and his body is lying in the coffin and will soon be buried. Fifth young lady, foreign is already ill. One cannot listen to these words. Kaiju shouted sharply. It was just that even though Xiang Lan and Kaiju had a stern expression, they really did not have the guts to make a move on Shen Miao and forcefully throw her out. Now they knew that Shen Miao was not a person that was easy to deal with. For the second household to be in such a situation, a large part of it was because of Shen Miao secretly adding fuel to the fire. Shen Miao could almost be counted as the second household's enemy, but now not only was Shen Miao scheming, she also had Shen Xian and wife backing her up. In this second household that was getting fewer by the day, no one dared to go against her. Shen Miao did not even bother about the two maids and looked at Ren Wanyun with a smile. One think that second Shen also know that when second older brother was executed, there was no one in the residence to visit. Second Shu, third Shen, old foreign, not a single one. She looked at Ren Wanyun. I think that if second Shen was not ill, she would definitely go back to send second older brother on his last journey. Now on the road to the netherworld, second older brother would be alone. How pitiful. Fifth young lady. Xiang Lan could not help but shout again. What are you afraid of? Shen Miao's lips hooked up. Second Shen is now ill and would not understand my words. Could it be that you are afraid that I will agitate second Shen? Naturally not. Xiang Lan quickly denied. Then you better stay obediently and shut up. Shen Miao raised her brows. Otherwise I have ways to make you never to serve your foreign. Xianlan and Kaiju were shocked in their hearts. The certainty in Shen Miao's words actually made them feel a chill run down their spines. Before second brother left, second aunt fell ill, so she didn't get to see second brother. I think second brother must be very sad in his heart. It's really sad that he didn't even get to see his parents when he died. Ren Wanyan was still staring at the ceiling with an infatuated look on her face. However, the fingers of the hand that was placed beside her bent slightly. A few days ago Wan Yinyang came to look for me. Shen Miao smiled. It seems that she is anxious to build a good relationship with me. If in the future I speak a few good words for her in front of old foreign, then the possibility of second Shu supporting her as a pingfei would be much higher. When these words came out, Xianlan and Kaiju's complexion turned pale. Everyone knew that Wan Yinyang of the second household had regained favor. In the past, Ren Wanyan had forced Wansher to endure silently, and when Wansher gained power in one day and was even promoted to be the equal wife, would she not take revenge? She had already separated from Shen Gui and was also disliked by old Shen Foreign, so how miserable would Ren Wanyan's days be in the future? Naturally I am not willing. Shen Miao tilted her head and thought about it. Second Shen is the main household in the residence, so naturally I will stand on second Shen's side. But Wan Yinyang looked like she was not reconciled. Moreover, now seventh younger brother is still in front of old foreign, but when seventh younger brother grows up, Wan Yinyang would be promoted as a pingfei and second Shen. You are still ill. Wouldn't seventh younger brother be raised in front of Wan Yinyang? TSK, for Wan Yinyang to build a good relationship with me, is it because of this consideration? You dare to have any ideas on my seventh older brother? I will definitely make you wish you were dead. In the corner, Ren Wanyan roared. One did not know why her voice was so rough and unpleasant to listen to. And that pair of eyes that were staring at the sky from the moment they entered the room had unknowingly locked onto Shen Miao's body. There was a fierce glint like that of a vicious wolf. Why would I have any ideas on seventh younger brother? Shen Miao gently smiled. If second Shen do not believe, I can swear that if I have any ideas on seventh older brother, then let the heavens strike me with lightning and die a horrible death. When the words were spoken, there was some surprise in the eyes of the few people in the room. Xianxia, who had not spoken all along, was somewhat anxious. How could Shen Miao make such a heavy oath? They had always regarded oaths very seriously, and Shen Miao said it so calmly that she did not even have the chance to stop it. Ren Wanyan did not relax her vigilance against Shen Miao because of this and sneered, You tried every possible means to come here and say all these provocative words to see if I am crazy or not. It would not be just to make this poison oath, right? She said, Shen Miao, I cannot win against you. It is me who have underestimated you. If I can redo it, I will definitely kill you before you have grown to this age and will not be soft-hearted. Second Shen really knows how to joke. Shen Miao said, When have you been soft-hearted towards me? You have already forced me to such a point, and Qing'er and Yuan'er's mishap is not unrelated to you. If it was not for seventh older brother, I will definitely perish together with you. Ren Wanyan gritted her teeth. I know that second Shen is also not willing to perish together with seventh younger brother, so I also know that second Shen will not be sick for long. What exactly do you want to do? Ren Wanyan stared at her. What other means do you have? Do not hesitate to use them? Shen Miao smiled warmly. Second Shen need not be so unreasonable. I came here to give you a way out. Way out? Ren Wanyan said sadly, since it has reached such a point, what way out do I have? Could it be that second Shen thinks that the current situation is the worst? Shen Miao was surprised. Second Shen has always been intelligent, how can one be so muddled? What do you want to say? Ren Wanyan's face sank. It's simple. Shen Miao smiled. Now in the courtyard, Wan Yinyang is coaxing second Shu until he is happy. Second Shen had never thought that if Wan Yinyang gave birth to a son for second Shu. What should seventh brother do? Ren Wanyan's body stiffened. Second Shen is also well aware of whether second Shu values Wan Yinyang or second Shen, thus it is unknown whether second Shu values Wan Yinyang's son or seventh younger brother. If there was a day when Wan Yinyang was promoted to be a Ping wife, this second household would have 2D sons, but these 2D sons are not biological brothers. You guess, Shen Miao lowered her voice, will they kill each other? Ren Wanyan's heart jumped when she heard this. That one has Wan Yinyang's protection, seventh younger brother has second Shen's protection, but second Shen, at that time, will you still be able to speak in the second household like before? Shen Miao's words stabbed the heart and Ren Wanyin could not help but retort, that slut did not give birth to a son before and it is even more impossible for her to give birth to a son in the future. Second Shen is indeed smart. Shen Miao sighed, this is what I want to say. Could it be that second Shen thinks that other than Wan Yinyang, second Shu will not have any other woman? She was so magnanimous in discussing the matters between men and women of the elders and her composure made one gasp in amazement. Ren Wanyin was surprised by Shen Miao's words. That's right, she was clearer than anyone else about Shen Gui's conduct. How could Shen Gui only have one woman? When she was still the matriarch, Shen Gui would bring concubines into the house one after another. If it was not for the fact that she fed those foxes the broth to end their offspring, one feared that the second household would be overcrowded. You see, one can guard against it for a while but not for a lifetime. Even if one can guard against Wan Yinyang, there will still be other Yinyangs. There are innumerable women in the world that can give birth to children and there are also innumerable women that want to enter the second household. Unless second Shen can still control the inner courtyard like in the past and feed all of second Shu's women the broth to end their offspring, but does the current second Shen still have that ability? Even if there is, that year Wan Yinyang still gave birth to third older sister. In the future, will there be another Wan Yinyang? There was a little panic on Ren Wanyan's face. Shen Miao's words were stabbing a knife into her soft ribs. The only thing she could rely on was giving birth to a son. If she did not even have this, what would happen in the future? Second Shen, could it be that you want to see the family that you have worked so hard to manage, the money and the residence, in the end not be obtained by second older brother or seventh younger brother, but by another woman's son? Second older brother is brilliant and outstanding. It was obvious that everything in the second household should belong to him, but now someone else came into the house and made wedding clothes for others. Are you willing? Ren Wanyin stared at Shen Miao, what do you want to say? I will give you a way out. Shen Miao smiled gently and took out a bag of things from her sleeves and placed it in Ren Wanyin's hands. Infertility medicine, for males to use. She said softly. Infertility medicine, for males to use. Ren Wanyin lowered her head and looked at the paper bag that Shen Miao placed in her hands and could not help but tremble. How is it a good idea to give any Yinyang an infertility medicine? Even if one cannot give birth to a son, there will be a second one and a third one. Second Shen, you will not be able to guard against it all. Shen Miao's words seemed to be slightly bewitching and when it landed on one's ears, it was pleasing to the ears. Why should I believe you? Who knows if it is arsenic inside? Ren Wanyin said contemptuously. If second Shen does not believe me, naturally one can let the maids bring some out to ask the physician or find an animal to feed it. If it is not possible, one can throw it away and buy it yourself. I am only pointing the way and second Shen has to be willing to do it. Why do I want to do this? Ren Wanyin stared at Shen Miao and said coldly. Why? Shen Miao thought for a moment, most likely if second Shu does not have the ability to bear children in the future, then seventh younger brother's D-son position would be stable. Not only that, as second Shu's only successor, seventh younger brother would definitely be able to obtain second Shu's favor. Things are precious when they are rare. Ren Wanyin smiled, do you think that I do not know what you are planning? Shen Miao, I have underestimated you. You want the second household to have no descendants. Words cannot be said like this. Shen Miao pretended to be surprised, how can the second household be considered to have no descendants? Isn't there still seventh younger brother? But could it be that second Shen thinks that in the future there will be another child with second Shu? She jokingly said, even if second Shen has this ability, it would also depend on whether second Shu is willing or not. Presumptuous. Xiang Lan angrily rebuked. You do not know shame. Ren Wanyin was so angry that her face turned red. Shen Miao's words were clearly ridiculing that she was old and that Shen Gui, that kind of person who lusted after beauty, was dismissive of her. But Ren Wanyin also understood that after so many years, Shen Gui was no longer as gentle to her as before. Her face was not attractive to Shen Gui and it would be difficult to have another child. Be it shameless or presumptuous, one is after all thinking for you. Shin Miao smiled gently, I have already given second Shin a way out. It is up to second Shin to choose whether to walk out or block the road. She stood up and seemed to have thought of something. She tilted her head and said, of course, second aunt can also tell second uncle about this. After all, you are a family. However, I have to remind you that my parents and old madam have already fallen out with each other. They've already shed all pretense of cordiality, so I'm not afraid of anything else. Ren Wanyin sat down and did not speak as Xiang Lan and Kaiju stared at Shin Miao vigilantly. That's all I have to say. Goodbye. Shin Miao smiled and walked out. After Shin Miao left, Xiang Lan stepped forward and looked at Ren Wanyin to ask, Foreign, really want to listen to fifth young lady's words? Fifth young lady definitely does not have any good intentions. Kaiju echoed, her doing this is obviously to deliberately go against master. It is going against master. Ren Wanyin said in a low voice, but now, master and I are no longer on the same line. Madam means. Xiang Lan's eyes widened. Ren Wanyin lowered her head and said, let me think again. In the eastern courtyard, naturally there were people paying attention to every move at this end. When Shin Miao and Xianxia just stepped out of the door, they saw an unfamiliar maid coming over with a smile. Fifth young lady, Wan Yinyang heard that you are in the courtyard and would like to invite you in for a chat. There are still some matters. Another day. Shin Miao did not give any face at all and directly refused. That maid was somewhat embarrassed but was helpless and could only watch Shin Miao and entourage walk away before turning around to report to Wan Yinyang. Is she trying to draw a line with us? Wan Yinyang was somewhat angry but there was more worry as she said to Shin Dongling, could this fifth young lady be walking together with foreign and want to deal with us together with foreign? How is it possible? Shin Dongling shook her head, because of eldest sister's matter, they would not be together. But why is fifth young lady always turning a blind eye to our good intentions? Wan Yinyang paced back and forth, could it be that she looks down on our background? Speaking till here, her voice dimmed, after all she is a young lady, Yinyang. Shin Dongling put down the book and said with some headache, what are you thinking about? Fifth younger sister is not willing to associate with us and it is definitely not because of our own reasons. I see that fifth younger sister is not warm to the entire Shin residence and one fear that she does not want to have any connection with the second household, thus she turned a blind eye to us. Since that is the case, there is no use in fawning and it is better to do less of such things in the future. But. Wan Yinyang still wanted to say something. There is no but. Shin Dongling interrupted her words, as long as we abide by the rules and do not make any mistakes, naturally there will not be any trouble. At the other end, Xianxia who had returned to the room was asking Shin Miao softly, young lady, will second foreign really drug second master? Of course. Shin Miao looked at her nails and said lightly, Ren Wanyin values children the most and now that one son and one daughter have been lost, there is only Shin Yuanbo left. Unfortunately Shin Gui is not a kind-hearted person so only by drugging Shin Gui would one be able to preserve Shin Yuanbo's position. But what if second foreign tell second master about this matter? Gu had been worried about this matter. No, if Shin Gui knew that he was drugged with an infertility drug, he would definitely hate Ren Wanyin to the bones. Even if Shin Yuanbo is his only child, he would also vent his anger on Shin Yuanbo. Even if Ren Wanyin wanted Shin Yuanbo to live well, she would hide this matter to death. Perhaps Shin Gui will never discover the fact that he is unable to give birth to a son. Even if the doctor had seen it, he would never think that it was Ren Wanyin who drugged him. Then. Xianxia clenched her teeth and seemed to be hesitating before finally saying, even if second foreign secretly drugged second master and second master really could not give birth to a son, isn't there still a seventh young master? The seventh young master is still young, but when he grows up and understands, he will probably seek revenge on Miss for the sake of the second young master and eldest young mistress. To raise an enemy since young, and young lady had made such an oath. Shin Miao said in front of Ren Wanyin that she must not have any ideas on Shin Yuanbo, otherwise the heavens would strike her with thunder. Such a heavy poison oath, even Xianxia was somewhat shocked to hear it now. Since the oath was made, I did not have any intention to hit Shin Yuanbo, Shin Miao said. Even so, seventh young master will definitely treat young lady as an enemy. Gu reminded, there is an enemy that is always lurking in the dark, let's wait until he grows up. Shen Miao smiled. Unfortunately, Xin Yuanbo did not have the chance to grow up. Just 1 year later, there was a plague in the Ding capital and Xin Yuanbo died because of smallpox. At that time Shen Miao had already married to Fu Xiaoyi and at that time the entire Ding capital was in a state of panic. Luckily Xianxia and the rest were fighting in the northwest region and escaped the calamity. It was still alright for the noble families in the city but many of the poor commoners died. Xin Yuanbo was not able to escape the calamity. Shen Miao had always believed that heaven's justice was clear and karma was not good, it was just that one had to see if the retribution was enough. The sins that Shen Gui and wife did in the past lifetime was retribution on Xin Yuanbo. But the second household still had Xin Yuan and Shen Qing, and in this lifetime without Xin Yuan and Shen Qing, following the path of the previous lifetime, Xin Yuanbo would eventually lose his life. Rather than being ruthless now, it was better to let them live with hope. Shen Gui thought that he still had a son and Ren Wanyan also thought that Xin Yuanbo would replace Xin Yuan, but there would be a day when Xin Yuanbo was unable to escape the heavenly Tao's misfortune. At that time, the seeds of despair hidden in the second household would break through the soil and drown the entire second household. The second household was destined to have no descendants, but now they were filled with hope, not knowing that the footsteps of misfortune were slowly approaching them, waiting for the scythe to fall and completely reap the lives of the entire household. The chess path was already prepared and the chess pieces were moving forward step by step. Was this not good? Young lady, Mo Qing came over previously. Bai Lu walked in and said with some difficulty, he said that the banknotes that were previously given were all spent. Still need to go to Bao Xiang Lu? Bai Lu was somewhat embarrassed and also somewhat did not understand. How would there be a master who would give money to the subordinate to find a young lady? Moreover, it was not an ordinary squandering. How was this letting the subordinate do the work? It was clearly giving money for the subordinate to enjoy. What was even more hateful was that Mo Qing got such a good job and every time he would put on a look of pain that made one's teeth hurt. Go and take another 500 taels of silver for him. Shen Miao said. Bai Lu revealed a pained expression and heard Shen Miao instructing, also let Mo Qing say that sentence to Lu Ying. The few maids in the room were surprised for a moment and looked curiously at Shen Miao. After all, none of them knew what that sentence that Shen Miao said was. Just as Bai Lu was about to go out, she suddenly remembered something. Young lady, previously Rong Jing Tang's Zhang Mama came over and seemed to want to inquire about the matter of master and foreign separating from the family. Ever since that day when she heard the truth from Jing Guanxing's mouth, Luo Shuiyan and old Shen Foreign had a big fight and she told the matter to Xianxia. Naturally Xianxia was unable to restrain his anger and immediately went to Rong Jing Tang to reason with old Foreign. Luo Shuiyan wholeheartedly wanted to separate from the family and after the matter, Xianxia was disheartened with the Shen family and naturally agreed. Even if they did not want the assets that old General Shen had left behind, they still wanted to firmly separate from the family. Old Shen Foreign knew that she still needed to borrow Xianxia's money and prestige, so in a moment of desperation, she pretended to faint from a stroke, which made one feel angry and funny at the same time. Now that Zhang Mama came to inquire about the news, naturally she wanted to probe the first household's intentions and thought that Xianxia and Luo Shuiyan only said so in a moment of anger. If she comes to ask again, tell her that we have made up our mind to separate from the family, and ask her to take good care of old madam. If old madam does not recover after a long time, it would be good to ask the elders of the family to come. The elders in the tribe had always looked down on old Shen Foreign's background and when old General Shen was alive, he favored Xianxia so naturally the elders would be biased towards Xianxia. When the people from the clan came to separate from the family, they would definitely not let old Shen Foreign get any benefits. This servant understands. Bai Lu smiled as she left the room. Shen Miao sat down in front of the table. This lifetime's journey had just begun and one had to plan so much. However, it was not an easy matter to protect the Shen family at the same time as taking revenge. It had to be done step by step. These disturbances in the Ding capital were just a joke after one's meal. After talking about it, one would laugh it off and no one would remember it. Even if it was a topic of conversation, after a few days, it would be covered by fresh matters. When people die, the lights go out. The world was just that cold. Bao Xianglu was still as lively as usual. Recently there was a new batch of Persian dancers who were beautiful and bold. All the aristocratic young masters in the capital flocked to them like ducks. Bao Xianglu's business was flourishing, but now it was almost overcrowded. Men were greedy for novelty and liked the new and hated the old. The new dancers were very popular for a while the former top courtesans seemed to be deserted and depressed. However, among these greedy men, there was one who was different. When he walked to the door, the young lady at the door waved her handkerchief and giggled, "Master Mo, today there is no need to order young lady Luing, right?" Mo Qing placed the money in the young lady's hand and said, "Old rules." That young lady was half jealous and half envious as she said, "This lord is indeed a sentimental person. Luing is really a blessing that was cultivated in the previous lifetime." Finishing, she twisted her waist and went upstairs to call someone. When everyone was rushing over to the new young lady, Mo Qing was unshakable as he pointed at Lu Ying's name. Those who did not know would think that he had fallen in love with Lu Ying, but only he and Lu Ying knew whether he had fallen in love or not. Opposite Bao Xianglu, at the window seat of Kuaihualu, 3 people were drinking with each other. Ji Yushu pointed to Mo Qing's figure from afar as he entered Bao Xianglu. "Look, look." He went over again. "What is there to look at?" Dao Yang rolled his eyes at Ji Yushu. "Go once every 3 days, one night at a time, and leave at dawn the next day without staying for a moment longer. This is something that you've memorized by heart. Is there a need to be surprised?" Ji Yushu was not to be outdone as he stared back at Gao Yang. "Are you stupid? We both know about this, but Xia Sanqiong has just come back, how would he know? I'm not trying to make it clear to him." Opposite of the two of them, Xie Jingxing was leaning on the sofa lazily looking at Bao Xianglu. Today, for the first time, he did not wear purple clothes but wore a black narrow-waist long robe, making him look much colder. However, upon closer inspection, there seemed to be a travel-worn expression on his face. It was obvious that he had just returned from his journey. "Xia-san, how did it go? How are those people?" Gao Yang asked. "They're all death warriors. If we can't get anything out of them, we'll kill them all." Xie Jingxing was a little distracted. "Time is tight, we have to move quickly." "What is the use of moving fast?" Ji Yushu complained, the thing was not found. Xin Yuan had previously made a move and was close to Fu Xiaoyi, so he might have some chips in his hands. But now that he is dead. Dao Yang muttered to himself, Fu Xiaoyi should think of ways to find something from Xin Yuan's body. "I want to make another trip to the Shen residence." Xie Jingxing frowned, "It is impossible not to find it." Hey, forget it, let's not talk about this for now." Ji Yushu interrupted their conversation, "Speaking of which, we have been waiting here for so long and see this surnamed Mo running to Bao Xianglu every 3 to 5 days. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that Miss Shen treated her servants so generously? Even the money for the servant to look for the young lady was taken out as well. For such a cushy job, to be so generous, you are even more generous than me, the shopkeeper of Feng Xian pawn shop. Have you ever seen a girl run away at dawn every day?" Dao Yang looked at Ji Yushu. "Why do I remember that when you look for young lady Xiao Yao, you would always stay in others' boudoir and not leave, wishing that you could stick to her side every day? The spring night is bitter and short, so how would one be so unromantic? At least you would draw her brows and talk to her. Leaving within 2 hours every time, it is like completing a task. Have your eyes grown to the sky?" Xie Jingxing glanced at the two of them. "Can't you see that there's someone on the other side?" His eyes swept downwards and the other two were surprised for a moment. Following Xie Jingxing's gaze, they saw a green-clad male standing at the corner of the street opposite Bao Xianglu, looking at Lu Ying's little building in a daze. "Looks rather ordinary," Ji Yushu said, seeing him dressed so shabbily. "One look and one can tell that he wants to go in to look for a young lady. Does he have money to satisfy his craving? What is the difference? This person." Dao Yang looked from afar, the figure is somewhat familiar, as if one had seen it somewhere. "Pei Lang," Xie Jingxing said. "Who is Pei Lang?" Ji Yushu asked. "Guang Wentang's teacher." "I remember." Gao Yang also said, "Previously seen him at the palace banquet. But what is he doing here?" "Teacher?" Ji Yushu swallowed his saliva. "Teacher also came to visit the brothel?" This Guangwen Tang was said to be the academy that all the noble families in the Ding capital had to enter, so how could a teacher be so morally corrupt? You visit the brothel all day, why is it not morally corrupt? Gao Yang asked Ji Yushu. Ji Yushu retorted, I do not teach students. Shut up. Xie Jingxing said, such a big person is here and both of you did not discover it? I also do not know him. Ji Yushu felt wronged, there are so many people coming and going outside Baoxiang Lu and I only pay attention to the abnormal. This gentleman did not look any different, so how would I know that he is a teacher? Dao Yang looked at Xie Jingxing, you feel that there is a problem with Pei Lang? But he is just a poor scholar. Shen Miao never do unnecessary things, there must be a reason for her subordinate to look for Lu Ying. Previously I did not understand, but after seeing him, I understand. Xie Jingxing's eyes landed on Pei Lang in the distance. You are saying? Gao Yang was deep in thought, this Shen Miao took such a big detour, and it was actually directed at Pei Lang? Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up into a smile and there seemed to be a deep meaning in his eyes, one do not know why but feel that Shen Miao especially values this Pei Lang. From the things that were investigated, Pei Lang is just a poor scholar, so there must be a problem. This is not simple. Ji Yushu exclaimed, I know the reason behind it. Gao Yang and Xie Jingxing turned their heads to stare at him. Ji Yushu coughed and said with a beaming smile, too simple. I looked at the figure and saw that this person should be a jade tree with extraordinary looks and in addition he is a teacher, so he would definitely show that he is knowledgeable. Shen young lady is after all in her budding years and when such a young lady met a talented and good-looking teacher, it would be the first awakening of love and her heart would be in love. Who would have thought that the teacher is a hypocrite who visits the brothel? In a fit of anger, Shen young lady simply led her subordinate to buy that courtesan's brand. Wait. Gao Yang asked, why Shen Miao likes Pei Lang but buy Lu Ying's brand? Ji Yushu thought hard for a while before replying, most likely it is because Pei Lang could not afford to buy Lu Ying's brand, so Shen young lady let the servants buy Lu Ying's brand. Pei Lang could not even be compared to a servant, so he must be angry in his heart. Shen young lady wants to anger Pei Lang to death. The more Ji Yushu spoke, the more excited he became, until his saliva flew and he almost climbed onto the table. You all look. Pei Lang had seriously injured young Miss Shen. You're just a young lady, yet you're willing to throw away 1,000 pieces of gold for your beauty. Gao Yang held his forehead with a headache. Ji Yushu, did you listen to some inexplicable drama in the brothel again? You guys have fun, I'll leave first. Xie Jingxing stood up expressionlessly and glanced at Ji Yushu. If you are bored and the tower prison lacks people, then pack up and go over with Tai Yi. Ji Yushu immediately became like a frosted eggplant and did not make a sound. On the other side, in the Firefly hut, Mo Qing was still sitting at the table drinking tea as usual. Lu Ying had now completely given up on Mo Qing. Previously she still wanted to conquer this man, but now she did not even have any thoughts of conquering and had completely lost her temper. Thus she did not even comb her makeup and walked over to pick up the silver ingot that Mo Qing placed on the table and put it into the box. She then sat opposite Mo Qing and poured a cup of tea to take a sip before saying in a lukewarm manner, many thanks to Gentleman Mo for supporting Lu Ying as usual, so that Lu Ying would not be unable to eat in such a bad time. When the other young ladies were snatched away by the new Persian dancers, only Mo Qing continued to support her. The young ladies in the building were extremely envious and jealous of Lu Ying, but did not know that in Lu Ying's eyes, Mo Qing was just an eccentric person. Most likely Mo Qing liked to take the money and stare blankly in the brothel. Lu Ying also did not intend to chat with Mo Qing. This Mo Qing had come over so many times but he never spoke a word to her. If it was not that he would speak to the young lady downstairs, Lu Ying would think that Mo Qing was a mute. But today, Mo Qing had spoken to her for the first time. Mo Qing said, it is not me. She was too surprised that Lu Ying could only stare at him. The one who gave you the money is not me. Mo Qing said. Lu Ying was puzzled, what money? My master wants me to come here every 3 days to look for you and give you the money and do nothing. This was most likely the longest sentence that Mo Qing had said since he came to Baoxiang Lu, but when the words were spoken, Lu Ying's eyes suddenly became vigilant. She stood up, who is your master? Mo Qing shook his head, cannot say. You. Lu Ying glared at him. Master said that after a few more days, she will come and see you. Mo Qing said, do not receive other guests for the time being. Lu Ying smiled, eldest brother, I do not know who your master is and do not know what he wants to do, but I am a young lady of Bao Xiang Lu, and now that the economy is so bad, I am not the top card that was just made famous. If I do not receive other guests, what would I eat or drink? You will support me. Mo Qing did not say anything. Seeing that Mo Qing did not say anything, Lu Ying became even angrier and a nameless fire rose in her heart. At this time, no matter if it was sincere or not, other males would still say a few comforting words, I will support you. Even if it was to deceive others, no one would take anyone's words seriously in the brothel. This Mo Qing was good, he was simply a blockhead and loved to be serious, not even willing to say a few good words to deceive others. Once he got angry, he wanted to coax others, but just as he opened his mouth, Lu Ying became silent again. Mo Qing was indeed not a person in the brothel, and he himself said that he was only acting on his master's orders. Thinking of this, she felt that it was meaningless to ask him about these things. Mo Qing saw Lu Ying's expression changing and was somewhat baffled. He hesitated for a moment before saying the words that Shen Miao did not instruct him to say. He said, my master is a good person, don't be afraid. Lu Ying was surprised for a moment and looked at Mo Qing, but Mo Qing lowered his head to drink his tea. Inexplicably, Lu Ying's mood became better and she said, why should I believe you? Mo Qing, that night, there were no stars and no moon. Shen Miao stayed in Luo Shuiyan's room and chatted with Luo Shuiyan before preparing to return to her courtyard. On the way, Xianxia told Shen Miao about the news that she had inquired during the day, young lady, one heard that the Jing family will set off for Suzhou this afternoon, and before leaving, they took away all the valuable furnishings in Ron Jingtang's side courtyard. This is really like a robber's action. Old Foreign was so angry that she almost had a stroke again. This stroke again was said with a hint of mockery. Everyone knew that when old Shen Foreign was flustered and exasperated, she would involuntarily have a stroke. But now it could be considered that she had met her match. The shameless one had met an even more shameless one. Speaking of which, one really admired the Jing family's face. To be able to take away Ron Jingtang's things with such ease, it was really strange to the extreme. One did not think that the Jing family would speak in such a dignified manner and solemnly vow to seek an explanation for Biao young lady, but now they returned to Suzhou with their tails between their legs, so Biao young lady did not care. Knowing that Biao young lady would not have a good ending in the Sun family, but did not think of any way at all. Originally they said it so ruthlessly, but it was only to ask for more money. Xianxia said. Commoners do not fight with officials. Shen Miao's lips slightly hooked up. One think that the Jing family also know that they have caused a big disaster. Not a good person. Xianxia's lips twitched. Shen Miao declined to comment. The Jing family rushed back to Suzhou through the night, but how could they rush back in time? Sun Tianjing was not a soft persimmon. Initially when Shen Qiu had an accident, Jing Chuchu escaped, but the rest of the Jing family did not escape. Sun Tianjing was never a soft-hearted person, so no one knew what happened on the way back to Suzhou. Just as they walked to the courtyard, Shen Miao was about to push the door open to enter when she suddenly paused and swept a glance at the window. Xianxia. Shen Miao said, go and boil the water first. I want to bathe. Make it hotter. Xianxia was startled for a moment before nodding her head in agreement. Shen Miao pushed the door open and walked in. She walked past the outer hall, past the folding screen and walked into her own boudoir before closing the door. The light of the oil lamp swayed slightly, and one could see a person sitting crookedly in front of the table. His robe seemed to be flowing dark gold, making the darkness in the room shine brightly. He propped his head up with one hand and the other hand was flipping through the books on Shen Miao's table in boredom. When he heard movement, he casually turned his head and revealed a handsome face with red lips and white teeth. Why did you return so late? Xie Jingxing was somewhat dissatisfied. I did not seem to have invited you. Shen Miao looked at him calmly, little Marquis Xia. I waited for you for a long time. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows, I am already hungry. Shen Miao said, get lost. Get lost. Hearing that, Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up and turned his head to look at Shen Miao with interest, long time no see. Your temper is getting more and more irritable. Shin Miao sat down in front of the table and said coldly, "You still like to come uninvited as usual." If Xianxia was seen in her room, one did not know how much trouble it would cause. But this person always liked to do such things, as if there was danger in his bones. Shin Miao had already decided to stay away from Xianxia as the other person had too many secrets, and now Xianxia came over himself. How could she not be angry? "Passing by this place and conveniently came over to see you." Xianxia shrugged his shoulders and changed to a more comfortable position. Today he was wearing plain clothes with a white collar. It was the season of snow, but because of his outstanding brows, the room was filled with the feeling of spring. He stroked his chin and said, "There is one more thing to ask you." "Speak." Shin Miao was not willing to say a word more to him. When Xianxia saw Shin Miao's attitude, he was not annoyed and said, "Is there anyone in the residence that Xin Yuan trusts?" Hearing that, Shin Miao looked at Xianxia with some surprise. She did not think that the person that Xianxia wanted to ask was Xin Yuan. Even though she was not clear of Xianxia's purpose, she still said, "No." Xin Yuan's return to the capital was short and he is not close to the people in the residence. "Why did you ask him?" "Just came over from his courtyard." Xianxia said lazily, "Did not find anything so came over to ask." Shin Miao's eyes drooped as she pondered. Could it be that Xianxia wanted to find something at Xin Yuan's place but could not find it, so he thought that Xin Yuan had passed the thing to someone he trusted, thus he inquired from her. "What exactly are you looking for?" Shin Miao asked, "Is it the same as the thing in Prince Yu Residence's secret chamber?" When the words were said, the room suddenly became quiet for a moment. For a moment, Shin Miao could feel the biting cold air that burst out from Xianxia's side. But that dangerous atmosphere only lasted for a moment and very quickly Xianxia laughed. When he laughed, he was as elegant as jade, but that pair of peach blossom eyes could not conceal the sharpness. Xianxia did not answer Shin Miao's words but asked, "These days you are also living well. One heard that the second household of the Shin family is about to be defeated. Little Marquis knows the matters of the Shin residence like the back of his hand. If one did not know, one would think that you are from the Shin residence." Shin Miao ridiculed. Xianxia spread out his hands, "No choice, the Shin residence's guards are like decorations and the things that happened were interesting so it would be hard to not know." He sized up Shin Miao, "It is just that I have underestimated your ruthlessness. You can give it a try too." Xianxia looked at her with a smile. "I don't have that much time." "It sounds like you are very busy." Shin Miao stared at him, "But you have so much free time to visit other people's mansions." When she said this, she showed a little anger. Xianxia could always easily draw out the little emotions in her heart. If Xianxia, Gu Yu and the rest were to see this, they would definitely be shocked by Shin Miao's current expression. Because it had been a long time since Shin Miao had revealed such frank emotions. Whether it was anger or annoyance, these were all things that the previous Shin Miao would have. Xianxia said, "Young lady's temper is always so heavy." Shin Miao said in a bad mood, "The questions have already been asked and you are still not leaving?" Xianxia stood up and patted his clothes. He really opened the back window and planned to leave from the window when he suddenly thought of something and turned back to look at her strangely before asking, "Almost forgot to ask you. Shin Miao, do you admire Pei Lang?" Shin Miao, before she could speak, she saw Xianxia looking at her from head to toe with disdain in his eyes. It should also be useless. His figure disappeared in a blink of an eye. This bastard. Shin Miao almost ground her teeth. But one saw Xianxia knocking on the door from the outside. "Young lady, the water has started to boil. This servant will help you put in the spices." Upon entering, she asked curiously, "Why is young lady standing in front of the window?" "Be careful not to catch a cold." Shin Miao withdrew her gaze. "Nothing, I just chased away a wild cat." "A wild cat?" Xianxia smiled. "It is common for wild cats to appear in this season, but they only disturb one's dreams. One will chase them out tomorrow to save trouble. It is better to add arsenic." Shin Miao said, "Clean death." "Eh?" Xianxia was somewhat puzzled. At the other end of the Shin residence, Wan Yinyang's eyes were filled with worry and seemed to be somewhat resentful as she said to Shin Dongling, One do not know what fifth young lady said to Foreign that day, but these days the servants in Kaiyunyuan said that Foreign's illness is getting better day by day. Now that he recognized him, he didn't throw a tantrum. Now that he was able to do things, he even asked the servant beside him to cook porridge for his master. It seemed like he wanted to regain his master's favor. If that day really comes, I'm afraid that it will be another day of suffering for us. Wan Yinyang was somewhat complaining. It seems that fifth young lady really want to help Foreign and even treat Foreign's illness. Shen Dongling was combing her long hair in front of the table. When she let her long hair down, it just so happened that she was facing the light, and the pale color on her face eased up a bit. Her face became even sharper, and her eyes were big. She was a vivid little beauty. She said, Yinyang is worrying too much. No matter how great fifth sister's ability is, it is impossible for her to bring the dying back to life. It seems that Madam has always been pretending to be crazy. Fifth younger sister said something to her and made her think it through and stop pretending. What? Wan Yinyang was shocked. Linger, you said that Foreign had been acting crazy all along. Then for so long, Master has been taking care of us. Isn't it all seen by Madam? Once Madam has the chance, she will definitely not let us off. What's there to worry about, Aunt? Shen Dongling casually combed her hair with a silver comb as she said, because of Dejiejia and second brother's matter, Father already looks down on Foreign. Even if Madam really woke up, Father would at most be tolerant towards her on the surface, but in his heart, he would definitely be disgusted. It is impossible for Foreign to regain her previous position, and Foreign herself knows this. Yinyang can relax. Wan Yinyang was puzzled. Since Foreign knew that Master would not forgive her, why did she not continue to pretend to be crazy? What did fifth miss say to her that made her change her mind? Madam has nothing but seventh younger brother now. Fifth younger sister is probably making a fuss about seventh younger brother's matter. Yinyang must also work hard to give father a son. No matter if it's a bastard son or a legitimate son, as long as you give birth to a son, you will be able to stand firm here in the future. No one will dare to step on your head. Wan Yinyang smiled bitterly. How would she not want to give birth to a son? In the early years, she was completely suppressed by Ren Wanyun, and if she did not give birth to Shen Dongling, who was a daughter, both mother and daughter would not be able to live until now. Now Ren Wanyun was crazy, but Xingui had always been fickle in relationships, and she was not a young female, so how could she keep Xingui's heart? How could they coincidentally give birth to a son? As her thoughts ran wild, Wan Yinyang diverted the topic. What is the use of saying all these? Linger might as well guess what fifth young lady is trying to do. Helping Foreign is the same as going against us. That might not be so. Shen Dongling shook her head. Fifth younger sister is not a simple person, and currently our position in the second household is not high. Even so, it is already very good. In short, do not get involved in these matters and live your own life, otherwise one would accidentally invite trouble upon oneself. Wan Yinyang listened with fear and trepidation and asked tentatively, so, do not look, do not ask and do not speak. Shen Dongling looked at herself in the mirror. Let nature take its course. There will be a day when we can live a good life. In the Shen residence, not only the people of Kaiyun Yuan were discussing about the matter, in Qiushui Yuan, Ren Wanyun's name was also mentioned. Chenro Qiu was wearing a plain white robe as she sat on the bed and said, Second Saw's health is getting better. Master, what did second older brother's side say? Shenwan rubbed his forehead. Because of Xingyuan's matter, the colleagues in court were quite critical of the Shen family. Even he was implicated, and these days were not easy. He shook his head. Second older brother did not mention about this matter. Even if second Saw is really well, the second household would only be left with seventh older brother. Chenro Qiu said, second older brother's temperament is. In the future, when each household brings concubines back, one fear. Speaking till here, there was a feeling of the fox grieving for the rabbit's death. The difference between her and Ren Wanyun was that Chenro Qiu was able to firmly grasp Shenwan's heart, but the third household did not have any sons, and now that Xinyuan was dead, in old Shenforan's eyes, one feared that she was anxious to let her two sons bear branches and disperse leaves. Xingui's side was unfilial and was not a devoted person, but on Shenwan's side, if he was pressed, Chenro Qiu could not help but panic. How long could a man's favor last? But her stomach did not live up to expectations. Shenwan noticed that Shenrochio's expression was ugly and asked puzzledly, "What is wrong with you? Is your body not feeling well?" Shenrochio forced a smile and shook her head, "Just thought of eldest brother and eldest Sa's matter." After a pause, Shenrochio then said, "Eldest brother and eldest Sa have already decided to separate and even threatened to invite the elders of the family. One fear that they are not afraid of carrying the charge of being unfilial. This matter was not handled properly by mother." Shenwan said, "Being held by others, and if eldest brother was angered, he would mention the matter of mother framing Chioer and the entire capital would poke our backbones." Shenrochio nodded her head, "Correct. Most likely it is because of this point that eldest brother and eldest Sa are so sure." Shenrochio said, "It has been peaceful for so many years. Why is there a need to separate at this juncture?" She could not help but think of Shen Miao. Ever since Shen Miao's temperament changed, many things in the Shen residence had quietly changed. In the past Xianxia and wife treated the rest of the Shen family well, but that was because Shen Miao treated them well. Now that Shen Miao showed her dissatisfaction, Xianxia and wife's attitude immediately changed. Shenwan sighed as Shenrochio asked, "Master, is there any leeway to turn this matter around?" Shenwan shook his head. "If it were us, we wouldn't be able to accept it either." Big Brother and his family were people who couldn't tolerate a grain of sand in their eyes, and the one they valued the most was Xiaowu. The Jing family and mother conspired against Chioer and Xiaowu, which was a taboo of eldest brother. They were already being merciful by only separating from the family. If it was eldest brother's temper in the past, I'm afraid he would have flipped this Shen residence upside down. But Shenruochio said, "It's not a good thing for us to separate now." Shenwan looked out of the window. "Now that the second household has suffered heavy losses, second older brothers and my career are blocked. In the past we could still rely on eldest brother's influence, but once the family is separated, everyone would know that the Shen family is not in harmony, and to curry favor with eldest brother, they would not associate with us. The Shen family's road would only be more difficult. Not only that, the money in the public purse." Shenrochio reminded. In the past Xianxian's rewards were numerous, but he was unable to spend it all year round in the northwest region, so he handed it all over to the public purse. Old Shen Foreign spent money extravagantly and Ren Wanyan occasionally had to subsidize it, so he lived like this. Now that the family was separated, even if Xianxian did not want the assets that the old general left behind, their days would only get more difficult. If it is only like this, then it is fine. Shenwan's eyes flashed a trace of gloominess. After the separation of the family, with eldest brother's military strength and reputation, he would only get better, and at the end he would suppress us. Comparing the two powers, one would have to reach this step. Shenrochio's heart was shocked when she heard it. She had been married to the Shen residence for so many years and naturally knew of the Shen residence's appearance. Xianxian and wife were not in the residence all year round, so they did not know, but she and Ren Wanyan were well aware of it. In this Shen residence, Xianxian and Shengue brothers did not crawl out from the same mother's womb so naturally, it was not sincere. The better Xianxian lived, the worse the other two households would be. There would be a day when everyone would be in opposition, but one did not think that this situation would come so quickly. "Master, even if it is for Yuer, one cannot let us be suppressed." Shenrochio massaged his shoulders, "But how to deal with them? Now that eldest brother is wary of us, it would not be that easy to take action." Shenwan shook his head. "Moreover, his soldiers are not ordinary, so it would be harder to find loopholes. One must wait for an opportunity." Shenwan said, "The most urgent matter is to find a good family for Yuer. Pay attention these days." Shenrochio probed, "Master, His Highness Prince Ding, first one must not have any ideas on Prince Ding." Shenwan said sharply, "Just after the matter of Yuan, the people in court are afraid of getting involved with the Shen family, and one need to pay more attention to the princes. If one were to think of Prince Ding at this time, Prince Ding would not be happy." Shenrochio nodded her head. "This concubine understands. Master should also rest early." On the morning of the second day, Shen Miao had just eaten when she saw Shuangjiang panting as she ran in. Upon entering the room, she said, "Young lady. Something happened. Speak slowly if there is something to say. Why are you so anxious?" Guyu reprimanded. Xianxia stuck out her tongue but still could not hold it back and spilled everything out. A few days ago, did the Jing family not set off back to Suzhou? Today the officials from that side said that the Jing family met with bandits on the way back and were all killed by the bandits. Knowing that the Jing family and Old Foreign have some relations, the officials then came to inform. Xianxia patted her chest and said with lingering fear, now this bandit is getting more and more rampant. They dared to kill people in broad daylight and did not leave a single person alive. If one knew it was like this, the Jing family would regret coming to the Ding capital. Shen Miao's eyes drooped down. Whether the Jing family was silenced by bandits or not, it would depend on one's thoughts. But Shen Miao knew that Sun Tianjing's methods had always been swift and decisive, just like in the court. This matter started because of Jing Chuchu and Sun Kainan lost his life. How could Sun Tianjing be willing? Shen Miao believed that if it was possible, Sun Tianjing could not wait to silence the entire Shen family. But the Shen family wasn't the Jing family. The Jing family would still have the same ending as in the previous lifetime, losing their lives because of Jing Chuchu's greed. Now that Jing Chuchu was still in Sun Tianjing's hands, Sun Tianjing would not let Jing Chuchu die easily. To live in despair like this was perhaps more painful than death. But this had nothing to do with her anymore. Shen Miao said to Guyu, what about the prepared things? Guyu said, it is in the chest, but... Guyu was somewhat hesitant, young lady, you really want, go and get it. Shen Miao interrupted her words. After an hour, 4 people walked out of the western courtyard's side door of the Shen residence. Among the 3 of them, the leader was a young gentleman with delicate features. He was wearing a moon-white robe and a hat, and could be considered as an elegant gentleman. It was just that he was a little short, but he was somewhat adorable like a carved jade. His pair of bright eyes were rarely clear. With this kind of looks, he would be sought after even in a small brothel. Following closely behind him were 2 people dressed as attendants. But when he walked, he was a little clumsy and awkward. Behind the follower was a guard. Compared to the 3 of them, he was much taller. Do not be afraid. Shen Miao said, be more courageous and do not give yourself away. These 3 people were not others but Shen Miao, Xianxia, Guyu, and Mo Qing. Xianxia and Guyu were not used to wearing male's clothing, so they had a sullen face and were somewhat afraid, but Shen Miao was very calm, which made Mo Qing's heart have some misgivings. However, she did not know that when she was a hostage in the Qin state, she was teased by the royal family. They made her dress up as a man for several months. Now that he was acting, he looked very lively. When the 3 of them boarded the carriage, Mo Qing personally drove the carriage and Guyu asked Shen Miao, young lady, are we really going to Bao Xianglu? Of course. But... Guyu said, we have words that cannot be said outside. If someone sees young lady visiting a brothel. She could not continue because Guyu did not know what would happen when a female visited a brothel. Bao Xianglu is a business place, and a business place only needs to pay money. Those who visit the brothel do not care about etiquette and morals, and it is originally a place to indulge in debauchery. No one would notice if they were to put on a show. Xianxia and Guyu looked at each other and saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Shen Miao's ideas were very big, and once she decided on something, even 9 bulls would not be able to pull her back. Moreover, there would always be all kinds of high-sounding reasons. Now that he had come this far, he could only wait and see. In the elegant room of Kuai Huolu, someone lifted the curtain and walked in. Ji Yushu said, third older brother Xia, you came just in time. There is something to tell you, Prince Ding. Huh? Gao Yang suddenly exclaimed. His hand that was holding the wine cup paused as he muttered to himself, why is it different this time? What's different? Xie Jingxing said as he sat down by the window. He poured himself a cup of tea and followed Gao Yang's gaze. Below Bao Xianglu, a horse carriage stopped and a few people came down. The person in the lead was Mo Qing. Behind Mo Qing, there were 3 youths that followed. In the past, the one with the surname Mo always came and went alone. Why are there so many people here today? Is this also Shen Miao's order? Gao Yang propped his chin up and sized him up. Let me see. Ji Yushu stretched his neck to take a look and a flash of inspiration appeared. Could it be that Shen young lady is actually using money to reward servants who do well? If the servants did a good job, they would be rewarded with a day trip to Baoxianglu. I also want to be a servant in Shenyang lady's residence. Step aside. Gao Yang pushed Ji Yushu's head away and said, why do I feel that these few people look somewhat familiar? Before he finished his words, he saw Xie Jingxing spurt out a mouthful of tea. Third brother. Ji Yushu, who was sprayed all over, jumped up in a flurry and said angrily as he tidied up his clothes, what are you doing? Xie Jingxing ignored him and stared at the few people downstairs in surprise. They actually came by themselves. Myself? Gao Yang caught on to the meaning behind his words and looked down carefully. When he saw it clearly, he almost fell over on his back. Who else could it be if it was not Shen Miao, who was the leader that was carved from jade? Under the heavens, there were really females who dressed as males to visit brothels. If one did not see it with one's own eyes, Gao Yang would have thought that such things would only appear in dramas. Shen Miao followed Mo Qing into Baoxianglu. When the young lady at the door saw Mo Qing, she went up to greet him with a smile. Lord Mo, it is better to pick young lady Lu Ying. Mo Qing nodded his head. That young lady then seemed to notice the few people behind Mo Qing and hesitated for a moment. These few. Together with me. Mo Qing said. That young lady was surprised for a moment before thinking of something and looked at Mo Qing mischievously. One did not think that Master Mo would have this kind of taste. No matter, the more people there are, the livelier it is. When Xianxia and Guyu heard it, their faces immediately turned red and Mo Qing also felt somewhat uncomfortable. The calmest person in the group was only Shen Miao. That young lady led them to Lu Ying's little building. Mo Qing had almost become a frequent visitor of Baoxianglu, and there was no young lady who did not know of him, thus it was not strange at all. It was just that it was rare to see such delicate and pretty gentlemen like Shen Miao and the rest, especially Shen Miao, who looked like she was carved from jade. From time to time there would be young ladies who would look over with a smile. When they reached Lu Ying's little building, the young lady who led the way knocked on the door and spoke. Lu Ying, Master Mo is here to see you. Finishing, she then said to Mo Qing and the rest, this servant will go down first. Mo Qing pushed the door open and walked in. There was a female sitting in front of the dressing mirror with clothes loosely draped over her body, and her black hair was like a waterfall as she was dressing up in front of the mirror. Hearing the commotion, she did not even turn her head back as she said, you came early today. Xianxia and Guyu looked at Mo Qing strangely before Mo Qing coughed twice, not only me. Lu Ying's hand that was dressing paused, and when she turned her head over, she was first startled when she saw Shen Miao and the rest before a trace of anger climbed up her pretty face. What is the meaning of this? Not waiting for Mo Qing to finish, Lu Ying sneered, if you want to play like this, it is possible, but you have to pay twice the amount of money. When the words were said, not only Xianxia and Guyu, even Shen Miao looked at Mo Qing strangely. Mo Qing was somewhat embarrassed as he did not know why Lu Ying, who treated him with a much better attitude a few days ago, flew into a rage today, and that kind of cold alienation started to appear again. Young lady Lu Ying, this one is Mo Qing's master. Shen Miao opened her mouth to break the deadlock and smiled gently, we are not here to play today. Xianxia and Guyu wanted to cover their eyes and could not wait to pretend that they did not know. Hearing the word mistress, Lu Ying was stunned and her eyes vigilantly sized up Shen Miao from head to toe. Shen Miao walked over and Xianxia and Guyu quickly moved the stool in front of the table closer to Lu Ying and waited for Shen Miao to sit down. You are the one who let Mo Qing come to my shop every day? Lu Ying asked. Shen Miao nodded. Lu Ying supported her chin with one hand and her gaze suddenly became flirtatious. This servant does not understand gentlemen's actions. Could it be that you have fallen in love with me? Mo Qing looked up at the sky. Lu Ying was after all a female in a brothel, and when she did such a brothel, it could be said that she had reached the point of perfection. Xianxia and Guyu revealed a look of disdain. Shen Miao looked at her, what does young lady Lu Ying think? Lu Ying carefully sized up Shen Miao and her gaze paused for a moment before suddenly smiling. This young lady wants to play the fake phoenix trick in the play script? She actually saw through Shen Miao's female identity. Shen Miao was not surprised. She was born delicate and pretty, and when she was dressed up as a male, her skin was as white as jade and her brows were similar. She was excessively delicate when she walked, so when one looked seriously, naturally it would not escape the eyes of others. I want to redeem your freedom. Shen Miao said. Lu Ying could not laugh anymore. She had been sold to Bao Xianglu for quite some time, and now naturally it could not be compared to that time when she was extremely popular. There were fewer and fewer people asking about her, not to mention spending a large sum of money to redeem her freedom. Lu Ying does not understand young lady's meaning. I was fortunate enough to obtain a handkerchief, and it was a rare double-sided embroidery. There were only a few dozen people in the entire country who knew how to do double-sided embroidery. Xianxia said. After many inquiries, one came to know that it was done by young lady Lu Ying. You. Lu Ying's hands tightened. How did you know that it was done by me? Xianxia waved her hands. It is not important how I know. The important thing is that I have an embroidery workshop and lack an embroidery lady. Does young lady Lu Ying have the interest to manage the embroidery workshop for me? Lu Ying looked at her incredulously and suddenly laughed like a flower. Young lady, could it be that you want me to turn over a new leaf? Xianxia and Guyu were somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Ying's attitude at this moment, and Mo Qing also slightly frowned. How many prostitutes longed to wash themselves clean, and Lu Ying was still young. If she washed herself clean, she might have a good future. I was sold to this place from the start. Lu Ying's face was frivolous. What I learned is bedroom skills and only know how to serve and please a male. Young lady, let me manage the embroidery workshop and sell hard labor. I am not able to live through that kind of bitter days. Not afraid that I will collapse the embroidery workshop? Xianxia stared at her and smiled gently. Whether it collapses or not is my matter, but whether to do it or not is your matter. She played it down. It is just that. This matter is dispensable to me, but to you, it is the only way to leave this place. There are thousands of people in the world and tens of thousands of industries. Everyone has their own way of living. To me, one do not feel that a female in a brothel is lower than others, but the world's view is so. Xianxia said, just like my guard Mo. She is also a slave, but no one would look down on her. My personal maids, some people would even envy them. The world is like this, and people are divided into 3, 6, and 9 ranks. Who would not want to be a person above others, and who would want to be ridiculed by others every day? There are thousands of people in the world, thousands of industries, and everyone has their own way of living. To me, I don't think that the women in the brothel are lower than others, but that's how the world sees it. Xianxia said, just like my guard Mo, he is also a slave, but no one would look down on him. My personal maids, some people would even envy them. The world is like this, and people are divided into different ranks. Who doesn't want to be above others? Who wants to be ridiculed by others every day? You. What Lu Ying hated the most was that people would talk about her background, and when she heard that, she was even angrier. Xianxia said, you might as well consider it. Since young lady looks down on people who have fallen into prostitution, why is there a need to say such words to me? Lu Ying was not angry but laughed instead. I look down on people who are willing to be reduced to prostitution. Xianxia stood up and said, after a few days, guard Mo will come over again. Young lady Lu Ying need not be anxious to answer me. But, using one's looks to please others will never end well. Xianxia gave Mo Qing a look, and Mo Qing quickly took out an ingot of silver and placed it on the table. Lu Ying swept a glance at him, and there was some anger on her face. Mo Qing was also very embarrassed. Xianxia did not intend to stay long and nodded her head to Lu Ying before getting up to leave. One did not know what Lu Ying looked like behind him. When they were out of Bao Xianglu's doors, Xianxia then said indignantly, Gu. Young master had good intentions to redeem her but did not think that she would not appreciate it. My good intentions are not rewarded. Mo Qing wanted to say something but finally endured it. Gu asked, young lady, are we going back now? Xianxia did not answer and her body did not move. Gu found it somewhat strange and saw that Xianxia seemed to be looking at something. Following her gaze, she saw that the place she was looking at was the opposite corner of the street, and there was a green-clad person standing there, looking at the little building of Bao Xianglu. Before Guyu was able to speak, she saw Xianxia lifting her feet and walking over. Under the eaves, the green-robed man stood straight, his eyes staring in the direction of the Lu Ying small building. He was so engrossed that he did not even know when someone had come to his side. A light cough interrupted his train of thought. He saw 4 people standing in front of him. The young man in the lead was dressed in a moon-white robe. He had delicate features and looked like he was carved out of jade. Who knew which family he was from? At this moment, she looked at him with a faint smile on her lips. Pei Lang was stunned. He felt that this young man looked familiar. The young man nodded at him. Mr. Pei. Shen Miao. Pei Lang's eyes widened slightly. He looked at the attendants and guards behind Shen Miao and looked at Shen Miao again. Most likely he was somewhat shocked and said, "You. Why are you dressed like this?" It was not rare for a female to dress up as a male. In Mingqi, many young ladies would occasionally dress up as a male for convenience, and when they dress up, they would have a different kind of beauty. But Shen Miao. Pei Lang looked at the handsome youth in front of him and did not know what to say for a moment. "I just came out from Baoxiang Lu," Shen Miao said. Pei Lang coughed all of a sudden, and his face turned red. It was not uncommon for a woman to dress up as a man, but this was the first time he had heard of a woman dressed up as a man visiting a brothel. But Shen Miao still had a very magnanimous look, without a trace of shyness. Shen Miao suddenly took a step forward and moved closer to Pei Lang. With a paw sound, she opened the fan in her hands and covered both of their faces. She softly said at the other end of the fan, "Everyone said that the young ladies of Baoxiang Lu are the most beautiful in the world, so I specially went for a stroll. Recently there are many new Persian dancers, and each of them are incomparably fragrant." Even if Pei Lang was calm and composed outside, and was able to deal with high officials and noble people with ease, but facing Shen Miao's slightly ambiguous actions, he was somewhat at a loss. Not to mention that Shen Miao was talking about all these messy things, it made him suddenly have an illusion, as if the person in front of him was really that noble gentleman who walked on horseback and slept with flowers and willows, and was discussing with him which family's dancers were more beautiful. Nonsense. Remembering his identity as a teacher, Pei Lang squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth. Shen Miao gently smiled and her eyes curved like a crescent moon, almost like an orchid. She said, "But I have ordered young Lady Lu Ying's card." As soon as these words came out, Pei Lang's body stiffened. Shen Miao kept her folding fan and looked at him with a smile. "I see that gentleman Pei has been looking at Lu Ying's little building for a long time. Is it that you are also yearning for young Lady Lu Ying?" Pei Lang stared at Shen Miao and his calm expression suddenly turned fierce. Shen Miao remained unmoved and continued to smile happily as she pointed to Kuai Lu. "Since Mr. Pei is also interested in young Lady Lu Ying, why not go in with me for a cup of wine and chat about beauties?" Her actions were obviously frivolous, but there was a kind of irresistible majesty about her. She folded her fan horizontally in front of her chest and went upstairs on her own. She left a sentence from afar, "Good wine and chatting with beautiful women is the happiest thing in the world." Even though Xianxia, Gu Yu, and Mo Qing trio did not understand the meaning of Shen Miao's words, they had never refuted Shen Miao's decisions and immediately followed in. Pei Lang stood there alone. After a moment of hesitation, he made up his mind and followed her in. At the window seat upstairs, Ji Yushu suddenly jumped up. "Look. I already said that Shen young lady admires that Pei Lang and went in such a big circle to pick young Lady Lu Ying's name. It was all so that she could speak with Pei Lang today." Gao Yang ignored him and secretly guessed, just now she used the fan to cover her face. What did she say to Pei Lang? Gao Yang shook his head. "She used the fan to cover it." "Could it be that she knows that you can read lips?" When he said that, Gao Yang looked at Xianxia. Xing shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he did not agree or disagree. Speaking of which, just now the action of Shen young lady waving the fan was so elegant that it was even more outstanding than me. Ji Yushu sighed. "How could such a beautiful person fancy a poor scholar? Even if you follow me, it's still better than that pretty boy who can't even afford to visit a brothel." Xing stood up and Ji Yushu asked, "Where are you going?" "Of course it's to listen to what they have to say." Xing smiled meaningfully. "I want to see what kind of chess piece Pei Lang is." In the elegant room of Kuai Lu, Mo Qing stood by the door while Xianxia and Gu Yu stood on both sides with their heads lowered, as if they did not exist. At the table, Shen Miao was pouring wine. The wine was Lu wine. Its color was like amber and it smelled fragrant. This wine wasn't intoxicating. As long as one's alcohol tolerance wasn't too bad, drinking a little would be fine. Shen Miao poured 2 cups and her posture when pouring the wine was very elegant. Her fingers grabbed the handle of the wine pot and when the crystal clear wine was poured into the small jade cup, the sound was very pleasing to the ear. Pei Lang watched helplessly as Shen Miao pushed a cup of wine in front of him and said with a smile, "Gentlemen, please drink." Shen Miao. Pei Lang directly called her by her name and his expression had not eased since he entered. He said, "What exactly do you want to do?" Mr. Pei is actually so anxious to talk about beauties without wine. Isn't it like a cow chewing peonies? Shen Miao looked at him calmly. Pei Lang was dumbfounded by her words. He had stayed in Guangwentang for several years and the people that he met were all respectful to him. Even the most mischievous student would not speak to him in such a frivolous tone. If it was other people, it would be alright, but it was Shen Miao. Pei Lang always felt that Shen Miao was not a frivolous person and speaking like this made him unable to figure out the other party's background. Seeing that Pei Lang did not speak for a long time, Shen Miao gently laughed. She said, "Just joking with Mr. Pei." "Why is Mr. Pei so nervous?" When she said those words, her eyes were clear but there seemed to be some mischievousness. It was clearly the appearance of an innocent young female but in a moment there was a kind of unknowingly charming charm. Pei Lang's gaze slightly paused. "This wine is Lu wine." Shen Miao picked up the wine cup and raised it towards Pei Lang. Pei Lang's expression suddenly changed but Shen Miao did not seem to notice his expression and said slowly, "The wine brewed in the Luqi region is also amber in color. The Lu wine in Kuaihua Lu must have been transported over from the Luqi region." Pei Lang looked at her and suddenly picked up the wine cup on the table and drank the wine in one gulp. "This wine is not intoxicating," Shen Miao said with a smile, "otherwise if others see it, they would think that Teacher Pei is a wine jar." Her tone was coquettish but her words made Pei Lang's palms slightly moist. She said, "Speaking of which, the people of Lu are good at drinking wine and drink from jars." Just now Teacher Pei's manner was somewhat like a Lu person. Pei Lang pursed his lips and did not speak but his gentle eyes were somewhat distorted. Shen Miao supported her cheek with one hand and her face was slightly flushed from the wine. Even if she was not intoxicated, there was a faint blush on her face and when she squinted her eyes, she looked like a crabapple sleeping in spring. But because she was dressed as a male, it was refreshing and pretty and there was a different kind of charm. She said, "I remember that 10 years ago, there was a prefectural magistrate of Lu who also seemed to have the surname Pei. If one did not know, one would think that Teacher Pei and that person were from the same family." Pei Lang suddenly placed the wine cup on the table and at the same time, Mo Qing glared and his right hand pressed on the sword at his waist. Unfortunately that prefectural magistrate Pei's residence was involved in an old matter of the previous dynasty and his entire family was beheaded by His Majesty. In the entire residence, the males were all executed and the daughters were exiled to be prostitutes for officials. Shen Miao could not stop laughing. One heard that prefectural magistrate Pei's residence had a pair of outstanding children and they were still young but died in this storm. Pei Lang's lips were slightly trembling as he asked word by word, "Who exactly are you?" Shen Miao gestured for her to keep quiet and drank another cup of wine. Her snow-white face flushed red as she said, "Actually I was fortunate to hear of a secret. Seeing that Gentleman Pei is also surnamed Pei, there is no harm in sharing it with Gentleman Pei. That prefectural magistrate Pei's residence had the ability to send a pair of children to escape and avoid disaster. Unfortunately, the officials were hot on their heels, so they could only protect one person. Hence, prefectural magistrate Pei managed to protect his son, but his daughter was captured by the officials." She regretfully shook her head. "The government officials are like wolves and tigers. They never show mercy to the families of sinners. That little girl was caught, how could she have a good ending?" Shen Miao sighed. "If I were to say that prefectural magistrate Pei knew that his daughter would fall into the tiger's mouth and her life would be worse than death, but he still pushed his daughter out. It is somewhat heartless." Pei Lang closed his eyes, a pained expression on his face. "Mr. Pei, you must be feeling the same way." Shen Miao smiled as she looked at him, "But one would think that this has nothing to do with Mr. Pei, because Mr. Pei is not from Lu. Mr. Pei is a merchant that was born in the Ding capital. Speaking of these, it is only because this Lu wine is intoxicating and one was momentarily sentimental." The gentleness on Pei Lang's face suddenly disappeared and was replaced with a strong vigilance and precaution. He said, "This is General Shen's intention?" Shen Miao shook her head. "My father dotes on me and gave me an embroidery workshop. The embroidery workshop is lacking an embroidery lady. Xin Miao dragged her voice. One heard that more than 10 years ago, Prefectural Magistrate Pei's eldest daughter knew double-sided embroidery since young. Coincidentally, this Bao Xiang Lu's young lady Lu Ying also knew double-sided embroidery. I thought that since both of them were reduced to prostitution and knew double-sided embroidery, perhaps young lady Lu Ying and that sinner's young lady had some relation. As for me, I had some compassion and saved her from prostitution. Xin Miao looked at Pei Lang and said, Mr. Pei, do you think that this student did the right thing? She referred to herself as a student. Her black hair was wrapped in a man's official hat. Her smiling appearance made her look like a handsome young man. But in those clear eyes, there were deep secrets and intentions that no one could see through or guess at. She pretended to be charming and quick-witted, but she vividly displayed the hidden daggers behind the smiles of the officials in the official world. Dealing with her was like walking on a tightrope at the edge of a cliff. There were hidden meanings in her words, and it was hard to tell whether she was a friend or foe. Pei Lang tilted his head. What do you think? Shen Miao smiled. Her smile was pure, as if she was really happy that she had done a good deed. She said, I think it's very good. Even if that prefectural magistrate Pei's son found out about elder sister's whereabouts and personally came to redeem elder sister's freedom, based on Miss Pei's resentment towards prefectural magistrate Pei and her own temperament, she would not be willing. Instead, you'll ruin your life. Pei Lang did not speak. Some people in the world are originally jade, but after being mixed in a pile of rocks for a long time, they become rocks. But there were some people who hid their arrogance in their bones. Even if they were ground to dust, the arrogance in their bones would not be shaken. It was said that although prefectural magistrate Pei had committed a crime, he was an arrogant person. Presumably, the son and daughter that he taught would not be inferior to him. You say, Xin Miao looked at Pei Lang, would that young lady rather live with the identity of a noble lady who has fallen into prostitution or live with the identity of a prostitute who has washed herself clean? After saying so much, Pei Lang sneered, what do you want me to do? Mr. Pei, you're smart. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. One little clue reveals the general trend, and one can understand the meaning of a song. That's what they say. Xin Miao was not stingy with her compliments to Pei Lang before saying, Gentleman Pei is a talented person and has knowledge in his chest, why not enter officialdom? Xin Miao. Pei Lang suddenly shouted. He did not know that Xin Miao's words had poked his sore spot as he suddenly became agitated and even Xianxia and Guyu looked at him. Pei Lang said furiously, don't even think about it. Gentleman Pei need not be anxious and might as well listen to me calmly. Xin Miao smiled, perhaps Gentleman Pei was frightened by my story just now. Feeling that in the officialdom if one is not careful, one would implicate the entire residence and it would be dangerous and full of misfortune. Moreover, after entering officialdom, one would not be as comfortable as being a carefree gentleman. Pei Lang's expression gradually recovered, as if he had returned to that he was a gentleman. But you are all alone now. You don't have a lover or a family, so you don't have to worry about being implicated. Furthermore, in this world, those who stand high can see far. Those who stand high can also do more. If he wanted to protect the people he wanted to protect, it was not enough to just rely on a teacher. Even though teacher is able to have students all over the world, but Xin Miao calmly and leisurely raised her cup. It was obvious that she was smiling, but in a moment there was an indifferent coolness. She said, when something really happens, the noble families would avoid it like the plague, so how would they do their best? It is to be the right as it is to be as to be strong. By one's strength as one can. As. Who taught you to say these words and what is the purpose? What benefits is there for him if I enter officialdom? Xin Miao gently smiled. Pei Lang, this person looked gentle and indifferent and was indeed a gentleman who did not care about external things and wholeheartedly devoted himself to teaching. But whenever he discussed about matters, he would always be able to get to the crux of the matter. In the previous life, Fu Xiaoyi thought of all ways to win Pei Lang over to be his advisor and even ascended to the throne of the nation's tutor. It was not by chance. Why does Gentleman Pei ask what benefits are there for others but not ask what benefits are there for oneself? Xin Miao did not answer his question but cleverly went around in a roundabout way and replied indifferently, getting promoted, getting rich and marrying a wife, at the end the one benefiting is only gentleman yourself. When doing business, how would one ask others how much money one earned but not mention how much one earned? How did I profit? Pei Lang said lightly. Teacher did not profit but young Lady Luing did. Xianxia smiled as she looked at him and her bright eyes flashed. A female turning good and having a steady reliance for the rest of her life is equivalent to saving another's life. Pei Lang stared at Xianxia. If at this time he still did not understand Xianxia's intention, then he would be a real fool. After entering officialdom, what do I need to do? Pei Lang asked. Xianxia looked at him with satisfaction. It was Pei Lang's usual style to weigh the pros and cons in the shortest time and make the most advantageous choice. But her mind could not help but think of the time when Fu Xiui deposed the crown prince. She also knelt down and begged Pei Lang. Pei Lang's tone of discussion was as rational and ruthless as now. Now the chips were in her hands and this once high and mighty imperial tutor could only be manipulated by her. Xianxia's heart floated with a trace of shallow comfort. This comfort was shown on her face and became joy. Actually, it is nothing much. Xianxia said, teacher is overflowing with talent, and even if one does not take the initiative to enter officialdom, 1 year later there would naturally be noble people who would solicit you. One only hoped that at that time teacher would not reject the noble person and think of ways to agree to it. Of course on the surface one would agree, but one must be used by me. You want me to be an insider? Pei Lang looked at Xianxia incredulously. Xianxia shook her head. How can it be considered as an insider? Teacher can be promoted and get rich. I guarantee that teacher's identity will not be exposed and only need to tell me some news at certain times. Pei Lang was silent for a moment before looking at Xianxia. Who is the noble person that you were talking about? Xianxia smiled gently. Prince Ding, Fu Xiui. Pei Lang was startled and involuntarily looked at Xianxia again. He knew that Xianxia was in love with Prince Ding in the past to the point that it became a laughingstock in the city, and also knew that Prince Ding, that kind of hidden person, would be dismissive of Xianxia. Afterwards one did not know when it started, but Xianxia seemed to have changed into another person. Pei Lang had always felt that there was someone behind Xianxia giving pointers, but at this moment thinking about it, he could not help but guess, could it be that it was because love turned to hate that she even schemed against Prince Ding? But just because love was not reciprocated, one would do such things. Pei Lang was confused. The girl in front of him was pretty in men's clothing. After drinking wine, there was a faint blush on her cheeks. She was in the prime of her youth, and her appearance was fair and lovely. Her eyes were like a newborn cub's, untainted by even a speck of dust. However, in her every movement, there was an inadvertent flirtatiousness. Pei Lang felt a little uncomfortable. To him, talking to a young lady of Xianxia's age was like an elder talking to a younger generation, or at least like an older brother talking to a younger sister. But at this moment, it seemed that he was the one at a disadvantage. His every move was being led by the nose, and he couldn't even resist. What do you want? Pei Lang had asked this question many times, and until now, he was not sure if the person who did these things was someone else or Xianxia herself. It was as if his trump card had been seen by Xianxia, but he did not even understand Xianxia's initial purpose. He was absolutely suppressed. I don't want to do anything. I just want to make a decision that's good for me and Sir. Xianxia smiled as she tucked a lock of hair behind her ear, making her neck as white as jade. She said, Teacher, are you going to agree or not? I can only answer here? Pei Lang asked. You have. Xianxia pointed to the wine pot. Time for a pot of wine. After drinking this pot of wine, teacher will tell me the answer. No need. Pei Lang interrupted her words. If you can do what you promised, I will agree to it. There was a moment of silence in the room. After a moment, Xianxia smiled. She lifted the wine pot and filled the 2 empty cups with wine before picking up the cup in front of her and made a gesture to toast with Pei Lang. Pei Lang hesitated for a moment before raising his cup. There was a strange feeling in his heart. To drink with one's own student in a restaurant. His heart was somewhat hot. I wish Mister's future bright and boundless prospects. Xianxia smiled as she drank the wine in one gulp. She drank it very quickly and a trace of wine flowed out from the corner of her mouth, across her slightly pointed chin and into her white collar. Pei Lang looked away. No matter how beautiful a budding young female was, she was still young and inexperienced. Especially Shen Miao, this kind of gentle and delicate beauty, she was dignified and reserved. Pei Lang was not a person who loved beauty, but for a moment, his mind was in a mess as he felt that this was not right and out of place. A trace of carefreeness flashed in Shen Miao's eyes. Most likely it was because she drank the wine that some hidden emotions in her heart came out like a sin. She remembered that Pei Lang had a dignified and solemn appearance and was most particular about reason. In front of Pei Lang, she vividly interpreted the 4 words motherly model of the world, but at the end she was still defeated by Pei Lang's pros and cons. That was the imperial tutor who could decide Fu Ming's life and death in the previous lifetime, but now she was holding on to his weak spot. In front of Pei Lang, she had the bearing of an empress and could not even cry for Wan Yu. Now, she did not have the dignity of an empress and did not have the virtues of a woman. She dressed up as a male, went to a brothel and drank with a teacher. Her actions were frivolous and unrestrained. What could Pei Lang do? He also could not do anything to her. But that carefreeness was only for a short moment. When Pei Lang agreed, she knew that there was no need to continue pestering him. The flirtatious look that was caused by the wine faded away, and inch by inch she became sober. She stood up and lifted her chin slightly, returning to that slightly dignified Shen Miao. After young Lady Luing has settled down, one will inform Mr. of the location of the embroidery workshop. Shen Miao nodded her head. The money has already been paid. Mr. Please drink slowly. One cannot often drink the wine of the Lu. One did not know if the last sentence was sarcasm or politeness, but it made Pei Lang's brows slightly wrinkled as he watched Shen Miao leave with a few people. He picked up the wine and drank a mouthful. It should be a mellow wine, but it was surprisingly astringent in his mouth. Walking out of the door, Xianxia and Guyu did not dare to speak as both of them could see that Shen Miao was not in a good mood at the moment. Pei Lang's words made them confused in the clouds and sensitively felt that this matter was not a small matter, thus they did not dare to speak easily. When the cold wind blew, the blush on her face dissipated. Shen Miao closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, there was only coldness in her eyes. As for Pei Lang, she still held a grudge against him for standing idly by the side. No matter how hard she tried to hide it, it still leaked out a little. However, his goal was achieved. Let's go back. She walked towards the carriage. In another hidden room adjacent to Kuai Hua Lu, the few people in the room were all silent. Just now he had seen a good show. At first he thought it was full of fun, but now that the person had left, the tea had cooled. Thinking about it carefully, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Ji Yushu swallowed his saliva and seemed to want to break this dull atmosphere. It is really good to have a relationship with this building. At least it is more convenient to eavesdrop on the walls. Not only can one listen, one can also see. Haha, very good. At the back of the carved pillar, there was a huge colored glass that was hidden by the thin railing. It was said that it was colored glass that came from the Western Hemisphere. One end could not see this end, but this end could see that end. In addition, there was a copper pillar that was full of small holes, so everything that was said could be heard clearly. But when Ji Yushu finished speaking, the other 2 people in the room did not answer him. Dao Yang used his folding fan to support his chin, which was his usual appearance when he was thinking. Xie Jingxing bent his elbow to support his head as he played with the teacup in his hands while thinking about something. Unable to stand such an atmosphere, Ji Yushu opened his mouth. Both of you do not remain silent. Isn't it just a matter of Prefectural Magistrate Pei's residence in the Lu province? Pei Lang is Prefectural Magistrate Pei's son. Shen Miao's story was easily told because she believed that Pei Lang could understand, and the 3 people here were not fools, so they understood after thinking about it. The Lu province's Sinner Prefectural Magistrate Pei had a pair of children. The older sister was Lu Ying and the younger brother was the current Pei Lang. During the escape, in order to protect Pei Lang, the Pei family arranged people to abandon Lu Ying, and Lu Ying eventually fell into prostitution. And Pei Lang had already arranged a retreat route for the Pei family and turned into a Ding capital person. He lived here since young and was born into a merchant family. His parents passed away a few years ago and now he was alone. His natural background was not discovered by anyone for many years. However, Xie Jingxing's lips lazily hooked up, so how did she know about the details that Bai Shaoxing was unable to find out? At the end, his voice turned cold and his peach blossom eyes were filled with murderous intent. How so? Ji Yushu asked. Gao Yang touched his chin. Since one wants to deal with Prince Ding, it is not just Prince Ding's side. The Crown Prince, Prince Zhou, and Prince Li, which side is Shen Miao's people on? Not on any side. Xie Jingxing said. Eh? Ji Yushu felt strange. Why is it not on any side? Xie Jingxing's eyes slightly slowed down. Pei Lang is not an ordinary person but has yet to enter officialdom and is still immature. Just now all of you have heard that Shen Miao's moves, Xianxia may not be able to use it as neatly as her. Slippery and slippery, not admit, not deny, not decline and also not accept. The officials who had been in and out of the sea of officials for many years might not be able to do it as smoothly as her. Xianxia was a military general and Luo Shuiyan was also a military general, so where did Shen Miao learn this? Was there an expert guiding the Shen family? He originally thought so but now it seemed that it was Shen Miao's own idea. If she was the crown prince or other prince's people, she would not use such a step-by-step planning method. Each prince had their own power behind them, so how would they use such a clumsy method? However, she was able to maximize the goal that she could achieve within the scope of her own ability. One could not help but wonder how big of a storm she would be able to stir if she was given enough background and power. Even if she did not have any chips in her hands now, she could still slowly cultivate chess pieces. The world was like a chess game and in this chess game of Ming Qi, there were too many people playing. But Xie Jingxing had never placed Shen Miao in it. She was a weak female and had no motive. But now Xie Jingxing could see her ambition through the young female's ability to win over a hero with a cup of wine. But we still do not know how she knew about Pei Lang's background. Ji Yushu said, even the Fengxian pawnshop did not manage to find out. Prefectural Magistrate Pei's residents used all their strength to protect the son of his, so they must have made full preparations. Pei Lang indeed did not disappoint his father's expectations. He did not seek revenge nor did he have any resentment and concealed his identity to become a teacher. No one would pay attention to him but Shen Miao saw through his tricks and even used Lu Ying as a bargaining chip to counter Pei Lang. One did not know where she got the news from, just like the Chen brothers previously. Do not care about her. Xie Jingxing said, is the request for martial written? I did. Gao Yang frowned. But are you sure? From the start, there was no turning back. Also, the other side hasn't received any news about your plan yet. If they don't agree, do as I say. Xie Jingxing stood up. Returning to the Shen residence, in the western courtyard, Shen Miao changed her clothes and just as she took off her hair, she saw Bai Lu rushing in and said, young lady, Foreign asked you to go to the room as there is an important matter to discuss. The end of the year had passed and it was almost spring. Because Xianxia requested Emperor Wen Hui to stay in the Ding capital for half a year more, Luo Shuiyan's life was much more relaxed. He would go all out to buy clothes and jewelry for Shen Miao or let Shen Qiu bring Shen Miao to eat, drink and play. Sometimes Shen Miao herself felt that she was raised by Xianxia and wife as a hedonistic son of rich parents. Shen Miao casually tied up her hair and went to Luo Shuiyan's room. Upon entering the house, one was surprised to see that Xianxia and Shen Qiu were also there. Seeing her enter, Luo Shuiyan quickly pulled her to sit beside her and said, today what did Jiao Jiao go out for? Shen Miao let Bai Lu and Shuangjiang stay in the room and if anyone asked, she would say that she went out for a stroll. She said, casually strolled and passed by Kuai-Hua Lu and brought a few jars of strong wine for father and eldest brother. Worthy of being father's darling. Xianxian's eyes brightened when he heard that, this Ding capital's wine is too sweet and greasy. How can it be considered as wine? It is still the strong wine that is better. Satisfying. Shen Qiu was also happy, little sister is so thoughtful. All you know is to drink. Luo Shuiyan rolled her eyes at the father and son pair and said, those things can be bought by the servants. Jiao Jiao doesn't need to care about them. You this woman. Xianxia was unhappy again, it is all Jiao Jiao's kind intentions. How can the servants buy the same as Jiao Jiao? How short-sighted. It was rare for Shen Miao to have such a close relationship with them and Xianxia was very happy. Even if Shen Miao brought back 2 jars of water, he would be happy to the heavens, so naturally he would refute Luo Shuiyan's words. Short-sighted? Luo Shuiyan squinted at him. Foreign is happy or angry. Xianxia immediately said, I am a stinky brat who is short-sighted. Xianxia slapped Xianqiu's head. Luo Shuiyan was too lazy to see the father and son putting on a show and looked at Xin Miao. Jiao Jiao, the reason for coming here today is actually because there is a matter to discuss with you. Mother, please speak. You've heard about the separation of the family. Your father and I have also thought it through. We have to buy a new house. There was a house in the east of the city that was not bad. He could buy some maids to clean and serve him. It's just. Luo Shuiyan looked at Xin Miao and was somewhat embarrassed. Previously, when your father and I went to the northwest region, we left you behind and felt that with the protection of the Xin family, you would be more stable. Now that the family has separated, if your father, your big brother and I leave, you're a girl. It's not safe for you to live alone in a house, and you're also afraid of people talking nonsense. So. Jiao Jiao, are you willing to go to the northwest with me? Xin Miao was slightly startled. Sister, the northwest is so fun. Xianqiu saw that Xin Miao was in a daze and quickly said, it is not as exaggerated as what they said. Living in the Xiaochen city, there are mountains on one side and rivers on the other. There are also many rare birds and beasts. At that time to hunt, one would be able to get a white tiger skin to make a cloak for you. Nonsense. Luo Shuiyan laughed and scolded, your sister is a girl, what does she need the white tiger skin for? Xianqiu scratched his head. There's also a mine. The gemstones there are huge. Sister can also make jewelry. Xin Miao smiled slightly. She was still somewhat hesitant because there were other things to do in the Ding capital, but after hearing Xianqiu's words, she had some yearning for the Xiaochen city in the northwestern region. Who didn't want to live a carefree life? Who was willing to open their eyes and think about how to scheme against others every day? She sighed in her heart. She would just go along with it. As long as she went this once, she would not have to go next year. All right. Under everyone's expectant gaze, Xin Miao nodded her head, I also want to go and experience it. Luo Shuiyan gave a sigh of relief. Xianxia laughed loudly, I already said that Jiao Jiao would definitely agree. After coming back for so long, when has Jiao Jiao ever despised us martial artists? Younger sister, Xianqiu was also excited, when the time comes, I will bring you to see my brothers. They all know that I have a younger sister and have never seen you before. You haven't seen your grandfather's family since you were born, so you won't be able to recognize them this time. Luo Shuiyan's paternal family was a military general in the northwestern region and they only rushed over once when Xin Miao was born. Afterwards, because they were separated by 1,000 li, they did not see each other in these years. Xin Miao's eyes drooped. In the last lifetime, after Luo Shuiyan's death, the Luo family and the Xin family broke off contact. Xin Miao did not have a deep relationship with the grandfather's family, so she was not clear what kind of ending the Luo family would have. But thinking about it, with Mei Foran's ruthless methods, there would be a way to make Fu Xiaoyi not let off the Luo family. After speaking some more until it was late, Luo Shuiyan then rushed Xin Miao back to her room to rest. After Xin Miao freshened up, she sat in front of the table and looked at the dancing flames and could not help but sigh. If she really wanted to follow Xianxia to the northwestern region, then she had to settle everything in this half a year. The only thing worth comforting was the matter of Pei Lang. She had always been very clear that the Xin family was like a big tree that attracted the wind and it was not good to be involved in the matters of the palace. However, she was just an unmarried daughter and did not have the chance to come into contact with deeper things. Moreover, many things had changed in this life, so he could only let Pei Lang be a spy. Fu Xiuyi's temperament was suspicious and he would study a lot of things that were sent to his door, so it was inevitable that he would not investigate her. But 1 year later, Fu Xiuyi would take the initiative to recruit Pei Lang and Pei Lang would push the boat with the current and it would be much easier. As for subduing Pei Lang, there was still a bit of luck involved. That year when Fu Xiuyi subdued Pei Lang, it was also because one of his subordinates had a friendship with prefectural magistrate Pei's residence, thus he was able to find out about Pei Lang's background. At that time it was because Fu Xiuyi had settled down Luing that Pei Lang was ultimately used by him. The Pei siblings were people who were unmoved by force or persuasion. They had their own ideas. For example, Luing, after falling into prostitution, one could no longer see a trace of the daughter of an Official's family. She was at ease being a prostitute, and perhaps recalling her original identity made her feel pain. As for Pei Lang, he didn't even think about revenge. He was content as a teacher. Lu Ying was not willing to admit her own identity and was resentful towards the Pei family for abandoning her to protect her younger brother. When Pei Lang came forward, Lu Ying would resist even more intensely. But Shen Miao gave Lu Ying a docile way to live. To be able to control Lu Ying was to be able to control the guilty Pei Lang. After a few years, Pei Lang, who had gone through many trials and tribulations in court, would be more mature, and when he saw Shen Miao's words today, he would feel that it was full of loopholes. However, Pei Lang had yet to become an official. No matter how smart he was, he still lacked experience. Young lady, it is better to rest early. Xianxia smiled. Tomorrow one still need to follow foreign to see the residents at the eastern side of the city. Shen Miao nodded. In this half a year, at least the family would be separated, and he would be able to start a new residence. However, she didn't expect that her plans couldn't keep up with the changes. On the morning of the second day, after Shen Miao had her meal, Luo Shuiyan's maid came over and said that after Shen Miao changed her clothes, she would go to the residence. After all, this was a residence that he would be living in the future. Whether it was comfortable or not, he would have to take a look before deciding. But before Shen Miao could dress up, someone came from the palace. She wanted Luo Shuiyan to make a trip to the palace, and the palace maid also said that if there was no problem, Shen Miao could also be brought along. Although he said so, it was almost like an order. Xianxia and Xianxia's faces immediately darkened, and Luo Shuiyan was also a little confused. Even though she was a noblewoman in the capital, she was usually not in the Ding capital and was not familiar with those furens in the circle of noblewomen. It would be a joke if the one who invited was a lady from the palace. No matter how she thought about it, Luo Shuiyan did not have much of a relationship with the women in the palace. Xianxia and Xianxiao thought further. Luo Shuiyan did not have any relationship with the females but was requested to bring Shen Miao along. The drunkard's intention was not in the wine. Could it be that they had some ideas on Shen Miao? Once it was about Shen Miao, they would be especially nervous. Xianxia said, "It is better for me to accompany foreign to the palace." "What are you going to do?" Luo Shuiyan said, "I didn't invite you here, and you think it's not troublesome enough. I will bring Jiao Jiao along." She hesitated for a moment. With so many people, one would not do anything out of line. Moreover, I am not a female without the strength to truss a chicken. If she wanted to say that if there was anything wrong, one would not necessarily be at a disadvantage if one were to fight. Xianxia nodded his head. One think that the current situation is not that tense. You can rest assured and go. Luo Shuiyan pulled Shen Miao's hand and boarded the horse carriage that the palace arranged. She originally planned to go to the residence early in the morning, but because of this matter, no one knew if it was a blessing or a curse. Xianxiao and Xianxia were at the residence's doors, and seeing the horse carriage leaving, they asked uneasily, "Father, mother and younger sister will be fine, right? I will make a trip to the Ministry of War." Xianxia turned around, "You stay in the residence. If anything happens, you will be able to provide support." Xianxiao nodded. In the carriage, Shen Miao's little face was taut, but there were all kinds of guesses in her heart. She didn't feel that she was in any danger. She didn't have anything on her that was worth scheming against. Moreover, she knew better than anyone about the ways of the ladies in the palace. Even if they had a strategy, it wouldn't be so brazen today. The imperial family cared about their reputation the most. If something happened to her in the palace today, the imperial family would be the first to be blamed. If it was the other way around. Shen Miao's gaze was heavy. The females in the palace did not have any relationship with Luo Shuiyan, but they summoned Luo Shuiyan to the palace to speak. Perhaps they wanted to inquire about something from Luo Shuiyan. The drunkard's intention was not wine, but what was it? The Shen family? Or was it Xianxia? But why would she suddenly pay attention to Xianxia? Xianxia had been keeping a low profile in the capital these days and did not have any connection with Fu Xiuyi like in the last lifetime. Even if the imperial family wanted to suppress the Shen family, they would have to have a good reason to do so. Could it be that there was already a reason for that? Shen Miao was a little confused. Wanting Luo Shuiyan to bring her into the palace should be a warning. If anything were to happen, Xianxia, her daughter, would not be able to protect her. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it was possible. Xianxia could not help but feel a little nervous. There were many things in this lifetime that were different from the previous lifetime, especially the big picture of Ming-Chi. She tried her best to avoid and delay the tragedy of the Shen family, but it was inevitable that fate would go wrong. What was it this time? Luo Shuiyan saw that Shen Miao's expression was not good and thought that Shen Miao was afraid and said with heartache, "Jiao Jiao, do not be afraid, it is only entering the palace to talk to the ladyships. It'll be over soon. We'll come back to look at the house then." Shen Miao smiled faintly but was still somewhat absent-minded. When they reached the entrance of the palace, there was already a palace maid who was there to receive them. When she saw both of them, she led them in. On the way, Luo Shuiyan asked the palace maid who looked like a female official which consort had invited them. The female official smiled but did not answer, only saying that she would know when she arrived. At this time, in the palace's Radiance Hall, two beautiful women were laughing and chatting in the hall. The woman on the left had her hair combed into a fairy bun and wore a red palace dress embroidered with gold. She was gorgeous, and although she was smiling as she spoke, her eyes were somewhat absent-minded. She was extremely disrespectful to the woman beside her. Although she acted like this, the woman beside her did not get angry. Instead, she replied with a smile. This woman wore an apricot-colored dress with plum blossoms on it. Her appearance was not as outstanding as the woman on the left, but she appeared gentle and polite, and also elegant. These two people were not others but the palace consorts that invited Shen Miao and her daughter to the palace today. The one on the left was consort Su Xian and the elegant one on the right was consort Dong Shu. It is fine that His Majesty wants us to invite Shen foreign over, but why also bring the young lady of the Shen family? Consort Su Xian was somewhat impatient, going for a long time and not coming back. It is really such a big face. The general residence is not a short distance from the palace. Consort Dong Shu smiled, "Jia Jia, do not be anxious." Consort Su Xianfei laughed, "Mimi, you are used to being a good person." She suddenly thought of something and smiled mischievously, speaking of which, that young lady of the Shen family had once admired His Ninth Highness. Could it be that you are very satisfied with her, that's why you protect her like this? Consort Dong Shu's expression slightly stagnated before she smiled, "Jia Jia really know how to joke. It is just that. Since His Majesty wants both of us to come over, it is better to do proper business. That fifth Shen young lady is only following her mother and in a while the palace maids will bring her out." End of chapter 375. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.